Welcome to Rainbow Six Siege Rank Up by Game Plan. This strategic training video series was built for you to push your boundaries and breach into the next level. With some of the world's top players, like Pengu, Jesgoat, and Zeronic guiding you, your next rank increase is only a victory away. Not sure what operator best fits your team? There's a lesson for that. Should you flank or be patient? There's a lesson for that too. Lessons are split into 5 tiers, so whether you're a seasoned veteran or brand new to the scene, you're guaranteed valuable tips fit for your rank.
Welcome to the Six Invitational. Today, we crown a new world champion. We begin with the lower bracket final, and then the grand final. I cannot believe it. I am brimming with excitement. Hello, everyone. I'm Jackie Jing, and let me introduce you to my lovely and extremely dapper analyst desk. Hello, hello, Ollie, Jacob, and Jesse. Gentlemen, the day has arrived, and we are amped.
I'm only amped because we've got you, me, Jackie on a desk. Jesse probably needs... Do you need another box for this, by the way? Because you're just like...
I'm fine. I'm chilling.
Nah, dude, we got the tall desk finally going for one day. All we need is James to complete the try.
I know.
If you want, we can just go sub him out.
Jacob, I'm not going anywhere. We got the lower bracket finals coming up first, and then we got the grand finals. It's a beautiful day here in Stockholm, Sweden. I'm ready to get it over with. It's the Sixth Invitational final day.
Get it over with?
Get it on. Let's
That's
go.
very enthusiastic of you.
Let's get it going.
I mean, I feel the vibe. And you know what? You just made the height requirement to ride
Thank
the
you.
ride. Yeah, see, we love you. We love you, Jesse. We're really happy to have you. But you know what? Y'all, so much is planned for today, but really quickly, we have a quick recap video, so roll it.
The upper bracket finals are ready to rock and roll. The members of Empire, they take map number 1 here. Are we going to Coastline? That's the big question, and Bolo secures yet another kill.
Empire has amazing Overwatch for this. Always! What a time to be alive for an Empire fan.
There's the pop over the top. He can't quite get it locked in. There's Mira. The pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4, but Souls does not care. The swing up Snowmo stairs doesn't quite net them the full fight. And now, a post plan. Doesn't get it though. MIBR find Chalet. Caught out by Astro. themselves moving forward to the lower bracket final.
That video, my heart is racing. It has been such an intense journey here at SI. Let's pull up the bracket really quick and just go through it all. The quest for the hammer. We started with 20 teams, but there can only be one world champion. Teams have been getting knocked off day by day, but now only 3 are left. Empire is already in the grand final, but who will join them? Who's going to join them? TSM or FaZe? The quest for the hammer will end for 2 teams today. Only one will come out victorious. Man, gentlemen, it has been absolutely a wild ride. Jacob, let's just jump right in and just start talking about those matchups yesterday. I mean, all 3 of us were completely glued to our screens. I want to start off with Empire versus TSM. That was a dogfight.
Yeah, both teams went and won their opponent's map picks. I think it was a little surprising the way map 1 went down, given how strong we know TSM can be, especially at the very start of a series. And we've been asking the question this entire week, is the NA mentality of have a really bad first map going to carry over, or like a very, very close first map lead into the rest of the series, and they won't be able to keep that mentality strong throughout? They were able to win map 2, and then once we got to the very, very end, it just kind of felt like Empire had a little bit more gas left in the tank.
I mean, TSM Empire, for my money, the best game that we've had so far at the 6th Invitational. I felt both teams were playing to the absolute limit. They both played an amazing game of Siege, and that's a rematch that we could totally see in the grand finals. Of course, not for FaZe's sake. They're going to be trying to battle back. They took out MIBR yesterday, a much scrappier affair. We saw some amazing attacks from both teams, but the defense is definitely leaving a bit to be desired.
I think that's really where it came down to, wasn't it? The defenses was something that really we saw a lot of struggle with yesterday. And, you know, TSM, they really had a rough ride, I think, against Empire. And there's probably a lot of people sat at home that want to see that match played out again under grand final circumstances, because it really was quite a close one.
Dude, it just feels like that kind of game could have gone on for so much longer. You wanted a best of 5 when you know the energy in the building is already there. And they didn't have that much pressure on them yesterday as they do today. So I wonder if the contest like today, simply because they understand the stakes are different, if we see a TSM and Empire again later tonight, if that plays out any differently at all.
Oh my gosh, the energy, the pressure, my hand is shaking. I can only imagine how they're feeling. But Jesse, we've seen some incredible maps here at SI, but let's look at some map stats for the entire tournament.
Yeah, let's take a look at the attacking and defending win rate. So we've got all 7 of the map pools here. Cafe the most played with a perfect 50% defensive win rate, equalizing out. A bit of a shocker, because we typically see Cafe as one that can be very defender-sided. I think we've seen a lot of like horizontal takes on the bottom floor going through, pushed it over towards the attack a little bit. It's nice when you don't have to go all through the entire map, top to bottom, and waste a bunch of time there.
I think that's a credit to the teams as well, because there's obviously a lot of work that's gone in, particularly on Cafe. It's been our most played map, so a lot of people have really put that time in. A lot of teams really looking to spend the energy on figuring out how they want to try and counter their opponent, how they want to bring that little bit more onto the attacks, because typically, you know, Cafe isn't that attacker-sided, but to see it as a clean 50%, I think it's a big credit to a lot of the teams.
I think it's also interesting how we see Chalet at the bottom of the pool, just in terms of how many times it's been played. A lot of teams decided they wanted to be early adopters of Chalet over the course of the past year. And it's also interesting, just by contrast with Coastline, 2 very attacker-sided maps do happen to be at the bottom of the field. Obviously, Bank just above it at 46% compared to 42 and 45 for both those bottom maps. But still, I do kind of wonder if there's a bit of a correlation there. Teams have decided to go back to the maps they understand that have been in the pool for a considerable amount of time, rather than something that hasn't really been there that much, with the exception of Bank, because that's being reintroduced with a little bit more than what we saw back when it was taken out. What was it? SI 2020 Grand Final? And then we brought it back for this year. So
Okay, all right. And Ollie, you know, we've seen some unbelievable performances here at SI individually from players. Let's see if we can pull up the leaderboard and talk about who is at the top of the list. Bolo. Yeah.
I mean, you've got to feel pretty bad at this point if you're not on this list, because there's only 15 players left, and we've picked 10.
Hey,
Wow.
Just by
Name the 5 that aren't here.
Yeah, just by sheer math, we can work out the 5 that aren't there. That's probably very unfair. But these are the top ranking players that are left inside of the tournament, and that is very key. It is only the players that are left that are here. And you can see there's a very nice spread. We've got players from all 3 different teams occupying different spots. We've got, of course, Always and Shepard bringing up that 9th and 10th spot with Achieved in 8th. All of those players have had very key and influential games, and at this point we can almost throw the stats out of the window and we can almost just focus on how they clutch in the moment. How do they perform when the pressure's on?
Yeah, and there's also a FaZe Clan 3-stack right in the midst of that, 5, 6, and 7, all going for the Brazilians, and they're all pretty similar. We actually brought this point up with MIBR from yesterday, how their ratings seem like they're all very close within one another, of sometimes just like a percentage point away from still being what they were to their teammates. A 1.09 and 2 1.08s, just from a ratings perspective. Again, we have condensed this list down very heavily, so the support players can get a little bit more aid than they would on previous stat sheets, but it's nice to see that even players who aren't that insane on the kill feed can still make a list like this.
And then look at that top 4. Joystick yesterday on Coastline was running over TSM. He's back in full swing. Merc, I would say, is having the best performance I've ever seen from him. As the IGL, he's been crushing it for TSM. Astro's doing some wild stuff down there in the lower bracket, jumping out of windows, going for some amazing plays. And Bolo, the man we all love, he's been crushing it here at SI as well. Saw him this morning, actually, in line for our COVID tests. And he said, you know what, FaZe is a scary team. And I told him, okay, but you guys are scary too.
Ooh, I like that. Giving a little pep talk, Coach Jesse, huh? Okay. And again, we have an action-packed day ahead of us, so let's break down the schedule for today, shall we? Who is ready for the lower bracket final? Who? You guys,
I am.
Come on.
I'm ready.
Thank you.
That was
Let's
a
jump
question.
into that.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
I was saying, no, I'm ready. Are you kidding me? Yeah.
Let's go. Y'all better be ready. You're the analysts for this thing. Well, we have TSM versus FaZe starting at 2 p.m. CET. Then the Year 7 roadmap is at 5:30 p.m. CET. And then it's what we've all been waiting for, the grand final. Empire versus the winner of the lower bracket final at 7 p.m. CET. Someone pinch me. Can't believe it's happening. Jesse, how dare you? I was kidding.
That's
hurt.
assault on broadcast.
Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable.
It wasn't that bad. Jesse, pinch him.
There we go.
That one's a little worse.
That one was
I wasn't
little
even
harder.
looking.
Anyways, we are just minutes away from the lower bracket final. Y'all, I can't stop shaking. Seriously, I am so excited. Do not go anywhere, folks. TSM versus FaZe when we return.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you.
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
We are in the final stretch, folks. Someone is taking home the hammer tonight. Someone's going to the grand final, and someone is going home. But the real question here is, who is the best dressed? I'm Jackie Jang, and I'm with my lovely analyst desk, Jesse, Jacob, and Ollie. The boys are dressed for a celebration, but I'm dressed for a funeral because someone's SI dreams die today.
Man, I don't really know how to take that one.
I was trying to hype it up.
No.
Okay?
To be fair, yeah, but I mean, we aren't here quite for the funeral. I'm not going to be celebrating or like mourning the team that goes home today because they've got another game right after this that has the craziest stakes, the biggest stakes of Rainbow. True, someone is going.
I said y'all are celebrating. I'm Morticia over here.
The problem is, whoever wins this game, they can't even celebrate themselves yet because they've got a marathon to pull. Imagine walking into today and worrying about not only your first game, but not even knowing if you have to worry about the second one just yet. There's a lot of things on the line here, Jackie.
A lot of pressure, Jesse.
We've got 3 teams here that are going to be fighting to be the best, and I'd like to crown them all winners. I think they're all great teams, but we've only got one hammer. This is the problem. Maybe next year they'll bring 2 or 3. We wouldn't be in this problem.
Nah.
We can't have participation medals. There's no such thing as a participation medal.
There can only be one.
Well, I guess they fight to the death then, eh?
If we have a rule of 2 with a hammer, that wouldn't work.
Should I tone it down? Sorry, y'all. I'm being a little depressing. Okay, well, let's hype things up then. Let's have a little fun and get things started by looking at our first team, TSM. These NA Titans were knocked down to the lower bracket final by Empire, but their SI dreams are not over yet. A chance at redemption, hope still alive. They've never won an international major. They've never been in a grand final. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. But will that change today? Welcome TSM, Bolo, Merc, Achieved, Geo, and Chala. Now, let's look at their opponent, FaZe. Different 6 invitationals. 2 members of this team have been fighting side by side to raise the hammer since the dawn of Rainbow Six Siege. But they've always fallen short. They've never made it to an SI Grand Final. But could today be their day? Will the reigning major champions take the hammer home to Brazil? Welcome FaZe Clan, Cameraman, Cyber, Astro, Bullet, and Souls. FaZe up, everybody. Everything is on the line. The grand final is so close, so close. But if you lose here, that hammer slips right out of your grasp. But if you win, it could be yours. You could be world champions.
This is the kind of pressure I would not want on anybody. Not only do you have to worry about an opponent across the stage from you now, but you just might have to worry about doing it again in just a couple hours' time. For both TSM and FaZe, the journey has been long, it's been arduous. They're in the top 3 of SI, which is nothing to shake your head at, but still, you have got a marathon ahead of you, depending on how this first match goes.
I mean, you talk about pressure there, Jacob. I don't see much pressure on the side of FaZe.
Right?
Astro's coming out, he's raising the roof, he's waving to all the imaginary fans at home. We've got the glasses being rocked again. It's a signature there of Souls and Bullet. They look like they're having a great old time. I think the only person that looked serious was Cameraman, but you know that he's got a lot of shots to call.
Yeah, FaZe are looking good. Astro waving. I think the only one in the crowd there is probably Kino, who hasn't been able to make it home yet.
Sure, yeah.
If I'm him, I don't know who I'm cheering for. Brazil, NA, that's a tough call.
Oh man, y'all. Okay, let's get this started and jump right in and start off with TSM. So, Jacob, this has been a heartbreaking year for them. They had a rough stage 3. Their history here at SI, you know, so close, but not close enough. Will this be their year?
I mean, yeah, I think top 4 placements at both of the previous invitationals, and that just being confirmed by this one. There's been a trend of TSM. They haven't needed to make that many roster switch-ups over that entire time span. So there is some kind of formula underlying for this squad. Over the course of the past year, it has been a lot different because, yeah, they weren't able to make one major. The one that they did was met with undoubted failure because they couldn't play with their full team. So seeing them at full strength and what they've done with Merc in the IGL position, it is insane how much they've progressed in a very short time frame.
TSM, no strangers to the lower bracket finals, and after watching FaZe Clan crush the lower bracket, I was worried that TSM might suffer the same fate as in 2020, but then I did some VOD viewing of that TSM versus Empire game, and I gotta say, TSM, despite losing that match, were near flawless in that game. I particularly focused in on watching Coastline, and the rounds that they lost, they still played so good, fought tooth and nail. Seemed like their biggest mistake was they didn't have joystick on their squad. And good news for TSM, FaZe Clan also don't have joystick on their squad, so hopefully this time that won't be a problem.
I mean, Joystick's still kicking around, though. He's still in the tournament.
Well, we'll deal with that later.
We're going to have to go up against him eventually if they get through. I think TSM, you know, this is really their time to shine. We've seen them get this close before. We've never seen them get closer than this. 3rd place is their best placement last year at SI. And I think, last year at SI. And I think you've just got to really root for these guys now because they've made a couple of changes. They've not been huge. It's been role switches. It hasn't been roster changes. They're looking to try and work with that formula that they've already got, and it is working now.
Arguably, though, what we've seen just in the span of, 2 months, I'd say, maybe even 1 month, looking at how they've made that adaptation from what they had, a very confusing role switch. Only just a few months prior, back in stage 3, everyone had questions. Identity crisis for TSM. This is something that back in the NAL, we had zero idea how they were going to fare internationally when they got back to that stage, and now that they're here, they look mighty impressive.
Okay, Ollie, these teams, they actually haven't gone head-to-head for a year. FaZe knocked TSM to the lower bracket for SI in 2021. Is the same teams going at it again? But now the grand final is on the line.
There is a lot more on the line at this point. You know, we're very late into the tournament now, and this is pretty much do or die for both of these teams. I think my biggest worry for the side of TSM is potentially the momentum that FaZe have. They've made a really big run so far through that lower bracket, and they might just be a little bit too unstoppable at this point. They might be at that top speed and looking to just cruise it all the way on through.
I think these are two teams that have loads of pressure on their shoulders. TSM have always faced that in North America, being the most popular team that we have in NA. They've always kind of felt that pressure on their shoulders. And FaZe Clan, you're the last team from Brazil. There's a lot of fans out there that are really putting a lot on you, and especially since Brazil has been so dominant over the last couple of years, if FaZe Clan come out here and they don't have a strong performance, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, let's talk about their opponent, FaZe, more. Ollie, FaZe won the November Major. They're coming off a big win against MIBR. They have a lot of momentum behind them right now, tearing through the lower bracket.
They really do, and I think that FaZe, for them, they're going to be comfortable in this situation, in this position that they find themselves in. They're a very happy-go-lucky team, and you can see that in the way that they're walking around the venue. You can see that in the way that they're getting into the practice booths and stuff. They're always as a group, and they're always together, and I think that that certainly shows when they get into the server as well. They do a great job of bolstering one another, and we haven't really seen anybody have to hyper carry consistently. It's been a very even spread of performances, top through bottom, and even Souls, who, I mean, there's got to be some point where we arguing for best support in the world, is getting up and amongst there in the kills. He was the highest rated player yesterday in the series against MIBR, but that isn't the bottom of the barrel. You've still got Cyber, you've still got Bullet, you've still got Astro, and you've got Cameraman there calling all of those shots. For me, they are a very well-rounded team going into this.
we had expectations on Cyber's shoulders a lot too, simply based on the Sweden major performance. That man set the kill record for most frags in a single Siege professional match. Granted, it was a best of 5. We had plenty of time to get those, and one of those maps for FaZe went to Infinite OT in that grand final against NIP. But in this tournament, he's been a little bit more quiet. We've not been calling his name or having his card get pulled up on screen for any reason. In fact, that's gone to Souls. The man has had way more impact in such a shorter space of time. It's been nice looking at a support player getting the kind of love that we all know support players need. He's had those comparisons to a Brede or to a Shepard over the course of just this weekend alone, and it's been great looking at him still being the clutch god we know he can be when times get tough for FaZe Clan.
Or how about a comparison to Geo? I think both supports in this game have been looking so strong. Souls obviously yesterday was the plant master, always getting kid on the ground. His team were going for fantastic pushes. They were able to get that site execute off time and time again. But I do think Geo's also been a player that has really picked up big for TSM in this tournament so far. He's the unsung hero. He's so damn clutch, and he's not afraid to play a bit of an aggressive position on defense. I was kind of critical of Geo throughout stage 3 and the spots he was trying to play on D, but I think the team has really kind of pulled that back a little bit, and when he does get a little more aggressive, he's really great at falling back before it gets too bad. So I've really enjoyed the adaptations we've seen from Geo. That's obviously part of the big role swaps that we've seen within TSM, but I mean, you said it, Souls on the other side is no easy opponent.
And we're taking a live look at the stage right now, and we were seeing these teams all huddled up. Gentlemen, what's going through their minds right now? Jacob, you know, you keep on driving home the pressure, so much on the line.
Yeah, it's there. I think they need to find a way to just drive that to the furthest reaches of their brain right now, because if they think about what is at stake, that's enough cause for them to just fall apart right there. They already understand it, but I think if you take the time to really allow that impact or where you are at this moment to really sink in with you prior to a match, that could be self-sabotage. You don't want that to like get super deep into your brain mid-game when you know already the kind of stuff that is at stake for your roster. So just don't allow it to get super crazy. Tone it down. You know what's on the line, but just give it a second.
We've got the team stats up here for FaZe Clan, and we can see this, even spread of performance that we've regularly been talking about. And even after yesterday's game, it hasn't differed too great, has it? You know, we've got 63 to 71% difference there inside of the cost, so not a great deal at all. And it just furthers this team performance that FaZe are putting in. And just to flick back onto your point, the pressure in the interview yesterday, Cameron was like, I didn't even know it was the last day tomorrow. Like, these guys just taking it one game at a time. Now, that's, he's in the heat of the moment. He's just won a big series. He's in the interview. English is his second language. But the takeaway from that is that these guys are just they're just literally turning up to the station, playing whatever game is in front of them, winning and going home.
And they're just not checking the calendar at all.
And they're like, oh, final day tomorrow? Brilliant. Like,
oh, it's Sunday? Oh, wait, it's Sunday?
It doesn't matter. Like, we've got a game against TSM tomorrow. That's not a big deal.
Yeah, and I want to break down these numbers a little bit, because the one at the top right there, attack and win rate, FaZe are statistically the best attacking team in the world with a 58% win rate on attack. That's a full 10% above the average here at SI. Yesterday against MIBR, they were tearing apart the Roam game when they needed to. They had some really creative Osa plays, Ying plays, Amaru plays, and even if they didn't always go exactly as planned, the fact that they won 78% of their attacking rounds yesterday means they were definitely doing something right. On Cafe, the post plants were nuts. Astro and the gang were winning rounds they should never get away with. On Chalet, they took MIBR's roamers and picked them apart piece by piece. And on Bank, I mean, their pushes were so expertly crafted by Cameraman to abuse the weak points in MIBR's holds. And they knew exactly how to focus in on the bomb site without letting the roamers get in their way. If there's one thing that you want to watch out for in this matchup, it is FaZe Clan's attacks, because they are looking insane right now.
It's almost like it's something that's only come out over the last couple of days as well, because I remember thinking back to maybe 3-4 days ago, we were looking at FaZe's stats, and everybody had a handful of plants. We had 3 plants, 4 plants, and I think Souls was in and around 6 or 9, something like that. But the spread was very even. You now look at it, it's gone nuts. Souls has just gone, you know what, we're playing properly now, and I'm just going to start nailing that diffuser to the ground. And it's like they've been able to hold back a little bit in previous parts of the tournament to really bring their A game toward the end.
Yeah.
Like, the one time we saw this earlier, it was Team Liquid schooling them like 2-0 in 2 different series, and now look at where they've gotten themselves to.
I mean, prior to this tournament starting, FaZe Clan were up there on the attacking stats. They were the second highest attacking team statistically coming into this event. You know who the other team was, Jacob? Any guesses? Ollie?
Well, I think good teams.
I mean,
maybe a team that didn't.
Penta.
All right.
Dark Zero.
Most of those teams are not.
Okay, guys.
BDS. BDS.
Oh, there we go.
3 Day and the boys were able to shut things down on attack, but FaZe Clan have taken them over.
Well, there you go. Okay, gentlemen, actually, we are ready to move into the map ban phase. We're working to get that information up on your screen. So let's see if we can get that up. There we go. All right, what are we thinking?
Wow, a couple of bans out here. Almost exactly what I'm predicting. FaZe going for the Coast ban. I kind of expected a Chalet from them, but that was the other one I thought was possible. Bank makes a ton of sense as well from TSM to come out here. It's been a weird one for them this event, so I don't mind them taking it off the game here. Coastline for a map. Again, I thought we would see it for TSM. It's been really, really strong from them, but TSM will take the other option instead. They'll go for the Chalet pick. I think this is going to be a really strong map. They've been undefeated at SI, beating Furia 7-5 and then Liquid 8-6. They did drop it during the qualifier to one shot, but it still seems like a really strong map. And then Villa coming through for FaZe Clan. 3-game win streak. They lost it to SSG the first day of groups, then beat Rogue, Cyclops, and Sonics in their lower bracket run. This has been a really strong map for them the entire SI.
Historically, Villa's been a strong map for FaZe for a long time as well. Back in Brazil, obviously, it's a very different landscape, but realistically, you can translate a lot of that over. I think that the map veto, just off the face of it, looks like it's doing quite well for TSM, if I'm going to be honest with you. And I'm a big LATAM shill, but I know that TSM are that team that put a lot of work in behind the scenes. They've got some brilliant backroom staff, and if there's one thing that those guys are going to look to do, it is going to look to try and counter and to try and just be one step ahead. So for me, that first map of Chalet, that's a little bit of an alarm bell because it's not a brilliant map for FaZe, at least it hasn't been this SI. And then you think about a Villa, a map that FaZe have played quite a couple of times, not come up against too much obstacle. There's a lot of potential for counterplay.
All right, gentlemen, I'm putting you on the hot seats. Let's do predictions, and we start with my big brain.
Well, I mean,
I'm right here.
Come on now, Jacob.
Big boy, you're not the big brain.
I think both these teams have been crushing it so far at this event. FaZe Clan obviously have done the amazing lower bracket run with their attacks. They've been really, really nice, but TSM have looked flawless in my mind through the upper bracket. Their game against Empire just secured it. I know they lost, but they still played so damn well, and with FaZe Clan's mistakes on defense, I'm a little worried for them in this one. I gotta go for the North Americans. How could I not?
Okay, well, to my big boys with the big brains as well.
There we go.
That nicer? Okay.
I'm just going to remind him he doesn't have a shirt saying it, but, you know, we'll leave it be for now. Here's the thing. Other than the North American bias that exists here, for FaZe Clan, those concerns do permeate a little bit. But the thing that I think we're overlooking, gentlemen, is map 3. We haven't even been able to talk about Cafe being a map that for both squads has been incredibly potent. For FaZe Clan, it's way more. I don't even think they've lost it so far over the course of this tournament. They are 5-0 on that bad boy. And if we need to go to it, that's a map where TSM, you know, is going to meet them head on. If this were to be a 2-0, I'm giving it to TSM. But if we were to go to 3 maps, I have zero clue who's going to walk away with this one.
I'm going to come in with a scorcher. I'm going to give you an XCOM here.
Oh, no.
I am going to say, and I'm going to stand on this, that TSM haven't beat a great team yet. They've come up against good opposition, but they haven't truly been pushed. Empire was the furthest they got, and they lost that game. Liquid, it was 8-6, 8-6. They dropped a map to Furia. I believe that FaZe have been in some absolute wars here, and the LATAM bias is going to come out right at the end.
Jacob.
I guess, well, no, the only counter for that is that TSM have yet to lose to a Brazilian team since they've been at this Invitational. They've beaten Furia twice. They've beaten every single team except for MIBR, who are no longer here, and FaZe Clan. Liquid fell to them. Team 1, I think, as well at one point during the bracket, so not the best case scenario so far for Brazilian teams against TSM.
Ooh, well, our analysts have spoken. Gentlemen, thank you so much. But our teams are ready. There was 20 teams, now there's 3. But only one can be world champion. Who is going to the grand final? Ace and Dez, take it away. Let the lower bracket final begin.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Welcome over to the casting desk. I'm Dez, this is Tim, and Tim, these two teams really going to war here for a chance to lift that hammer against Empire.
I mean, they are fighting hard over it, Des, but I'm not sure what the big... Well, I've got the hammer. I've got it, Des. I've got it.
It's there.
No, I've got it. I've got it. Look.
Tim, that's not the hammer.
What? It's a hammer?
It's a hammer,
It's
but not the...
A lot less work to get it, I've got to say that.
You haven't got to sit and play a best of 3 and then potentially a best of 5 against Empire. I'll give you that much, but...
Have I raised the hammer today?
You've raised a hammer today, Tim, but the hammer is the one that these teams are still fighting for. This is going to be a screamer of a series, Tim. Major champions from Sweden, back in this place just 3 months ago, coming up against TSM that we have had the pleasure of casting now probably 5 times, I think, Tim. We've seen what these guys can do. You at home have seen what they can do. You've seen Merc go nuclear on the entry. You've seen 4K after 4K out of Bolo. Today, we've got to see more of that, Tim, and even then, it might not be enough.
Well, we were speaking about TSM the other day, and I think they've been quite an interesting team in that the success has come about for me from a really strong core. So you've had Achieved, who has been just relentlessly grinding away and picking up important kills, never really necessarily the centre of attention, but exactly when his team needs them. You've got Bolo, who's been bringing the panache, the flashy plays. He's been hitting the 3Ks, the 4Ks. He's been difficult to nail down. And then you've got Merc, that's just been absolutely solid in terms of game sense and entry. He's just been so difficult for teams to shut down, always making the right decision. And because each 3 of them, it's been like this trifecta of a core where they're all bringing something different, and it's worked really, really well for TSM. But you'd better believe that they are going to need all 3 of them on top form today against the FaZe side, which for me, I agree with what the analysts have said, one of the best team playing teams that we've seen so far at the Invitational.
Let's quickly rifle through those bans as well here, Tim. We've had a couple come through that are quite interesting. More on the attacking side than the defensive one. Looking at that Nomad banned by TSM, something that FaZe have ran in about 70% of their rounds on this map, so that makes complete and utter sense. The one that many look at and might scratch their heads is going to be that Hibana. We're used to seeing things like the Thermite, the Ace to open up the mezzanine wall. That's clearly not going to be a thing here, but in every single round that TSM have played on Attack Chalet at this competition, they have brought Hibana. They are not an ace team. They're not really, sorry, they are an ace team. They play ace alongside the Hibana on this map. There's no Thermite, for example. So personally, a really good target ban, and the opposing pick that's been made on the other side is going to be the Maverick. You don't see TSM play this, so again, small differences already being shown between the 2 teams.
We are going to get into it then, Des. Are you ready? That's the only question.
If I had to quote you, I was born ready, Tim.
There we go. That's the sort of energy that we need. Everybody at home, I'm sure, is more than ready as well. And we get this lower bracket final underway. Reminder of the stakes. The loser goes home. The winner goes to this afternoon's grand final where Team Empire await. They almost don't come any bigger than this, Des. We've got one more game to go today, but this is huge for both of these teams. TSM versus FaZe, round 1, and it's going to be a kitchen defense to start us off.
Honestly, looking at both of the series today, whether it's FaZe versus Empire or TSM versus Empire, I was like, man, we need that. And I think these 2 teams having to face off to see which of those 2 series we get, you could not write a better storyline. FaZe blasting their way through. We've already seen them do this throughout the competition a couple of times, Tim, where that kind of fast opening, we've seen a couple of other LATAM teams do it as well, can sometimes catch teams completely off guard.
That's it. Just avoid you getting challenged on that double window whilst you're trying to take out the door there, the castle barricade that goes through in towards Piano, just using a multitude of utility to get that cleared out very quickly, and it just makes Merc's spot that little bit more dangerous when he's trying to play in and around that area. For the time being, FaZe, they're going to be looking for the top floor clearance here. Geo, Merc, they're going to be the particular sticking points inside of Piano. FaZe wanting to get the vertical angles, wanting to use that hatch to try and pressure the site underneath. Not got themselves established inside of the building yet, but it looks like a little bit of discomfort on the side of TSM, and Bullet has now found his way in towards challenging that dining room door.
Yes, they've all started out on the south side here as well, Tim, so they want to get control on the below, open up the office wall to give them the sight lines into the upstairs, and just stop TSM getting a little bit cheeky from above. Outside of that, it's all about the dining wall on the downstairs to give you an angle, a Route 101, straight into sight behind the bomb chassis and looking for a plant. They have got 2 smokes to play behind as well, so they can opt to plant inside that or use it to smoke off the single door that goes into West Main or looking in towards Kitchen. So options exist for the side of FaZe, and for TSM, it's about running that clock down. They've already got 2 or 3 members that have been involved in gunfights here. They've got 3 smoke canisters to sit behind. No C4s, mind you, so everything is going to hinge on Achieved not going down early on this smoke.
Droning just going on there to locate some of the members of the defense. Finding them on the west main stairs. In goes a nade. We're going to find a kill. It's going to actually be Bolo who manages to find cameraman first, though. And the nade just trades that out. Geo gets Astro, and it's all falling apart for FaZe as the rush coming in towards site is not going to work. TSM are ready for it, Des. They're going to cut them down one at a time, and we're going to find ourselves in a 1 versus 4. It's all up to Cyber. He's taking damage. They know where he is. They shut him down. And TSM, they get round number 1.
Yeah, Bolo there taking a bit of a risk. If he'd been watched from mezzanine, he could have found himself going down, but I think he wins that 1 versus 1, charges the library stairs and gets the side angle onto FaZe, who have got all eyes towards the site. Really good shutdown and using that mobility, playing a bit of a risky game, you might argue, to get that first round away from FaZe on a site that we don't often see. Thinking about what we've seen mostly on this map, Tim, that has been the site that I'd argue is played probably second least. We see Bar and Gaming as the primary. More and more teams are playing into Snowmobile and Garage on the downstairs. Massive Office then tends to creep in, and then you get the kitchen and dining. So starting with the offsite here, they've now still got 2 strong sites they can rotate through, Bar Gaming and the basement.
You can just see TSM very happy with the first round there. There's going to be a lot more needed from them as we go on, and Bar is going to be the second site. We're going to be heading, staying on the same floor, but heading across to the opposite side of the map. So what are we going to see out of FaZe? I would expect to see FaZe coming in and looking for a little bit more top floor control this time, Des. They tried to push directly to site last time, kind of hurt them. They got hit from the stairs, they got hit from multiple angles, made their life a little bit of a nightmare, and I think FaZe will have learnt from that, and they're going to try and probably get themselves inside of the Solarium side of the map, sweep across through Master and Office, and then come and try and dislodge the player on mezzanine. Now, previously, the player on mezzanine, with Simbolo playing there quite a lot, but he's on the smoke. I'm not sure we're going to see him in that position. He may well be on blue stairs instead. Although,
He's there. He will be there. Did you see Canadian's video by any chance on Twitter the other day?
I did, yeah. But
those of you who haven't,
moving from behind his
essentially,
shield.
It was a number of clips of Bolo being behind the shield in this position, across NAL, across SI, and just Canadian on stream being like, you cannot kill this guy behind the shield. It pops up and like kills 3 of you, and it's unbelievable to stop him. It's a full-on 30 to 45 second rant. Fully recommend you go to Troy's Twitter and take a look at that. But Bolo is a menace behind these shields. So let's keep an eye on it. Normally teams will try and bring along things like a Capital, at least from what we saw in the NAL, or nade him out from below, if you can get below, that is, of course, given it is the site, or you look to go from that office window. You have options to play with to try and shut him down, but he dances around explosives so well, and it's so hard to pin him down. Bullet taking out 2 of those nades with him in his back pocket as well, because Merc has found a very cheeky early little peek.
It's a big start for TSM in round 2 here, and FaZe just looking a little bit slow to wake up today, and they're going to need to make sure that they're a bit quicker if they want to start getting kills. Gio's going to keep himself in the corner. We've seen this setup quite often from TSM. Sometimes you'll just have the player blue stairs and mezzanine. TSM, they go for the full works, the full package. They get the man inside a library as well, and when you create that sort of triangle, it makes it very difficult to move any of them. You can't breach the wall because everything gets shot off. You can't get into library because of Bolo. Merc's there to protect from Office. It's just an absolute nightmare to break down. You've got to find a way to get that first kill. Once you can get a corner gone, it gets a little bit easier to take individual pieces. And that is a big piece to take out of that defense. Souls is going to find Bolo with a nade. No one eye on side, Des. Maybe just allowing for a little bit more flexibility to get those throwables in towards him.
Yeah, Gio's lucky to be alive. He dropped back down through the hatch. Yes, Bolo has gone. They've removed 2 of that kind of 3-point triangle, which means Merc has got to fall ever so slightly deeper here, as you can see, down towards the basement. Achieved is doing what TSM always do on this defense, by the way, is holding up towards dining side and then starts moving his way down as the round progresses. The problem is his team are getting hammered on site here. Charlie's down to half. Achieved steps up and gets a big 2K. I spoke about that flag, making it 3. Absolutely nuclear from the north side and leaves Souls. Yes, he's got a bit of a clutch got on him, but the Grim Reaper of TSM stand inside of the site. Achieved, Charla, 25 and 50 HP respectively, so a couple of bullets from Souls, and this round can be done and dusted with. He's got about 40 seconds to play with as well, Tim, so I would argue, not in a massive rush. He can take a few extra seconds here to get himself in an ideal position, but Achieved is waiting a huge 4K in the rounds.
If you remember at the beginning of this game, Des, I picked out a few of the TSM players and I said Achieved, his greatest strength throughout this Invitational has been finding kills and big moments, important kills, exactly when his team needs them, and that was a great example. you're going to continue seeing it. I'm quite happy to just put it out there. I'll say, I guarantee you're going to continue seeing that from Achieve today. If there is a moment in your mind where you think TSM really need a kill here, and a 2 or 3K comes in, it'll be achieved every single time.
The thing is, normally he'll be playing, like I said, in Dining and Kitchen, West Main. He'll work his way down through to kind of 90, the hallway, and that's where he'll go for his challenge in towards lobby. But here the small difference was he was up on the 2nd floor. So maybe if FaZe have looked back at this game and gone, okay, we know what he likes to do. We know where he positions himself. That's all well and good. It's going to kill you if it comes down to him coming from a different direction. So drones could be set up. If they're not watching the top floor, he's going to get a stinging flank like that and end the round very quickly, because up till that point, FaZe were in command. They'd got themselves 2 good kills. They'd forced Geo back to site. Everyone else was penned in the downstairs, which meant FaZe had plenty of room to work with. That flank was fantastic, and we've seen a couple of big flanks out of TSM over the last week, to be fair. Tim, think about that Vigil 3K from Merc on Bank.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, that was just beautiful, wasn't it?
Best flank you'll see all year.
Yeah, absolutely was. I think you're right there, Des. We're only 2 months in, but I can't see that being bettered in the calendar year at least, and I would say it probably already goes down as the best in the competitive year that is coming to a close here at the 6 Invitational. But I think, for me, FaZe Clan just struggling to get control of the map here. They're getting in, they're taking some rooms, they sort of get in the top floor, but they're not controlling it, and that's the big thing. It's all right getting boots on the ground, it's all right finding your beachhead, but you've got to lock it down. You can't let Achieve come and smash you on the flank for a 3K, because look what happens, it's going to be 2-0. Simple as that. FaZe need to start doing better with that. There's options for them. I don't believe they'd be necessarily playing the Nomad anyway, were she available. I'm not saying that's, they've done without that and they're getting hit on the flanks. It's not the case. There's ways and means of doing this without that operator, and they need to start doing it. It's the simples, it's the flank drones, it's holding the flanks, it's making sure somebody's there to react.
You can't ignore it, because, again, 70% of rounds, they rely on the Nomad to protect against that sort of thing. The player that plays Nomad is very aware he's not playing Nomad and instead has got to do something different. The rest of the team might be still thinking, okay, well, he's got the flank covered off. So just these small changes. Again, you can see how the bans can come in huge at the right time when they are targeted, and both teams have got those attacker-sided target bans, so we'll see how things progress. But a 2-0 for the defenders to start a map off Chalet off, Tim. That feels unusual, because this has been one of the most attacker-leaning maps that we have seen for the longest time. Ever since its rework and launched back into competitive, it has been very attacker-leaning. I believe at this competition it's a bit more balanced.
He's missed him.
Missed the head. Achieve's going to farm from above anyway. That's fortunate cover. Merc's just like, thank you, Angel Achieved.
Can I just say, TSM really needed a kill there, Des, because otherwise they're going to lose that entry. And look who pops up, Achieved. But Souls, the #1 support so far, as we've been calling him. He gets in, he's getting the diffuser down, Des. FaZe have been doing work. It doesn't matter that Cameraman got lost in Trophy, because they've got Trench Wall open, they've got inside a site, and they've got the diffuser down. Stunning TSM, who now have to fight back, and it's getting difficult. 2v2, Cyber finding Merc down at the bottom of West Main stairs. Damage onto Bolo. He's juking left and right. He's trying to find anything he can, but there's nothing in sight for him. Nitro goes out, gets one. Geo 1v1, but Cyber finds the kill, and FaZe able to lock down their first round on Chalet.
You go from an Achieve 4K into a Cyber 4K. You just know you're walking into a battleground, Tim.
I mean, I'm as excited as your voice sounds, because this game, I'm just... 45, it's a 45 round potential here.
Oh, don't get me too excited for that, Tim. Don't
Honestly,
get me too excited. The thing is, we were talking about the bans upstairs and we saw them come through, and we were like, man, if this gets through to that 3rd map of Cafe, FaZe are 5-0 on that map, but many have been talking about TSM and how good they are on it. It's just one of those series, and I think it's fair to say, out of these last 3 teams here, all 3 are worthy and potential winners. Look at how close TSM were yesterday against Empire, for example. It was a fantastic game that we got to see. FaZe are coming off the back of a Sweden major win. They've been looking great throughout the competition. I just come back to that stat that someone referenced. Across 200 tournaments where there was a lower bracket, only 8% of the time did the team coming from the lower bracket win. So, if you're a betting man, you're with Empire. Those of you in the chat have definitely got channel points going on Empire later on, I'm sure, off the back of that. But neither of these 2 teams can be counted out just yet.
Interesting timing. Tactical pause coming in from FaZe. They get themselves the first round, but maybe think, right.
I mean, it was a 1v1, Tim.
It was a 1v1. It was getting the diffuser down while she were losing men elsewhere. I think TSM just took their eye off the ball a little bit there. Trench gets opened, West Main Wall gets opened. you got to be thinking there's a plant going down here, because I've spoken about that exact plant before. If you've got those two walls open and pillars has been cleared out, which it was all down to Bolo inside of blue, it's practically impossible to stop that plant because you've got cover onto connector, you've got cover onto blue, and you can't get round the back of the wall unless you've got somebody on hatch, and there was just too much fighting going on the mid floor for anybody to pay attention to hatch.
I hark back to what Lycan said to me in a conversation last week, because at one point SSG were at 4-4. They won the round and went 5-4 on the attack, and then they called a timeout, and I was like, right, I'll ask him about this later on. And he explained a couple of things. One, the comms were getting a little bit crazy. They were a bit too excitable. They were a bit too low. One way or the other, in SSG's case, they were a little bit too high. That timeout gave them a bit of room to breathe and get things back to a resting level. Want you at the middle, not too low, not too high. The other side of it was, okay, I've seen a couple of things in the attacks and the defenses that have gone against us here. Here's what we want to work on for our next cash attack, for example. So they know what it is they're looking towards when they call those timeouts. It looks weird to us as viewers, maybe, and as casters, but the teams know exactly why they're making those calls.
Oh, absolutely. Like you say, you know, Ratalia there obviously seeing something that that he thought he could add to the party. The party will continue, Des, for us at least.
Party?
For us, it's a party for us.
What party do you step into when it's a slaughter like this against each other, Tim? We've had 2 4Ks so far. It's been an absolute... It's been a nuclear game.
It's an event. It's an event.
A spectacle.
The greatest show on earth, Des, and continues. Round 4, and we're going to have no kills yet. FaZe not getting themselves inside of the building. And TSM, they are looking to try and find a little bit of that momentum back. As I say, they just struggled last time to hold on to sight. I think they just let FaZe get away from them a little bit. They took their eye off the ball. They were focused on the mid floor. This time, the mid floor is all that matters to them. It's going to be a kitchen and dining site. We saw this back in round number 1. TSM were able to lock it down. They were able to lock it down pretty easily.
Merc and these entries, man, he's absolutely nuclear, and he's still going to find his way back to site here as well, despite being in library, despite cameraman having the cross. He's walked away there with his life. Not a lot of it, mind you. He's only down to about 40 HP or so, but you'll take that to get the entry because, Tim, look at what they removed. They got rid of the ace, and when you're attacking this site, it is so critical. The last thing you want to do is send your Maverick up to that dining wall and have him start getting it open, because someone could come down library stairs, which then means your team needs to have control of more of the map. They've gone for it here because they have no other choice, but it's far from ideal. You'd normally want the ace to get 2 on the downstairs, 1 on the above, and that's your way into sight.
Maverick doing the work to try and open up the fireplace.
Being so careful.
He is being very, very careful, trying to just get some access in towards sight. Doesn't want to lose his life doing it here. Souls does have diffuser in hand, so he's going to be the one looking for a plant at some point. I'm not sure if FaZe are just maybe again, Des, trying to surprise TSM here and get themselves into a position where they make a lot of noise over here and then slip in behind and get that diffuser down. Bolo's being turned on the spot back and forward at the minute because he knows that wall has been breached, but he knows that they're trying to push up above him.
He's being held by cameraman as well. This is the flank that stung them last time because Bolo, if you remember, got the kill onto him and then went down library stairs and hit them from the side, got a 2K and basically ended the attack then and there with a joint shot coming in at long range from another member of TSM. Sol's going to find Mert before Charla trades one back the other side, and there's a Frostmat Sim. You know that sound all too well. Stay into trophy window, down he goes to Achieved up on the north side of things. Sols with 1 back, a 3 versus 2 and about 30 seconds to play.
You can hear the feeling in my voice when players go into those Frostmats. This cameraman last alive, looking for kills, looking for anything inside of round number 4. He's 1 versus 3. TSM done the smart thing, dropped themselves back to site, and they're just going to sit and wait for the next 15 seconds. Doesn't have diffuser in hand, unlikely to find kills here, and it's going to make life difficult. I think we will see this timer tick away. He's unlikely to drop onto site. There's just no need. There's bulletproof cameras. They know exactly where he is, Des. And TSM, they're just going to wait it out.
They will, yeah. I mean, like I say, he's miles away from this one. Notes as well, by the way, we didn't touch on it in the round itself, but cameraman there, after their timeout, is bringing the gridlock. They're clearly really scared about these flanks, and even when they have the tracks down inside of the library hallway, you've still got cameraman sat on mezzanine waiting for Bolo to go for the cross. I don't know if it's because they're fearful of, okay, a few gunshots will come out, it'll destroy the tracks and they'll run down anyway, therefore we've still got to commit a man. The question then really comes, is it worth bringing the Nomad in that the gridlock in that case, just stick him on the flank and have him hold it separate. Put a cam there if you're really that bothered about it. But in all, another good round for TSM on that site. So far, completely avoiding the top floor. We're going to head now into Bar and Gaming, as you might come to expect. And as of right now, Tim, cameraman is switching off the operator. So like I said a second ago, if you're going to hold it with a gun anyway, the tracks are basically useless. He's going across to bring in the line instead.
No impact on site, really, from FaZe there. They got the wall open with the Maverick. Souls doing a good job there, but they just never really managed to, and I've spoken about this throughout the tournament, disrupt the defenders. They never moved TSM around. They never really forced them too drastically out of position.
They tried.
They tried.
And then Cyber jumped straight into a frost map.
Part of the problem.
A big part of the problem, because he was their flank. He was the one coming in through Trophy, because you were saying, like, a bit of noise over here, then bam, coming on the backside. But Cyber was just not expecting there to be a frost map there. A little bit of misdroning ultimately cost them what could have been a big flank, given he got a 4K a couple of rounds ago. In fact, back in round 3 it was. So he did some magic work back then too. Either way, Bar Gaming we step into then, Tim. And I imagine here we'll see something similar coming out from the side of FaZe. They did a great job at forcing the members of TSM back. They got the nade kill onto Bolo. They nearly killed Geo on his drop back into sight. So TSM know what pressure feels like here. Bolo on the Wamai should be able to lock things down a bit better than before, because last time he was on the smoke. Clearly now acknowledging he is going to be a target. That Wamai being on side with those magnets in hand is a way to keep himself a lot more secure up on Mezzanine.
Frostmats are being placed once again. Absolutely no surprise to see Charla bringing them along. And you look at that, Des, and you think, that's just in the middle of the room. Where's the problem going to be there? But as we've said countless times, these ones that get put out in the open are often the ones that find their mark and get people snapshotting them. It's because players are going in, ADS, ready for a fight, and you miss it. You don't see it on the floor. Achieved, he's not going to be missed. He's going to find himself losing about 45 HP there to a couple of shots that have rained in. Needs to be careful for the remainder of the round. And FaZe Clan right now still trying to deal with this library. They managed to kill Bolo last time. The triangle is still, I said that would be weird, didn't I? The triangle is still in place.
Well, at least the triangle finds him.
It was just the way I broke it into 2 words.
It sounded
triangle.
Like, what's wrong with that? I think it's all right.
Is it? Shall we go with it? Okay. Opening kill, Bullet's going to go with a nade onto Merc. He's going to find himself one, and that is part of that triangle being taken apart. There's Blue Stairs.
Now it's getting weird.
Blue Stairs getting taken out, leaves Bolo and Geo, and you can already see, look at what happens. Bolo has to move, he has to react. That's Mezzanine clear, but Bolo achieved getting in with kills when needed again.
Both traded out again, so 2 members of FaZe stepping in and getting a couple of kills back. Neutralizes those two. A 2 versus 2. Charla into one more. Oh boy, it's the battle of the supports. It's a portal combat, Tim. You got Souls coming up against Geo, and what can he do? He's rotating his way down from this library stairs. Souls spooked ever so slightly by that C4 coming out. He could have, but he panicked a little bit once he heard that come through. He's got so much time to play with him. He's got the site in his control. He hasn't got a panic, but Souls wins those out time and time again. Clutch master, plant master.
Souls is just so good in those final situations. I watched him yesterday on Cafe when he got the diffuser down and he had one pushing him from Lumber, one pushing him from Cigar. You shouldn't win in that situation. You've got one on either side of you, but you will notice that his decision-making is just infallible. It is just correct every single time. Every choice he makes gives him the advantage. There, he could have stuck that diffuser, absolutely. Would it then have potentially changed Geo's movements? Maybe. So he comes off it and he just holds his angle. He's got time, he's confident, and it was beautifully played. But FaZe doing much better there, Des. Really able to remove that problem area from TSM. Merc going off the stairs as the opening kill was big. It forced the rotate, it moved Geo. It just makes TSM's life much more difficult.
Bit of a hot take here, Tim, but I think often what you'll find, if not for the usual suspects of players like Nesk, Parlo, you know, occasionally Muzi, Pino sneak into the picture as well, outside of those big names from LATAM, you don't really get as much hype or focus around some of the more backline players that you see in LATAM, right? Think about in Europe, we're always talking about Brede. Shepard steps into the conversation as well. Yeah, Souls at this point, I would wager.
Best in the world. One of the best in the world.
One of the best. I'm not going to go as far as saying any of those 3 are the best on their day. Of course, it can vary. But he's up there in terms of quality with all 3 of those players, I think. He's lights out. We saw it at the Sweden Major 3 months ago. We're seeing it here once again at SI, that he just puts up the big numbers.
If you remember, my first words written in a document, a prep document that we did about Souls for the Sweden Major back in November, my first words written there were absolute clutch master. This guy is unflappable. In one
you did write unflappable, and I was like, that's still a word that I hear, and I just think that's just such a strange word.
He doesn't flap.
Like triangle.
Triangle. He's just, he's been doing it for the longest time. He's just so calm, so patient, makes the right decisions. Merc managing to get himself involved in the entry again. He lost it last time. He comes back strong and manages to take down Cyber.
How do you stop this guy? He was plus 23 coming into this competition, into this game, sorry. #1 in the whole tournament. The nearest player on the side of FaZe, who is very quickly slipping down the ranks the number of times that he's being caught out, is Cyber. He's at plus 10. No one on FaZe is in the top 5, whereas on this side for TSM, they're sat right in #1 with Merc doing the hard yards. He's having an unbelievable tournament. Remembering again that coming into this, they were saying, look, we've moved Merc off entry. That's now a Bolo role. Merc's going into more of a flex one so we can play the IGL. Geo in hot water here. Achieve finding one back, so a 5v3. It's not the end of the world. They've lost a bit of HP, but you'd rather lose some HP than lose the man altogether.
Geo still managing to hold on in the corner of Library for the time being. There's going to be a nade going in. Not sure if it will get the job done. No, it will not. Flash as well. And they just don't feel confident on pushing in here, Des. They know that they've still got Mezzanine to contend with. They know that it is still a problem. Bullet, he's down on the double window. And right now, FaZe just look a little bit out of ideas. They can't move any of these TSM players again. It's that same situation. They can't disrupt them. They can't move them. Charla, he just dances away from the explosives, keeps himself inside of the supply room there. Achieve just holding a nasty little angle from the main stairs as well.
They're not panicked on time just yet, but someone at some point will have to step in and challenge Geo. And Souls, I want to see that high risk, high reward play. Go for it. He's on 1 HP. You land a single bullet and he's going down. I know he's got the angle, but you can take that firefight as soon as you step in. The problem is Bolo will likely swing at exactly the same time, so it's a big risk to take. And instead he's going to head his way up towards the roof. We're in that last 50 seconds or so at this point, Tim. It feels like another TSM round, so a 4-2 half. Decent start.
Unusual for FaZe not to want to aggress in that sort of situation. The nade goes in, the flash goes in, and somehow Geo still survives. Nobody pushing in behind it. And usually FaZe, I would expect to be going straight in through that window looking for the kill. 2 versus 5, time ticking down, and it's looking very unlikely here for FaZe as Souls gets himself caught up in a goo mine there. He's trying to mix it up, trying to take a different attacking angle, and he's just playing into a shield here. He's going to get peeked. Simple as that. Merc using the utility to its fullest, finds his kill, and it's all up to Bullet. He tries to pell on. It's going to be a flawless round. Ball up nice and easy. TSM, I don't think they moved from the beginning of the end to the beginning of the round to the end there, Des.
Not much did they know. Pretty static overall. Found that 3K very early on, and that was basically the round shut down and closed out. And I was thinking about it watching the round. I was looking at Geo, and there was a bit of a conversation on the desk. You know, Souls, Geo, you got 2 great players here. All the praise naturally going in towards Souls. I feel kind of sorry for Geo, because he's a man there who's sat in a spot where you're going to get naded. You are going to be the primary target in that round. But where he's kind of come into his own having some firefights is normally when the rest of the team have died. Otherwise, Merc, Achieved, and Bolo are just nicking these 3s and 4Ks constantly. Merc, I think it's Achieved, sorry, is sat at 9 and 2 right now in this game. He's going absolutely wild. So in the backline, you don't get much room to get very involved, either for Charla or for Geo, and yet they're still 4 and 4 and 5 and 3.
I'm really glad that we're going to have an inter-regional final. We've got that guaranteed.
Oh, yeah.
We've already got EU there. Yes.
LATAM, we love you.
LATAM, we love you.
We love it when it's
really
region versus region.
And I'm looking at this now and I'm thinking, yeah, we've either got EU, LATAM, EU, NA. I don't really mind which way it is.
All that matters, Tim, is it's EU versus someone.
Exactly that. I don't really care who wins overall. I mean, you know, I asked for an NA resurgence and they've certainly given me that at the tournament. I love LATAM as always, and obviously EU is my home region. So I feel like I'm winning anyway, Des. You know I'm the sort of guy that's going to find the positive in it no matter what happens. But I'm just looking at these two going at each other now and I'm thinking, what a final we are going to have. This is just amazing. We're going to have 2 brilliant teams going up against each other. All 3 of these have got a story about how they've got here and, you know, potentially winning that first 6 Invitational. We've then got the inter-region thing. It's just kicking off an unbelievable day.
If you're panicking a little bit about that angle looking south side and thinking, guys, there's nothing but a wall there. Why have they got a shield inside of the cubby? What they're actually trying to do is play behind it to challenge up towards Solar. We saw Bolo doing this the other day for TSM, interestingly. So FaZe are doing a very similar thing where you can play on either side of the shield, but it gives them the ability to challenge north side from that reverse angle shield because you're closer to the slits. You can see through them a lot better. It gives you that little bit of confidence.
Geo's on the draw, no surprises there. Is he going to spot Souls? Yes, he is. Sees the man underneath the double window, forces Souls to move, and starts creating a little bit of space. Bolo not able to pick the man up.
Yeah,
look who does. It's going to be Achieved, finding Souls on the entry and giving TSM another advantage. And honestly, Des, they are threatening to run away with this. They are doing something better than FaZe were able to on the attack, and that is getting themselves inside the map, creating space for others to follow in, and taking control.
Unfortunate, but good drone work coming out and a great pinch coming in from TSM overall to start off their attack inside. Chief, sorry, now up to 10-2, by the way. Most of the entries have gone the way of Merc. He's been involved in those early engagements, but the mid-round kills have really flown in favor of Achieved.
Second opener for him. He's certainly not going badly. Ball's looking to continue this top floor push. I think the office wall has been opened now. That's how deep we see FaZe playing. They've been pushed all the way back in towards Solarium now. There you go. The wall is indeed open. FaZe holding on well. We're sort of just over the halfway mark. 1 minute 40 gone. Toxic Babe canister coming out. Just going to slow things down a little bit. But I don't think it's going to be long before they face mounting pressure from TSM here. And again, it's something that TSM are doing better. Is claiming some ground, pushing forward. Claiming more ground, pushing forward. Finding kills. Achieved with a second on the round. 5 versus 3. Top floor control now gained for TSM. Pressure going to mount inside a site for FaZe Clan.
A very late C4 coming out of Astro as well. Going to find no one. Cyber left to stand up against the Horde. As a shotgun in hand, it's what you'd want in a zombie apocalypse, but maybe not against TSM. Bolo getting the trade. Achieve finds another 3K in the game. Tim, the man's 12-2 inside 7 rounds. Cameraman, he's got to do it all. I don't think any amount of cameras are going to help him in this round either. A 4 versus 1 with 30 seconds to play. He's going to get himself droned out. They'll hold some cross angles, and he is going to be done for. They're getting themselves a hatch opened up as well, so they can look for the drop, but it's still more drone work for TSM, so being very disciplined about how they're approaching this. You got Bolo coming down from the top side, and Nade's going to force Cameraman to move. He's down to a slither of HP. Bolo comes in, he wins out the one, and they walk away with another very dominating round. Tim, TSM are looking to storm on through to a 7-2 or maybe a 7-3.
It's looking dangerous for FaZe right now. Our LATAM fans out there must be a little bit nervous at what they are seeing, because it's not just about this. You look towards Villa, you look towards the potential of Cafe, and TSM just seem able to switch it on against this FaZe. I don't think anybody has made FaZe look as neutral, as negative as this, as passive.
What I really don't want to see come out in this game is what we've seen a number of teams do throughout the competition. I tweeted about it yesterday. It's really weird how we've seen probably 6 or 7 teams just bow out the competition with barely so much as a whimper.
Yeah.
Look at Furia. They were phenomenal. Finished first of their group, came up into their knockout game, and basically just didn't show up to the races. Look back at Philippe Pox for MIBR yesterday, a player that many have gone, oh, top rated, putting on a show. These guys mean business. They're in the top 6. They can do this. He goes 1-9 in map 3 and just, again, barely has a whimper on his way out the back door. So I don't know. I'm just really hoping it's not a similar story for FaZe. That's the last thing we need on a day like this. But you got to look at some of the numbers, right? Bullet and Cyber, you always speak about as being a massive duo. Bullet so far not present. Astro 0 and 7. It's just not looking pretty.
I wish I could paint a different picture, Des. Genuinely, I do, but
all I will say is map 2 is Villa, and that is FaZe's map.
FaZe map. It is, you know. And
they're going to show the N18s exactly what happened the other day. You saw what Super and Bodega were saying to each other, right?
Yeah.
There's going to be some spice in the server.
There's a lot of back and forth about knowing how to play against LATAM on Villa. But TSM, I just feel like the homework has been done. I feel like they're going to have an understanding of what's likely to be brought there. Whether they can have an answer to it or not is a different matter, of course.
The uncultured Roni player of Souls.
Nothing wrong with the Roni.
DMRs, Tim. DMRs.
Round number 8. We're going to be going to Master and Office this time around, so it's going to be a top floor push from TSM. They're going to want to get themselves established inside a library. They've just shown us that they can do that very, very well. They're already out on the balcony looking to get themselves inside. It's going to be more of the same from last round. FaZe, for me, Des, they need an entry, they need a follow-up, they need a 5v3, they need to beat TSM up a little bit in this round to just give themselves something, a little bit of pep, a little bit of energy.
What I love from TSM, and I've said this about a couple of LATAM teams as well, it really seems to be spreading amongst the top teams at the minute, is the pace and the urgency. Urgency is the key word that I keep on coming back to. For what, 40 seconds inside the round, you've got Achieved up already, smashing floors open, doing work inside the map. That's overall really good stuff. And for teams that will sit there and drone for 75 seconds, then they'll step forward, then they'll get back on drones, they'll check it, they'll recheck it, and they'll check it again. They wonder why they only have 20 seconds left when it comes round to the execute. And that was something during most of last year, Empire was saying, oh, we always struggle with the clock because we'd be very unconfident in ourselves. We would drone the same spot 4 or 5 times and then move. You're seeing a very pacey Empire in the game, or that you'll see later on that we saw yesterday, and you're seeing it out of TSM. Bolo, big 2K, another entry coming out, and GOR turns it into a 3rd. Make it a 4th. Where are you, FaZe? TSM rolling through the LATAM team right now. There's 90 seconds left, and there's nothing left for FaZe in the round. Another flawless coming through.
These rounds feel like they are really taking the toll on FaZe right now.
A little bit.
There's no other way I can put it. That's 3 rounds in a row for TSM. 2 of them have been flawless. This is a boulder that's just running downhill now. It feels like there's nothing FaZe can do to stop it. The important thing here now is like a little bit of triage, essentially. It's, you know, what can we do to start treating this wound? We ain't going to heal it now. It's very unlikely, I think, against this TSM side on Chalet that FaZe take themselves into overtime. There's always a possibility. They're still in the server. They've still got guns. They can still shoot back. They're just not showing us that right now is the problem.
And that early timeout may have come back to bite them a bit, Tim, because I feel the longer this game has gone on, the worse and worse it's got. The more members they're losing in the round before a response comes through, or in some cases not finding a response at all. They just made it look easy there. Bolo planting his feet and finding a 3K at the top of Library Stairs. 3 or 4 players swamping the one man left inside at the end by himself. It just comes at such pace. Again, the round was over inside 90 seconds. That is ludicrous.
You just feel FaZe need a couple of rounds here to give themselves a chance on Villa. Is more what it's about now. It's more about, let's just get something. Let's get anything. What can we take away from this that's going to be a positive? You know, even if they lose the map, but just have a big moment where Astro gets an ace or something. You know, just something absolutely big within a round that they can cling on to. It would be fantastic for them. They're going to be defending downstairs. It's going to be a whine, and honestly, Des, this is not going to be an easy site for them to hold on to. I expect to see TSM do sort of similar to what FaZe did, which is get down there, open that west main and trench wall, look at trying to give Gio an opportunity to top those plant numbers up and get him inside a site with that case, get it put down. And it certainly looks that way. They're pushing in towards gaming to begin with in library site, so you want to clear that out so you're not having to worry about blue too much and then start moving forward. But they're paying some attention to the main wall as well, so maybe it'll be a little bit of a different approach here from TSM.
Yeah, Cozy moving away that mute jammer at the exact time they pull the go button, and the breach is open inside 30 seconds, Tim. Meanwhile, you've got Merc trying to do his work on Trench. You clocked on last time round how fast FaZe managed to get in, get the plant down before TSM could really react on the other side, and even then, it came down to a 1 versus 1.
Bullet just on a little roam on the top floor there. It's going to be interesting to see whether TSM have picked him up or not. They really need somebody like Bullet to be coming in and just playing spoiler. Charla just droning out those main stairs, trench wall. So it looks, like they are mounting for the sort of push that I was talking about. We've got achieved over there as well. By opening the main wall, there's nothing wrong with that. It creates difficulty for the defenders inside a site. It just cuts down even more angles from them. Look how aggressive Cyber's getting here. He's going to take a chunk of damage off Charla. Impressively quick nano boost coming in from Bolo as soon as that damage was done. Finds himself a Yokai as well. Great work on that main entrance, and look at what opening the front wall does. You can see FaZe spinning around on the spot there. They don't know which way to look, and it just feels like they're being pulled from pillar to post by TSM here.
There's 2 of them watching down towards this main breach, one kind of alternating in blue between the 2. So you've got 2 looking north side, you've got 2 looking south side, and Cyber being that sort of flex player for you in a way. TSM are in no rush. They've got 1 minute and 15 still to play with. They can just line up all their pieces here, collect the information they need, and then think about what the go button looks like.
They've got that mute jammer cleared off. Cyber is going to get a kill onto Bolo though, and that was the player on that main breach, so it's going to allow FaZe to focus up a little bit more. But bottom west main stairs wall has been opened. That starts to cause a problem. Merc manages to find Cyber, and now TSM will look to get trench wall open as well. The mute jammer was moved, but they have to clear pillars. Once pillars is gone, FaZe have got a big problem, Des. Souls has to hold on here.
They have got a cameraman who's just coming back down the lobby stairs. I think he was hoping to catch something else somewhere else on the map as they were trying to push down. Blue, for example, will have no such joy. Souls finding one onto Gio. It's looking better for FaZe Clan here as we get into the last 30 seconds. They know where TSM are coming from. They've ground to a bit of a halt here and aren't quite sure where to go next. They find the nade kill, but just after, Bullet finds the kill onto Merc. So it's still not looking so good. A 3 versus 2 with 15 seconds to go. They've got to make a push happen. Astro finally getting himself on the scoreboard, gets himself traded. Charla in a 1 versus 2, swung on by cameraman. It's an easy closeout, and FaZe do get 1 round, Tim, but they still need 3 more.
They really needed that just to try and put the brakes on TSM a little bit, try and get themselves back into it. The problem at the end of the round there for TSM was that they just had 1 man short. They needed 3. Once you've got West Main and Trench open, if you've got 3, even against a greater force on defense, you can still achieve that site as an attack. But when you've only got 2, you could see there, the problem is on a trench wall Achieved is then trying to watch 2 angles because his man on West main can't watch blue. So that's why you need 3. You have somebody watching blue, you have your man on West main watching down towards connector, and you've got your 3rd spare body who can go in and put the diffuser down. Achieved was having to watch both connector side and blue, and it just made it a little bit too much for him to handle. FaZe took full advantage. They knew that was the case. Quick peek out of blue, absolutely not a problem. Get themselves the kill, and that was a much better defense from FaZe than we've seen so far.
There's one thing that made me really happy in that last round, Tim, and it's that we have a man of culture in the server. Do you know who it is?
Who is it, Des?
It's Cyber. Man of culture using the DMR.
Well, I know that you are a big fan of the DMR. I mean, they're very big damage single shot.
They are ludicrous.
Is what I will say.
Ludicrous. Like 63
I was
first shot on the MK14.
Like 63, 64.
You will basically kill everyone in 2 shots to the body, except for 3 armors. Calling 3 armors a bit weird because it's less armor, it's more just like a HP stat.
It's a HP stat now,
Yeah. It's still 3 armors, whatever. Let's get into it then. Bahrain Gaming coming up next. This has been the primary site for most teams on this map overall, so not surprised to see FaZe stepping into there after a successful defense down in the basement. On TSM side though, Tim, they've brought the biggest go button of them all. They've got Merc playing on the Ying. Now, we've seen this employed a couple of times throughout the competition. Dark Zero, we've seen a Canadian making good use of it in the odd case or 2. A few teams bringing it along for executes into the basement of Oregon, for example. But none that I can think of where it's like, man, they just completely steamroll the other team. So even with that operator in back pocket and able to make use of those Candelas, I still want to see them being careful. We don't want Merc getting caught off the rip, for example. You can't be the go-to entry in this round.
Achieved already on that library window. Bullet playing on mezzanine. This is something that we saw TSM do extremely well. If you notice, FaZe are doing it a little bit differently, Des. Don't think they've got anybody established on blue stairs. Nobody inside a library. Instead, everybody's over to master and office side. And that might just leave Bullet a little bit exposed on mezzanine. But saying that, I think somebody has now dropped themselves onto blue stairs, and that's going to be a big help. But here come TSM straight into sight. Des. Merc gets one, Bolo gets one, Merc another. Achieved. Surely this is over. 5 versus 1. It could be another flawless round to close it out for TSM. And what a message the North American side are sending here on Chalet. Cyber, he's looking for anything he can get. He knew there would be nothing. Charla finds the shots into the back. 3rd flawless round for TSM, and they take map 1 in quick fashion.
What I love there is the intelligence and awareness being shown by TSM. They get the drones in, they identify, hey, there's only 2 on site. Boys, we can hit site right now. And Bolo, I said I don't want to see Merc be in the entry. This time it was the Bolo hype train, baby. Charges into site, kills 3 people, and by then it's already too late for FaZe to think about getting back. This is why TSM on that same site only send 1 man to be off on the roam up to the north, otherwise you will get smashed on the site. I love the awareness being shown by TSM, the willingness to say, right boys, go. We're going to go fast, we're going to go hard, and look at the outcome. A very good first convincing map from them. And I know Villa wasn't their map pick, but they have played Villa a lot historically. I'm a little bit nervous for FaZe coming into it.
I am. I don't think TSM are going to be scared at all. The Chiefs just come away 14-3, Des. That's absolutely ludicrous. Bolo got 11 kills as well, 25 between the pair of them. They've just run FaZe ragged. It is as simple as that. FaZe now have to write that off. You know, they just have to write that off and say, right, Villa's our map. That's where we're going to win this. That's where we're going to bring this back. But I wouldn't want to double down on FaZe right now because TSM, they just looked on another level.
Well, think about the game versus Empire, bear in mind, TSM got smashed on the first map, smashed back on the second, and the third one was a bit more balanced. Don't count FaZe out just yet. There is a reason why they are here as a top 3 team, and there is every chance they fight back on Villa. We'll go to a quick break, and when we come back, Villa awaits. Don't go anywhere.
TSM coming out guns blazing, defeating FaZe, stomping them, to be honest. But I think, Ollie, you said that FaZe was gonna win. It ain't looking too hot, my NA boys, though. TSM. You're just smiling? What's going on over here? Oh, he's just...
I'm getting the look from Jacob right now. Let's be honest, it's not over till it's over. It's a best of 3. This isn't the best of 1 said and done. Put your jacket away.
I mean, I don't know. Something about NA pride. I mean, you know, the league that we work for, producing one of the best teams in the world, about to go right to the SI Grand Finals. It just seems like it's all done and dusted.
Honestly,
at that point,
this is the biggest curse you guys could have possibly done. You probably want to...
It's already done. Can we just go already?
Jesse doesn't believe in curses, but I can agree with Ollie. It ain't over yet, but map 1 Chalet 7-3, that was rough. That was. I mean, y'all said off the top of the show, though, this was to be expected. We got the map summary up right now, so let's look at the stats. What are we thinking?
I mean, we did already know off the top that this was going to be a weak map for FaZe just because of their recent results. TSM have really adapted to Chalet. They liked it back when it first came into the NAL pool, and they've taken it to task to make sure that this is their map in and out. And there were several times over the course of that game where it was flawless executes, flawless entries, sometimes shutting down FaZe Clan at the source on defense. It was pretty damn amazing.
Yeah, TSM kind of running things right from the start. Those bans coming out, Nomad and Valkyrie, I think really helping them out there. The Valkyrie on defense, we didn't get to see a whole lot of that because FaZe didn't get a whole lot of defensive rounds, but the Nomad in particular I thought really was huge for them when they were going on for their defenses.
Where do you even want to start with this? Do you want to start with Achieve 14-3 plus 11, 100% cost?
Oh my
Do you want
God.
to look at Charla putting a shift in as well, 100% cost? It was a nuts performance from TSM. They absolutely dominated that opening kill stat line. Someone you can really thank and look toward for that is Merc. He might be sat there at the bottom of the table, but this really goes to show how impactful kills can be. And Merc had 4 extremely impactful entries. And
And that's just following the trend of the tournament. Merc coming into this game had the best entry stat of any player in the entire tournament. He was 46 and 23, meaning a perfect 2.0 ratio, doubling the amount of opening kills that he's getting compared to opening deaths. That led TSM to be the best opening kill team in the tournament as well, 57% overall. Nuts, and they're continuing that trend.
Yeah, Merc had a fantastic series, or game rather, and Achieved had a standout game as well. Ollie, you want to talk about Achieved's flank in particular. Let's see if we can roll that video that we have.
Yeah, let's have a look and see just exactly how Achieve manages to do this. Now, we mentioned the Nomad ban earlier. That was a big old problem. We cut that clip a little bit short there just to fit it in, but the problem that Achieve had, the benefit that Achieve had is he had so much time. There was nobody inside of Piano. It's a play that Achieve does quite regularly. He likes to hang around over toward that side of the map, especially when his team's defending inside a bar. And that flank, it was beautiful. It was picture perfect. You sat and you're looking at FaZe and you're going, drones? Question mark? Like, is anybody on a drone? Like, they
was
exist.
the big problem. Yeah.
You know, Nomad ban's a thing, but drones still exist. There are old-fashioned ways. Like, everyone's got headphones on. Like, use the sound.
Do you guys not have drones?
Achieve, you got to put them on blast for it because it's not the first time that Achieve's got away with that. If you're going up against TSM, you should know that you're going up against a guy that loves a bit of a flank.
Yeah, I was very concerned overall. Just the fact that that happened not once, but twice, probably even 3 times, depending on how that defense went for TSM. The Oryx play for Achieved never really seemed like it let up. He had top angles. He had excellent flanks at the right moment. FaZe Clan, for their own part, I don't really categorize as a bad droning team. They're probably one of the more creative teams on attack when understanding how to deal with and execute. They also decided, understanding after just the first 3 rounds, despite winning one of them, we got to pause. We have to put the brakes on this, see if we can call a timeout, figure out what isn't working here. And still, they weren't able to do anything aside from what? It was one defense on basement, which again, NA teams have still not been able to do very effectively. And then another round that still very much felt like a 1vx performance. It doesn't really seem like FaZe, when they attacked on this map, had any steam in.
Well, and bringing it back to that Achieve flank, right? Because that was one where they actually did drone him. It's just they droned him like 2 minutes earlier, and they droned him down in West Main. He went on a wild chase all the way up Solar Stairs, all the way through Piano to go for that flank that he was able to pull off. And, you know, I can sometimes excuse a team for like missing such a crazy flank, right? Because, you know, that is maybe harder to grab. If you've already seen him below, maybe you don't expect him to go up above. But when I've spent the entire pregame hyping up FaZe Clan as the best attacking team, they can't be making these mistakes, especially not in lower bracket finals.
Especially not on an attacker-sided map either.
Yeah.
Valid. Jesse, I actually want to pick your brain about that a little more. FaZe, they took that early tactical timeout trying to stop TSM's momentum. Do you think maybe they addressed their attack strategy there? Because they did seem to adapt better.
I think they tried. I think that we started off the first couple of rounds, the first 2-3 rounds, we saw FaZe Clan doing exactly what they did against MIBR. They were ignoring the roamers, they were going for very site-focused pushes. But TSM were shutting that down so much better than what we ever saw from MIBR because they were going for big flanks, right? Obviously, Achieve, we've talked about a lot, but even Bolo in that round 1, coming down library stairs, she should put a little bit of that pinch pressure on. It was something that MIBR never really could get a hold of against FaZe Clan. So after round 3, they called that attack timeout, and you did see in round 4, it seemed like they tried to adapt. They tried to move some more players over towards the roam clear, but it just wasn't working. Merc and Bolo and Achieved all on that roam game were just way too powerful, and it never ended up amounting to much for FaZe Clan.
Okay, I want to move on to map 2. Let's start looking forward here. Ollie, I mean, y'all singing the praises of TSM's Trinity. They were well-coordinated, composed. How does FaZe battle back on map 2?
Fortunately for FaZe, they are a pretty good team at Villa. And I think
make your case here. I want to hear it.
That's something that they're going to need to be a good team, right? Because we've already seen what TSM have brought today, and they didn't look like they were slowing down. They were jumping themselves out of windows. They were hitting nasty pre-fires. They were really dominant in that opening part of the game. And that's something that you can translate through onto Villa quite nicely as well. For all that FaZe have played quite a bit of Villa and they've got a good success ratio on there, it again comes down to that, how much backroom work has been done. How much work have TSM put in to really understand and unpack exactly how FaZe want to play that. And when you have just been fairly well stomped on Chalet, you've got to hit that reset button fairly quickly.
It felt like in the ban phase, just for maps, almost as though FaZe knew that the back half was going to be something they could rely on if the front half didn't work out. They had to ban a map that didn't work out for them in Coastline and then had to go to Chalet because where else was TSM going to go? They knew they were weak on that map. So overall, on Villa, this should be a way closer contest.
Okay. Our teams are ready for map 2 Villa. Dez and Ace, take it away and let the lower bracket final continue. Let's go!
She makes so much noise.
I love it.
She's so... For those of you at home who wonder what Jackie's like off camera, she's exactly like she is on camera, if not more excitable, right?
And it's been brilliant. I've got to, thank you, Jackie. It's been a pleasure working with you this last 2 weeks.
It has been delightful. But Tim, the delight may end here for FaZe unless they can pull it back on Villa. And we spoke about, again, the map ban phase when we came into this one. We were off camera, but had a little chat about it before. I'm a little bit nervous. If it gets to Cafe, there's a world where they win. They are 5-0 on Cafe at SI, but instead they've gone to Villa, which has got a bit more of a mixed bag record, right? TSM have already played this map against Furia. They won it. They did lose it to Dark Zero, but this isn't a stranger map to them. They know how to play it, and it's the same sort of story for FaZe, where they played it a bit, but also lost it along the way. Doesn't feel to me like the go-to strongest pick.
FaZe going to win this map. There you go.
Yeah, hello to this guy.
You heard it here first. FaZe are going to win this. We're going to go all the way to 3 maps. I can see it coming, Des.
All right.
It's going to be a war. FaZe, for me, though, they've got to wake up quickly in this one. They cannot let themselves get behind, because the problem is, even if they've got a bit of confidence on Villa, they've lost Chalet. If they are then 2-3 rounds down, it starts to become a real problem where you're thinking, we're only 4 rounds away from going out here. TSM start on defense. It's not ideal for FaZe. They need to come in on the attack and really send a message here.
Another Hibana ban coming in. Real hard targeting out against Geo today. That's 2 maps in a row. They've taken away his most played attacking operator. Interesting. Defensive side probably going to be something like, oh, okay. I see you with the Clash. That's a bit of a spicy one. As opposed to seeing, say, a Mira, a Valkyrie, you're going to see one of those 2 power picks on this map creep through, and that only benefits TSM in the first 6 rounds. Valkyrie going away. I'm curious to see, Tim, if Mira gets picked up on the majority of these sites, because for TSM on this map, it can do a lot of work. I think about Aviator games and being able to lock down Study. I think about when you're defending Trophy and Statuary and can lock down Master Bedroom. It can really impede attackers and make their lives difficult.
We'll see how the pick rate for Mira goes. At the minute, not immediately in the lineup for TSM. May change during the 6-pick phase. We will see. But Trophy and Statuary, it looks like, is going to be our round number 1 site choice. Charlotte goes for the flip over to the Frost. So there's not going to be any Mira brought along for Trophy Statuary. As you say, I think maybe Aviator games are a little bit more likely, but still not essential here. Charlotte, interestingly, sticking with that Frost. We saw it it have at least a big impact in one round on Chalet. There was obviously, you know, more use for the operator, but there was that big round where Cyber was looking to get in on the behind, get in on the flank, and just poof, straight into the frost mat, snap shut, and ended it before it started.
In one of the games TSM played on this map, the mirror was banned away. In the one that it was available, they played it in one of the few rounds they had on the defense. So we know it's in their wheelhouse, but for this round at least, on this site, it's not going to be part of the lineup. Instead, as you say, Tim, going in towards that frost. And I've said it a couple of times this week, by the way. Whenever I see a castle, I'm like, oh, something spicy's coming. And it could well be...
Now I'm a bit like, oh, Geo's played.
No, never mind. Castle main, go figure. They're trying to lock down a little bit in towards the cubby side of things here, I think, just to give them a more, I suppose, confident angle to be able to challenge inside of the cubby itself, inside a bathroom. But by the same token, the most important thing it does is stop there being an angle from bedroom through the cubby wall that's now been opened up and into the bathroom. So the members of TSM can play a little more aggressively inside a bathroom, at least in the early round, and look to keep, I guess, FaZe kind of bay, slow them down a little bit, give TSM time to rotate around. So all with the intent of saying, right, we've seen what Super endured against the LATAM team on this map. How can we slow them down? Castle, not a bad pick.
We've been seeing more of the aggression in towards Master Bedroom recently on the defences of Villas, particularly that shield being placed on the bed allows somebody to push up potentially through Concrete Door and really get aggressive up into Master. So long as you don't expose yourself to that window on the right-hand side, you're usually fine. Geo, he's going to find himself getting challenged here pretty soon. Turns away at maybe just the wrong time. It's the Arna clone first of all, but then it is being followed up. Nice and easy. How does Bullet walk into that when Geo just a second before has taken down the clone? But FaZe have an answer. Souls, Astro managing to find two. Cameraman gets in as well. 4v2 now.
TSM going super hard on the roam and getting absolutely clapped down by the side of FaZe. 3 kills to kick things off, and it leaves them in a 4 versus 2 with just under 2 minutes to play, Tim. That is bucket loads of time on this map. They've still got themselves 6 drones. They've still got themselves a ton of nades in back pocket. Make that flashes, make it regular nades. You've got so much to play behind here. It's a lot of work for Merc and Achieve to do in the back line here. Normally the two that you'd see at the forefront of this team doing the hard yards. Instead, they got Charla, they got Geo out in the map, and so far it hasn't gone too well for them. They've got to hold on here, Tim, for another 75 seconds or so, but I'd expect to see FaZe taking away this round.
Merc's just going to take a little tickle of damage there. Nothing too serious, but needs to be careful. The nades continue to rain in. It was explosive damage that he took last time around. Big play from Achieved and gets caught on his way back in. Something FaZe have done well so far, Des, is able to get those trades, able to put TSM in just unwinnable situations. Souls starting to get that diffuser down. Pressure mounting on Merc. He's pretty much stuck inside of bathroom now, but he's going to have to get moving because it's a 1v3 diffuser down and he's got about 30 seconds to find 3 kills here. Manages to find Astro but can't quite spray him down. Takes a lot of damage himself and backs his way into a corner right now. There's no way out for Merc as FaZe, they're not going to push this. They don't really need to aggress it. I think Astro's just thinking about the pre-fire and the move. Gets the man, and that's FaZe, despite losing that entry, coming in and getting round 1 on the attack.
I'm pretty sure Astro in the first round of this map has already got more kills than he'd got on the entirety of Chalet. He was 0 and 9 for the longest time. I believe he picked up his first kill towards the back end of the map. So it's good to see them starting in different spirits. And this kind of feels like what we saw from TSM back on Chalet against FaZe, right? They were just barreling through them in rounds, slaughtering everyone that stood before them, barely giving the other side a chance. And that round really did look hopeless for the side of TSM. I'm not going to sit here and say Charla and Geo can't shoot. They absolutely can, otherwise they wouldn't be in TSM. But what I'd like to see a bit more of, Tim, is getting Bolo, Achieved and Merc in that front line. When they've been fragging out all tournament line, when they are your gunners, get them in the face of those entry players from the side of FaZe.
Absolutely. You know, as I spoke about at the beginning, that's your core. And like you say, I'm not by that suggesting that Charla and Geo are periphery players. You know, they're just playing a different game. The core 3 there are going out, getting kills, making the challenges to allow Geo and Charla to do what they do so well. And by contrast, Geo and Charla and what they do so well on the support and those sort of flex rolls from Charla is facilitating those three in doing that. It works, it's perfectly symbiotic, and they just need to see a little bit more of that. It's early days on Villa yet, you know, but they need to be winning those gunfights if they're going to see it improve.
Look how many impact nades are on the side of TSM here. They've got 6 in back pocket. That's enough to get yourself a full Pokeballs. However, what they're looking for with that is to Nile onto the laundry wall. The thing is, FaZe haven't brought along a conventional hard breacher. They've got the Maverick. Now, sure, you can just yeet a bunch of those towards the hard breacher and hopefully kill him in the process, but they were hoping they were going to see something like the Ace Cells being brought along, or the Exothermics and the Thermite, because if so, you could clear those off, you can just keep on rotating through those impacts and the wall never gets opened up. So maybe slightly impeded by the setup here coming out of FaZe, and could be something FaZe are aware of, seen TSM do before, and want to make sure they can't get away with that same style of play again.
Ball at the top of main stairs here, so TSM going to try to hold on to the top floor for at least a little while. Bolo dips himself away. We'll see just how far. Is he going to stop at red stairs, or is he heading back down them? He's going to barricade off, so it'll at least slow the progress of FaZe, and it just acts as a little audio cue for him that he's being pushed, and he's going to try and hold on to the top of red stairs, I think, given that he's getting some goo mines down. Cyber manages to take down Achieved, and that is one of those core 3 gunners that we've been saying need to find the feet quickly on Villa, or they might just find themselves at a little bit of a deficit to the FaZe team.
Feels like a showcase in so many of these games. Think about the best of 3 yesterday, Tim. The first 2 maps leaning one way or the other, really getting to see the strength of either side. And then it felt like that 3rd map was the one that really went on to make a difference. Astro cruelly having his drone stole out from underneath his hands there as he reached out for it. Geo finding one back, a couple across the 2 rounds now. Not a bad start. Merc with a C4 as well. TSM starting to warm up in the round. However, FaZe, I've said it a few times, they don't need to panic here. They've still got 90 seconds to play. They've got a bunch of flashes on them as well. When you look in the back pocket of Cyber, they can play into this because there is no anti-nade setup, there is no Wamai, there is no Aruni, there is no Jaeger. So as long as they time this well, get on their drones, use those flashes effectively, they will be able to find the kills they're looking for.
Got Souls on the hunt, but he's going to be shut down with a big shotgun from Charla, and that is exactly what Charla does so well, just providing that backline support to TSM and shutting down the man who was aggressing towards Cyber. He's got himself into a little bit of a corner. It's going to be Charla, it's going to be the shotgun, it's going to be a second on the round, and TSM are able to level things up in Dining and Kitchen.
Really came back with a fight there as well. TSM 4 players left alive at the bitter end of it, really only losing Achieved inside of Living Library. Outside of that, it was just the TSM tale from start to finish. A good round and a good way to fight back into things. That being the offsite is never going to be a bad thing either. Now we step across into trophy and statuary. So back where we were in round 1, where TSM did, being quite frank, get absolutely slammed. So hopefully here there's a small change in who's playing where. We've made the call for Merc, Bolo, Achieved to be the ones meeting the aggressors into the building rather than your supportive players. And hopefully it works out a bit better.
Round number 3 is going to see us heading back to trophy and statuary for TSM. I mean, it went wildly wrong in round 1, Des, if we're honest. They got the opener, and that was about all that TSM got out of this site. So they're going to need to do something different. For me, it's particularly the impact on the roam that they need to be finding. They lost a lot of the gunfights. They lost a lot of men very, very quickly last time around as FaZe were able to cut them down. The problem for TSM that faces them at the minute, you feel like if FaZe get 3-all, I'm then really weight this in the favour of FaZe to take it on defence.
Quite possibly so, yeah. Again, knowing they can sit behind that mirror if they want to in the second half. Once again, no anti-nade utility coming out for the side of TSM, just really not in their wheelhouse, despite the 6 frag grenades that have been brought along by FaZe in a couple of these rounds. Round 1, round 3, the last one there were a couple less, but not like it made all that much of a difference. Still got rolled over with 4 members of TSM being left on their feet. There is a bit of a change here, because what you are seeing is Merc, and it was Achieved for a second, looking to do the roam down towards the south. Charla is dug in on the smoke up towards the north, but you still got Geo out here looking to get busy.
Merc still just putting those corner stations down as the final touches to the preparation are completed, and FaZe, they're well underway on trying to get themselves inside of the map here. I like to see this better aggression from them. They were a little bit slow at times on Chalet and a little bit tentative, but now getting in there, getting the nades in, looking to get the boots on the ground behind it. Achieved and Geo holding on to the study side a little bit harder this time. We saw Geo inside of games. He managed to get himself the opener, but FaZe were able to play into it a little bit more.
Sneaky,
but
sneaky.
FaZe looking to maybe go for a little bit of route one here, Des.
This is route one, mate. This is they're taking the maze here. I think it's something you go to some weird like outdoor adventure place and you've got to walk through a hedge maze. They've got to find their way up through the bowels of Villa. And here they come, the juices up, and Bolo's the first one to greet them. But Astro, with that extra bit of juice, keeps himself alive. That's where you're seeing the strength of those finger boosts. But he dies out to the smoke of Charla as he steps forward. Cyber is in position to come moving up just as soon as this smoke has expired. And Achieved, I think, wants to step in here and get his teammate up, but doesn't want to risk it. Cyber finding him from below. A 3 versus 2 for FaZe, and Geo and Achieved to do it all.
Interesting little bit of game mechanic that we don't often see there too often, Des. Finker does take more damage from the smoke canisters when boosted
Apparently
by the
it's not a
nanobots.
huge amount. You just
Not
die,
a huge amount.
You die one tick sooner.
Exactly, it's quicker. And already having taken damage, it was too much for Astro to deal with and gets shut down. Obviously, the theory there being that your breathing's a little bit quicker. So Achieved just trying to hold on to angles, knows that the push is coming in through Astro. FaZe have got themselves established. They've just slowed down a little bit. Nothing wrong with that. They've just taken the foot off the gas. They've got the ground that they need. They've got some space. Let's try and find the final men. Achieved, however, he's going to be the one to find somebody first, taking a headshot onto FaZe, and it's another one of those kills exactly when TSM need it. Leveling it up 2-2. 2 versus 1. Achieved again on the triple, on the quad, on the win for TSM in round 3. Achieved is just unstoppable right now.
It's another big 4K, just like we saw back on Chalet. This could be the series that really defines Achieved and TSM's journey towards finally lifting that hammer after so many years of coming so damn close. They get the win on trophy and statuary from a behind position. They were 2 versus 3. Either way, a round on the board is a round on the board. We step into Aviator Games, the go-to site on this map for most teams, but TSM have kind of avoided it, take a little detour, sidestep their way around this site, and now finally we'll go to it in round number 4.
FaZe have got to be worried a little bit by now, Des.
I think the rounds have been close still.
They have.
Well, except for round 2.
But as I said, when TSM start getting on to 4 and 5 rounds, the problem for FaZe is it becomes a big mental game then, because you're a couple of rounds from going out, and that's, no matter how good you are on a map, no matter how well you are gunning, that is going to impact on you. You've been here for 2 weeks, you've been grafting, you've been, working night and day on this, and you're all of a sudden a couple of rounds, not just from going, but from going inside of 2 maps, not the way that they would want it.
Just worth noting again, because I touched on it at the moment it happened, when Astro took that entry engagement onto Bolo and had the juice coming out of the Finker, that kept him alive. He was down to sub 20 HP once that firefight was said and done. And this is another thing I've kind of chatted to a couple of coaches about, is the meta that we're in right now. What problems do you see? And a few have said, and many of the kind of community feel the same way, gone 6s on operators like Iana, Finker, for example, just a little bit too strong. But the real strength comes in 1, LMGs, and 2, in things like the ARX. As soon as you are juiced up and you're taking an entry fight on, an extra boosted amount of HP, you're getting dropped down to, say, 50 HP, or in Astro's case, down to about 15, you stim yourself again afterwards, and before you know it, you're back to near full HP and ready to go again. Entries with super powerful guns or LMGs that can fire for seemingly ever, an extra padding bit of health makes them really obnoxious to deal with, and this is why, if attackers are going fast and rapid and really hitting you hard, it can be hard to get a kill back the other way. So don't suddenly be alarmed that Bolo has, like Samson, has lost all of his ability now that his hair's been cut or something crazy along those lines. No, he can still get those kills. You are just struggling against very powerful guns behind essentially big bullet sponges on the attacking side.
Exactly that. Geo and Achieved playing around red stairs. Going to need to be moved, and obviously they're in position to try and slow down any push from the north side, which is exactly what we're seeing at the minute. Achieved just holding himself a nice little vertical angle, but I think FaZe are aware of it. Achieved's actually dropped himself away all the way down to the basement now, and that might just keep him alive, because I think Cyber was just on the hunt there as he was moving underneath, but Achieved might just be able to work his way up behind him here, Des. Cameraman's down, and this is not looking that great for FaZe, depending on what happens with this push from Achieved.
That was a C4 out the window, I think, coming out of Merc there as well, that put him down. Has got himself tucked in tight against the building, so it's a little bit harder to finish him off. Astro, not too far away. Could have just juiced him back to his feet, to be fair, but has worked all the way around. Achieved, finding out Cyber. A 4 versus 4. Geo down on the other side, losing that one right early. Not super ideal against 4 frag grenades now that the sledge is gone. But still, not the end of the world, but still not ideal.
Achieved doing great work from the basement there, able to rotate up and catch Cyber out. Cameraman has been collected, so that puts us back to a 4 versus 4. Just going to get himself up to the rooftop for the time being. FaZe really slowing down here, Des. It feels like this early bit of aggression, the loss of Cyber, cameraman being down, it's just taken the wind out of the sails here in round 4. Utility going in. We've got clearance going on around Maps table as well, but Bullet not really too sure where the utility is. He's scanning around, he's not finding anybody, and he just ends up opening a vertical angle up, and it doesn't really gain him too much. Souls is in a position here. He knows that he's clear to get this down behind Vault Wall, but potentially kill's going to be needed first.
Oh, Achieve coming up here behind Astro and Red as well. Oh, but Astro wins out the fight. That's unfortunate. Just saw the two coming in for a bit of an engagement there, but with no utility on site, FaZe can start thinking about that push. You haven't got Achieved on the downstairs anymore with the C4 in back pocket to deny you going for a plant, so it's all about going in for the execute. In they step. Charla still in a position where he could look to help challenge onto this one, but he goes down in the trade. Merc gets one in as well and nicks it away. Astro's got a strong arm his way in. You've got to get the Iana in at the same time. In they come. Bolo can win one swing. Yes, he can, as Merc finds the other. They get the shutdown, and that vault door peak coming out with the shotgun was more than enough to put FaZe in the bin for that round.
It was well played by TSM. The thing is, on the side of FaZe, you pretty much know that's the only place the challenge can come from when you're planting in behind the vault door. That's the only place you got to cover. And there just wasn't anybody there who was able to contest that.
There was Charla versus Bullet, but the instant trade came in and Astro just wasn't quick enough to step back up and take his position. I think he was off watching 90 getting ready for a flank, and you had the Iana versus the Bolo down inside a study. They were kind of watching each other, seeing who made the move first. It was the Iana, and Bolo came in for the swing. So brilliantly played by TSM in the end of it there. Merc being the shotgun hero they were really looking for and almost getting them the entry in the round.
I said it in the last game, I'll say it again now. TSM are just on another level at the minute. I don't even think this is necessarily down to FaZe's performance. It's what do you do? What do you do?
How do you stop them
against a team like this right now? You know, FaZe, they're trying different things. They're trying to adapt. They're trying to be flexible. They're going in for gunfights, but they just can't get anything going. They just can't get anything done. And, you know, we've seen teams there time after time. And for TSM right now, it feels like they could just, you know, take a one shot through a barricade and possibly kill somebody. Everything is just going right for them.
It's very easy to say when we've seen him play well across the two maps so far, but throughout the tournament, one player that you don't really get a lot of appreciation for players like this sometimes, and I guess with the 4Ks it has really helped. But Achieve being a Sledge player, you go about doing your business and you kind of not really noticed. I think the consistency in which he has performed with at this competition, I know he's not in the top 5 in any kind of stat, you won't always be as the Sledge/Flex player, but he is really, really impressed with this competition. He has done before, but never as consistently as he has here.
We've discussed it throughout. We've said, you know, he's not necessarily bringing the flashy kills. It's not necessarily 3 kills inside of 5 seconds. It's not at the top of every leaderboard, but it just doesn't matter because what he has done is propel his team to being within 4 rounds of the grand final because he's been so essential to them and such a solid core, and I'm sure it's going to continue. It's going to be something that Empire need to consider when they go forward. Cameraman just taking a cautious backward step there. I think there was a cap can on the door frame, so not wanting to get himself too aggressive. Knows exactly where Bolo is. Still going to lose it on the reverse.
Not that it matters, because elsewhere they've lost 2 members of their own. You know, it's so painful when you feel like they're finally getting something going and then you lose 2 like that as well. Cyber's down, Astro's down, a 4 versus 3 again. And what's crazy, Tim, is this is Villa. It's a pretty big map, but everything is happening inside the first 90 seconds. I feel there's been 4 or 5 times so far throughout this map I've turned around and said, oh, okay, it's a 2 versus 3, it's a 3 versus 3 with 90 seconds still to play. The teams are just hitting each other with pace, but the thing is, where the Sonics may have struggled to deal with that aggression against the LATAM team, TSM are just like, we got you, fam. We can trade this back. No issue at all.
That's it. And as you say, you know, you pick it up quite right, Des. It's been in the early rounds that we're seeing all this action because FaZe are trying to get it going. They are trying to get themselves inside of the map. They're not playing scared, but they're just losing gunfights, and it's going to start taking its toll mentally on them before long, I've no doubt. Cameraman, he's going to find Achieved, and that is a big kill to level things up. 4 versus 3. He hasn't completed it yet, but I think when the challenge doesn't come back in, he'll have a good idea that the man is down. He'll finish him off, and that levels things up. So FaZe, you've got an opportunity here. You're attacking onto Dining. Top floor control is pretty much yours. Merc does no longer have a C4 in hand, neither does Charla. You've got yourself the kill onto the roaming ball, or FaZe. They got to push on and find this round.
I mean, he's on a quad. Surely you win the whole thing out now. Charla, the only man that stands between FaZe and another round winning between Cameraman and an ace. About 40 seconds to play with Tim. It's so much time on the clock. Soul steps in, loses out the 1v1. Surely he can't clutch it up too big here. Cameraman steps in, sees the man, but Charla wins it out. What a clutch!
And this is what I'm saying. FaZe, you're not doing anything wrong. You get yourself a 4K on cameraman. You're looking for an ace. What does Charla do? 1v2. What's your problem? And that is TSM's answer. Not every time, but the point is they have the answer every time. No matter what is happening, no matter what FaZe managed to do, no matter what FaZe managed to get going. And it doesn't matter which member of the team it is. I know that I'm like just completely going like soft over TSM, just going absolutely wild, but they've just been that good.
Cameraman had a 4K, Tim. That was his redemption arc. That was his way back into the series after a really quiet map. One have thought, surely he's swung round, he's dealt with a flanking Bolo. They're in a 2 versus 1, and Charla. Oh, it's unbelievable. Him and Gio have done that a few times throughout this competition. Bringing down this front 3. I feel like I'm talking about a football team. When this front 3 from TSM are out of the picture, when Merc, Achieved and Bolo are no longer a conversation, in several situations, Charla and Gio have been there and they've won out critical rounds. Think about Gio's 1 versus 2 on the castle in Bank Open area. Think about Charla in that round just now. You're going to see that time and time again, and that is what makes this team so terrifying to deal with.
Yep, it really does. It's like you deal with the front 3, you think you've got the job done, and you've got one of what has been the strongest backlines in the 6 Invitational 2022 to go up against, and they are just locking it down time after time. That's the second time that we've seen Charla have that kind of finish here on Villa, and it just doesn't feel like stopping anytime soon. It's going to be the final defense this time around in round 6 from TSM. Trophy statuary they will be trying to hold on to. We've seen them already defending this site. They lost it once back in the first round. It's the only round that FaZe were able to pick up, so maybe they can get something here, Des. 4-2, not the worst on Villa when you're on the attack, but it really feels like I'm starting to try and scratch for positives for FaZe here, if I'm honest.
I mean, the strongest they've looked is Cameraman's 4K. That is, and even that got shut down by TSM, right? Outside of that, they've all been getting involved. They've picked up the odd kill here and there, but the odd kill isn't good enough against a team like TSM and the caliber with which they're playing today. It's unbelievable. And I'm really struggling to see how they find anything in this 6th round, because even when they've had the numbers advantage, TSM find a way back in. Let's see how things go up towards the north side, though. Yes, Souls is down to about 40 HP. It's far from the end of the world. The only thing that can really complete this out now is another can trap being jumped into and more HP being chunked away from another member of FaZe.
And hopefully that's not going to be the case, because FaZe desperately need a round here. They need a big start, they need an entry, they need to get themselves that advantage. Nade comes in, just forcing Merc away from his aggression onto the door there, but right now you just know that TSM are going to find another way to do it, and there it comes, Merc. He just flips himself to the other side of the wall. He gets 1, he gets 2, Des, and that is going to be Bullet and Souls shut down, and FaZe, they just look like they're in free fall at the minute.
That Vector's lethal, Tim. We interviewed a couple of players about it. Fastest gun in the game can be a nightmare at the best of times. Cyber finds 1 back, Cameraman another. So the 2 backline players from TSM have been removed, but you've got the man who's on a mission in this round in Merc. He is still standing. In comes Bolo. 1 back the other way, a 3 versus 2.
Shots come in. Merc manages to take the head off of Astro. 3 versus 1, and another for Merc. TSM, they know that the blood is in the water, Des. They're circling, and they are ready to take another bite after bite after bite out of FaZe right now.
And there's just no response. We spoke about teams limping out. It's starting to feel like that for FaZe. Just not quite playing with the same aggression that we've seen before. They've made an attempt a couple of times here, but TSM, where others have failed, have adapted and dealt with that aggression coming in. And this maybe is where you're seeing a couple of limitations for FaZe. They can't find a way around that roadblock. They can't adapt. They can't find the secret sauce to get over the finish line. Canadian famously said the Bolo couldn't buy around him, but maybe here they bought their way into a grand final with a delivery like this.
Certainly looking that way, taking anything that they want at this point in time. FaZe, I still believe, like many others sat at home who I know will believe as well, FaZe Clan are still capable of doing this, but they have very few mistakes or opportunities left. This is your moment. You've got yourself onto the defensive Villa. Attack hasn't worked out for you, but you're going to have to go very, very well, and they're going to start us off down in dining.
What the viewers at home don't know is the whole time you were saying you still believe, you were just undoing your shirt, and all I saw there was a TSM jersey starting to appear. I know where your allegiances lie.
None of those games today.
Dining and kitchen is where FaZe are going to start, exactly the same as we saw coming out of TSM. Now, between the two sides, differences you're seeing. The Mozzie coming in for Cyber. On the other side, you've got that Nomad stepping back in. That was banned away in the last map, and we touched about if it's missing for the side of FaZe, can we sort of really sting them on Chalet? Here being available will give TSM a bit of confidence they can focus on their way forwards. And the most scary thing is, Tim, you got the boys on their main three. You got Achieved on the Sledge, Bolo playing on the Finker, Merc on the Iana here. You just know they're ready to go absolutely nuclear on this lineup.
And you sort of feel like they're probably going to. And FaZe, they're going to have to withstand a hurricane here because TSM are 2 rounds away from a grand final rematch against Team Empire. I mean, the storyline writes itself, Des. Not only is it 2 teams that have been fighting to get there or to get back to the final for a long time, it's also the EU-NA showdown as well. Oh, give it to me! But FaZe, they've still got something to say about this. I know that they've got the potential. They've got it in the tank. Merc, he's taken in that opening challenge. He'd been boosted up by the nanobots, so he's not going to lose any HP overall from that fight. It's just a little bit of a trade, a little bit of a back and forth, and he will dip back. Cyber looking to find his man. Now, interestingly, they've actually got the ground that they need of TSM here. They've got the space above the site. They can start opening things up, but they're not safe because the flanks are going to get hassled from this south side. They know that they need to deal with FaZe over there.
The real heartbreaker, I guess, when you think about it for TSM, they've been top 4 at the last 2 SIs as well. Is this the one, at third time lucky, that they finally get to lift?
Well, they're top 3 now, so they've gone 1 better at least.
The matching where they were, they could fall short here and it would still look a bit dicey, but Merc finding the entry. Again, he's an absolute demon. I mentioned coming in, he was plus 23, Cyber was plus 10. That was the closest the 2 teams were. And the longer the series has gone on, the more Merc has just buried Cyber and not giving him away into the game.
Astro, he's moving his way back to site here, and that's good for TSM.
Drones, though. Only 1 left, by the way, for TSM, so they are a bit light on the info game.
Yeah, they're going to have to work their way in blindfolded here. But right now, I wouldn't put money against TSM getting kills blindfolded, Des, if you actually blindfolded them on the stage, because everything is going their way. Geo manages to find souls. 5 versus 3 now, and TSM are racing towards a map point opportunity. They've got 40 seconds left to get the work done here in round 7. They haven't yet cleared out site. They're not in a position necessarily to get this diffuser down, so there is still more work for them to do. FaZe, they start standing up. Cameraman, he finds Geo and finds the diffuser. Astro comes out to try and support. This is going to be very difficult for TSM to recover, and they've only got 20 seconds left to do it. In goes Bolo. Is he going to get the kill? Yes, manages the spray down, and once again, TSM win what looks like an unlikely gunfight. Charla in, getting the diffuser down. It's all up to Astro. 1v4, surely not, surely it will be too much. He finds 1, he finds 2, gets the down, but the diffuser is secured. Astro, 1v2, and kills to find.
Achieved on the upstairs is the problem here. I mean, Bolo sure has now darted down into the basement, but he's being contested from above, from below. They haven't even got to worry about this. Like, Astro needs to do a top floor retake. He's got to get rid of Achieved. Can't find him. Of course he can't. It's Achieved. Puts them 1 round away from a chance at lifting that hammer against Empire, Tim. And you know that'll be a grand final for the ages. FaZe, they've got a long hill to climb if they want to get themselves back into this game.
Sure, Empire are going to be watching this with caution, Des. No way.
I mean, they played yesterday, and look how good that series was, Tim.
And it's going to be even better because TSM feel like they're at the best that I've seen them at the tournament, here and now, in honesty. They've really brought it at the right time. They have come in, you know, I'm gonna say, I don't think FaZe have really lost this. TSM have won it.
Yeah.
You know, they've just come in and dominated every angle, every nade, every explosive, every strategy, everything about the game. TSM have just completely and utterly dominated. FaZe, you've got a mountain to climb. You've got beyond a mountain to climb. This is not Everest. This is like nothing seen on Earth, Des, to bring it back from this point. They are 3 minutes away from going out, from losing here in Sweden, and TSM progressing.
I was just going to say, we haven't seen a timeout from FaZe on this map, so are they really going to like not call one all the way up to the end? They call it when the death bell's already ringing, Tim. When the Grim Reaper has turned up, ready to take his victims, that is when they call their timeout. Having a quick pause, saying their final prayers maybe, because it feels like there is going to be no way of stopping TSM coming into round number 8. AVG going to be where FaZe set up what could be their last bastion against the North American team, Tim. Can they do it? The next 3.5 minutes are going to tell all.
One round at a time now, FaZe. One round at a time. That is all that you can focus on. You've got to forget the hammer. You've got to forget the 6 Invitational. You've got to almost forget about TSM. And you just have to play your own game. And you need to just take every inch that you can, no matter what it needs, in order to do it. FaZe, as you say, holding on to Aviator Games. Bullet's going to move himself down underneath. He's playing on the mirror, and he's going to use some of that utility to try and hold on to that bottom floor. Nitro in hand, also a Nitro on the side of Astro as well, so there's going to be a lot of potential there for vertical denial. Waste some time for TSM. What I'm concerned about here is TSM just sweeping through that bottom floor, Des, like a torrent, and just washing FaZe out of there.
What I'm thinking here, if TSM have opted to ban away the Valkyrie, they are comfortable in a way that they can deal with the mirror. And when I look at that, I think, okay, you've got the Nomad on side. Really, you're going to have the Valkyrie set up to deal with flanks, to give the information for flankers to make their moves. If you can lock off those flanks in a way that doesn't require you necessarily to have to deal with the Valkyrie, then I thought maybe we'd see that come through. But instead, probably saying, look, we can deal with it from above. We can play the verticals. We can get nades in. So either way, they've just gone, look, well, we're not really bothered by either, but if we have the choice of one or the other, it's going to be the Valkyrie that gets removed.
Achieved is already inside of the map, holding angles. Cyber just, it's above him was the nade, but just made him move his feet just in case. Not sure if he was being pushed. I don't know if TSM are aware of Cyber's position here, but they certainly need to be, because he's looking to get aggressive onto this window. And I think that answers that question, Des. Charla able to shut him down. Achieved was on the push along with him as well. And this is what I was worried about for FaZe, that TSM just come in and sweep through that lower floor. And Bullet, he's taken some damage. He finds himself almost all alone. Onto Souls, 5 versus 3, and TSM, they are taking one step at a time towards that grand final, Des.
What do you do, Tim? You sit still, they come and run over you like a train. You have 2 swings on them. Cyber and Souls both going for a small slow peek to try and bring down the members of TSM that are outside the building, but they're already watching and ready, showing that TSM can move between that more patient waiting game for FaZe to move at them, or they're happy to play fast and hard hitting and run you over like a steam train.
In comes another, it's Merc onto Cameraman, and this feels like the final breaths of a FaZe team that has run its race right now. The legs have gone, Des. It is too much as Achieved finds Bullet. It's 1 versus 5. All the hopes of LATAM rest on Astro's shoulders right now, and he is opening rotations. He's desperately moving. He's trying to do anything he can, but there comes the final kill, and it's a flawless round at the end of a flawless performance from TSM, who will return to NA as heroes, regardless of the outcome of the next map, because they have got the region back into the grand final of the 6 Invitational.
TSM have looked phenomenal all tournament long, but that is a performance of champions, Tim. I know what we said about Empire, that they'll come into that saying, oh, we feel ready, we beat them yesterday. Nothing is going to prepare you for a team that looks this good. Barely dropping around against FaZe, a team that just 3 months ago were the best team in the world. I can't wait for this grand final. It is going to be a screamer between Empire and TSM.
Across 2 maps, FaZe were only able to secure 4 rounds, Des. 4 rounds. 14-4 is the overall score there, and what I've honestly, I gotta just take a bow, TSM, because that was a masterclass, and I hope they can deliver the same quality in the grand final. They've got plenty of time. They've given themselves extra time now to turn it around and get themselves ready for that big best of 5 later on in the day. They can have a little bit of time to relax. What an unreal performance from the North American side. Love to see it.
That last round for me really summarized it as well. Go slow, go fast, put the brakes on, hit the accelerator as and when ready. They just looked fearless the entire way through. Absolutely magic stuff, and I keep on saying it, but it's really true. This is going to be one of those grand finals I feel that goes down in history. It has been something special from start to finish.
It has, and it's going to be something that the players of TSM remember for a long time. I'm sure they're not going to be reflecting on it too much right now because all of their thoughts are going to be turning towards that grand final. They are going to be looking pretty focused in the next half an hour or so and aiming towards that.
Not forgetting as well, it's a pure best of 5. There is no map advantage for Empire going into it. It starts 0-0, and we can go all the way through to 5, which will spark a question. Have they got the stamina? 7, potentially, well, there will be 7 grueling maps they've got to play their way through on the biggest stage there is. This is not just a test of can you play Siege well, because that has been answered, but can you last? That one remains to be seen.
You quoted a stat at me earlier, Des. The question I've got for TSM now is, can you be part of the 8%?
Absolutely. That's me and Tim Dumcasting in this event. But let's get over to the stage where we're going to have Bolo talking to Seltzer.
Thank you for the excellent calls, guys. And thank you to Bolo and TSM for the excellent match and for picking one up for North America. How do you think that sends a message back home for everybody?
I mean, I think it feels really good. You know, we knocked out the last LATAM team, so it definitely kind of sucks there, but you can't have a repeat, right? You can't have the 2-time LATAM. So hopefully we can bring it home for NA.
Oh, you got to keep it fresh, and you brought it fresh this morning. Tell me, was there a moment in either of those maps where you and your team knew fear?
I mean, it was what, 7-2 on Chalet, 7-1 on Villa, so not really. We were pretty feeling pretty good going into it, and I guess the scoreline really speaks for itself. So,
how do you set yourselves up to do that on a morning like this?
I mean, it was a rough loss yesterday, so you know it was just kind of like a mental reset. You know, everybody still wants it as much as before, and we just had another obstacle in our way.
Well, you've been playing great all throughout the tournament, working well as a team, although it would be remiss not to shout out Achieve and his achievements this morning. So what do you want to say about your teammate there?
I mean, Achieve's been doing really good, you know, especially like making Merc the dedicated IGL kind of lets him, I guess, a little bit flourish a little bit more as an individual player, and it's done wonders for the team. You know, he clutches up huge. You know, he's our vertical player as well, and you know he's going crazy. So really shout out to them, as well as the whole entire team. You know, we're all playing lights out, but I will say I do appreciate Achieve's standout performance. So.
And I do want to touch on Merc there as IGL. We talked about his achievements throughout the tournament as well, and the strides that he's made working with you all as a team. How do you feel he has moved into his role? I think
it's a really good dynamic. You know, kind of moving Merc into the IGL role. I know he likes, you know. He said he plays better whenever he thinks, and he's making everybody a cohesive unit. You know, we're all doing whatever he wants, and I think the dynamic of Merc main IGL and Achieve being a second voice, because you know Achieve still has a lot to say in a lot of things. So I think it's a really good way that things are going.
Well, we move into the final match just later on today. You're going up against Empire. Tell me a little bit about what that means, North America facing off against this EU team.
I mean, we're looking forward to the rematch, and hopefully we can show that NA is better than EU. And you know, let's hope the upper bracket finals wasn't a reflection of what's going to happen.
Well, I'm wishing you all the luck in the world, but in case this is the last time we get to hear from you, what do you want to say to all the wonderful people watching at home?
I mean, thanks for the support. You know, we're grand finals, first time for TSM, so that's a huge dub already. But let's bring it home. Bring it home.
Believe in you guys. I'm from North America too, so I just wanted to give a little positivity, a little edge there, but you've been fantastic. Bolo, all the people watching at home been shouting you out. Your whole team cannot wait to see what happens today. But until then, we can dwell on that last match as fast as it was over on the analysis desk. Let's check it out and see what they have to say. Thank you so much, Seltzer. TSM is going to the grand final. They have eliminated FaZe. And Bolo saying, gotta bring it home for NA and looking forward to the rematch. And Ollie, I'm sorry, but NA, my NA boys over here, they are hyped. They are absolutely hyped. I guess we're just gonna stick on me and not show them. So
I did my best sad face there as well.
You really did. Here.
That's right.
Okay. Here we go. I was like, am I supposed to do a song and dance here?
Sad.
To be fair, I mean, you can't be sad though, can you?
No,
I mean, steamroll.
Yeah,
they look unstoppable. You've got to take your hat off and give them credit where it's due. I don't know what it is about this TSM team that just makes their opponent crumble. We've seen it throughout the course of SI. We know that FaZe are better than that. We know that FaZe are better than one round on Villa, but not today.
I mean, I would love to be here and just like celebrating, but I kind of want to temper it down a little bit because
why?
I am sad. Because FaZe Clan didn't play Siege today. They showed up, they won like 4 rounds through the entire series. They didn't play like we saw them play against MIBR. They didn't play like we saw them through the entire lower bracket. If I'm FaZe Clan, I mean, this is a disappointing result. I hate to say it. This is not the result we wanted for FaZe Clan. I thought TSM would be able to win this match, but I didn't think it would be quite like this.
In the words of Jesse.
Wait, what?
Womp womp. That's all you've been doing this entire tournament.
That's a womp. That's a womp womp.
That is a huge womp womp. But Jacob, Bolo also talking about the dynamic of their team transforming and how it is working.
Dude, this is what we wanted. This is the TSM that had to show up back in stage 3. They were trying some things out, trying to push themselves from second in their region up to first. They were looking for the catalyst, the reason to keep on excelling, and they found it in Merc again, topping the charts. He and Achieved have been lights out the whole tournament thus far, but Merc's initial impact to start off rounds turned TSM completely on fire and made FaZe Clan cold from the get-go. There was no way to get back into a game after Merc does what he does against FaZe Clan. He was styling today.
Merc's almost creating a new role in Siege. It's like entry on the defense. Like, we know that he entries well on the attack, but Merc is literally entering on the defense. He's so often in that opening kill conversation, and he's been such a big part of the way that TSM have played today because regularly they've been playing rounds from the front. That was certainly the case on Chalet. A little bit less so on Villa, but the impact's still there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the way that he's been able to use his IGL as an excuse, I don't know, an excuse, but like a way to go forward and get aggressive and make the decisions that he wants to make on the push. That's the big thing, right? You don't see any hesitation from Merc because if he sees a play, if he sees an opportunity when he's pushing in that site, or even if he's just holding down a spot on defense, he can go for that and he can make that call himself. He doesn't have to wait or confirm with anybody else, and everybody else follows too. That's the second thing. It's been huge for him to be able to have that control, have that command, and I think he used it amazingly to get a lot of the entries here at this tournament.
And we are understandably on the TSM hype train right now. And I put my hand up for a second there because we now know who the MVP is. Any guesses? I mean, I feel like y'all are going to guess this.
I mean,
probably easy.
It should be Achieved.
Yeah. Ding, ding, ding. Our MVP is Achieved. Let's roll up the graphic here. I mean, we could talk about him for hours. He had a really standout performance, Ollie.
I think one of the big things here is plus 16 in a map.
7 deaths?
In a map that was so short, in a series that was so concise. 7-3-7-1, and the guy gets 23 kills. Unbelievable performance there from Achieved, clearly just being enabled by the rest of the team. The information game, I think, today was something that we visibly saw on the side of TSM, and it's no real surprise to see him there as our MVP.
Achieved just walking around the map. Oop, there's a 4K. Oh, there's another 4K. Oh, yeah, I'll take another 4K. That's fantastic. I mean, he was unstoppable here against FaZe Clan on both of the maps. Chalet, obviously, we had the big highlight there when he went for his 4K flank in round 2. But even back on Villa, he had some really nuts plays. Round 3 in Statuary, getting 4 kills. Like, how does he find these? It feels like he's being able to take advantage of a lot of the intel from the rest of his teams. Feels like he's really being able to work with the rest of his squad to enable him to get all of these picks. The calls are clearly flowing, and he's got no fear. How many of these kills have we just seen being runouts? Jumps out of windows, jumps out of doorways. Doesn't matter what it is. Achieved is on you, and he's going to make you pay.
Yeah, he's setting the confidence standard for TSM, and the nice part about it is, in spite of Merc having the entries kills that he does, it still feels in a lot of ways as though Achieved is the tip of the spear. If it comes on attack or defense, it does not matter. The Trinity, like Jackie's been talking about on TSM, has been so potent. There's nothing, you can't crack into this for TSM. They've been so good every single time. And I think the weird part about this is no matter who ends up finding an opening frag, somebody's in there with a follow-up. It's Bolo with a 2K. It's Achieved finding an opening on a vertical somewhere on a map. This just looks like it's running perfectly for TSM right now. And if I'm Empire, I would be a little concerned looking at this, the result.
I do want to get the trios in input here, but I'm going to start with Ollie. So FaZe's attacks, they were so good yesterday. I don't know, just not the story today at all.
I know that Jesse doesn't believe in curses, but I believe that Jesse has cast a hex because we have not seen FaZe attack very well today. What is it that you did? You shouted them out, you gave us the statistics, best attacking team in the world and all this sort of stuff. Where were they today? And I think a large part of that was just how much pressure TSM were able to put on in the early part of the game. We've got to give a nod to TSM's backroom staff. They do a lot of work in terms of preparation to make sure that all the guys have got enough information and they know exactly what they're going to be going up against, if I can get my words out. And I think that that's something that they've done really well. And it was evident today that TSM wanted to fight that fire with fire and bring that aggression.
Yeah, listen, Ollie, I don't know if it's my fault, but I do agree that the pressure was getting to him. I mean, FaZe Clan yesterday, their attacks were so well coordinated. Their executes, it was the site pushes. It wasn't the roam clears necessarily that were really popping off for FaZe Clan. It was getting into the site, winning those gunfights, and then not having anybody else worry about, flanking them or any of that stuff. But here, especially on Villa, it felt like everything was so rushed. Like FaZe would get to the bomb site. They'd get to just standing right outside of it. There'd be like a minute 15 on the clock. You'd like 5 drones in their pocket. They still got utility to throw in. And they just wander into the site one by one. It felt like they felt this pressure on them the entire round where they just had to get in. They had to go for an execute because they knew that was where we're good at. That's what we need to do. That's where we win this round. But they were completely botching it. They would rush it every single time. And it really felt like they were in their own heads here. Again, my fault? I don't think so. Their fault? Yeah. They got to work on.
Well, Ollie said it's your fault, so.
Well, Ollie, do I got to get off this box and fight you?
Oh,
go ahead.
No.
Have fun.
Oh,
Have fun.
No. I don't want to see that. You were bad. I was immediately split them up, and then Jacob's like, no,
dude,
I'm out
I will
of the
let
way.
them fight.
We all go for it.
No, dude, are you kidding me? Dude, on sheer height difference alone, this fight is funny.
No fighting on my desk. Okay, Jesse, we always call you Big Brain back in NA, so I thought maybe you could give us an educational moment, I guess, and use your NA Big Brain. You wanted to talk about TSM's defense for us. Thank you for hopping off.
I'll get off my box. I'll give Ollie a little walk on the road. We'll clear this off the screen and we'll get to the round that I've chosen to highlight for you all. This is an overhead view of round number 6. And what I want to focus on is we're going to look to find Geo up above inside of Library. And he's facing a lot of heat. So we're going to take a look at what he's dealing with here, okay? If we can back it up a little bit, here's perfect view. So what we've got, right, is we've got a lot of players outside focusing in on Geo here. You've got one player up here with the kit, and then you've got one down here, Astro, who's trying to put her in a pinch. And if we can clear this off, what you can see, right, is you can see they're creating a really good crossfire where they've got this line completely cut off. Geo's stuck here in the corner. This is a standard spot. People play this all the time. What's different, though, is you'll watch, Geo does something weird, okay? He's playing inside this position. He's on full HP. He's looking at the one window, but watch what he does here. Watch what he does. Are you ready? He's looking at the window to his left. He's ready. He's like, okay, there's 2 bodies out there. He's getting thrown flashbangs. He needs to play passive, but he goes for this swing. What is this? He's going wild. He's just jumped out, and now he's looking out this window to try to find Astro, and he's going to get punished. On its face value, this looks like a terrible decision because he gets a bunch of damage pumped into him. He's down to like 20 HP, and it's like a Geo. What is the value of that play? And then you think about it, if we back it up a little bit, you might have been able to catch it, or if you just watch this live, back it up a little more here, you'll be able to see it on the overhead. There's something sneaky Geo's looking for. He's looking for the confirmation that one is outside this window, and you can just see it here, outside of the frame. Achieved is about to jump out of this window and do a ton of damage to Astro and get this kill, which actually relieves the pressure. There it is. You see him in the bottom there? See him bottom left corner? Right down there, his leg. He's fallen off of the rappel because he's just gotten slammed by Achieved, who jumped out of that window right above the garage. And it's a beautiful little small piece of the puzzle that gets Geo into a much safer position despite the fact that he's lost all that HP in that round. It was a beautiful way for the coordination to work between Achieved and Geo. Achieved went on to get even more kills that round from the exact same window. He had a fantastic time, but it's those micro plays that really push the difference and make TSM such a deadly team.
Come on, get on over here, Jesse. Thank
In
you
other
so
words,
much for that
NA
wonderful
on top.
NA on top.
NA on top.
Like me on this box.
Aw, Ollie's such a team player. We've like Seltzer's hyping up NA. You got 3 NA people here, but you know, he's holding it down for Latam. But let's break down the bracket, everybody. There were 20 teams. Then it went down to 16, and they were dropping like flies, y'all. And now only 2 teams are alive. Y'all, we have our grand final. Empire versus TSM. The grand final. It's so close. Man, I'm so excited. I want to go down the line and I want to see who's winning. And we'll start off with our Latam caster at the end.
I think there's very compelling arguments for both teams here. You can look at TSM and go that they're on a bit of a tear today. They're really putting a shift in. Question, have they got that much gas in the tank to really start to drive that through now into the Empire game? Because they didn't leave anything on the table there against FaZe. And then on the side of Empire, they've been able to relax this morning and maybe, you know, look on a little bit concerned and go, we've got to go up against this afternoon, and it is not going to be easy. So I think there's really compelling arguments for either side. I'm sure that we're going to be given a great game for our finals.
It's a weird one to figure out, if only because TSM kind of took it upon themselves to be like, you know what, Brazil is on a tear, so we need to just take care of Brazil ourselves. And they did. They didn't lose a single time against a Latin American team for the entirety of this tournament, which has been fantastic, but they weren't able to close things out against Empire yesterday, which is a little bit of a concern. Historically at the 6th Invitational, the lower bracket team that goes into the grand final has yet to win. Space Station defeated NIP, who were the lower bracket team in 2020, and NIP won against Team Liquid, who themselves were the lower bracket team. But the main difference in both of those is that the lower bracket team did not have nearly as dominant of a victory in their first game of the day, and TSM, they're looking to buck that trend. I think they very well could do it if they keep this momentum going at the grand final.
Yeah, I think the other analysts have gotten some great points about both these teams. Empire and TSM both look so dominant. But I don't care about any of that. I'm picking TSM 3-0 in the finals.
Yeah, baby!
They're going to crush it. NA on top. No chance for Empire. And that's my analysis.
We're done.
Oh my goodness. On that note, let's pull up the old schedule graphic here. And we have so much fun planned for y'all today. We are not done yet. Obviously, you just watched TSM tick down FaZe, but we have the Year 7 roadmap. I know a lot of people amped for that one, and I mean, the most hype, the most amped, the grand final, Team Empire versus TSM. So that is the end of the rows. That is the end of the road for FaZe. You see how I messed that up? His road fate.
It's okay.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having my back, y'all. You're a great analyst desk. But it is the end of the road for us. That got me a little teary-eyed saying that. Ollie, do you want to say anything to everyone at home?
That's putting me on the spot there, Jackie. I hope everyone's enjoyed it. I think we've had some cracking games. It's been great to work on the desk alongside you two. Thank you very much for letting me join in. And I think we've had a lot of fun with it. I hope you've enjoyed watching at home, but we've still got to find out who is going to be our winner. And, you know, you back TSM. I'm going to back Empire. I've got to revert back to my secondary region now. It's my home region.
That's fair. That's fair.
But, you know, it is what it is. I wish both teams the best.
You're trying to be the middleman, but also go Empire.
Yeah, very impartial, right? But go whoever is against NA.
Yeah, that's fair. Well,
I'm on the desk with you two.
Well, getting the chance to work with you on this one it's been a pleasure. I didn't think we would know if a tri-desk format was going to work out. This has been a lot of fun. At least for myself, I know Jesse can relate to this a little bit, having a first SI experience. It's one of those things I don't really want to end, if only because it's been fantastic to work and collaborate alongside everybody who makes something like this so magical. Thank you for the support. Thank you to everybody who's given us the ability to showcase these skills and these talents and provide a story to these teams that otherwise probably wouldn't really have existed in the same context otherwise. It is a massive blessing and an honor to be able to do this, especially with the crew of people that we've assembled for something this massive, and to do it alongside my duo who, like 2 years ago doing CL, I didn't think this was going to be where we'd stand like 2 years later. It's honestly insane.
Well, it's been amazing to watch the game so far here in Sweden. It's a beautiful city, and we've enjoyed our time here, absolutely. But I'm just looking forward to that grand finals. Up on the stage, being able to kick my shoes off and watch TSM versus Empire. Oh, I'm excited for it to kick off and to finish off SI here.
All right, y'all. You're gonna make me cry over here. For me personally, I always wanted to host SI, and I thought it was a dream that would never happen. And, you know, it has been a while since I have worked a Siege event, and when I got the call for this, I was absolutely overwhelmed with emotions. Big thank you to all of you. The talent has always been so kind and sweet to me. Y'all are friends. You're close, dear friends. But I really want to give a deep thank you to Ubisoft for bringing me on, and especially to everyone watching at home. The Siege community has always been so kind and wonderful to me, and just want to send y'all a lot of love. So before I start getting a little watery-eyed here, we do have the grand final ahead. But coming up next, meet the balancing cell. Roll the video.
I'm David Perpignan, game designer at Rainbow Six Siege.
I am Angel Maldonado, game designer in Rainbow Six Siege.
I'm Albert Petit, project coordinator in the balancing cell in Rainbow Six.
I'm Alejandro Yepes Serrano, gameplay programmer in Rainbow Six Siege.
The objective of balancing is trying to keep the game fun and fair for everyone, so all the players can enjoy, invest time and progress with their operators.
The balanced game should be one that you can enjoy playing any operator. It doesn't mean that they are all useful in all the situations, but all of them have a specific spot where you can enjoy them and get the maximum profit of them.
And also we have to keep in mind the different skill levels. So different populations that play the game, they play it differently, and we have to keep an eye on that, because balancing for new players, it's one thing, and we have to keep an eye on also players that have been playing this game for 7 years.
It requires this creativity to find a formula that where new players can enter the game and understand the gadget, the ability of the operator, and at the same time, giving to the pro players this chance to explore new ways to use it, be more creative. So in that sense, this is one of the biggest challenges, I think, from our cell.
So you have to evaluate every aspect of the game in a complex environment, that you cannot just pick one thing and evaluate, is this overpowered or not? You have to evaluate it on a specific situation with another company of operators or gadgets. So everything is relative, let's say. So normally when we identify that we have to act on something to balance it, we evaluate if it's a big change or a small change. If it's a small change and it will not require a complete rework, we try to evaluate the balancing levels that we have, that in the end are like parameters that during the production of the gadget or operator we already prepare.
So these levels that we have, it can be from different natures. It can come from the operator itself, it can come from the gadget, the specific gadget characteristics, or even the number of gadgets that are in the loadout of this specific operator, for example.
Besides the operator ability, we can also think about his loadout, because every operator has a weapon and every operator has a secondary gadget. So depending on what we want to do on them, we can keep the ability as it is and not change, and we can take a look at his weapon, the power of his weapon, or what secondary gadgets the operator has available.
Yeah, I think a good example of a lever that it looks like something not super huge is like the area of the mute, that we change from a cylinder to a sphere, and suddenly you open tons of other systems to interact with it. And for example, you can place your Ace Selma charge in the wall, in the highest part, or even fuse the wall. And this is coming only because we touch a lever, that is, we change the shape of the mute, and suddenly other mechanics appear and other interactions. So we have to evaluate everything as a whole.
Another way that we have to balance operators is to look at their own ecosystems. So, for example, we can identify some, like, for example, we have the breachers in the game, we have the roamers in the game, and something we've learned, I would say, during the life of the balancing cell is that you don't need always to touch the operator that is causing the issue. You sometimes have to look at his ecosystem and modify one of other operators. It's something we see really often with roamers, for example. Instead of affecting the roamer that is causing the issue, you modify another roamer, you make it more powerful, and that directly affects to that whole ecosystem. Other roamers go down, and the peak of the other that we change, it's going up. And in reverse, if we nerf a roamer like we did with Mozi and the P10, you can see how he goes down, and the other options for that spot are going up directly.
I think the best example is Maverick. Maverick was designed to create holes on reinforced walls, so you can pick through and create small rotation holes. And this is the way that was designed, and we imagine that it's going to be used. So when players, less skilled players take it, they are just going to the default wall, create the hole, and pick through. But when pro players put their hands in Maverick, they invent the Maverick trick. So they know how the game works, as they discover how to destroy the reinforcement without making an actual hole. So this is kind of the difference we have between the players. A good example of how the skill can change the way that an operator is used.
And I think that Maverick is a great example of that, because literally the creativity that you have with the torch, it's huge. You can go from a super small hole and pick, you can make rotations. So the Maverick tricking. So this is a really good example of this, these different levels of knowledge of a gadget that you can have, or gadget or operator.
I also find quite interesting what's the path for a new player for these kind of interactions, because you start playing, you play the operator, you experiment what you have in hand, and then you go to Reddit, you start to check, and you see, okay, I can do this with Maverick, and how you evolve from the base of the operator and how much you learn until you can use it almost as a pro, because you're seeing Pro League, you're seeing guides online, and that's great. It's like a super interesting path and you can find it almost in every operator.
And it's kind of cool how the knowledge propagates, because the pros discover it, then it goes to Reddit. So it starts to be played in ranked, they are gonna start using it, and this becomes a norm in the game. So now in every match you see this mechanic being used, and how it goes lower and lower in the skill level, and now it's the normal use to this operator or this gadget.
And maybe for newcomers you think, I will give him one canister more of fuel so he can open more. But then if you do it, suddenly in Pro League they are opening the whole map. So that's the tricky point.
I think that when we reach this point where we create or tweak some gadget or operator, and it has this, it gives this creativity to the player. Like you can see many options just checking the mechanics of the gadget. For me, it's the most satisfactory among all the stuff that you can do as a balancing cell. Lion was the first challenge that we had as a cell. In fact, I would say that it was like the reward, the spark, like that made us became the balancing cell.
We evaluated multiple systems, and in the end, the wall hack was a pretty specific system for Lion. So we wanted to get rid of it and use an already existing system in the game, that is the ping system. So now you have an easy delivery system that is just press a button, but the information you are getting is not that precise. So we don't have this wall hack effect anymore, and everything is consistent. So we are not creating anything unique in Lion. It's using an already existing system. So I think a pretty important point is that when you evaluate Lion, it looks pretty easy to dodge the ability. You only have to stand still. You will not get detected. But this is a specific case of Rainbow. You have many systems. In this case, for example, you can have a drone pinging you. So if you move, you will get wall banged. And if you don't move, you will get ping in red with a precise drone. So in the end, this is a specific showcase of multiple systems acting together. And you cannot evaluate an operator only by itself or the ability. You have to think it in the whole ecosystem of Rainbow with all the interaction with other systems. And that was the main problem with Lion, combining with pushing and droning and the outline, so complex system acting together.
Yeah, so it's something that we love to do. It's checking players' reaction to the changes that we do. See what they found. We expect something when we release a new feature, but they always bring in something new that we didn't thought about it. And we enjoy looking how they have fun with the changes.
It's curious how sometimes you see like maybe it's a Twitter conversation or even the whole mood on opinion of the community, but you see how it evolves, the discussion, and how similar it's sometimes to the same discussions we have here.
It's really cool when we think that, okay, they understand what we are doing and why we are doing this. you feel like, okay, we nailed it.
Yeah, in the end, anybody in the cell has the opportunity to express their opinion regarding a change that you are about to release from any discipline. We all play the game, everybody has the opportunity to share the feedback, and this is like our first line. We gather the feedback, we discuss it, we adapt, and this is super cool, having this opportunity to us, having this small ecosystem, maybe not representative of the whole community, but as I said, with people from different levels, it's a nice first step.
At the end, in Rainbow, we are balancing a sandbox. So everything that we do, it's just to create tools and give player options to do what they want. It's like the defenders are creating a puzzle and attackers are trying to solve this puzzle. So as a balancing team, we are just giving tools to them to create new things and to solve the puzzles in a different ways.
If I win the 6th Invitational, I would spend my money traveling.
I'm gonna take a Europe tour. I'm definitely gonna buy Siege skins.
I definitely want to get some nice pair of Jordans.
Probably a new processor for my computer.
If I win the invitation, I'm gonna buy a NFT monkey.
NFTs.
Buying NFTs.
Just kidding. Can we cut that?
Yeah, I'm gonna use that money for some investment like Bitcoin or something.
Crypto a little bit, I can respect a little bit, but NFTs are just like,
딱히 근데 크게 지출할 일이 없다 보니까 딱히 그냥 저축할 것 같아요. 아무래도 돈 쓸 일이 없다 보니까.
Oh, maybe I have a different answer for that. First of all, my team is not playing here for the money. We're playing for a big dream.
I probably wouldn't buy anything. I'd probably just invest it.
I'm not a big money spender.
But you think I'm going to the Gucci store?
I don't know. I don't have any things I want to buy.
Last year we got the 2nd place. Was so near to the hammer, you know.
You know, you're gonna laugh. If I win Invitational, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna buy my local pub because it's like a dump.
That feeling is amazing. I want to have this feeling, and the money is just a consequence.
You know, it's like really a dump, and I'm gonna like make that a really good place.
Maybe I'll buy a car. I don't have a car yet.
Some sort of car, I don't know what yet.
I don't have the driving license right now, but I'm planning to get it.
With the other half, I'm probably just gonna buy a car.
The first SI, you know, I bought myself a car, 2020 Acura, nothing crazy.
If I won SI, I would probably end up buying a Tesla.
I like Mitsubishi.
Everyone probably says like, oh, Lamborghini, like you know.
Oh, Tesla, because Teslas are nice.
Maybe an Audi?
No, a pub. It's like the Lamborghini version in Scotland, a pub.
I have like the new grill, where it's like, I didn't like the old grill on the Acuras, you know?
Probably I'll buy a house.
But if I win the invitation, I'd like to repair in the house, you know?
You know, when I've won the last invite, I got a nice car for myself, nothing crazy.
And then
I'm a simple guy. I would buy a house, you know, just simple things, you know.
There's some money for me. I'm gonna buy like an apartment, a house for me.
I would probably buy a jet ski. People that have money have this, so if I have money, I probably would have this.
If you just buy stuff, you know, there will be no money for the future, so.
You know what, I'd go to my nice financial advisor and say, hey, what do I do with this?
I will be moving out my house. I cannot stand my parents down my ear anymore.
It's like really a dump, and I'm gonna like make that a really good place. So yeah, why not? What would you do if you won 6th Invitational?
I just like saving money. The only thing I spend on is just food. Whenever I need it, I'll just go grocery shopping.
The 6th Invitational has always been about the holy trinity of what makes Siege a unique game. It's about 3 pillars, right? It's always been about a celebration of the community, a celebration of the development team, and a celebration of competition because, well, we receive the best teams in the world and we crown the world champion.
Watching major competitions and seeing anything that happens is pretty exciting. The SI has a special place in our hearts. We get to see our work on the big screen. We get to feel the excitement of the community, and we also get to reconnect with our colleagues all around the world.
We get to see the people that actually enjoy it, play it, and actually bond with them.
The 6i is always like just an amazing gathering of people.
Je crois que pour nous, en fait, c'est un événement qui donne de l'énergie à tout le monde, aux gens chez Ubisoft, à l'équipe de développement.
On partage un moment en commun, ensemble. Et c'est vraiment, je pense, cette espèce de réunion de famille où il y a les devs, les pros et la communauté.
The 6th Invitational for us is always the highlight of the year. It is the biggest celebration of the game and also the pinnacle of competition for our players.
As the event progresses, you get a bigger and bigger sense of communion. Like everybody really comes together. So in the dev corner, and for a lot of devs, when I had a chance to kind of sit down and talk to them, people were just really excited. in that moment. It's like you get to live the best version of the game you work on. You get to see community and fans be super excited for the things you're working on.
For us, it's like the end time of the year. Like we're always running, so it's the one time that we have to stop and enjoy and celebrate. So it's pretty cool.
This is a really humbling moment for us as developers too. We get to see some of the most talented players come together and do things we never thought possible in the game.
We always build it in a way, but you always see it played differently. So this is a great opportunity for all of us
to see how far it can go and how far we can push the limits of Siege.
And so to have that at the Six Invitational is huge and what makes everybody want to watch it.
It's like the culmination of all we've worked for. So seeing the best players in our maps, it's just such an enjoyable moment. It's very exciting to see.
For us being there, it's pretty insane, and the vibe that we get from this event every year makes us want to do more and better the following year.
The Invitationals has always been a time where we work really hard to put together our game plan, where we can share the roadmap for the next coming year, but also internally, we're talking about the next couple of years. It's our moment where we can actually have a conversation with the community, and it's also a promise to ourselves what we want to do in the coming year and how that's going to look. For us, making sure that the Six Invitational can deliver these things to all of our players, but also for us as well, is extremely important. And in these trying times, it's just as much important to celebrate our victories and realize how far we've come after these 7 years of development.
Six Invitational, 6 years. So what a match over there, of course.
My dream job when I was a kid, it was work as a scientist.
I actually first wanted to be like pilot. Then I was colorblind, so that was like out the window, you know, like unless I wanted to crash the plane.
Quando era criança, eu tinha bastante vontade de ser policial. I was not made for just stay inside and reading biology books.
I was studying sports therapy at university, classic UK kid. I wanted to be a footballer, but that never worked out, sadly. If you call it soccer, you're not a football fan. So
I always wanted to work in the bank because I was good with numbers.
I tried to study a little bit to become a doctor, but that wasn't what I really wanted. So the opportunity came to play Rainbow Six competitive, and here I am.
Quando eu era criança, eu tinha sonho de ser bombeiro, né?
I want to be Legolas from the Lord of the Rings. Very strong guy with the bow going like insane guy.
Anything related with video games, computers, that was always my thing, you know.
In high school, and I saw all these players traveling the world, and I told to my mom I'm gonna actually travel the world and playing games, and she was like, yeah, okay, but I managed to do it, so I'm just enjoying this.
My mom would always tell me that there was this period of time when I was really young, my head was so big that I would literally be lopsided towards the areas, you know.
When I was a child, I had the dream to be an archaeologist. I loved history, but when I grew up, the dream just vanished.
My first dream is to reach the SI world stage, and then I can do it now.
Growing up, I was heavily invested into getting into YouTube influencer content creation.
어렸을 때 약간 요리사를 꿈꿨던 적도 있었는데
professional gaming kind of came to me early high school.
My family's great. They're very supportive of all of it. They love it. They watch all my games.
My dad and my mom always supported me. My dad played video games too since he was a child, so I got it from him.
They were terrified at first, just because moving to Vegas, just turned 18.
They were really confused because when I said I wanted to be a pro, they didn't really know exactly what it was until I brought my dad to Invite 2019, and he realized it was a big deal.
They learned to be supportive, and they're huge fans of it now.
They would accept it, but now they're what's that check looking like?
I think they were more scared about if I'm going to be paying rent or not. I think that was the first thing.
It was something that I always found in my, I can maybe live playing video games,
My mom always supports me no matter what. She's my #1 fan, so love you, Mom.
They trust me, so yeah, I think as long as I'm happy with what I'm doing, they're happy.
He'll head in towards Archives and get caught. The hammer heads into orbit. Space Station Gaming are your world champions.
Right after it happened, it was honestly kind of like foggy. I don't know what I was expecting it to feel like. 2018, I had been packing up my gear and watching Penta lift the hammer. So just being on that huge stage in front of the crowd and just everyone chanting, the amount of passion that our crowds have is just like something really, really special. None of the results prior really mattered to me. The one that mattered was Invitational.
We go out there, we walk out on the stage before the game, and you see everyone in the crowd cheering for you. It's just truly surreal. Everyone's like energy was just higher than it has ever been.
Randy, so far this entire tournament, is the highest rated player.
We're going into the finals, that's the goal, you know, lift that hammer.
On the back of the trophy stand, all the names of the teams that have ever won it are engraved in. Canadian, he can taste that, right? It's so close to getting there again.
We had heard like a lot of things about like Nip being really strong.
Pino, he's been doing insane.
If you like look at their stats from the event, Pino's stats didn't get crazy until they started making that losers bracket run. It's really impressive because he ended up having like some of the best stats in the whole event. As we saw it happening, we're like, they're here to play.
I just remember feeling very lucky to be there, just ready. Ready to win, ready to lose, just ready.
We had a good first round, and then a couple rounds after that, it was just like small mistakes or like getting surprised or caught off guard by like small things.
The biggest advantage that SSG had is now gone. Flawless round. Ninjas in pajamas take map 1.
The second map, it felt like their momentum was hitting though. It felt like we couldn't do anything.
And that's the map.
We're down 2-0, about to face defeat, and we're coming up to our best map. That was a good feeling. It was the turnaround that we needed.
Fultz is down 4 in a row now.
They can't seem to be stopped at this point.
Once we were down 4-0 on Clubhouse, we started to worry a little bit for sure. Now it was our best map. Like we had no excuse for this. It was when Nade first clutch, I think we like pulled ahead with the momentum, and I think we started to control the match.
Nade on 1 HP. Will the thermite be able to clutch? No! Plenty of time. No match point for Ninjas in pajamas.
I remember just looking up in the middle of the series at the crowd and seeing all the lights. The crowd was with us. It was like looking at stars, like a galaxy out. That picture is still ingrained in my memory.
We could just tell after that moment that we were like in control of the match.
For me personally, the crowd was one of the main reasons why I personally was able to keep myself in it mentally, and I'm sure it was the same for the whole team.
America, Space Station Gaming are your world champion.
An absolutely massive win for SSG.
I definitely feed off the energy. I feel like the crowd does the same with me. Like so many people like cheering for us and believing in us. I'm really glad I got to share that with the crowd that we did.
My name is Alexander Yeti Lawson. I play for the Susquehanna Sonics from the NAL, and I'm like the hard breach roamer, secondary hard breach roamer for the team. I started playing Rainbow Six Siege in the closed beta on Xbox, so I grew up playing Battlefield, Call of Duty, all the other, Halo, the normal FPS shooters that everyone played, and I just kind of got tired, and I was looking for something with some depth, something that I could play, and it was not the same thing over and over again. And Siege really delivered that, and it had like the tactical realism of one-shot headshot. There was there's a lot of strategy involved at the beginning of the game, so those things really attracted me. I was definitely a casual gamer when I started, but then I saw the Pro League, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. As time went on, and as I got better at the game, I was like, I think I can do this. I was grinding for Invitational, for the very first Invitational on Xbox, never made it. And then after that, they announced that they're gonna cancel the console league. At that moment, I was like, I'm gonna do this. And I switched to PC. One of my teammates on Xbox came with me. We found some players grinding the game. I eventually upgraded to my first actual gaming computer. And then we get picked up by an org called World's Best Gaming, WBG. And that was my very first Pro League season. So in a short period, about 6 months, from me switching to PC, I make Pro League. This is everything you want. Nerve-wracking with the format at the time. Obviously, very small room for error. You lose 2 games, you're out. My grandparents actually wanted me to quit, and they were like my parental figures. They were Like, do you want to like waste time with this? You know, I was in college, not really focusing on studies. My priorities were obviously elsewhere. It was really hard. And my computer broke, and I was really depressed. And my grandparents actually bought me a new computer for Christmas because like they could not handle me being that depressed. At that point, I kind of almost like got motivated again to really hit it hard. They're believing in me, so it was a roller coaster of emotions. And then the Obey guys decided to make roster moves. They approached me saying, we want to give you a shot. I'm like, I'd love that. And it was a breath of fresh air because I was like, you know, I get to keep going. I get to keep going, chasing my dream. And it's just like, it's terrifying because one minute you think it's gone, and then the next day you wake up with an opportunity that's going to change your life. I had a Sonics tryout. That's the way it worked. They basically said, we like how there's chemistry between you four, and we can kind of hit the ground running with this project. And we got picked up by the Sonics, and started preparing for the NAL.
And the Sonics will be the 2021 NAL champions!
The Six Invitational means a lot. It's a very special thing. If there's going to be any events that anyone remembers from Siege, it's the Six Invitationals. People forget a major. People forget, you know, a minor or a regional competition, but no one forgets a Siege Invitational. Shoot, people remember things that Noah Ringu did, but it hasn't quite hit me that I'm at the Six Invitational, that I'm at the equivalent to, you know, the World Cup or the Super Bowl of our video game. I think that it's so special that I get to be a part of the game's bloodline, and it's going to be there forever.
If I have to live with one of my teammates, I would say Souls, because he's really quiet and I wouldn't even see that he was there.
Honestly, it's so hard to choose because they are all annoying. When we are going for the boot camp, it's like 2 or 3 weeks, and honestly, it's so hard to, like, yeah, sometimes they're annoying.
Neo. I feel like he's kind of the same person as me. He likes the same stuff. He's not too annoying. He'll just sit there and play something next to you.
I think it would be false. He's an easy guy to be around, and the rest of the team, I wouldn't handle them.
To live with? That's a hard one.
I had to live with them for a year. If I had to live with one of my teammates for a year, it would be crying. Because, you know, he'll help me motivate myself to get out and do more. He's quite a funny guy, and I think he could be quite clean. I'm not quite sure though. I have to see that one.
Eu acho que eu preferiria viver com o Kamikaze, porque eu sou um cara muito bagunceiro e, tipo, ele também é bagunceiro e ele não liga muito pra isso. Eu acho que a gente se daria bem.
I think I would want to live with Heis, you know, because he's a pretty funny guy, you know. He got his serious face, and all of a sudden he just say a joke. So I mean, the man, it's too funny.
1년을 같이 살아야 한다고요? 뭐 지금 같이 룸메이트하고 있는 뭐 코티드? 일단 룸메이트고 그래도 뭐 같이 방 쓴 게 있으니까 좀 더 편하고 그런 게 있어가지고.
Me and Bosco have like a super close friendship. I mean, Bosco's pretty much my older brother. I look up to him in game and out of game. He's just someone I just have the utmost amount of respect for. So I would love to live with Debo. I love Bosco. So
if I had to live with one teammate, I think I'd pick Pambazoo. He's like my little brother. Like it's just adorable. Like I teach him things. We're like raising him basically.
The Six Invitational is the convergence of the game, of the developers, of the amazing community.
Le top de notre e-sport, c'est ce qui représente ce pourquoi on bosse tous.
C'est l'apothéose un petit peu et un peu l'anniversaire de notre e-sport.
En général, ça s'est fait par une autre équipe à Montréal. Ils font toujours de l'excellent boulot, ils nous inspirent en interne, donc on a eu l'opportunité, on va dire, de continuer cette espèce de legacy qu'ils ont mis en place depuis 5 ans, 6 ans. Donc ouais, c'était hyper cool de se dire que ouais, on va organiser un Six Invitational.
Alors avant de l'organiser en 2021, je pense qu'assez facilement, en regardant les images, en entendant parler, je me rends compte du challenge que c'est. Alors quand en 2021, on vient nous voir, on se prend une bonne dose de pression de prime abord. Et après, je pense qu'on a été tout de suite en mode solution, à essayer de trouver une venue, comment on allait travailler avec le gouvernement, qui allait travailler avec nous.
On essaie de trouver la meilleure solution possible pour pouvoir faire l'événement. On a une tonne d'options différentes. On a un plan X en Bulgarie, en passant par des studios, et puis on fait des équipes dans des hôtels, et en fait on fait tout en retransmis à distance. Et on trouve finalement une solution, c'est d'aller à Paris et de faire le Six Invitational dans le Palais Brongniart.
La priorité principale, c'est évidemment la sécurité des joueurs, des staffs, des partenaires, etc.
Qui on peut ramener, comment. Moi de mon côté, ça a été surtout savoir quel supplier on peut avoir. Est-ce qu'on peut faire voyager des matériaux d'une région à une autre? Est-ce que toutes les équipes vont pouvoir voyager au Six Invitational à Paris? Donc ça, c'est le premier enjeu, vraiment avant tout. Sans ça, en fait, on ne le fait pas.
En fait, ouais, il n'y avait pas de blueprint, il n'y avait pas de recette miracle. Je pense qu'il n'y en a toujours pas aujourd'hui sur comment organiser un événement en période de pandémie. Donc comment est-ce que tu mixes santé versus optimisation versus ce qu'on a envie de faire en fait. C'est vraiment, on va dire, un exercice d'équilibriste en permanence qu'on a dû faire. Une semaine avant l'événement, on apprend finalement que ça ne sera pas possible.
On discutait énormément avec le gouvernement, on était à ça de l'avoir. Et les choses ont fait que finalement, ils ont reculé. Et là, je pense qu'on était préparés à cette réponse, pour être honnête. On s'était préparés pour pas être trop déçus. Mais bien sûr, il y a de la déception qui arrive. Ça a été une tempête en interne pour tout réorganiser, pour se remettre en marche et pour remettre le pied à l'étrier.
Comment on va l'expliquer? Comment, tout le monde était super impatient à l'idée que l'événement ait lieu. Les fans, les joueurs pros, ils s'apprêtaient à voyager. Toute l'équipe d'organisation, jusqu'à la dernière minute, ils ont travaillé de sorte que l'event ait lieu aux dates prévues comme prévu. Donc ça n'a pas pu se faire. Maintenant, voilà, maître mot, c'est l'agilité. Donc en fait, on est quand même très rapidement passé aux étapes d'après.
In the first day of the event, our initial feeling was of excitement and relief, but then you do have to catch up to actually working because it's only the beginning. You have to remain laser focused and you have to continue to execute on the event to make sure that everything goes smoothly.
Premier jour, beaucoup de fierté juste d'avoir les joueurs avec nous, de sentir quand même, même s'il n'y a pas de public, voilà, de retour de compétition avec des équipes internationales.
Pour toutes les équipes qui travaillent sur l'événement, c'est toujours un plaisir de voir qu'effectivement la communauté est au rendez-vous et qu'on a des beaux matchs, du beau jeu et des beaux moments en stream.
On a fait le Six Invitational. Alors, pas comme d'habitude, mais un Six Invitational, donc c'est toujours hyper agréable. Et surtout, dans une pandémie, ça montre le niveau d'expertise des équipes.
Et en fait, cet événement aussi a été un énorme succès, pas seulement grâce à notre travail, mais aussi parce qu'on a eu le soutien de notre communauté, on a eu le soutien des joueurs pros, des organisations. Et ça, c'est hyper important parce que ça nous permettait, on va dire, c'est une sorte de boussole par moment. Où on se disait, on va dans le bon sens et on a fait tout ça pour ça. Donc merci à eux, merci à vous tous.
My gate stands like a star in the darkness, a burning light that keeps enemies at bay.
Rooney is definitely a crucial up to the meta. She brings a lot of utility. You know, she has her 3 Rooney gates. She has a fist that can punch rotates, clean rotates, and then she also has a bulletproof.
She has really great guns, and you can win your gunfights most of the time if you're using like the DMR for long angles with the 1.5 scope.
You can basically two-tap enemies in the body. And also Ronnie is a great gun. When it had the bigger magazine, it was better, of course, but it's fine.
Yeah, and obviously the Rooney gates for positions that you want to. If you're scared that someone might shoot you in the back, you can whack on a Rooney gate on the door. No worries.
Before Rooney released, I'd say the meta was probably more sped up, a little bit more aggressive. You know, and Malusi, I guess, was like other than Barb, I mean, that's probably like the only other thing that was stopping you from hitting sight. And so the meta was pretty sped up, you know, the attacks were definitely more sped up. But now with the Rooney, you know, you have a Rooney gates and they reactivate after every so seconds. So it definitely slows down the meta of attack and, you know, it definitely stalls them out a bit.
She brings the bulletproof, obviously that's info, and also she's utility for the attackers to clear, where it could be like, you can use her in different ways. So like, first of all, for utility to hold certain areas, or like info. So like if they get in a Rooney gate, you know someone's around that area. So yeah, it's like a info and utility operator.
I think most Rooney players are just putting their traps somewhere inside, for example, like on the hatches, so they can hear the drop from attackers, and just running around the map like roamers.
I'd say place your gates around just the side doors. You know, it's pretty much like the best way to put them around. Anywhere like you think they'd enter, and then you can play offside or onside. It just kind of depends what you're comfortable with.
I do not play Rooney in comp, unfortunately. My teammates usually play her, but I do play Rooney in ranked. It's pretty fun.
Personally, I play her a lot. She's a very crucial op to defending your bomb site.
On some maps, I play Rooney. I don't play it usually, but I think it's a really strong operator.
Me personally, I do not play a Rooney. However, my teammate, Jack Doki Robertson, is an Rooney crutch. So please do not ban it for all our competitive teams we're going to play.
If I was dropped on a deserted island, had to bring one of my teammates with me, it'd probably be Eclipse, just because I feel like he'd have some random knowledge or would know how to survive this situation.
Yeti. Yeti Deserted Island, I mean, he's just, he'll be my hunter, he can cook for me, he's just he's a one-man army.
Either Hopes or Kino. Hopes is he's kind of like a cockroach. He just finds food and he finds a way of surviving. And then Kino, I feel like he could survive like a nuclear fallout. I'm sure I could start a fire. I've watched some survival videos.
Joystick. He is responsible. For example, if the plane crashed on this island, I think Joystick would have everything needed in his luggage.
Sapper. While we take a rest after the scrim, he usually watch the survival trick on YouTube.
If I were dropped on an island, I would pick Prano. He can speak multiple languages, he can make a fire by himself, he can go hunt animals, everything. I can just chill and yeah.
I think I will pick Muzi because he sleep 12 hours a day, so he's not gonna bother me much.
Are we implying that this deserted island has, is it like a resort or something? But
포티드? 덜 먹고 열심히 잘 일할 것 같아서.
Either Achieved or Geo, they're pretty resourceful.
I need to think a little bit
I've taken some biology courses in university, hey, don't eat that. Hey, that weird looking berry? No.
Maybe Sensi, because he know how to do this stuff, He always watching some crazy videos on YouTube. He read a lot of books.
You don't want diarrhea on a deserted island.
If there was a zombie apocalypse in my team, I think maybe Reps would be the first beaten. First of all, because he's the slowest, I think. And I think the last one beaten, right, would be, I think, Reduct. He's a smart guy.
Nella, 100%. I feel like he's the most clumsiest person.
Rob Pambazao gets bit first, for sure. I think Troy would survive the longest.
Matt or Scott or Alex. I feel like they would just die in a goofy way just because they, Matt would probably just walk in a door and there would just be a zombie or something right there.
Sorry. Riz would get bite first because he's helpless. I don't know, he's just a helpless chicken. How can I say it?
Bom, acho que a primeira pessoa que ia ser mordido num ataque zumbi seria o Ramalho, porque ele é muito lento. E quem sobreviveria mais poderia ser eu ou até o cameraman, porque a gente tem mais jeito pra pensar em resolver as coisas rápido.
So if we were in a horror movie, first person dying, I would bet a large amount of money on it is NJR Nick. He would just panic, freak out, lock up, start shaking.
Riz, that's for sure. He's always laying down, he's lazy as hell.
Brandon's a little weird to put a read on. I think he would turn on the killer, start hunting him.
Aces is the first one dead. He wouldn't care, he'd be gone. The only person who would outsmart the killer is Meepy. He's got the big brain, Einstein brain.
My name's Jack Fresh Allen, and I'm an analyst in the EUL team based out in the studio in Paris, and I'm currently here at the 6th Invitational 2022. Siege is my first game that got me into the esport, that got me into the streaming, that got me into everything. So I became a bit of a played ranked on the Xbox and just had interest right throughout from the start, really. 6th Invitational brings a lot of hype. So in terms of your interest, as soon as 6th Invitational happens, your hype, your interest in the game just increases tenfold. You want to play it, you want to watch more of the game, and you just want to be as involved with the game as you possibly can be. It's probably the trigger that means, oh, I've got to move to PC, I've got to be involved in this because it was so hype. And then that was the gripping moment, as I'm sure it was for a lot of people. In terms of moving into Pro League, I was working as a financial analyst, i.e. using data to confirm or deny subjective theories. I started trying to use data to predict what teams were going to do. Back in the day, this was ESL Pro League Season 9 time. So I started with Team Empire, just watching them, analysing them, trying to work out what they were trying to do. Then from there, I started contacting people. I thought, I can do this for teams. I can predict these teams. This is easy. The first team that I worked with was actually a project team called Team Sleepy, which Kickstar started himself. And it really was just a message off a whim. Kix was looking for analysts, and I presented my portfolio. He really liked that. The next day, he picked me up, and me and Kix sat and watched scrims a lot, and he taught me everything there was to know about competitive Siege, the default takes, everything he knew in his brain from being a player, and he was trying to kind of implement that into coaching at the time. He also coached me through that. And it was only probably 6 months later, when I was on G2, we came to the Six Invitational 2020 as a team, and I saw Kix for the first time. It was surreal. It was like, this is the guy who's helped me get here. Without sounding kind of egotistical, I'd had this experience with Kix, and I'd seen what the top level could be like, and I wanted to go to the top level. I didn't want to be in the tier 3 of the UK. In the end, I ended up hearing from G2. Shast set me a task, which was to do some counter-analysis on an upcoming game they had. The counter-analysis did match, and I'm sitting there, I'm getting my family in the room, I'm like, I've got a job, I'm gonna work for the World Champions, this is incredible. And then G2 go and lose 7 rounds in a row and lose 5-7 to Navi, and I thought, oh, I've messed this up. But Shasta says the counter-analysis was almost identical to the one I did, and we'd like to pick you up. I'd retired from being in the team side because there's a lot of drawbacks. It takes up a lot of your life being in the team, being a kind of professional sports person, if you'd like. And it was only when Ubisoft UK approached me and said, we'd like to have you on a broadcast. We think your expertise would be really good. It kind of just snowballed. I started enjoying it more and more. I started wanting to be a part of it more and more. I was asking for more UKIN dates. I got offered the finals, and then I was very surprised to be offered the Sweden Major. And for me, that's beyond the best, if that makes sense. Being at Six Invitational is just, it's a dream. I competed there with G2, and now I'm here as an analyst, and honestly, I couldn't, it's beyond my wildest dreams.
So it's like a, it's a truck tire with like a red truck. Just give me a second, brainstorming right now, Okay. I'm gonna make my guess. I think it's bank.
I don't even know. Me looking at that, I don't even recognize it.
That's bank, blue stairs.
I think it's in the basement of Bank. I do like the rework. I like what they did with the top floor specifically. I think it makes that CEO side a lot more viable.
I think overall it's pretty good. I think Bank is a pretty fun map to play. I think it's pretty entertaining to watch. Although the basement side, I think the hatches being switched, or at least the one in lobby, can make for like someone to lurk and drop. But other than that, I mean, I like the map.
Honestly, Team Empire don't like to adapt to something new. We are like people who play consistency in like old maps like Oregon or something like that. And if something reworks, it's so hard for us to adapt.
I don't think it's changed like at all, actually. The only thing is, I would say, is like the repositioning and tweaks of the hatches and stuff are like way more. Like actually they favour both sides, I think, like the attack and defense, because you can kind of choose which one you want to open, which side you want to attack from, and then like defense can also defend them easier from like more anchor positions, because I think like the hatch that used to be in the reception area is now in the vault, so it's like you have more safer places to play, which was always a big problem with the basement defense on Bank. So
I think the rework has made the map a lot better to play, because since the main lobby windows have been like covered up, you can't just sit there and rappel the whole time and look through the whole of the top floor site. So top floor is definitely more, it's easier to play now, CEO. So I think teams have actually went CEO as like their first priority, as like an easy defense to play. But yeah, the rework has definitely made the map a lot more fluent.
Getting the job done often requires a creative approach.
I think he's not like any operator. I think he's unique, and I think he fills the role like of the flex in the team. I think he's best like destroying banshees.
His gadget is pretty powerful, in my opinion. He can open walls, he can open line of sights, he can destroy gadgets,
He's a really good operator to even go for lurkers because he has the flashbangs. He has a lot of intel as well because he has 4 drones that last 10 seconds, so it's one of the best operators in my opinion.
I think
Flores is overall a really good operator and really diverse. Like, you can literally change the playstyle if you have him in a team, because you can go to more direct pushes and he can clear all utility and create that space for your team.
Use his gadgets carefully, not just throw it around, because one shot and it's gone. So just put a little thought before using it, just a little spots, drone holes that can surprise and get to the bomb site and, destroy some gadgets. Some things like that just help a lot.
Even if there is like a simple wire below one window, which is like creating some safe zone for your team, they're just using it to destroy any kind of utility they can. So you need to worry about multiple approaches instead of like just having like a banshee, for example, covering a certain area, or a wire, or like a shield. So it's basically used always for like just trying to destroy utility, or if you have a spare, when utility is gone, it's always good to try to, let's say they have a rotate, push the Flores around there, activate it, and push in the same time, swinging the other angle, while you know that the rotate is not going to get pushed.
I do play Flores. My team, only Cyber doesn't play Flores, to say the least.
My team play Flores, but like not a lot. We play Flores like specific situations, but like I'm not the one that play Flores in my team. Usually it's Red Duct, and I do play Flores in the ranked because I like the operator, I like the gun, and I think it's a good operator. I played Flores before, but my team sometimes use Flores, but not on me because I'm stuck on hard bridge and hard support. So that's not going to happen anytime soon.
My team, we do play Flores sometimes, depends on the map, depends on the situation, but usually it isn't me who play it. He's a pretty good operator, he's stylish, so he got the scarf, the pink glasses, so man.
That's where I come in.
Hey, my name is Jesse J. Chick, and I'm an analyst on the North American League and here at SI. First time I played Rainbow Six Siege was Operation Chimera after watching the Six Invitational where EG lost and got swept in the grand finals.
This is the best team in the world, never having that distinction.
And I said, hey, this is a game I should check out, I should get involved with. I remember I was sitting in my university campus and I was browsing Twitch. I saw Rainbow Six, the Six Invitational. Honestly, I think it was mostly like the production value that was being held at that Six Invitational, like seeing the stage that they had built up there, seeing the level of the organization. So that was really what like piqued my interest with it and got me hooked, like, okay, this is a game that I should pay attention to. Well, like I kind of thought like, oh, hey, this would be a cool game to like work and to jump into, but I certainly never thought I'd get to this point. It was probably over a year between seeing the game for the first time, raising an interest, probably a year and a half, until I actually got like a broadcast opportunity.
Should look a lot better for Evil Geniuses. It's one of 3 maps that they have a 100% win rate on in the last 3 months.
When I finally got asked to do Challenger League Season 9, and that was the first real broadcast experience that I had in Rainbow Six. At the time, there were 4 casters in the entire world for Rainbow Six, right? And I was like, there's clearly room to grow here. I remember I was applying to a bunch of community leagues before I got in on Challenger League, and there was one time I sent out a message, CCS, I believe, was looking for new casters. And I sent a message to this guy named Flynn. I said, hey Flynn, here's all of my stuff. Would you consider me for the opportunity? Heard nothing back. Absolutely ghosted. A couple months after that, Flynn reaches out to me once again and says, hey, there's this Canada Nationals gig. I remember that application you sent me a while ago. Would you be interested? And that was in 2019. And I said yes. We moved out to Montreal for a couple of months, did the events, and it was a great time. So it starts back in SI 2020. I am approached by Ubisoft. We're building a team, and we want to have a full-time, committed talent pool to work a new North American league. And I told them, if you have an opportunity for me in this new league, I'm absolutely down. I wasn't expecting to work the last Six Invitational, right? I had just gotten started. I knew it was something that was my goal for this year. If I didn't get to work this Six Invitational, that would have been a disappointment for me because this was something that I'd been working towards. The Mexico Major was an experience. So we get there, it's the middle of the night, everybody's asleep, but walking into the lobby, seeing the logo, to get there, to get into my hotel room and just be like, wow, I finally made it to a major. This is it. This is the highest level of competition other than the Six Invitational. Yeah, this is gonna be the clash of the ages. SI to me means sort of the peak of what you can achieve in Siege, right? Working the Six Invitational as talent, that is the end goal. I want to continue this. I want to come back here as many times as possible. The goal of my whole career in Siege was to get here. Assuming I don't screw it all up at this point, I think I've pretty much accomplished that.
Is it like, is it Villa Piano? Oh, Chalet. Bro, like, come on, man.
I'm ready. So wait, how do I, it's a bear. I know that one. That's on Chalet.
Easy one. It's Chalet.
Yeah, it's Chalet, but I.
Piano?
I believe that this Chalet he work it really helps the map to get a fresh start for it, because I believe that on the old ages of Siege it was an unbalanced map.
So yeah, with Chalet, I feel like I actually really like the rework compared to like the old Chalet. I feel like it's more balanced for defenders. I feel like old Chalet was super attacker-sided. Now, I do think Chalet is still an attacker-sided map, but I think defenders have more of an opportunity to win rounds, and also there's like more of a clutch factor on that map, because I feel like there's a lot of gunfights early for the defenders because of just how it plays. So I feel like there's more clutch factor on that map.
Right now you can do a lot of different stuff. On the past one, you like were so, how can I say? There was the big window, yeah, the balcony with the big window. You can like rotate to anywhere because it was like it was just one stairs, I think, right? I don't even remember as well.
No, it's actually feeling like a new map. For example, kitchen bomb side, you have a lot more freedom as attacker, as well as a defender. Master bed side is available now, I would say. Before that, it was pretty hard to defend.
좀 별장이 리메이크된 지 좀 된 걸로 기억을 하는데 거의 옛날 리메이크 되기 전 맵은 거의 기억이 안 날 정도로 좀 오래된 걸로 기억하는데 일단은 많이 바뀐 것 같아요. 아무래도 최근에 리메이크 되는 맵을 보면 은행도 그렇고 크게 이제 리메이크가 됐다라는 느낌을 못 받는 경향이 있는데, 별장 같은 경우는 완전히 그냥 새로운 맵이라고 느낄 정도로 리메이크가 좀 잘 됐고 재밌게 되었다고 생각을 합니다.
Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field.
One thing that I love in OSA is you can make some crazy plans. You know, you can just go inside the bomb and drop some smokes and put the shield in front of you and just plant. You know, relax and plant and go leave the area. That's it.
I think if the defenders aren't ready to deal with OSA, like if they don't have impacts in their lineup or like C4s, it could be very difficult to deal with. She has smokes, so she can smoke off lanes and place shields for people to like plant behind and just kind of cover behind. So I think her potential is very high for like creating a huge impact on attack.
When OSA was first introduced, I think she would shake up the meta a little bit. You know, she's got 2 shields, which is really impactful, and smoke grenades too, which will actually shake up the lineups a little bit.
After you put the shield, you can take it back. So piggyback the shield if you are like in an area, very important area with the shield, and you are there like covering your team to dominate another place. After you put your shield, just take it back and go to another area, and you have the shield to make another play, whatever you want. You have 2 shields, so it's pretty insane.
You can honestly treat her like Montaigne. You can kind of just walk around the map and like clear it out if you wanted to. And people got to be ready to deal with her. Like there was a game, DZ versus Furia, where Furia was trying to plant Jim with OSA, and they were just trying to plant right at the gym door, putting the shield down, but DZ had 4 sets of impacts, so they just kept impacting the OSA shield, and they couldn't plant and execute, and they ended up losing the round.
If it's your first time playing OSA, I'd recommend always bringing smoke grenades, because it's good to cut off line of sight, and also to just place the shields in any position you feel comfortable to approach the site.
Eu não tentaria colocá-los de janelas. Eu vejo que muitos jogadores iniciantes tentam colocar sempre a USA em janela. Eu acho que não é uma jogada muito boa. Eu tentaria sempre jogar com alguém atrás de mim para poder me dar o backup atrás do shield, e tentaria fazer algumas jogadas com plantas. Eu acho que é bem interessante por ela ter smoke também. Eu acho que essa é a melhor opção para jogar com ela.
I don't play OSA as my role, but my teammates, specifically I guess Matt, Hot and Cold, he likes OSA a lot. I would say that we don't bring it out much, or haven't brought it out much in like competitive, but like in ranked, we play OSA a lot.
In my team, actually we play OSA in sometimes like in bank, because With the shield, you can like make some really fast entrance, like in the golden stars, you know.
Our team doesn't really tend to play Osa, but I do play her a lot in ranked because it's really easy to just push up against enemies, have some fun with your friends, you know, like get really close and just meme on people.
Not a scratch.
Are we recording already?
Yes.
Coastline inside of VIP. Boom, that was easy. Come on. You're gonna have to up your game on this one.
The first question is a competition map. A quick guess would be Coastline. Thank God.
Actually, I thought you were kidding, because I really don't know what map this is. I have no idea.
That's Coastline. Hall of Fame. Or Guitar.
I think it's Coastline, outside lobby.
É difícil ainda, mas no notebook ainda. Ou é Oregon Switch ou Clubhouse Switch.
I think it maintains the old kind of Coastline feel. I think it just makes it kind of less annoying. Like the roof isn't as big of a factor. Don't have people just like camping up there. But like other than that, I feel like it's kind of the same map.
I think the skylight was really good because like Moringa from Liquid, he was always there, and it's really annoying when you're a defense, you die from the sky, you know, it's not really fun, and this you can still kill people from there, but you don't see very often.
I think that rework brings some new dynamics for the map. Before it was a really like one thing. Every single match is like the same, you know. You have the same things to do and stuff like that. And with that rework, like we have more possibilities to make strats and stuff like that. And actually make the map more playable.
Bom, com o rework do mapa novo do Coastline, o jogo ficou mais defensivo, né, o mapa em si, e acho que foi uma boa melhora pro mapa, mas tem algumas coisas que ainda tem que melhorar, principalmente a parte da claraboia, né, que é muito aberta, e poderia ser explorado algumas coisas lá.
Coastline, it got changed a little bit, but I don't think it changes the overall dynamic of the map. It's still very attacker-sided, very fluid. You pick a site and you just throw some stuff at the wall and see what sticks, honestly. Like, that's your best bet to do.
My name is Ronald Fernandez, also known as Cyano, and I am a Rainbow Six observer.
When you first got started playing Rainbow Six Siege, it was just a casual outlet, right? You didn't really have any aspirations to make it your career.
It's true. I mean, back when we first started playing, we would only really do terrorist time because we didn't have that confidence to really get into the PvP, the casual, even ranked.
When did you first hear or find out about Rainbow Six Siege having an esports scene?
It was around the time that Blood Orchid got released. So we watched Blood Orchid, and that's where we kind of saw, it's like, oh, there's an esports side of it. And that's how we got tapered into like the idea of like taking the strategy and seeing what we can bring into multiplayer.
Do you think that helped prepare you to be as good of a spectator as you are?
I think so, because it kind of gave me a broad perspective of what were they doing here? What was their purpose? It kind of gave me an idea of what to do in the game. When I brought it in game, I kind of got their perspective. It was like, what was the purpose? More so from their point of view.
How did you get to the point that you're at right now?
Getting picked up by small tier 4 leagues, just getting my name out there. People picked me up for CCS. I talked to Rob, talked to Sternab. They brought me on for production side, but I still saw potential in the observing side, so I still did observing for small tier 4 leagues on the side. Worked with actually Veli for small leagues on the side as well. And I guess my name got pushed forward, and that got me into the North American League.
Your job is quite reactive, right? Like you can't really you can't come in and prep a match. No. So you just got to go with the flow.
I mean, that's true, because especially with Rainbow Six Siege, everything is different per round. They could have the same exact site, defense, they could have the same setup, attacking side, they can start pushing towards the same setup. But once a player gets dropped off on one side, it changes everything.
What's one thing about spectating that most people probably don't think about or don't know?
So one thing that people don't think about is just all the different utility that people have to remember, or at least the observers have to remember, all the different positions of everybody. So it's ever changing throughout the rounds. So it's a lot of memory and a lot of kind of foresight trying to figure out where the players are going to shift to, where the utility, if it's going to change, or if it's going to stay, how much of a power position is that one utility going to be.
What does the Six Invitational mean to you, and what does this event in particular mean to you?
The Six Invitational is everything. It is players from around the world duking out for the #1 spot in the world. It's incredible to see it, and just for the fact that I'm here is a huge honor. I never thought I would actually be at one. So it's a huge honor just to be here.
Thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy the Six Invitational.
Thank you, I will.
Preparation, speed, precision.
The main thing about Thunderbird is if you can hit your shots, you're a good Thunderbird. Because all you got to do is, put down a little Kona station, maybe put 2 of them in sight, maybe 1 on the roam, like we're like a kind of a power spot near the roam, so that you can kind of like the roamers can kind of access without all the way going to sight. It's really just about knowing how to work the roam and how to work like the defensive, I guess, offense, if that makes sense.
This operator is good for the support roles, like you can use the gadget from Thunderbird to heal. The gadget like C4 or Impact is really good also. It can deny the plant from the enemy planting.
Thunderbird in comp tends to play more of like a roamer offsite player. I think she works well with like making rotates, like with Oryx or someone. So Oryx can basically just make all the rotates in sight by dashing through the walls and then healing up. So he's on full HP.
Thunderbird has the spear, has the bearing, so still fast, has a nitro, and if you're roaming, if you're running around playing like a damn maniac, just go hit one of the stations and you're back to full.
썬더버드는 로밍 도는데 최적화된 캐릭이라 생각하고 그 능력이 3개가 있는데 2개는 설치하고 하나는 가져다니면서 자기가 자가 힐을 하면 좋은 것 같다고 생각을 합니다.
If you have all the the boxes checked with all those shields and everything like that, it's really nice. At Thunderbird, you place 1 of 3 Kona stations and it does like, is it 40 or something like that? And you can even overheal yourself.
My team doesn't play Thunderbird that often. I think she's a really good operator for like pugging, like ranked. So I think I would definitely play her in ranked because ranked is more gunfight focused. So I think she's a lot better in that environment rather than comp where you kind of just die instantly or like you get downed instantly.
I have played like Thunderbird in rank before, and our team also used the Thunderbird in the competition. I'm a support role, and I like to use it and then stay inside, try to help our fans if they call us for the help, and then boom, let's go for the help.
And that's how I fly.
Welcome back, friends, to the Invitational. You know, one thing that I really think is the best part of the Invitational is that it's not just about the game itself and the esport, but about the people that make this whole thing run. You saw our talent and the players talking about their journeys to get to Invitational, their impact on the scene and what the scene has impacted them over the past few years. Well, there's a lot of people that made Siege what it is today. One of them is a good friend of ours here in the esports scene for sure, and he's getting a commendation. Congratulations, get flanked. Here's your commendation, my friend. Enjoy.
5 seconds.
Let's go. I consider myself an educator because, you know, in a lot of ways I'm trying to allow other people to learn from my mistakes. And, you know, whenever I discover something, whenever I learn from one of my own mistakes, I pass it on to other people, hopefully preventing them from making the same one or shortening their skill or learning curve. Name is Dylan Clark. Go by Get Flanked online and in-game. I live in Pennsylvania now, grew up in a small town called Jane Lou in West Virginia. It's a family of 2 kids and a wife. Get ready. I'm a full-time content creator for YouTube, Twitch. I also host a podcast called the Lajabon Podcast with Zeronic. And yeah, just make videos about mainly Rainbow Six Siege. I discovered the game when the E3 reveal was released in 2014.
He's in the bathroom.
I think initially what attracted me to the game is just how cool it is. You know, at that time, I'd never played a game where you could rappel upside down in a lobby and, you know, kill an enemy while they're walking underneath of you. I'd never played a game with this much destruction. So initially it was just like eye candy, you know, it was really cool. But once you get in and I realized, oh my gosh, you know, the droning is a game within itself. The challenge is what has kept me in the game. And the depth is what has kept me in the game. But initially, the game just looked cool to me. At that time, I was in Bedford, yeah, and I was still in the Army, and I was working as an aircraft mechanic. That was my real job, and YouTube was still just a hobby. But whenever I switched over to Rainbow Six Siege in year 2, that's when the channel really started gaining momentum and taking off. And after about a year, I made a decision to go full-time content creator, and that would have been right around March of 2018. I started making tip videos for like a clan that I was in, like just about call-outs. And then it just kind of progressed from there. You know, you think about an attacking round in Rainbow Six Siege, you don't know how to rappel, you don't know where the objective is, you don't know how to use your drone, you don't know what operators to do, you don't know what hard breaches are. There's so much that you don't know. Give it 40 hours, you know, and get over the hump. But if you do, if you get over that hump, I promise you, you will be playing one of the most rewarding games that you will ever play in your entire life. For the instructional videos, it's usually, I'll have a moment in a game where I'm like, wow, that is something I didn't realize before, or that's something that's very useful, and I think that other people would really benefit from that knowledge. And then usually I'll have that concept, maybe I'll write it on my dry erase board, the idea, you know, how to drone properly, and then I'll continue playing, and then while I'm playing, I'll be looking for additional clips or context for that tip. There is a challenge there because, and especially with Rainbow Six Siege, because, you know, we all know how rounds of Rainbow Six Siege don't go according to plan. So it can be sometimes multiple games, multiple days before you have an opportunity to get another clip that demonstrates what you want to talk about. And then after that, I'll collect the clips, lay down a commentary that lays out the ideas, play the gameplay background in the back and talk about it that illustrates the idea or the concept or the tip, record, get it out there, and then just make it live. Come on, man. That's on me. That's on me. Oh my goodness. You could make a tip video every day for the rest of your life about Rainbow Six Siege. I mean, you never stop learning, and that's the greatest part about the game. And people who say, well, I already know everything about Rainbow Six Siege, I guarantee you that they don't know everything about one of the maps. You can still show them a new line of sight they've never seen, or a new way to attack an objective. So my passion is teaching new players how to play a game and get more enjoyment out of a game. Rainbow Six Siege is the perfect vessel for that.
Just the excitement with which Get Flanked approaches Siege in general, it's clear that kind of rising through the difficulty and learning something new every time that you play the game, it comes through in what he creates and what he shares with the community.
What are you going to do if the game's too complicated? First thing you do is you Google it, or you go on YouTube and you look for a video. And usually, these are the videos that you're finding of Get Flanked, a lot of content creators that are explaining to you, hey, we're here to democratize the information for you to learn it. And you'll see one of the best things about Rainbow Six is that when you improve as a player, you know immediately that you improve, and reflects in your gameplay. And that's ultimately the perfect player satisfaction that you look for.
In most situations, the things that come the easiest aren't the things that we necessarily get the most satisfaction out of, or that we appreciate the most. And it's very easy to be somebody who just wants instant gratification. But like Siege, if most things that are challenging, that take time, that you have to work towards, when you do actually get to that point, it's usually a lot more rewarding.
Congratulations to Get Flanked on all that he does to the community. A lot of people have learned from what he's had on his channel, talking about the game, how complex Siege can be. But this is what we have. What I said in the video is to democratize the information, making sure that everybody has something to learn. In a game like Siege, look, endless casters, we all get to learn every single day. If you want to bridge the esport and the casual gameplay, trust me, there's nobody that does it better than Get Flanked. Congratulations again, and here he is to say thank you for everybody that supported him.
What is up, everybody? I'm Get Flanked, and what an honor it is to receive this commendation for the 2022 Six Invitational. It's one of the proudest moments of my life, and I think the only thing that could possibly make it better is if we were all together under the same roof, watching Invite together, cheering for our favorite teams, seeing all the cosplayers, and just hanging out as a community once again. Hopefully we'll get that back next year, and if so, I'll be there. Rainbow Six Siege has changed my life. It's been the catalyst for so many good things for me. I have been able to work my dream job as a content creator for the last 4 years. I've gotten to travel around the world and go to some really cool events. I've made lifelong friends through this game that I've shared so many special memories with. It feels weird to receive something else from the game, like this award. I feel like I owe so much to the game, and it's a debt that I'll never repay. So let me just thank a few people here real quick. I first want to thank the Rainbow Six Siege dev team. Anybody that's worked on the game over the years, thank you so much for making this game that we love and continuing to support it over the last 6 years. I also want to thank the community. The Siege community is the best community in gaming. And I thank everybody for their passion they have for this game. Everybody who has watched one of my videos, left an encouraging comment, tuned into one of my streams, thank you. You have made my dreams come true. I also want to thank the people I've had the privilege of working with through Dark Zero Esports, as well as the podcast that I've done over the years. It's truly been an honor, and I thank you so much. Last, I want to thank my wife and kids. Thank you so much for allowing me to be obsessed with this crazy game over the last 6 years. It's been awesome, and here's to a good year 7.
Thanks so much, Get Flanked. Congratulations again on your commendation for being one of the big pillars of the Rainbow Six community and teaching all of us a thing or two about the game we love most. And speaking of the game we love most, we often go to Invitational to kind of talk about the past and how we got here, but we also love to talk about the future. And you know what the future holds for Rainbow Six Siege? It's a 7th year, and hopefully more to come. So what is in year 7? I really hope you're ready for this.
This is it. Year 7 of Rainbow Six Siege. It's bigger, it's better, and it's building on the best parts of the game we know and love. I'm your host, Camille Salazar-Hadaway, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to our showcase, the reveal of all of our plans for the year to come. And let's just say, there's a lot to talk about. To celebrate our Year 7 kickoff, we'll be giving you a gift to thank you for being a part of this amazing community. It's an exclusive charm you'll only be able to get here, and it's only available for the next 24 hours. Keep an eye out during the show for the code displayed on screen. Now, let's get to it. To present our Year 7 roadmap and talk about the future of Rainbow Six Siege, here's our Creative Director, Alexander Karpazes, and Business Strategy Director, Mohammed Benhanada.
Year 7 is huge for us, and we've learned a lot with Year 6. First of all, this is the first year where we've completely worked from home as a team, and with that brings so many challenges. So now that we're really comfortable in the cadence of content that we're bringing to the game, we want to step that up with Year 7. What that means is we're bringing a lot of new content and we're bringing a lot of impactful features. We've worked extremely hard on the core of the game and we're really proud of where it's at. But it also means that Year 7 is now the time to add to it to make sure that new players feel welcomed, and we're focusing on anti-cheat and player protection to make sure everybody who is playing the game feels like they belong, that they can still contribute to the game, and the game's still fun to play on top of that core. So this is something that we really want to dedicate ourselves to, on top of really big and impactful features that are coming every single season.
So for Year 7, we'll be bringing 4 seasons as usual and a new operator each season. First off, in Year 7 Season 1, we'll be heading to Japan, so a country that we already visited but that we love. In Season 2, we'll be heading back to Europe, in Belgium more specifically. In Season 3, we'll be heading back to Asia in Singapore. And in Season 4, we'll be heading to South America in Colombia. We're really excited this year. We'll be bringing new maps to the game. This has been a long time, actually 3 years that we have brought new maps into Siege. First off, in Season 1, we'll be heading to an Irish country club. In Season 2, we'll be trying something different. We'll be going to Greece, but on a team deathmatch map. So this is something where we'll obviously gather your feedbacks, as this is new for us. And in Season 3, we'll be heading to Singapore, so the same country as the operator. So for events, we'll be bringing a seasonal event every season, as we usually do. This being said, since we are doing a lot of efforts in bringing new maps to the game, we'll be using our favorite events with new gameplay modifiers and new customization. We might have a surprise or two during the year for new events. And as far as arcades go, we'll be bringing new arcades into the game and on a more frequent basis. We know that a lot of players like the one-stop purchase that was the Year Pass. This is why we're bringing it back for Year 7. So there will be 2 versions of the Year Pass, the Year 7 Pass and the Year 7 Premium Pass. These will give you the access to the 4 operators in early access like before, exclusive customization, and access to the 4 Battle Pass or the 4 Premium Bundle Battle Passes. So this is something that will be available for a time-limited period up until March 21st. For the Battle Pass, our goal is to keep improving it season after season. What you saw last season with the Premium Bundle, where we added 20 tiers, is just the beginning. For Year 7 S1, we have a lot of improvements coming up. First off, the Battle Pass is going to last all the way up until the end of this season, so that you will have more time in order to have the rewards that you want. Secondly, the challenges are going to be lasting all the way up to the end of the season, so you'll have more time to complete the challenges and progress faster inside of it. Lastly, we're adding something new to the Battle Pass called the Bravo Packs. This is a new type of pack that will feature premium curated list of content, but also with no duplicates at all. This is the first couple of improvements that we have coming up for the year on the Battle Pass, so stay tuned for more during the year.
The last couple of years, we've focused on the simulation and on the end-of-year tournament. This year, you see a huge divide between Nighthaven and the Rainbow Six Siege squad. And because of that, Harry's now breaking up Rainbow Six into smaller squads. You'll see team captains leading in a specialized force, and they'll start moving across the globe, doing what they've been trained to do, to put their lives on the line. And that brings a lot more focus on their military background, and you'll see an arc of storytelling throughout the year. With this change, you'll see operators interacting with each other more often, and you'll see each squad take on a unique identity that you can follow along and also root for them as they go out into the world.
The protection of our community is important and key to Siege. We are continuously looking on ways to improve it and to make the game more accessible to have the best experience possible. Our dev team has more to share.
Player protection, c'est un sujet qui est très important pour nous à Rainbow Six Siege, mais aussi à Ubisoft. Ce faisant, avec l'équipe Player Behavior et des services internes à Ubisoft, nous avons travaillé sur un set d'options qui seront mis en place en dehors du jeu, mais aussi à l'intérieur du jeu. Le premier permettant d'augmenter votre vie privée au niveau compte, le deuxième permettant de protéger votre gameplay privacy, tout en jouant. Avec le lancement de la saison 1, nous ferons aussi des améliorations au niveau de la détection des abus qui sont effectués par des joueurs et qui déconnectent juste après les avoir faits. Un bon exemple est le cas d'un joueur se connectant à un match, lançant une frag grenade de façon à blesser un teammate et se déconnectant pour éviter toute sanction. Ce n'est pas acceptable à l'heure actuelle. Nous allons donc améliorer nos détections de façon à neutraliser cette frag grenade afin qu'elle ne pénalise pas un joueur fair. Match replay est un super système qui a été ajouté au sein de Rainbow Six Siege. Nous avons entendu la communauté sur le fait de pouvoir reporter des joueurs générant de la toxicité ou du cheating au sein de notre jeu via le match replay. Ce faisant, nous allons ajouter des options de reporting où les joueurs pourront signaler tout joueur ayant des comportements perturbateurs ou des cas de cheating directement à notre équipe. Depuis bientôt 1 an, nous avons effectué un shadow deployment du Reputation System. Durant l'année 7, c'est là où nous allons commencer à mettre en place un rollout de notre système de réputation par phase. La première phase et les phases subséquentes seront tournées autour des préventives sanctions. En saison 2, nous allons nous attaquer aux récidivistes qui abusent du friendly fire, mais aussi du reverse friendly fire. La résultante de cette sanction est induite par le fait de ne plus pouvoir faire de friendly fire à travers un match sur une durée long terme. Nous allons appliquer ce système-là aussi au voice chat, mais aussi au chat écrit, ce qui nous permettra d'aller bloquer les récidivistes. Une personne se trouvant sous cette sanction-là ne pourra plus utiliser les canaux de voice et de written chat. Elle n'est pas appliquée pour un match et enlevée pour le match suivant, mais elle va se transposer sur plusieurs matchs. Avec la saison 3, nous ferons l'introduction du Reputation Score en mode bêta auprès de nos joueurs. Via cet affichage de Reputation Score, nous souhaitons commencer un pré-onboarding qui permettra à nos joueurs de savoir comment ils sont perçus par le système, mais aussi par rapport aux autres joueurs. Ainsi, ils auront un Reputation Score qui leur seront appliqués avant une activation complète. Et avec saison 4, le nouveau Reputation System. À partir de ce moment-là, un système de récompenses et de sanctions commencera à être déployé. Pour un joueur ayant une mauvaise réputation, il pourrait se trouver en phase de game mode restreint, de malus au niveau des alpha packs, etc., de ne plus avoir accès aux test serveurs, etc. On veut cependant que les sanctions qui sont appliquées auprès d'un joueur soient vraiment reliées à son behavior. Donc une personne qui initie du friendly fire se trouvera avec des sanctions reliées au friendly fire et non pas des sanctions reliées au malus de renown. Tous les sujets autour du player behavior, des comportements perturbateurs et de l'anti-cheat sont des sujets complexes. Il n'y a pas une seule solution, ce sont beaucoup d'itérations et c'est quelque chose sur lequel nous voulons travailler activement et c'est une priorité pour Rainbow Six Siege.
Accessibility is something that is really important for us, as we want any players that want to enjoy Siege to be able to do so. In order to do that, we'll be bringing 2 improvements to the game. First off, the side colors. The side colors is something that we've already added to the game. This time around, we're improving it to make sure that it's as clear as possible and give more customization and options to the players. As for the team colors gadget, what we want to do with this is that we want to make it clearer for the players which gadgets belong to which team. In order to do so, the gadgets will be colored for your team versus the enemy team. This will make sure that, as a player, I understand way more what is going on the battlefield. We know that there's a lot of players that are colorblind, so we want to make sure to give them options in order to be more inclusive as a game for everyone.
Donc en ce qui concerne la visée, c'est plus dur de viser et de contrôler avec une manette par rapport à un clavier souris. Donc là, aujourd'hui, on a très peu d'options pour le joueur. Donc pour avoir plus de flexibilité et de confort, donc ce qu'on veut, c'est rajouter une gamme d'options pour le joueur afin qu'il puisse tweaker, paramétrer comme il veut sa manette. Donc pour donner des exemples simples, donc déjà, on veut séparer les réglages entre juste regarder et la DS. Donc ça, le joueur peut paramétrer différemment les 2 cas, mais aussi, par exemple, de pouvoir paramétrer les vitesses de rotation. Donc, par exemple, verticalement et horizontalement. Par rapport au recall, on veut davantage personnaliser les recalls sur console. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, on applique une valeur stricte arbitraire de 20% en moins de recall pour les joueurs console, et on veut sortir de ça. Donc on veut vraiment prendre les weapons et puis les paramétrer de manière individuelle, comme on le fait déjà sur PC. Les joueurs PC peuvent paramétrer le champ de vision de 60 à 90. Par contre, sur console, les joueurs sont bloqués à 60 et n'ont pas de possibilité de pouvoir jouer avec ce chiffre. Donc ça, c'est une frustration pour les joueurs. C'est quelque chose qu'ils demandent depuis très longtemps. Donc je suis contente de dire qu'on est en train de travailler dessus. Et donc là, ça va offrir plus de confort pour le joueur. Parce que finalement, ça va élargir le champ de vision pour le joueur. Donc ils vont pouvoir voir des choses, plus de choses, d'éléments autour d'eux. Et donc c'est un réel avantage pour le jeu.
Siege is in constant evolution. It is important to create an environment where new players can learn the game we all love. Let's find out more about the dev team's vision of gameplay, balancing, and onboarding.
So for year 7, we are adding 3 main things. So first, we will add a team deathmatch playlist to the offer. Then we will revamp the rank experience and also add the permanent arcade playlist. Today, the team is not very happy about 2 things on rank. First, it's seen by the player as a progression system, that you should progress in terms of ranks, but in fact the system is trying to guess your rank as fast as possible, and it's not at all a progression. We want to fix that. If I take the experience of an average bronze player, he will start after his placement matches probably in silver or low silver, and then he will gradually go back to bronze and maybe low bronze, and it's not necessarily a very rewarding experience. With the new system, he will start in copper and will always go up until he reaches his bronze, and maybe, since he will play more, on the time being, he will get stronger and maybe reach silver or might reach gold. So we want everybody to be able to progress from the start to where they belong. Also, this playlist is supposed to be the ultimate competitive experience, but today the reward is only 1 charm per season and it's a bit lackluster. So first, we are improving 2 things for the reward. The number of rewards you will get, that will increase by a lot, and also the way you get them. So the way you get your reward, right now, it's a bit strange, because if you are platinum, you won't get the copper charm. So it makes the copper charm as rare as the platinum charm, and it doesn't make any sense. So if you are platinum in the new system, you will get all the rewards from the previous rank: gold, silver, bronze, and copper. We are making every rank 100 points from each other, and we are putting a reward for each rank. So it means that gold 4 will get a reward, gold 3 will get a reward, gold 2 will get a reward, and so on. So you will always be in the reach of your next reward. So right now the current target for the new rank system is year 7 season 3. So in year 7, what we want to do is to offer more variety in terms of content to the Siege player. because we have many playlists that are very serious, even Quick Match is a bit serious. But players, they are asking for a more relaxed experience, fun, more variety, less stress, and we are trying to give them that this year. So first, like I said, we are adding the Team Deathmatch. That will be a permanent playlist. We tried for 2 years now to add arcade in the game. That was very short time, but we see a demand from the community to replay those arcade more often. So we decided to create a playlist where you will have the different arcade that we've created rotating every week. And of course, we will be adding more as the season progresses, and we will always listen to the community depending on the ones that are their favorite or the ones that they like less. This year, I think it's going to be very exciting because between the new way to play Siege with the Team Deathmatch and the arcade and the new rank mode that will really create a competitive journey every season, I think it's one of the most exciting years for playlists.
So onboarding on Siege is a very complex issue because Siege is a very complex game. We need to make sure that we don't mask how complicated the game is and make sure that we prepare a player for their first PvP match, and so that they contribute towards their team and they understand why Siege is fun and why it's been around for as long as it has. A few facets that we're looking into, one would be learn areas. So the first of which would be at the shooting range. So these are playable spaces that the players can enter. Players are actually getting hands-on in these learning experiences without the pressure of being within a match. Another element is help systems. So these help systems will be supportive elements that we are going to provide for players. The first of which for help systems is the operator tips. Operator tips is a new system where players are going to be able to bring up information about an operator or secondary gadgets. And not only can you read, but you can also watch and learn how to pull off those different gadgets and how to be using those abilities in your favor and to help you contribute towards your team. We're also looking at new ways to introduce Siege to players, whether they're new to Siege entirely or whether they're returning. Playable tutorials that players can get their hands on. For example, there's a lot of different elements that we do not introduce in situations, such as droning. We need to do better at preparing players for the elements that they're going to be finding when they get into PvP, so that way we can reduce any kind of confusion they may be occurring and helping them relate to the situation they find themselves in. Furthermore, we want to provide rewards that are very interesting for players that are new to Siege, because we do know that some of the systems, the progression systems that we have in Siege, are really geared towards experienced players and don't offer a lot of utility or interest for players that don't have a lot of operators or don't necessarily have the ability to equip the cosmetics that they're earning by playing in our progression systems.
Aujourd'hui, on a une équipe dédiée qui s'occupe de l'équilibrage du jeu, qui se trouve à Barcelone. Et donc, cette équipe, elle s'occupe d'ajuster, de retravailler, de modifier les caractéristiques des armes et des opérateurs, que ce soit leur habilité principale ou les génériques gadgets. Et aussi, elles améliorent et créent de nouveaux systèmes. Donc pour la NS7, on a beaucoup de rework. Donc d'abord, en ce qui concerne les opérateurs, donc on a déjà communiqué sur Valkyrie et Goyo qui vont arriver début d'année. Mais aussi, nous travaillons par exemple sur Zero pour que sa caméra n'auto-perce automatiquement la surface, mais que ça soit un choix du joueur, donc que ça soit manuel. Nous avons aussi Bandit, donc de pouvoir déployer une batterie, plusieurs batteries sur un même mur. Nous avons Dokebi, donc Dokebi qui puisse affecter les joueurs éliminés par son appel. Et le gros rework là en cours, c'est Thatcher. Pour Thatcher, ce qu'on voudrait, c'est d'augmenter le plafond de compétences pour l'utilisation de son gadget. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, c'est un throwable, on peut lancer très loin, l'effet est très grand et ça passe à travers les murs. Donc il n'y a pas beaucoup de risques avec Thatcher. Thatcher aussi est beaucoup banni. Donc c'est quelque chose qui aussi nous dérange. Donc c'est pour ça qu'on est en train de travailler Thatcher. Donc on a eu plusieurs itérations. Donc pour Thatcher, notre prochaine itération qu'on doit tester, c'est finalement là, c'est pas de garder la MP grenade, mais pouvoir aussi la cooker. Donc plus on la cook, qu'on la garde dans la main, plus son range va être grand. Donc son aire d'effet. Donc ça met un petit peu plus demande un peu plus de compétences. Donc l'équipe Balancing travaille également sur un générique gadget, donc qui est une EMP grenade. Donc ça, c'est pour faire une alternative à Thatcher. Donc un peu comme ce qu'on fait déjà dans le jeu, où on a Thermite et Ibana, Maverick, et on a proposé récemment le générique gadget Heartbreach. Nous, notre objectif est que chaque décision du joueur repose sur un processus réfléchi. Donc de réfléchir aux bons outils par rapport à la situation. Donc c'est pour ça que nous, on est en train de regarder pour rendre les opérateurs, réduire les opérateurs bons à tout faire. Parce qu'on ne veut pas que chaque opérateur puisse répondre à toutes les situations.
Unfortunately, we're going to be postponing crossplay and cross-progression. In order to ship all the content that you've just seen, crossplay and cross-progression is going to be taking a little bit more time. Also, the technological transition that we need to do as a live game that has 6 years of live behind us is taking a little bit more time than expected. Therefore, crossplay and cross-progression is going to be shipping towards the end of the year. I'm really, really proud of the work that's being done in order to ship all of this content. Whether you're a casual player that plays couple times during the season, or that you're a pro player that plays every day and thousands of hours, we want Siege to be something that is inclusive and that everyone can enjoy in their different pace. Actually, this is probably the biggest year that Siege ever has. And when we made the commitment that we're here to stay, this is really a showcase of it. When we're talking about onboarding, new maps, player behavior, all of this is a true testament of the fact that we are here to stay.
Siege wouldn't be the same without our esports community. Wei Yu, esports director, is here to tell you what you could expect from the competitive scene.
We have a lot of features planned for esports and viewership engagement. The biggest one probably for the year is going to be the free cam, or the ghost cam as some of you might know it. It is the ability to detach the camera from the operators and roam the entire map no matter where the action is taking place. This should be possible for both the caster cam as well as during the replay functionality. So when it comes to the replay functionality, we're trying to make a lot of different changes to improve the overall quality of life, just to make the usage easier. The main thing we want to tackle with the replay functionality is the backward compatibility. Right now, when a hotfix comes out or a new patch arrives, the replay files become unusable. In the future, we want them to have at least a shelf life of the entire season, so you don't have to re-download a client to watch previous replays. When it comes to our competitive roadmap this year, we already know the destinations for our 3 majors. The first major will take place in North America. The second major in August, we're heading to either Europe or maybe the Middle East. And the third major in November will take place in Asia Pacific. Our team has also been making long-term plans in terms of the 6th Invitational. We know that starting in 2024, the SI will travel the world. However, there is a chance that we begin this progress already in 2023, so stay tuned and see where the SI will take place next year. When it comes to R6 share, we have been working on multiple improvements across the board. The biggest one is probably the revenue share between Ubisoft and our partnered organizations. From now on, when you purchase a team item of your favorite organization, the organization will receive 50% of the revenues instead of 30%. To really recognize the contributions of our partners, we're also adding additional items to R6 share. We're doing this by expanding the number of teams in Tier 1 to 15 teams. All of them will get full operator bundles, the weapon skins, and additional MTX items. Additionally, every Tier 3 team will move into the Tier 2 category, meaning you have more ways to support your favorite teams, and there will be more items overall in the esports ecosystem. With 2022, we are also adding a new customization category for R6 share, which is the operator background card. These will be included in the team bundles that you purchase, and they're flexible. It means you can use it for any of your favorite operators to represent your favorite team. So these were the high-level updates for R6 Esports in 2022, but we have a lot more information coming up on our website and our social media channels.
Wow, we've covered so much for this new year, and we can't wait for you to get your hands on all the content to come. Before we end the show, here's our creative director, Alexander Karpazes, for a final word.
So the roadmap brings a lot of visibility, and we also want to continue our improvement in communicating with you, the community, and the players every single time that we make a change. So you'll see the roadmap change every single season as we update it when we want to add new things, but also with the nature of a live game, things do change and we do shuffle things around. So you'll see at the start of every season, we're going to update this message and make sure that you're up to date with what we're doing. We're immensely excited about what's to come in Siege, and you can also expect a few more surprises along the way, because the Siege team will never rest on its laurels. We're always pushing what needs to come next, as well as listening to you, the community. Siege is a live game, and we'll always be evolving. What's important to us, though, as a team, is to make sure that we keep on pushing ourselves to deliver more and more, and to make sure that what's there keeps on getting better. And year 7 is going to be huge for us. And beyond year 7 is going to be even bigger. We want to make sure that we're entirely ambitious in what we set out to do for Rainbow Six Siege. My love for this game and the team's dedication means that we'll always be pushing for more on Siege. We'll always try to push ourselves to do better and to give more to you, the community. And that's our promise to you, to be bigger and better in year 7 and in the future years to make sure that Siege is here to stay.
My friends, we all know Rainbow Six, much like everything in life, is made by individuals. It's propped up by the efforts and energies of some of the most talented people in the world. And one person that, a lot of people's opinion, including mine, has made the game what it is today. We commend our MVP at the Invitational here, our colleague, Michael Kickstar Stockley.
If not for these people, these wonderful people, thank you.
Thank you.
Then I wouldn't be able to do my job to the same standard that I do it. And yeah, I mean, I go up on the stage and I talk, but there's so much that goes into it that's not just me talking. I mean, thank you. It's not about the players, and it's not about me, and it's not about the people organizing, it's not about the makeup artists, it's about all of us. It's about all the little components. You need people.
I think that he is Rainbow Six. He's been around since the beginning. Everybody knows who he is.
He's probably one of the most well-known casters out of all the casters in the game, and I think he's also one of the most knowledgeable.
But I just think Kix understands it a little deeper than everybody else.
People can recognize his sincerity.
Whenever I look at the dedication and the commitment for him to do that, it's commendable for sure.
Pretty much the way they worked is I was playing professionally. I popped up on Ubisoft's radar, and then suddenly in the middle of season 3, I left professional play, and at the same time, a casting spot opened up. They approached me and they're like, hey, you want to fly to Poland and cast season 3? And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? I had the game knowledge, but I didn't know how to get it out. I just got better doing it. I remember working as a stock boy. You put fruit on shelf, and then all of a sudden you're doing casting, and it's like, okay, you need to be prepared. You need to look good doing it. You need to be able to eloquently, and concisely throw out your thought in a way that is actually enticing to people. You need to manage momentum. You have to manage tone, cadence, intonation, etc. And I like that. The people around me, everyone's pushing forward. Everyone wants to do the very, very best that they can. It's enticing and it's challenge. I like that.
Kicks put in a substantial amount of work, not just with his previous duos, but with me as well when I jumped onto the scene. And when we became a partnership and a casting duo, we spent a lot of time going over the fundamentals of casting. There are certain things that you need to focus on, and there's certain information you need to be able to get out in an entertaining but concise enough manner that doesn't exclude a portion of the viewership, so it has to be relatable. And you have to do it in a way that doesn't disrupt or distract from what you're seeing in front of you. And it's not easy. He went from being one of the most popular streamers and players to probably the most popular commentator that we have in our scene.
With Parker, the energy is just so different. It's so much more fun to watch the two of them bounce off each other. The energy is really vibrant and exciting, and I think that drew a lot more viewers in, is to be able to see that, the chemistry of the two of them on screen. It's a lot of fun. Because their personalities are different, but they really support each other in a good way.
Kickstar is the best duo I could possibly ask for, and I think the best duo that anybody could ask for. He's not just a great person, but he's tremendous at his job. His understanding of the game, the passion that he brings, his ability to convey that, and the way that we bounce off of each other is just, to me, it's unparalleled. There's nobody else who does it like him.
You have to understand, when I was a kid, I had crippling social anxiety. I could not go outside. I couldn't let people see me. One day my mom just took me by the shoulders and she's like, Michael, nobody gives a shit what you look like. They're all too fixated on themselves. And I thought really long and hard on that, and I was like, oh yeah, you know what? She's right. And then, yeah, I started, being a little bit more used to just going out and doing things and being okay with being seen. But before that, I didn't really go outside very much. I didn't do things very much. I kept to myself. I kept in my corner. I've always been like that.
From where he was as a teenager when I first met him to where he is just a world of difference. The Rainbow Six community offered him an opportunity to make mistakes and grow, and they stuck by him. And it just allowed him to meet the type of people that allowed him to be the man he is.
C'est quelqu'un qui a tellement été associé à ce jeu, c'est quelqu'un qui a tellement travaillé avec nous quasiment dès le début, qui a tellement porté ce jeu, que pour nous, c'était un membre de l'équipe de développement.
This period of growth was incredible, and he got to start doing things that he always wanted to do, and he started improving upon things that he always wanted to improve upon. We started to see the best version of Michael that we'd ever seen. He was happy. He was the happiest I'd ever seen him.
His great talent bringing people together, making people want to listen to him, to learn more about the game. I think that's something that we'll always remember Kickstart for.
The legacy he leaves behind is absolutely massive. Massive. This game doesn't get to where it is without him. I firmly believe that. This esport doesn't get to the point that it got to without him.
He was such a personality in Rainbow Six, as a streamer, as a commentator, a positive light. That's something that will never leave my mind, because Kix was an incredible person and his legacy will live on forever. But the best way to remember him is what he taught us, which is love, respect for one another, dedication to your craft, and being someone that cares about others.
He was huge. He was everywhere, and he meant so much to everybody.
I feel like I've gotten a lot, very lucky as well. You have to understand that, I've done my own thing and I've had my success, but I know there are many others who placed in my position could do just as well as I have, if not better. I mean, that's a big part of doing anything along the lines of what I'm doing right now is you gotta get a little lucky.
Thanks so much, Michael, for all you've done to us, your colleagues, your friends, your neighbors, and to the entire Siege community. You're our MVP commendation. And this was already planned in 2021, but unfortunately we know how 2020 went and the preparation for the year. And that's how we got to this position where, you know what, it's the perfect time to get to it. For all those that are watching, just to get it out of the way, a Kix charm will be available specifically for this commendation at the Invitational. It will be available for everybody worldwide. The code will be flashing up. You can add it to your game, and we're going to be sharing it all over so you can have it in your matches. Add it to all your skins, all your weapons, and show the love to one of our favorite people in the whole wide world. And I just want to start off with introducing the wonderful people that I have here on stage. I'm Milosh. I'm just the guy that's about to talk about his best friend. Carol, Kix's mother.
Hi.
Thomas, his stepdad.
Hello.
And Parker Mackay, his partner in crime.
Yes, hello.
So to talk about it first, you're here because you've accepted the MVP commendation that Michael was anyways supposed to have because of the incredible work that he's done. See the trophy that's on here? That's for all the work that he's done. But Michael means much more than just a trophy to people. He is the heart of the community for so many people, esports and not. And we kind of want to talk about how he got to the heights that he did, because his story is an incredible one. And Carol, you're his mom. You've known him the longest out of anybody on this earth. So I want to ask you, before we got to meet him, how was he? How did he get to, I'm Gamer Michael and I'm going off to Poland?
Oh, he spent a lot of time in his room. And that crippling social anxiety definitely was a thing. He spent a lot of time, but he had decided at some point he wanted to be a pro gamer. And I said, if you're going to be a pro, you got to practice. If you're going to go pro, you got to show me you can. So he would practice 8 hours a day, even on school days, and he was hyper-focused on doing it right. So he would grind, and he wanted to build a team. He wanted to work within the community to really find something that was going to take him far. And that focus just kept rolling as soon as he got traction within the game. So I think the game helped him actually leave his room.
It definitely did. And we were talking about how he actually went to his first event, how he's kind of packing up and getting ready to go. And Thomas, you helped him out in this case because Michael sometimes could be forgetful of some things.
Just a little bit. So the story goes that Carol was taking Michael to San Francisco airport, and I get a call from Carol saying Michael has forgotten his passport. And I had just gotten home from elementary school as a teacher, and I figure out where it is, call Michael and tell him I have it. And he was despondent. He was like, all right, I'm never going to be able to do this. I can't. I'm like, dude, I'm on my way. get there. And you have to understand that Michael came into my life when he was a teenager. And so it's very, very difficult for teenagers to deal with the step-parent. And I think he was generally shocked that I drove out there and got out and gave it to him. And I think that's probably one of the first times I've got a huge hug from him. And I just told him, like this is it. Just go. It's time. And so, yeah.
He went, he played, he competed. He was one of the top players in the world, not just in North America. And he was so good that he got called over to talk about his biggest passion. Now, that is a huge career change for any person. But for Michael, who you say was so used to fixated, spending hours and hours and hours every day, competing and getting to that high level, was that a bit of a shock when he got the call, like, hey, would you like to come over?
I asked him about it later because I noticed how natural he looked on screen doing it, because we watched it. We wanted to follow as much of that as we could. And it told me that the people watching him had faith in him as well, that he had on-screen presence, that they could see he was a good player, that he knew what he was doing. So hearing him and seeing him talk about his play and representing his team, I don't know if he did tell me that he was a little surprised, like, why me?
Fair.
And I looked at him like, why not you? And eventually he grew into that.
Just out of nowhere. I remember a YouTube video, he just packing up and moving over to Poland and showing, I'm here. I'm going to cast Pro League. It's a huge passion. I can actually show off all my knowledge for the game. And after kind of a bit of that time of settling in, we saw him wanting to evolve and to grow beyond that. And that's where you, Parker Mackay,
don't blame me for this.
Step into the picture. I blame you for your hair and nothing more. Yeah.
Hurtful.
Let's be honest. But you stepped in, both of us pretty much within days of one another, coming in, speaking to Michael, getting to know him, and getting to work with him. How is that like? Because you yourself stepped in out of nowhere. You're now with this veteran at this point of Siege.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what I was doing either, right? I'd never been out of North America before, and I was going over to Poland. I didn't know anything about it, and I'd been in conversation with Michael for probably about 2.5 months before I ended up getting the call. And he said, oh, Poland it's very unique. You're not going to expect what the country is like. I can tell you all about it. He goes, I don't really leave my house, which, is shocker.
Yeah, sure.
And he said, I go to the grocery store and I go down to the train station to get fast food, and that's about it. And I get there and we both kind of found our way together, right? Like, I was the type of person who, I'm in a foreign country, I'm in a foreign continent, I want to explore, and you were as well. We wanted to go places, we wanted to go to restaurants, we wanted to see things and travel, and a lot of times we had to drag him, like, kicking or screaming out of his shell. And I remember the first time that we ever went, we went to Krakow, and he didn't sleep the whole night. And I said, okay, we've got an 8 a.m. bus to go to Krakow, and he messages me at 7:30, and he goes, are we still doing this? I said, well, of course we are. He goes, oh, I haven't slept in 22 hours. And
Not
that was
surprised.
Just, of course. And it was an adventure, and we had a great time, but it was just like we were both learning. And it was a foreign country where it was kind of scary, but we learned it together.
He loved to share experiences with the people around him. He didn't always know how to vocalize his appreciation of the people around him, at least in his early days. Definitely changed to a very different person, over the years. But even just, I'm really excited to build this computer. I haven't slept for 36 hours. Parker really remembers that day because, a bit of a difficulty in that time. But run over, build a computer with him. Okay, I'm happy. Now I can play and I can rest. And he's him back in it. And he wanted to do it with people around him because he wanted to share it. Is that something that was a trait of his even before as a kid and continued on?
Absolutely. Absolutely. If you wanted him to do chores, he would refuse to do the chores outright and just put his foot down and say, no, I'm not doing it. But if somebody else started doing that chore, emptying the dishwasher or cooking or whatever, he would join in and he would talk the whole time. So there would be a conversation and he would just ease into doing whatever it was he was supposed to do. As long as he didn't have to do it alone, he felt like it wasn't a job. It was community. He was so community focused for somebody who was so intentionally isolated. And talking about Krakow, because I came to visit him in 2017, and I said, let's take the train to Krakow. And he said, No, I'm going to look it up on Google Maps. And he looked up he panned around to see Google Street View. And he's like, okay, I've seen it. I don't need to go now.
Unsurprising.
Yeah.
Completely unsurprising.
That sounds exactly like Michael.
It was more efficient, and he didn't have to interject any people into his life. And I went to Krakow without him and had a wonderful time.
Krakow's a great
city. It is a beautiful city.
He enjoyed it when we went, for the record. Even if
he told me he did. He told me he enjoyed it.
You just had to drag him.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it took me and his partner to drag him out of Katowice to go to Krakow, which is like, 40 minutes away.
Yeah.
We go there and we're like, hey, let's just try out some different restaurants, some different tastes, things you've never tried before. And you see him a bit apprehensive, but he's seeing people around him that are getting excited. He's like, you know what? I'll give it a shot. He's like, whoa, this is really tasty. I enjoy it. I love cooking. I love talking about this sort of food. And this is something that clicked with Michael so incredibly well. And it continued on because you're watching him as he's growing from broadcast to broadcast from home. What was kind of the main thing that you would see changing in his appearance to the public?
I'm not sure if I noticed it right away. Definitely an ease with speaking. I think before, when he was in his little room, focusing on, well, I have to produce a YouTube video. I have to do that. I got to get these clips together. He put so much pressure on himself to be able to be his own media, whatever, to throw content out there. He was trying to be a content creator, and he was working so hard at it. And I think when he was able to work with a team here, and he had other people doing things with him or for him, he was able to let go of some of those pressures and be able to focus on purely just easing into the content stream itself and allowing it to happen. I think he really enjoyed meeting people in the community. Mm-hmm. I mean, the day I saw the cosplayer, the father who was so proud of his son cosplaying his kicks,
Mm-hmm.
that was so amazing. As a mom, I was thrilled.
That moment was incredible to watch. Mm-hmm. And actually, we got to see it ourselves at the Invitational, which, as always, is a celebration of the community. Mm-hmm. And he is a major part of the community. You got to work with him, Parker, over the years as a duo. It's a different dynamic than, obviously, between a son and his mother. So how was it for you?
At the beginning, it was challenging because I don't think either of us really knew what we were doing. Right? Like we didn't come from a broadcasting background at all. You know, my background was in politics. He was a comp player, and he had, as he said in the video, he had the knowledge. Mm-hmm. He didn't really know how to convey it. And I also didn't really know how to convey myself on a broadcast either. I had a good idea, and we worked a lot together to sort it out. Find our own voices independently, but also as a duo. And he always wanted to do both. He wanted to do play-by-play, and he wanted to do color commentary work. And it made it a challenge, frankly, sometimes, because it was hard to nail a rhythm. But when we got that rhythm down, I felt like it was so strong. And he just continuously improved at a rate that I found astonishing. His growth as a person aside, his growth as a caster over 3 years, over 4 years, is phenomenal. I shudder to go back and listen to the first couple casts that we did together for both of us, not even just for myself. But now I still hate listening to myself. But even on those older broadcasts, I still enjoy getting to hear what he has to say, because I think he really improved, and he took a lot of feedback to heart, and he worked really hard to get better at what he did.
I mean, a big part of what we do is not just knowing what is going on around the game, but being able to convey it properly to the viewers. It's called, practice radio cast, which is describing everything to the viewers, making sure that they're able to get exactly what's happening, and then doing it in an entertaining way. And there were some clips that were shown when, we're doing a LATAM cast, which is always at like 4 a.m, and there's another rehost, and we're sitting back, I was like, you know what? Let's just sing a tune, or let's just toss a coin and see who will win this game, because we have no clue what's going on. And his ability to constantly bounce off of people around him it made every single cast exciting to be part of and to watch if we weren't there ourselves. And that's kind of the growth through 2018, 2019, to put a bit of a timeline around it. But then you started to see him in person again in 2019. Saw him at arguably one of his, top performances in Tokonami. I mean, you've been 1,000,001 times to Japan at this point, Carol.
Not so many, but
hopefully, hopefully as many. A wonderful place, but you got to experience the space with him and seeing him on stage in Tokonami, how he was. How did this contrast to the last time you'd seen him as he's kind of going off with studio work?
Oh, it was amazing. Like, he grew up. I saw him talking with the press. He was walking with me and his sister and my grandson, and he's shepherding us around. Well, here's the talent room, here's some of the team rooms, and here's this and here's that. And then people are like, oh, can we have an interview? And he'd, okay. And he'd step off and he would go from like, another interview. Hey. And he would put the shine on and he would be so polite and he would give them all the time they asked for. And we would just wait because this was his job. And I was so proud to see that he was doing all of this. For somebody as a parent who was told, oh, your kid's never moving out. We didn't have a basement. But if we had, people would have said, he's going to live in your basement forever. But essentially it was, your child is never leaving. He's just going to stay in his room and play video games forever. And I was like, he's good at it and he's happy. Okay. And it launched him so far. So in Aichi, to be able to see him on stage with the audience was insanely amazing for me. I was incredibly proud. Just to see the production level of everything was fantastic. And I got to meet Parker.
You did?
Yeah.
You got to meet a lot of talent, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to meet everybody there and hang out in the green room with us. And it was wonderful to be brought into his life because he'd talk about you, but he was never like a family guy, right? And just to see the way that he interacted with you, you'd never know that, right? He glowed whenever you were around.
He was proud to have you as mom. Between us, he would talk about you quite regularly. So, my mom does this. Look at the work she's doing. So, so happy. I always, look at the inspiration of what she's doing. And that's fantastic to have, family that you always know kind of stand by your side. And that kind of pulls me into the next part of the conversation, which is obviously 2020 happened. Let's just put it out there. And he had to go home within 12 hours of a call. Borders were closing up. He was my neighbor, lived across the street. I was still there, and we're kind of running over to pack up his last stuff before he could get on a plane and go back to the US. And we're thinking he's uprooting himself now from Poland because he had that space. He's basically grabbing whatever he can put in a box and just take it with him. He goes back to San Francisco, and now he has to kind of start from anew with equipment and everything because this is Kicks. If there's one thing he loves, it's streaming and playing video games. And Thomas, you helped him a lot through that because the Twitter post, when you're talking about here's how we're setting things up, here's the excitement, that was so heartwarming to see on the timeline.
He was so, how do we say this? He was hesitant to ask for anything. And then he would say, well, I need to go buy this $600 table, but I can't get it because all of a sudden everything's sold out. And I'm like, no, we have a kitchen table here. We'll put a board up. We'll make sure that everything is stable. Run wires, whatever we needed to do. It was what he lived for. So it just needed to be done. It was fun to work with him that way because we worked on it together. It was like I was watching him in a new light. He had left as one person and he had come back as someone else. Almost defiant teenager to someone who was willing to take advice. And that's huge. It just showed growth, and it was, he's like me. He kept apologizing, like, "Oh, I'm gonna put a hole in your wall." It's like, whatever, dude. It can be patched. Whatever we do can be reversed. It's not a problem.
And it made me so happy because we've seen him before when a new computer shows up. It's kind of big gift for him. He's having the moment.
Not get me started on when the computer showed up in Poland.
Look, 36 hours of not sleeping.
Stayed awake for 36 hours waiting for this computer.
Yes. He showed up to that broadcast barely functional the night before.
I had to sit next to him and deal with sleepy kicks for 4 hours.
Yep. But he was
didn't even show up. Showed up the next day. Sorry, that's why I said don't get me started.
I mean, look, we've had experiences, and we know that Michael was sometimes a bit very, how do I say, hard-headed is the word for it?
He was often a stubborn ass.
That is a very good way to put it.
In all the best ways.
In all the best ways, indeed. And that made him, in some ways, also very good at his job, and very good at loving the people around him. Because when he wanted to give attention to something that he was so passionate about or to a person, he gave them all the energy that he could. And that was something incredibly impressive to see, despite the fact that later, through 2020 and 21, a lot of the work now went online, Parker. And we got used to working in a studio over the years. It's a very difficult thing to kind of pull you out of, this is our office, this is our space. How is it for you now that you're not seeing your partner that you've worked with for so many years, this duo that you've had?
I mean, it's tough for a lot of reasons. It's tough for personal reasons. It's tough for professional reasons as well. The day that I got news that he passed away, the day that we got the news that he passed away was the same day that we got extended an offer to cast the Sweden major. Immediately, I now need to make a business call when I can't even grieve a personal friend. So I had to immediately start thinking about, what do I do? Do I still go? What about the remainder of the stage of the North American League? What about upcoming events? What do I do? Because so much of my own brand has been intertwined with his. And I never wanted to think of it divorced of that. We had no intentions of ever stopping our partnership. And it's been a massive adjustment. It's been, a personal adjustment whenever something goes awry, whenever a rehearsal goes too long, whenever I'm frustrated by something, whenever we were at events, the first person I would message would be him, always. But then professionally, not only do I have to get used to standing next to somebody else and hearing somebody else's voice day in and day out, but I also have to change how I am as a caster, because so much of the way that I spoke and so much of the way that I was able to cast the round, it would be bouncing off of him. I don't have that same rapport with anybody. I can't just throw somebody else into the mix and expect it to be the same. So now I need to recalibrate. Also, there's the emotional aspect of me just frankly standing next to somebody, period, up there, irrespective of how good they are at their job. So it's been a massive shift for me.
Massive shift, but that part, when you said it also in the video, he was happy. It was the happiest we had ever seen him as his colleagues and his friends and his neighbors and whatever you want to call it. And seeing him in Mexico and the way that he was dressed, the way you two had your chemistry together, that was beautiful to see. And Carol, you got to help him out because at some point you say he came out of his shell. He was moving about trying to find his person now in his 20s. What was that like for you in this bonding experience?
It was enlightening to see, because he had been that child who didn't want to go to family events, didn't want to be part. We threw him a birthday party in 2011, and he didn't come downstairs.
Was he playing games?
He was playing games, and he was going through a lot. I think we had just started dating, and he was like, yeah, don't wanna. And I had invited friends of mine because he didn't know anybody else. And my friends came, we had a nice barbecue. It was a nice little thing. People brought money for him to buy computer parts. And they all knew him at that point. They were like, it's okay. We're not worried about it. Just tell him we said hi and a happy birthday. But he was so self-isolated. And then 10 years later, when we had family events and, step family, and all of a sudden he's like, yeah, let's go. I want to be there. I'm going to bring some chocolate. I'm going to bring this. Let's do these things. Do we need anything else? We're driving over there. Should we pick anything else up? And for the family, for my family, for Thomas's family, it was a surprise, and everybody was really happy because he was so much fun. And they didn't know that. I'm like, I knew that. But I'd been talking to him for 20-some years, but for a lot of people, this was a new side of him they hadn't experienced. And it was so joyous and just like, yeah, let's go do things. And he would do that to me. He'd say, Mom, let's go drive. Let's go drive down the coast. Let's go drive up the coast. I want to see the ocean today. And we would just get in the car and go.
And you just thought, Thomas, hey, you know what? They want to go out. Let's go have some fun.
He had been gone for so long that it was never a thought to deny the two of them to go. And they'd offer to have me go with them. But I knew it was mother-son time. And, you know, they'd come back and each of them would tell me different things that they would talk about. Mm-hmm. As he would come down the stairs the next morning to drink tea before something would have to happen. It's like, oh, I got to cast today.
I got to work with Parker. I mean,
I need caffeine. And it's like, oh, tea's made, ready to go.
Yeah.
But it was just so, he had not peaked, but he was rising.
Yeah.
And it was just, he was rising. And everyone saw it.
Everyone saw it.
My family saw it. Carol's family saw it. It was just like, everyone was like, oh, okay. Oh, welcome.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, everyone was shocked. So
he was back in. Everybody saw Michael, the person that he wanted to be after all these years, all these changes. He grew up through you guys. He grew up through Rainbow Six, through the community that supported him, through his colleagues and all the people here that he saw in that video. You saw him in that video. He's going over to everybody, checking on them, making sure everybody's all right, because this teamwork mentality, making sure that everybody's comfortable in and really in their zone, it gives you always the best product. And if there's one thing that Michael always cared about above anything else, is for the broadcast to always have the perfect quality. That's who he was. That's the dedication that he was. And that's what we will always remember him for. His love, his dedication to his craft, and how incredibly thoughtful and passionate he was as a person. And that's why, for many, many reasons, we can sit here all day and talk about it. He's our MVP commendation. We wanted to do it in 2021. Fortunately, could not. But you know what? You got it through. Congratulations, Michael. We love you so very much. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Parker. You're all wonderful people. And I'm so happy I got to share this space with you. Michael means so much to us. He means so much to people out there.
Well, just interject one more thing, because he did get the commendation earlier. He came downstairs to tell us. So we're sitting in the kitchen, and he walks in and says, I want MVP. So we knew, he knew, and this feels better knowing that he knew, that he had to keep that secret. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you guys for being here. Thank you so much for all that you've done for this wonderful person that we shared our lives with. Thank you so much to the Siege community for all that you've done, for Michael and all that he's brought to you. Always remember what he taught you: dedication, love, and making sure that everybody around you feels welcome and safe. Thank you, Michael.
Welcome to Rainbow Six Siege Rank Up by Game Plan. This strategic training video series was built for you to push your boundaries and breach into the next level. With some of the world's top players, like Pengu, Jesgoat, and Zeronic guiding you, your next rank increase is only a victory away. Not sure what operator best fits your team? There's a lesson for that. Should you flank or be patient? There's a lesson for that too. Lessons are split into 5 tiers, so whether you're a seasoned veteran or brand new to the scene, you're guaranteed valuable tips fit for your rank.
an end and a new beginning. That's what the Invitational represents to the Siege community. On its 6th edition, we've seen former champions fall. A new team will pick up the hammer on the stage that will witness to blood, sweat, and tears. In over 2 weeks, we've gone from 20 teams to only 2. Let's welcome our competitors. From the lower bracket, representing the North American lead, from the United States of America, it's TSM. Bolo, Merc, Achieved, Geometrics, Chala, led by Coach Pojo Man. It's TSM. A proud North American team. They made it all the way to the end. They've gone through all the regions against them, and one stands in front of them. Let's welcome the challengers, their competitors from Russia, representing the EU League. It's Team Empire. Dan, Joystick, Always, Shepherd, Scyther, led by Coach Zeka. They are Team Empire. This team has been here 3 years ago in a different manner at the grand final stage in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Can they do it here in Stockholm? Or will the North Americans prove too strong to take down? This and more we want to answer here. 20 down to 2, 1 winner, 1 hammer, and $1 million on the line. It's 6 Invitational. And there they are, both teams seated down and ready for the bout, the game of their lives. A best-of-5 series, unlimited overtime, constant competition, and only one team will be victorious. Who will it be is the question on everybody's minds. All we know is there will be one. There will be a new champion to lift Sledge's caber. Welcome back to the Command Center. I am Miloš Domenic, your host for the show, and with me are some of the most talented people in Rainbow Six Esports. Mr. Jack Fresh, Jess told the GOAT, and of course, Mr. James Devmarda. You've all been here in many ways as competitors, as talent over the years. Now we get to talk about the best teams in the world. First up, how are you guys feeling?
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous, Miloš, but I am so excited. The Six Invitational Final is the pinnacle of what every player and every coach and every team in the world builds themselves up to across the year, and it's finally here.
I have seen these finals many a forms for many a years, and not a single moment as I stare at the stage and I stare at the players sitting down at their computers, do I not get that little tingling deep in my heart of going, wow, this is what we all do it for.
It's one thing to play a match of Rainbow Six Siege, and it's another thing entirely to be a part of a moment in esports history, and that's what these 10 players are here to do today.
Yep, and we're here to just talk about them. Tell you, why should you be excited about the grand final, best of 5, unlimited overtime at the Six Invitational 2022, live from Stockholm, Sweden? Come on, man. I mean, do we really need to tell you? These are the best in the world. They represent North America and Europe. A classic match that we've seen over the years. Maybe balance will be restored and Europe will win again, but maybe NA will get to talk about this victory forevermore. Who knows? That's what we're trying to explore, and we want to introduce to you our competitors. TSM is up first on the chopping block. Here are these 5 players, and of course, led by their coach, Pojo Man. Let's have a chat about them.
237 rounds this team has played, 21 total maps, 8 656 kills with 13 tantalizing clutches. Could you have had a better team to go head-to-head against the Russian machines here in the Grand Finals? I don't think so.
TSM missed out just barely on auto-qualifying for the 6th Invitational. Rank 17 in the world. They came through the open qualifiers to be here today, and they've climbed up through that lower bracket. This is a team that is ready to take on that next step in their careers.
And we talk about the Holy Trinity. We talk about Achieved. He does the quote-unquote dirty work. We talk about Bolo. He makes the flashy plays. And we talk about Merc. He is mercurial. That is exactly what he is. He will just be so consistent on the entries. This team is absolutely formidable, and they're a worthy opponent.
And despite some difficulties that TSM has had through the years, here they are. They come in. They were in that upper bracket where they dropped to Team Empire. A 2-1 loss that they suffered at their hands, but you know what? It's okay. TSM fought back. They made FaZe look like chums.
They did.
The game that we had earlier. There's no two ways around it, and they prove that they are worthy of this grand final to go up against an incredible opponent, Team Empire. And this squad, I mean, yes, they've had turbulent years with an S at the end of it, but Team Empire is a hell of a squad, isn't it, Jess?
Absolutely. We were speaking about the fact that TSM had to play 237 rounds. Well, I'm looking at the fact that Empire played. I've got 672 here. I could be completely wrong. That is an outrageous number. Who knows if I've mistyped this, but if it is, right, shout out to SiegeGG for providing us all 17 maps, 672 kills, and 8 heart-stopping clutches from those Russian boys on your screen right now. What a job to get here.
Once upon a time, Pro League champions. Once upon a time, major champions. And they are gunning to become world champions. They come into this grand final as the upper bracket team, as that favorite, and they're looking to take it home.
They've always had the ingredients to make the cake, but something's always just gone wrong in terms of quantity, in terms of play performance, but not at this event. Every single player is doing his part to make sure that Empire are the world champions coming in the end of today.
Well, you know what it takes to bake a pretty cake?
Great chef?
A great chef. Well, you got great players on here between these two teams. Team Empire representing the hopes of Europe that, let's be honest, has been on a near-lethal dose of copium over the past few months and through this tournament. And here we are now with both of these two facing off against one another. And just to walk back down memory lane for just a moment, this is our sixth Invitational. That is a tongue twister and a half to say. It's been 6 of these tournaments, and we've had quite a few winners. Just to refresh people's minds, here are the teams that have won an Invitational leading up to today.
Let's not forget about that inaugural 6th Invitational far back in 2017, Continuum winning it on PC and Elevate winning it back on Xbox. And no one, of course, could forget the 2018 Grand Final, one of the most historic and infamous matches in Rainbow Six history between Penta and Evil Geniuses, one that I think we will not be forgetting anytime soon.
No, and then of course the year after, G2, obviously the previous Penta squad moves into a brand new era, a brand new dynasty, and they prove their worth in the finals there. My God, did we see some records broken with round count, maps, etc. And then the next year was my very first grand finals, just like it's your very first grand finals.
Yes.
I got you there, my brother.
SSG, they took it that day, and the crowd was absolutely electric. I was sat in there as a viewer, and honestly, it meant there was so much energy inside of that stadium. Coming through to 2021, it was the start of the Latam reign of terror. NIP took it, and it showed no sign of Latam stopping as a region since until now. Because we've got an NA team and we've got an EU team that are going to go head-to-head.
A curse has been broken in some ways that has been, finally lifted off all the other regions except for Brazil, who has been dominant all through 2021. 2022 looks to be a much varied tournament and year of tournaments than we've had ever before. But we got to talk about some highlight players. You have our head-to-head, and we have a player from each one of these two teams. Our top performers, purely off of numbers. Who are they? It's Bolo and Joystick. I mean, let's be fair. These guys are gunners.
Well, when does Bolo play? He plays right now, and he plays to call himself a world champion. He came in at 18 years old. He's played in the top 4 of every 6 Invitational since in the TSM organization, and now he's playing to become a world champion. He's making a lot of flashy plays. He's playing very well. His aim is just so precise. He never has to move his crosshair to get a kill because his crosshair is already on the head of his opponent. The same thing is with the Russian Cyborg that's going against him today in Joystick. He's been there, he's done it all, he's won a Pro League championship, he's played in the 6 Invitational Grand Final 3 years ago. He's been there, he's got the experience.
Yeah, and Joystick, one that I think goes down in the history books as one of the best players of all time, one of the most feared players of all time. But I just want to say for Bolo, I think it really speaks volumes about his character and his passion for playing competitive. The fact that this guy is one of the biggest streamers and players in general, content creators, and yet he has decided to dedicate his life on top of that to becoming a world champion. That speaks volumes about his competitiveness.
You have to be one of the most disciplined players to make it to the top. There is no doubt in my mind, having watched players, coached players, sort of had inspiration from players around the world throughout my own career, to know full well that we are standing amongst gods here today. These are the gods of Rainbow Six Siege.
Definitely are. Two of the best players in their own region, North American League for Bolo in the USA, and of course, probably the best player to ever touch the game in Russia, and that is Joystick. But they're not alone on their teams. They got a lot of players around them that kind of enable them to be the best players that they can be. And I want to spotlight a couple of them as well after our head-to-head, because honestly, if we're to sit here and talk about every single player individually, we'd probably be sat here for the rest of the night. And don't you worry, we're going to talk about them as we move on with our grand final. Merc from TSM is up first, and he has popped off incredibly, Jess.
I had already brought him up in a player spotlight in one of his previous series, and I wanted to highlight him again because Team Empire relies very much on the spearhead of their team, Joystick. We've highlighted him, and of course we saw Bolo on the other side, but he hasn't actually the spearhead of the team. It is Merc who's doing the entry work, who's doing the dirty work of making the space across the map. Merc was the top-rated entry player in the entire tournament before we jumped into the semifinals. Will he end this tournament as the greatest entry player throughout the world?
Not just entry as well. One thing that me and James both love about him is he's moved to an IGL role. So he's not just entering. Whenever he does inevitably die on the entry, because it does happen for entries, obviously he wins more than he loses, but when he does lose them, he's able to then IGL his troops from there, you know, using the cameras, using the player point of views, and he gets them around the map doing exactly what he wants them to do.
And so typically in Rainbow Six Siege, when you think in-game leader, that IGL role, the guy calling the shots behind the scenes, you're usually thinking about your support player, sitting at the back, commanding the troops. But nah, we have Merc at the front line, the best opening kill player in the tournament, like you're saying, Jess, and on top of that, he is calling for his team. We haven't really seen that. Maybe Canadian on the old Evil Geniuses Continuum roster, a 6 Invitational champion himself, and Merc is certainly forging his own destiny here.
Definitely so, and you're going to need everybody to perform at their best. And today, as we go through our final, we'll be talking about those different roles, about the different players that sit in support or flex on the team, and seeing how they're able to bring that heat into the game. Because, hey, each player shines in their own way, personality, individuality, so on and so on. But that's Merc from TSM, and all he's been able to show through this tournament, quite a few matches that this team has gone through. But Team Empire are bringing a super soldier of their own. Actually, another one on top of Joystick. Dan is also up for us. What does he have to show, James?
I mean, Dan is just something else. He joined this roster in somewhat controversial circumstances many years ago, and yet he almost immediately proved his worth at MVP when Empire were champions back in the day. And during this event, he has either gone hard or gone home. He's had some quiet games, I'll be the first to admit it, but he's also had some where he goes off and has a massive impact for the team. He's one that you better be watching out for, and if he is firing all his shots, then Empire are going to be winning rounds.
Dan plays almost like a closer for this team. When you're upstream without a paddle, Dan is the guy that you go to, who's going to make that big play happen. He will produce clutches, he will produce aces, he will produce those big moments exactly when you need him to. You're right when you say, James, he does have his periods of quietness, but when you need it to happen, he's there, and he's the one that holds his hands up and says, I'm going to do it.
I'm glad that you pointed out the clutches, because out of all the mighty cyborgs that are reigning across the Team Empire roster, he is known as the clutch master. Throughout this tournament, he's able to put exceptional 1v3s on the board, 1v2s and beyond. And I think that goes to show his character. Calm, composed, and the mid to late round? Wow, we're really getting there, aren't we? I think he's really one you want to rely on.
And this is something on top of the fact that Dan said in an interview earlier at the Invitational with Intero, and kudos, a fantastic interview between them, where he's explaining, you know what, I was a bit too passionate back in November.
Yep.
I didn't know how to control my emotions properly. I needed my team to be behind me and teach me how to do it, and that's exactly what happened. They spent the next few months working on it. They come to Invitational and look at it. Stone cold face for Team Empire, but you know what? When they're done with their games, they are partying, relaxing, because you need that balance in life, and Empire have it in spades. But numbers beyond that. We've gone through quite a few, matches and maps and yada, yada, yada. There's a lot of them. There's operators in the game that are extremely important that teams will gravitate more towards. Look,
we can't have 5 recruits against each other.
Yeah. Sorry.
They used
Back
to play
in the day, we did.
They used to play it, like recruit shield with smoke, some grenades. That was a thing back in the day. But we don't do that anymore, unfortunately. But we have 10 ops to talk about on attack and defense. The top picked here at the Invitational will kind of build that metagame in your head. The attackers are up first, and you're going to see Hibana at the top with her pick and that ban going through bit by bit. Remember, pick rate is at the top in gray, ban is in black.
I wanted to talk about Hibana so much, and I'm so glad she did sort of reach the top echelon of the pick rate here. The reason being, she's been banned quite a bit, and people go, well, there's so many other hard breaches. Why do we see her pick so much? Why do we see her banned so much? Well, after the change of being able to make her modular with her X-Cairo, she can pick 2, the 4, the 6. There is so much you can do with her, and I think a lot of teams throughout the year have realized that beyond the grenade meta, there is the opportunity for their opening meta. That's exactly what's happened with Hibana.
And the thing with Hibana that she is so different to all the other hard breaches is all the other hard breaches can only open a maximum of 2 hatches. On Bank, you've got 5 basement hatches. On Clubhouse, you've got 3 basement hatches. She's the only one that has the key to unlock all of those opportunities for your team.
She's so versatile as well. You talk about just hatches. You talk about getting rid of castle barricades. You can use her X-Kairos on almost anything. And she has burn for utility as well, plus a good gun, plus an SMG secondary. There is basically nothing she can't do.
I mean, you're seeing Zofia that is on top as well in her pick rate, despite everything. LMGE, we talk about the LMGs,
LMG
right?
meta, let's go.
They're great. Finka as well. Yana that gets played a ton. Flores that is a 50-50. When he's available, you probably want to pick him. There's quite a bit of variety in the game right now. And here's the reaction from the defenders, because this, it's the back and forth between them. Our top 10 and 4 defenders.
Milos?
Yeah, Ms. Valkyrie is not having a great time.
I've got the tattoos just like her. If I flex, you'll get confused and think that I'm going to be a Valkyrie, so please don't ban me if you are playing. But I will say that that is outrageous. Why? Because not only do we have the opportunity for defenders to be able to capitalize on intel, but these cams, the fact that they can still go outside as well, it hasn't been nerfed just yet. She is incredibly powerful. Intel is what makes defensive rounds, attacking rounds, no matter what, be what they are.
Jägerban at 3% fresh.
Oh, I mean, you love to see it. You love to see it. And the thing is about Jaeger is he's a necessary evil for most lineups, right?
Yeah.
However, a ban can be so impactful when a team has specific plans to play around him, specific plans to deal with the Wamai, because obviously Wamai will complement him, and we talk about the nade meta. If you're banning Jaeger, get those nades in, get those kills, and make those attacking rounds work.
Who's been banning Jaeger? Is it #UK Massive that has been getting rid of the Jaeger? Why is that? Why do you think you UK boys just don't like Jaeger?
Ingenuity, Jess.
Oh, mate, don't start.
Oh, man.
Wow. Oh, what about an APAC? Do you ever see it banned?
The occasional Jaeger ban, we do love to see it. But the one that on this graph that I'm really keen to see is the Kaid, 46% presence. That's a split. 23% ban rate, 23% pick rate. And this is really the flip side of the Hibana coin, right? Hibana is perfect for opening up hatches. Kaid is a great Hibana counter. It forces that Maverick or the Thatcher to come out instead. And also with recent nerfs, or at least falling out of meta of operators such as Mute and Bandit, Kaid is really coming into play as the most potent hard breach denial.
And not only that, with over half of the games throughout the entire tournament having a Thatcher ban, I mean, if you leave Kaid in, there's Hatchus, you got to bring a Maverick. Oh my God, you have so much to deal with if you don't have the Thatcher in play, and you haven't also gotten rid of the Kaid. That takes up 2 whole bans. You got to think about it sometimes.
You know what? Important thing for our matchup, of course, is that this is a best of 5, unlimited OTs. This is where, I mean, Empire has been here before, right? This is exhausting. This is what we look for. This is how we filter out who can be the real big champion to hold out that trophy at the end of the day. But because this year there is no advantage for the team coming in from the upper bracket, at least in map pick, so they get 1 map for free, we have a bit of a change. They get to pick, this team coming from the upper bracket, Empire that is in this case, they get to pick how the map veto will go through. And this is, it kind of makes my brain hurt. So, Fresh, please explain to me, what are the options laid out here?
And do you know what, Milos? There's been a lot of talk about format, and this is the next bit about the format. The team that comes through from the upper bracket final gets the map veto advantage. So they get to choose option 1, 2, or 3. Now, I'm going to start with option 2 and 3 because that's a best of 5 that the viewers will most normally know, and that is ban, pick, pick, decider. Now, Empire can choose to start that, or they can choose to allow TSM to start that. However, option 1 is the interesting one here. Empire can choose to pick a map to play before any of the bans happen. That's any map from the 7 map pool. Then the 2 bans will occur, and then TSM will pick from there on out. And what this allows on option 1 is the teams that we've seen this in the qualifiers and in EUCL, we saw it as well. What it allows the teams to do is pick their best map or their opponent's worst map before their opponents have had any input in the veto whatsoever. It's a significant advantage. You should win that map you pick, but it doesn't always play out like that.
And here's how our map ban looks like in this case. Reminder, best of 5. There's a lot of variability here, and there is a lot of energy that you need to set yourself up through this whole thing. So, Jess, carry us through our first part here.
All right, well, we have to work out exactly which option that is. Are you going to spoil it for me?
I'm spoiling it because it's on the screen, Jess. It looks like Empire have made their pick and taken option 1.
All right.
That, to me, with the coach's brain, is the best
have to go
option.
for option 1.
Absolutely.
Clearly.
The thing here is Empire is the only undefeated playoffs team gets this advantage, and yet they get to make a pick. So they've picked Clubhouse before TSM gets a ban. And what's great about this is when these 2 teams played each other in the upper bracket final, TSM banned out that Clubhouse. It's one of Empire's best maps, and now Empire gets to do it before any of those bans come out.
The bans that came out yesterday in the best of 3 was Coastline and Chalet from each team.
Yes.
They banned them, those 2 maps as their first bans. It's no surprise to see them again gone today.
Oh, Cafe. That's going to be a bit of a tricky pick there. I think TSM is coming in. Think they might have a little bit of a strategy here against the Russian cyborgs and the Russian machines. And James, explain to me that pick there.
Well, look, the Oregon pick is not a bad one for either team, and this is one that we didn't see them play the other day in their match between the 3 of them. Unlike Cafe, which funnily enough, Empire picked Cafe yesterday, but TSM won it dominantly 7-2. So you can see that recent form has really given TSM a big confidence boost on Cafe, whereas Oregon is much more of a dark horse.
Our last 2, let's bring them up.
Yeah, let's bring them up. I'm honestly concerned about this Oregon pick. I'm not going to lie to you because I actually think it's a really good map for TSM. Conversely, we have a second last map and a decider. We saw Bank early on. We now might not see a Jack.
I feel like you talk about, I'm just going to come back to the Oregon pick actually, because I talk about the big 3 maps that Empire have. Clubhouse, Cafe, and Coastline.
Yep.
They're already done in the first part of the veto, so Empire would have to pick one of the maps they don't traditionally like, Oregon, Villa, or Bank. They've gone with Oregon because they've put in good performances on it in the 6 Invitational. Villa, we've seen that Empire, they won 7-0 on Villa, but for a long time, it wasn't an Empire map.
So, now that we have our entire map veto out in front of everybody to see, we have to focus on each map individually. Clubhouse is up first on the chopping block. Our lobby's pretty much set, so we just have a bit of time to iron out Club. Empire starting off on the attacking side. So obviously they pick the map. TSM get to pick the starting side, which is defense. James.
Yeah, so we haven't actually seen TSM play Clubhouse ever since their first match in the 6 Invitational this year, which was against Furia, and they only barely won that 8-6. So you can see that Team Empire clearly prefer this map, and it's one of their favorites, and the opposite for TSM.
Miller, should you say that Empire is starting on attack? Is that what you said?
They did pick attack, yeah.
Indeed.
Oh, that's not surprising considering they're an attacking sided team on Clubhouse. Let's go, baby. We get to see the full force Cyborgs coming in their strong side here on Clubhouse.
TSM will have chosen defense because defense on Clubhouse traditionally. However, Empire love to choose attack on this map.
And they actually chose it on overtime as well. So while TSM think that they're favored on defense, Empire actually think, hey, you want to start on defense? That's great for us. We love our attacks.
Oh my goodness, this could be good and bad. This is the clash of two spears going head to head.
I'm going to leave with one final thought here.
Go on.
The old adage is you never take a Russian team to Clubhouse. TSM haven't had that opportunity, so they're going to have to pull something out in this map.
I am so ready for this one. Our best of 5 grand final begins here and now. James, Jess, and Jack, the Triple J's here on the analyst desk. Thank you so much for filling us in on this entire series, getting us ready. It is time! Clubhouse begins. Empire on the attack. Can these Russians make it through? Can they actually hold that trophy? It's been evading them for so long. Or will TSM take the first map? It's time. It's Clubhouse. It's Hanover. And we have Pengu and Intero to take us through it. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Milos. It's time for us to crown a new world champion.
Yep.
Yes, you heard that correct. TSM nor Empire, they've never won at all. Empire's been here before.
Yes.
They lost to you.
Yes.
But they now have another foe to go up against, and both of these teams look so good. This is a rematch, but TSM are coming in motivated and a lot stronger than what we saw in their first matchup against Empire.
They did. They just played FaZe earlier today, and that was a very one-sided match, I would say, in favor of TSM. They wanted to get a quick swift 2-0 to get a break and then to really rest between their game and this now grand final. And if you're a fan of, the whole region battle, Europe versus North America, well, I'll let you know this. Europe has won twice. 2018, 2019, and North America has won Invitationals twice as well, 2017 and 2020. Huh?
Elevate also won the Xbox
Okay, on
Invitational
PC.
in 2017, NA on top.
I'll clarify. On PC,
thank you.
Both regions has won twice.
Thank
so
you.
this match right here will determine who gets the third victory for their region. Big stakes.
Absolutely huge stakes. Every single team spends an entire year or longer working towards this moment. I want a good match. We don't control that.
No.
The teams do. So, on that note, TSM versus Team Empire. Map number 1 is a best of 5. No bells, no whistles, no advantages. Just 2 incredible teams going head to head. Empire gets this very first map. Set the stage for me. What do we expect going in with Empire getting the very first pick on their map choice?
So Empire, obviously, they have to show up massive, right? Because the one advantage that they actually got from being in that upper bracket is they could pick a map before TSM could ban it out. They chose Clubhouse. The analyst desk spoke of this on there. The only time TSM have shown Clubhouse was in the very first game at this event against Furia, where they barely won 8-6. So TSM historically at this tournament haven't looked too good on it. But I will say they have a really good bomb site choice here. They're starting in the basement defense, and they're doing a very obvious roam strat because the castle's on the board. That's going to signify what the approach will be. And TSM at this tournament, they've been really good at really controlling the pace of which the map is played, and they do that from roaming aggressively and playing aggressively and getting out on that map. It's how they took down FaZe as well, because they made it so hard for them to get into the map anywhere, and they're looking to do the same thing on this first round.
Well, we're gonna hit the pause button and we're gonna redo it. I don't know exactly what went wrong, but
go back.
We will come back. Of course, let's shake off all the cobwebs, get all of the bad voodoo out of the way. Very first round, and these teams will go right back into it. But I feel like you were also in the middle of talking about expectations. You were talking about sides, etc. TSM starting on defense on Clubhouse, Empire starting on attack. And if you want to keep going, the floor is yours.
Sure, I mean, I can take up where we picked off. And I'm really happy that rehost comes out before we get into it, because I know, especially as a player, having to get, interrupted or disrupted in your momentum, once you gain a round or lose a round, it sucks. So let's do it right now before anything is on the board. But what I was talking about was just how TSM so far throughout this tournament have been really pro-efficient on getting out on the map and contesting the entry points for the opponent. And Team Empire, well, they're a full team. All 5 players are positive, with the exception of Scyther, who's -1. So in my book, that's basically neutral, because -1 is almost ±0. Whereas TSM is a very different story. They're a story of a trio. And it's between Bolo, Merc, and Achieved, who's +50 on Bolo, +38 on Merc, and +42 on Achieved. Whereas Chala and Geo, -19 on Chala, -45 on Geo. Well, if the trio shows up for TSM, they are absolutely on fire. And when it comes to Team Empire, it's a full 5-man situation where anyone can show up. Of course, Joystick, +31. He's the highest rated player from his team, but not a single player from the side of Empire has not shown up so far at this Invitationals in terms of individuality.
All right, well, let's get back underway. It seems like the teams have got their lineups locked and loaded. Once again, back downstairs. If you are new to Rainbow Six, you might not know how the rehost rules work. You got to run with the same operators on both attack and defense, and you got to go to the same bomb site, which means if it goes deep into a round, you can see attacking teams actually get map control faster. This was something that you and I saw when we were doing the FaZe Sonics match, was there was a rehost, and FaZe knew the entire layout of the defense. The Sonics knew where FaZe was going to be coming from, so both teams will have this mental one-upsmanship where they have to figure out, are they going to do the same thing? Are they going to do something different? Do we need to do the same thing? Do we need to do something different? In a lot of ways, it will ultimately end up being a new round. And I have no doubt with how little time it was into the previous round that it'll be the case here as well.
Yeah, I don't think anything was really given away. Perhaps you can argue that Team Empire might have seen the castle, they can guess the roam, and reinforcing both strip walls with a kite claw is something we do not see very often at all. So, but the extension speaks for itself. We're going up above, we're gonna get aggressive, we're going to challenge Team Empire in all these aspects, and basement bomb site is really the only one on Clubhouse where I think this really works. Normally on Clubhouse, the first room you enter, the madness starts, you start fighting each other. So extending out doesn't really work all that well because the bomb site is so easily accessible. But for the basement, of course, if you choose to, as TSM have, they can challenge Empire anywhere that they want.
Well, that's 30 seconds off the board. When we look at the operator lineups, there's nothing particularly weird about this one. A roam setup for TSM is very present. They've got all the tools to make that work. You've also got Empire running with a very standard composition. They love Dan on the Buck on this map. They love their double soft destruction in the Buck and the Sledge. And then, of course, you're going to have the dual hard breach coming in as well. The roam from TSM looks like it might have fallen off. That top floor was being held by them, but they have now scooted on down to the main floor. Bolo and Merc working together. I want to talk about Merc's growth for a second here. As IGL and as a gunner, and he takes out Dan, that's the very first kill. An easy interaction between these two teams, and it's already taken out one of those so crucial forces for Empire.
It is in Merc, so basically he was put onto this IGL leadership role, and normally you see that being done from the back, but Merc does it from the front with the aggression. With him being inside the map himself, he can lead his teammates forward and ask for resources. Right now it's Geo stuck inside a strip room, but Merc gets found out by Scyther. Evens it back to a 4 versus 4, but Geo is stuck inside a strip room, cannot get out, and has 1 HP left to his name.
Well, Geo needs to hang on. And Merc will be the one IGLing. As we said, moved on to this role, something that Pojo Man, Data, and also Gotcha, who's been helping the team, Sammy, recently, they've been emboldening Merc to make these calls. Now, that doesn't look like that was a Merc decision. Geo assesses it, takes out Scyther. The Maverick tortures Shepard inside a strip. Look at the time that they're wasting on Geo. There's still a minute to go. The man is essentially a phantom illusion. And even though they've opened it up, there you go. A grenade goes in, more time, 20 seconds since we started talking about this. They can leave him to wither because he's almost certainly unable to be picked back up.
Yeah.
Now you have to circle the wagons towards the bomb site and get in with such little time.
Yeah, they definitely know that he's injured. You know, they chose to leave him there. 35 seconds left or so. Joystick making his way down the main stairs, cutting off the rotation while Empire sets up their attack. But there's no Harpies besides the Maverick. It's going to be limited entry. Joystick has to do it all himself, just walking into side.
And there he is. He's found it, and he's assessing, hey, I've got a window in, but there were multiple calls and an assessment as well that We don't want him getting too close to the bomb site. Geo is down, still bleeding out, so it's a 3v2. As always creeps up through dirt tunnel, Shepard finding a kill on Bolo means it's even numbers. Always presence announced, looks the wrong way, punished by Chala playing on boxes, and it's 50 HP as Shepard in the midst of the smoke. Banshee going away, but Achieved, who's been so good today already, gives TSM the very first round on Clubhouse.
That's gonna feel good if you're TSM. It's Empire's map pick. It's the one thing you could not really stop, and that is the first map that Empire wants to go on. The basement defense with the roam is the perfect situation for TSM to gain ground on this first map, but I have to fear a little bit for them once we go to Gym and CCTV, because that's not going to be as simple. Team Empire, they were met with two problems that round. The first one was that, well, they lost a hard breach on the Ace. So that means that you're left only with the Maverick. There's almost no ways into the bomb site. There's no time to Maverick open 2 hatches, walk down bottom main, Maverick open the wall. It just doesn't work that way. And yes, they got the injure. Perhaps they didn't know. Oh, that drone actually there confirms it. They knew they had the injured down, waiting for it to bleed out. Then Joystick walks in through long, tries to find the opening, cannot find it. That just leaves TSM in a very easily winnable position.
I would argue that most of that round was won at the very beginning with the roam, as you saw. Being able to hold that top floor for a minute, fall off, retreat to the main floor, use some of those reinforcements inside of Strip. Quite unorthodox of a defense that we have seen on Clubhouse. Even when a team is defending bar and stock, or bar and stage as it's now referred to as, you see teams forgo Strip Club. They will reinforce the walls, but they don't actively play in it. So for TSM to make that choice, we saw the absolute punishment that they put on FaZe earlier today.
Yeah.
This is a TSM team that does not muck around. They are here to play.
That they are, and they have really been showing up so far today, but it is very early. I like this bomb site rotation, starting basement and going Gym. This is likely due to Maverick being open. Maverick just makes CCTV so hard to defend. I mean, we could even see a bar. TSM do play in NA where they do tend to not love the bomb site, but play it a bit more than other regions, perhaps.
Absolutely. Potentially 60 rounds, not including overtime. Sorry, let me tell you one thing. Unlimited overtime. Now you get to suffer through it as a caster, by the way, and I only use the word suffer lightly because unlimited overtime is awesome.
Yes.
But it means that these matches can go on indefinitely. Teams will be swapping sides back and forth. Unless you just are a more sound team, you're going to keep trading blows, and you can end up with a matchup going 17, 18 rounds. We saw the same thing happen in that FaZe versus NIP match in Sweden, in Gävle. Just a couple months ago, what was it, 17, 18 rounds between FaZe and NIP. Almost getting close to matching that same scoreline that we saw between your team and Empire on Coastline way back. So there, you're right, it's one round. There's a lot of rounds to go.
I'm just at close line spam, but Cypher finds the opening pick onto Achieved. That's now the Russians getting their first opening pick of this series so far. 1 to TSM, 1 to Empire.
Oh, there goes the Yana Merc again. Evasive as ever, but he gets tagged on the retreat down below inside a bar. I don't know if they're aware of his position. Another kill for Merc. How does he keep getting these? Nobody can stop this young man. Up towards Gym he goes. That leaves Bolo to hang out. Gets droned out on 2 occasions. 3 drones in the vicinity. Plenty of intel against Bolo. Still 7 drones up for Team Empire. A nice shot through the wall. A hell of a performance by Scyther. But there goes the Goyo shield as well, and some damage gets done to the Ace with just over a minute left in the round.
The important thing to note is that Team Empire has only used 3 drones so far. They have 7 more to go. So meanwhile, TSM, they held on. Well, you trade 2 for 2, but Empire have somehow managed to gain all this information while not losing any drones in the process. And that wallbang right there from Cypher, that was due to having those drones alive. And the value that you bring is so clear. And Shepard, he wants more.
Oh my
nice shot.
God. What a absolute howitzer. Down goes Geo. Merc now with Nitro Cell in hand. He can derail this push with a well-timed explosive, but he has to rely on Empire pushing together. They have a numbers advantage in a 3v2, but both Chala and Merc have been good in the clutch before, as have Empire. And you've got some of the best players on Empire still upright. Their 2 main forces of Joystick and Dan not available, but that's okay. Sometimes Dan, he's known to have bad matches here on Clubhouse. What are you gonna do? 15 seconds to go, and now you know that the stack up is coming through this doorway. Chala's down for the count. A grenade gets tossed in. Merc deftly avoids it, but he's in so much trouble. 2 targets for him to collect, but he can't get either. And Empire answers back with a round of their own to tie the game.
Really good 2 versus 3 there from Empire. It was one person outside the windows, always on that hatch on office, and the diffuser came from construction. This means they could go in any direction they would like to and play off each other as they had that kind of 1-2-3 situation. Connector person can help the window player or go into office of the office player. The opening kill from Always at the end there opened up into that 1 versus 3, which really just seals the deal. Merc here finds one, and then he found a second. Look there. Nice.
Nice shot.
Merc just seems to find these openings somehow. Oh, Scyther. And there we see, yep, Shepard.
That was just incredible. Absolutely incredible shot.
But that kill right there from Always, getting the kill into Chala instead of Office, that's what really opens up the round in that 2 versus 3, because now you can just walk on in, it's just Merc alive, very low on health, has no C4, used it earlier on the window, didn't do any damage, and well, you can either just plant for free or overpower him with guns. And now we are indeed seeing the rotation that we spoke about last round. Will we see the bar next if Gym doesn't work? The answer is yes. Basement, Gym into bar. No CC available. And again, TSM, they want to play the map. Bar allows them to do so. And on the Gym, they did a good job at extending. Early aggression onto the CC side, opened up the walls, had multiple shields with that Goyo being available, but they didn't manage to come out on top. It was a 2-for-2 trade, which arguably favors the attackers here.
Well, look at this bomb site, Nick.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Or
is it beautiful?
Or not? It depends on how you look at it.
Is it beautiful?
If they win, it's amazing. If they lose, you're gonna hate it.
Would you like to talk to me about the win rate and play rate of this bomb site? Because it is the redheaded stepchild of all 4 bomb sites on this map. I might be a redheaded child, but I'm no stepchild, so I don't know what that feels like. Don't at me. But I will tell you that we have started to see a new resurgence, as this was once known as the 2nd best bomb site on Clubhouse prior to the rework.
Long time ago.
It was then a bad bomb site because you go upstairs to Gym Bedroom or Cache, those were better. But now here on Barstock, teams are bringing it out more often.
Yeah, it's been played 25 times in 271 rounds, but the win rate actually isn't all that bad. It's better than CCTV, sitting at 48% win rate in favor of the defense. However, Clubhouse overall has a 55% win rate, so it's still down there. But it's one of those pocket picks where, well, you can bring it out of nowhere, and if teams are not as comfortable attacking against it, or if you just have a very fancy setup, it can actually skew those numbers a lot higher than what is 48% defensive win rate on the paper. We'll see how America can deal with it. I mean, they're doing a cache over right now, similar attack as a Gym attack, where you roam over, you take the map control, but look at the timer. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Half the rounds burned, 9 drones left for Empire. They have information, but now they also gotta find the entries.
Absolutely. And time now at the halfway point here. The teams will settle on down. Dan's still alive. Why does Dan seem to always have bad performances on Clubhouse, with the exception of when they won in Milan? Dan doesn't seem, at least at this SI, to have the best performance on this map.
Oh, you spoke it into 60, Parker.
Gonna get worse.
How dare you.
Bolo on a nice shot upstairs in Gym. That weight room position so strong. And the one thing that the UMP has going for it is that thing's a laser beam. That sounded like a one-tap to down Always, by the way. What happened to him? There goes Shepard. Empire falling by the wayside. Always actually fell off the roof, by the way. So that single bullet we heard, not intended for Always, maybe intended for somebody else. An answer back as Merc is down for the count. Joystick sacrifices some HP to equalize, but there he goes to a Nitro cell by Achieve from below. Empire, with 30 seconds left, are unable to get into the bomb site, and now Scyther is the next one in line, as Always is completely unretrievable. There's no way Scyther's gonna be able to, maybe, but look at the clock. By the time he gets to Always and gets him back up, there's only gonna be 20 seconds left. How the hell are you gonna be able to pull this one off? I appreciate what Empire is doing, but I don't think this is gonna be doable. They're gonna be there playing to die and will require one of the most absurd clutches we have ever seen. Where are they gonna go? Inside a kitchen. Achieved here's both of them. Lining up, there's one, turns his back to buy time, and the clock ultimately gives the round to Empire despite them killing Achieved. Barstock goes in favor of the defense.
Even Achieved was like, there's no way they're both in kitchen, right? It just doesn't make any sense. And sure enough, Achieved, they were both inside of kitchen because of that unfortunate slip from the roof earlier that the Sledge unfortunately had. Empire, they have this issue at times where they seem to get stuck. And if the if the enemy doesn't like give them the opening, which in this case was just, you know, the opening kill going to favor of TSM, Bolo hitting the shot of Dan. That right there, this kill, boom, Empire completely stuck. Have no way in. There you see always slipping off the edge of the roof. Nobody can save him. The wall wasn't breached. It takes so long to rotate all the way outside the building. This C4 from Achieved, trading out Joystick when he found this kill, massive. That evens back the man count in favor of yourself because TSM, of course, had no idea that always slipped off the roof, didn't know he was injured. They thought that was a 3 versus 3. And that just means that C4 in their head was even more impactful than we knew from the spectator point of view.
Well, obviously elation now from TSM, who they didn't have to play all that much earlier today. Fatigue is something that gets discussed when a best of 5 comes up.
And Dan did not like that when he died. That's unfortunate.
No, not at all. Fatigue plays a huge role in a best of 5, and even if it didn't go past 3 maps, that 22 map spectacle on Coastline between G2 and Empire. Empire players will tell you they did not recover from that.
Yeah.
That drained their will to go forward, and then ultimately Border and Bank fell, and that was it. That was the series. For teams that are more experienced, you know that endurance, and especially for teams that used to play at those old DreamHack events, where you'd be playing 9, 12 maps a day, an incredible amount. TSM could be potentially playing 7 maps today, which seems like a lot. But in all reality, teams are usually prepared for 2 best of 3s. What the hell is that, Bolo?
Always Sledges open the castle barricade, and then, well, Dan died. So it's like always try to do the right thing, but then it punishes his team.
Oh, you know what? I was wondering why Dan looks so familiar. He's in my favorite movie, Gladiator, Tiltimus Maximus.
Oh no, don't say that.
Tiltimus Maximus. Here's the goal. You tilt the hell out of him, that's it. Dan has been the first to die on 3 of the 4 rounds thus far, and you can tell that he must be frustrated by it. And his compadre, his comrade, Joystick, 2 of the most formidable players in the world, both are now down for the count, and there's still 2 minutes to go.
Joystick just walked, look at this, Joystick just walked on the main stairs before the Sledgehammer did the vertical play. They could have waited 20 seconds, always could have gotten in the building, done the vertical damage, then you walk down with support or a drone even. I'm not sure if they're getting inside their own heads or getting frustrated with themselves, but the player camps that we just saw when they lost the previous round, it looks like Team Empire in for a really bad mental game on their first map, which was their choice. That's really not good. Now we see again Empire not playing together, creeping around. Sure, there's a drone nowadays and always on the main stairs. It's some sort of crossfire, but Gio, he has the strip room completely readied up.
Once again, and this was about the time that they killed Gio before, so they've knocked Empire off stride more than in previous rounds. Now the question is, how much energy and utility do you expend on Gio? Because if you don't, you're going to have 2 players pushing the bomb site while Shepard escorts the diffuser in. Gio is going to be on flank, you know that. Scyther and Always will have to be watching flank while the other watches Shepard get the diffuser down. And guess what? There's still 4 players at TSM now unaccounted for, and that's trouble for Empire.
Yeah, I think if you're Empire, you just leave a drone, you hold the flank with that, you make a communicational call out because you need all 3 players active on the side of Empire. And that's what they've done so far, and Gio is slowly creeping up on the flank, not closing in yet, but this Toxic Babe is going to buy so much time.
Well, they create a hole, so TSM says we're going to use that as well. And out goes the Toxic Canister, and there's the flank, but Shepard handles it. Doesn't lose a single bit of HP, and the Gio flank that was looming large, now it's gone. TSM, though, they're still inside of the bomb site. They've got it working for them. Scyther down for the count. A 4v2 featuring TSM, still deeply protected. Both players on Empire. 15 seconds to go, and they say, you know what, bottom stairs, that's not going to work. Where are we going to go? Let's drop the hatches, but kitchen hatch is closed, so Shepard has to drop in, dies with diffuser and Moto, and Always, how about never? That is a 3rd round for TSM through the first 4 on Empire's map, and a stunning start for this North American team.
I have good news if you're Empire, though. Basement is now locked for the remainder of this map. TSM cannot go downstairs again, which means you just don't have to worry about it. You can completely ignore what happened in the past, look at each and every round in front of you, because every single round matters so much from Rainbow Six Siege. If somebody gets 7 rounds first, that's the map. And of course, if you go OT, you gotta get 8. You see this here, Always Sledge open the barricade, Dan held the angle, but Bolo somehow got the kill, and Dan once again, frustration as he's showing very physically. Then Joystick walks down the main stairs with no support, dies as well. Sure, 9 shot from Shepard to shut down the Geo flank, but it doesn't matter. It's an impactless kill. What could be impactful just wasn't. The hatches were closed, there was no breach. The only thing that was opened up was Moto hatch, which, funny enough, the defenders opened themselves, I believe. So, Team Empire, They're getting stuck on the map. Time is ticking down. They got drones alive, but they're not progressing. They're not finding the openings. And now they gotta do it. Gym plus 1 bomb site. Could be Bar, again, could be CC, but they gotta attack Gym first. Last time, they tried to do that roam clear from CC side, opened up the main breach, walked into server cache, cleared out. It was that 2-for-2 trade, so 3 versus 3, and then they progressed through and they traded back and forth. And ultimately, Team Empire ended up winning that round, but it was kind of close.
All right, well, Gym bedroom again, and we will say an awful lot about Team Empire over the course of this best of 5. Buckle up, by the way. It might be an exhilarating thrill ride so far.
Yeah.
It's probably only going to get better. That's how these things usually work. But when we talk about Team Empire, I feel like if you took a shot of the finest Russian vodka you could find, every single time you heard this following phrase, well, they would study you to see the human body's ability to ingest that much alcohol. Here's the phrase, Russian machine never breaks. And that is correct. Empire are so resilient when it comes to that mental game, Nick. They do not ever quit. They can pull off remarkable comebacks. We've seen it happen in Mexico. We've seen it happen in Raleigh. We even saw it happen on that coastline map, and we've seen it happen here. This team can never be counted out, and that is something that TSM will know. TSM will understand, we got them on the ropes. This is perfect. They can always bounce back.
Yeah, last time Empire was against a North American team that wasn't TSM, or at least like in their very opening game against Sonics, they were down really bad on Oregon. Sonics looked like they had the match, but what do you know? Empire brought it back like 6 or 7 rounds in a row, took it to OT, then won in OT 8-7. So they can make comebacks. We've seen it before. Now we see the drone actually missed Bolo, but a second drone's falls in the Gemini, that is. In the beginning, Bolo almost got away with a sneaky play, but Empire, they ensure that this does not happen. And that's good for them because they need something to go well in that first minute of the round. Otherwise, it's going to be another one of those extremely frustrating situations. As Joystick now makes his way through the garage, but 40 seconds has been spent and almost no ground has been made. Chief has the Scoy Shield and the Jammer inside of CCTV. That's their extension. That's where TSM wants to sit and fight. Then you can argue Empire, vertical nades from down below can do a ton of damage. And last time they tried to do that, Merc got 2 kills. So Empire, what do you do?
Well, apparently what you do is you start from the top and move on over. And all of the bodies from Empire right now surrounding that cache part of this map. Achieve has already lost some of the wall, but he has an Electric Claw that can go up against the wall and potentially even one of the shields as well. We'll see exactly where the radius of that was.
Kite Claw actually did not go through. The Summer Charge exploded, that then killed the Claw, so the wall has been opened up. And that means 1 soft wall and 1 breached wall here. That means that TSM and Achieved have no cover inside of the cache.
That is pretty bad, but you've used at least half of the clock, and there goes a nice nade tossed out onto Achieved. At that point, you're playing to die in cache, Nick.
Yeah, look, Joystick creeps up, the flashbang, almost team flash, but not quite. Bolo reached the situation, but no, Joystick is just so much better in this position.
I imagine this will be a story moving forward. Joystick's ability to go toe-to-toe with that 3-pronged attack and that 3-pronged roam that we often see of Achieved, Bolo, and Merc. So a huge advantage for Empire in this round. Looking to keep it close on this Gym and Master take. They don't like going to CCTV cache on TSM's side of things. It's another attempt on a bomb site that TSM lost previously, and with just a little under a minute to go, they're not in great shape. It's a 5v3 for Team Empire.
Yeah, and they have to now close it out, right? Like, dude, last time 2 versus 3, now they gotta do it 5 versus 3. Same positions, always on the hatch. You got Dan and Scyther on the windows, with Shepard and Joystick inside of construction. So they got the ground covered, they got the positions. Now, well, they gotta do the execute.
And they know that they've got at least 1 player inside a garage, too. Nade goes out by Always. Merc evades it. They drop, but Merc has some problems with Shepard, as does Geo. Chala's inside of the bathroom. He's trapped. He's a goner. There's no way for him to get out. The wall's still closing in, and Nade goes in as well. Can he dance around that one? He can, but it's Dan the man to get the final kill. And how about a flawless round for Empire to try and keep this matchup close?
Yeah, they needed that, and this kind of shows the story that Empire, well, they get stuck suck when things really don't go their way, because if they don't find the opening, it's all panic. It's all like, what are we gonna do? And that round, well, the nade got the opening, then Joystick walked up the staircase with a second guy behind him, Flashbang came out. It was a 50-50 gunfight, but even if Bolo had taken down Joystick, there was 2 more players from the side of Team Empire that had walked on up the staircase or in through the red breach and then traded out regardless. So a really good job here. You see there, good entry. Shepard, same story in office. 2 players from Empire inside the office with Joystick and Shepard together. So even if one person loses out the gunfight, there's a second person to follow it up. That's what Empire can do when they're in the man advantage. But when they're down in numbers, that's when they struggle the most. And TSM, they're gonna go back to bar. No CC will be had from the side of TSM on the first 6 defending rounds of Clubhouse. That's a first.
I gotta say, I think this is a moment that the desk will look back on with a bit of judgment, because I understand that there's a Maverick on the board. I understand that there's a Thatcher ban in play. I understand that Kaid is available and the Maverick is available and yada, yada, yada. There's going to be that whole juggling of the wall. But teams pull it off. Teams pull off a CCTV cache defense, even with these operator bans being present. So I have to wonder what TSM knows, and if they lose this round here and they emerge from the first half tied up with Empire, that the desk is going to say, well, why didn't you at least give a crack at CCTV and cache? Let's see, especially with Gym Bedroom, which the first time that Empire won it, I think there was a kill or 2 from TSM. Second time, no kills from TSM.
Yeah, it's true, and the thing is this, I agree with your statement about the Maverick being open, the Thatcher's banned, and therefore CC is bad, because I agree, when Maverick is open, CC sucks. But more so than just the bomb side preference, I think the way that TSM wants to approach this matchup against Team Empire, the way that they see themselves comfortable in the game, is when they can play the majority of the map. And CCTV as a bomb side, well, you're stuck inside the bomb side, waiting for them to breach the wall, then waiting for them to take Garage, and then waiting to lose the round. On bar, you can go up above, extend out, take some gunfights, hold a certain area of the map, and make a decision on how to play dynamically, and that's how TSM wants to play. You can argue that Clubhouse might be the hardest map for them, because every other map in this series, well, they speak to more map control, and that's what TSM wants, and I think that's the key factor as to why they're going bar not just once, but twice without going CC a single time.
Well, 1 minute and 45 seconds. First entry point is going to be over towards Gym. Before, TSM commanded this part of the map quite spectacularly. They also had control of this main stairs part, which again Geo is holding. It put that Team Empire spot that they had, wanting to go through construction, wanting to go through master, and then eventually hitting kitchen in a very precarious position. And I don't know how Empire is going to be able to deal with that timing. There goes Joystick, by the way. A critical figure in the previous round, and now he's not going to be available. Drones are something that we've talked about an awful lot. Who's better at droning than Yana? And now you don't have that, and you don't have the nades as well.
You only have 3 drones left, so even normal drones are really starting to slim down. But that grenade, oh my days, catches Merc's heels, and that's a really good opening, but can they get more?
Oh, excuse me, Bolo. That's a pretty nice shot. Were he streaming, that would definitely go in a montage. That one wouldn't, though, by the way. Shepard outduels him. The support players of Empire showing up and showing up hard at the moment. They're going to need a bigger performance for Shepard. It's suddenly a 3v3. There's 40 seconds left. Top floor control now for Empire. You got to do the legwork and get down to that main floor, and maybe for the first time in this map, try to get a diffuser planted.
Can I argue that Bolo should have dropped the gym hatch there and played the numbers 4v3 on site, but he went for that 50-50 gunfight, didn't go in his favor, and now we see the 3v3. The thing is, time is on the side of TSM with 20 seconds and Yoka drones alive. Empire, they have to make a move really quickly, and they haven't even cleared strip yet. They don't even have any drones for it. 50-50 gunfight, Dan. Can you do this? Can you get your team back in the advantage?
There's a flash that goes out, and Dan doesn't seem to find it. There's Chaladon as well. Achieved gunning down onto Always. Shepard with the diffuser down. They need to call into action, and suddenly Achieved comes to the rescue and stops them both at the last second.
It tried to putty block the bullet.
I understand what you're trying to do, but damn, it didn't work, and TSM take the first half 4-2.
Again, frustrating round for Empire. Really slow in the early stages of the map. I'm not sure if they're fearing TSM possibly hiding in any corner possible, or if TSM are just doing that good of a job at slowing you down, but you had so many drones alive throughout the round. I mean, it was at the point of 1 minute, you had 5 drones left, and then, well, what did you do in the beginning? I don't know. Bolo here got the kill, could have up the hatch, went for that gunfight here. Shepard wins it out, and that gave Empire a chance to win. And with this kill from Shepard dropping down that hatch, that cleared up Dan as well, playing that 2v1 as Empire's been doing so well so far. But this wall bang off the yellow ping, the Yokai most likely giving that information as the bar default cam can't quite see the exact position. That closes out the round with a wall bang of all things. Even though they tried to body block the bullets, it didn't work. 4-2 now. And Empire, they gotta get off to a strong start. Going down the basement just like TSM did with a, I want to say similar but a different approach, because Dan is like roaming above, but they don't have a cast or anything else, so I don't think it's a full roam.
All right, tail of the tape for the first half. Nick, if I may, obviously you see on the scoreline TSM prevailed 4-2. Defender-sided clubhouses are not outside of the norm, but beyond that, TSM got 4 opening picks. Guess which rounds they came in? All 4 they won. There you go. I'll answer it for you.
All 4 they won.
I know you were prepping for the second half, and I caught you off guard. Haha, I bamboozled you. I have the upper hand. Team Empire's got 2 opening picks as well. Guess which rounds those were in?
The ones they won.
There you go. So
Wow.
if you get the opening pick, you have a 100% conversion rate. Only 1 flawless round. That was Team Empire back in round 5. No diffusers planted.
Nope.
Close. On 3 rounds, close. But that was it. Close as no cigar. Doesn't really matter. Now we go to the second half. Also, both teams have their timeouts available.
Yeah. 55% defensive win rate across, the average of Clubhouse. So a little bit of favor on the defensive side. Empire can be very happy about that statistic because they need their favor to go in their way right now. And Dan is actually doing that roam game, always in Joystick as well, playing on that blue stairs. Joystick actually opting to go up to top floor, can kill this drone, possibly then fall back because you don't want to be all alone up here. But what a nice shot. That's Bolo shot down, and Joystick, he just plays this position so well. It's something he was very early on recognized for in his career, how he roams alone on a map like Clubhouse. Team Empire used to have these strats that only relies on 4 people being alive, so Joystick could just go and do whatever. Dan follows up with a C4 in his hand. He cannot fight back, cannot shoot back. That's an easy picking for Merc. Tied back to 4-4.
Well, again, going with this conversion rate, Nick, this does bode well for Empire, but there's still more to be done. Same panel opened up over top of the reinforcements inside of Church. If you're an attacker, you want to use that to drop a nade in. If you're a defender, maybe a nitro cellotoxic canister awaits you at the bottom of those stairs for the attackers. So something to see. Always has the lineup ready. Knows exactly where that nitrocell is going to go. That is a very tricky throw for a lot of teams, but they will go in and practice it. And because of that, you don't need to fear it all too much. TSM now getting the hatches open. There's a minute left in their very first round on attack. Team Empire can sit pretty. They desperately need a round here. If TSM can take their very first attack, I fear for Empire for the remainder of this map. And the analysts all seem to be united. They said Empire have to make this one click.
It worked.
And there you go. The toss from Always on to Merc. Bottom of the main stairs. Empire now with the upper hand and the lead in numbers.
Interesting enough, Geo right now is going for the blue hatch, but a call has been made to rotate over. Cypher has 1 impact grenade left. If he can deny the breach on the kitchen hatch here, that could single-handedly win Team Empire the round, but Cypher has moved into dirt. He's not in a position to deny it. That means the hatch will get opened up, and TSM, they have to act upon kitchen. That's all they really have.
This is a well-timed smoke that'll do some damage to Chala. 1 still remains with 15 seconds to go. TSM barreling into the bomb site. A drop. There goes Geo. Achieve taking a lot of damage. All of them are going to drop. Are they going to take any damage? Yes, there goes Achieve. Chala now next one in a 1v3 with Diffuser. He has to find them. He sees them. Unable to convert. Joystick the kill. Empire get their very first defense. The gap closes between the 2 teams to a single round.
Similar stories as well, right? Because TSM, they went basement, did that kind of roam game. They got the opening pick, they got the round. Well, Empire, they go defense, they do a not like a full roam, it was a joystick roam. He got the opening pick, they win the round. And the same issue for both teams is the time, the clock, the resources. There was 1 exothermic charge left available. They chose to use it on the kitchen hatch, even though Geo had spent 20 seconds running towards the blue hatch. At the last second, as he pulled out the gadget, they changed their mind, the call had been made. but no time was there. 20 seconds, you gotta go. This C4 right there, ton of value. That is such a huge pick for Team Empire. It's the ace off the board, no heartbreak from the side of TSM, and that made their lives so much harder. Flash, nade, drop, def, joystick, got the first pick, and got the last one here with that double, making that a triple across the board for him. And joystick looking really good, as he has been throughout this Invitational so far.
Well, you need some motivation. You need to get back in it. Again, the mental composure of Team Empire, it always looks flat. It's very flat neutral.
It's the same thing. Excitement, anger, disappointment. It's the same phase usually. And you know what? They fist bump even on lost rounds because they do keep up their energy, their momentum, their vibes, if you will. And it really is important, like you mentioned earlier, that you don't tilt yourself out of a series or out of a map. As long as you think you're in it, you will still be fighting as if you were. And the moment you think it's lost, that's really when you start losing for real. And one round, while it has a lot of impact, it does not mean a win or a loss unless you are a match point. So you gotta stay in it all the way through.
Lots of bullets now from the LMGs as you hear rattling away. The rat-a-tat-taz, we've been talking about it. Bolo has already used 60 bullets, 55 to be exact. Yes, if you don't play Zofia LMG, I would like to invite you to do just that, by the way. 150 bullets before you need to reload. Very limited recoil as well. Were you born with wrists? No? Well, then you can probably still control it. I mean, if you watch my own gameplay, sometimes it looks like I wasn't born with wrists either because my recoil control is abysmal. As we talk about this, 45 seconds burned. This is Dan roaming on the main floor, and not for long because Bolo sends him to the Shadow Realm. A gym and bedroom defense. Again, we are now 8 rounds in, no cache CCTV defense yet for any of these teams, and immediately TSM get that very first pick. Dan is 1-6. He's going to be unhappy about that.
This is what happens when you want to do like a joystick impression, but you're not joystick. For anyone watching at home being like, oh, I could do that too in ranked, you try it out, you get slapped in the first minute of the round, and that's what happened. Dan now 1-6, another struggling round for him. Hasn't really found his footing, and it really is unfortunate because, as you said, Parker, this is just the map where Dan typically struggles.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the eyesight test. I don't have any stats to back it up. I have not been able to pull all of the numbers involving Dan on Clubhouse, but just from all the matches that I've seen and casted of Empire, it seems like Dan always has quite a bad performance on this map, despite the fact that this is such a good map for Empire. So if Dan ever does wake up, that's it, it's over. Speaking of over, round, far from it. 1 minute to go.
Vertical being used from TSM. They went down to the bar, but Chala has just walked into the breach, and Empire have no idea that's happening.
They don't know he's in here. If there's no intel, waiting for the cross from construction, they've boxed them out. Both Chala and Merc are in there. The alarm bells will sound for Empire, and a diffuser plant is very within reach. Still covering is Chala, lighting up Shepard, but he gets out-dueled. Geo, in the meantime, diffuser down, and Empire will now scramble. The very first successful execute, and TSM's guns are hitting their targets. Always in Scyther, off-site, boxed out, always swinging for the fences. He gets one, but he's traded out right away, and TSM take their 5th round.
Reading the map very well are TSM. They went down below bar, did the vertical clear with the Sophia, with the grenades, and while that was happening, I assumed they were droning out the bomb site from the Jacuzzi breach, and once they realized it was clear, well, Gio and Chala walked on in hand. No player from Empire inside of Bathroom or inside of Gym, and not even inside of Master itself, playing so far back in construction and inside office, had to retake once the planet went down. This opening kill from Bolo, that just really set the tone because ever since that moment, Empire played almost scared. Body block strategy 2.0 this time kind of worked out because they had no idea they were planting, no information available to Empire. The Valkyrie's banned, they're not playing Maestro. I don't believe they had no bulletproof cameras either, so they only really have what they're face checking, and they aren't face checking much. Dan tried his hardest, but that's not enough in this situation. You gotta play more together if you're Team Empire. Roam with a duo so that if there is an issue on the roam game, you can trade it out, or at least try and find something else. Because if you're just dying for nothing, well, sometimes we just play 5 versus 4.
All timeouts still available, by the way. I almost called them team-outs.
Team-outs.
Timeouts, I mean, they're basically the same thing. Nick, it's happening.
We're seeing CCTV for the first time on round 9.
It's happening.
That's a world first, I have to say. I don't care about statistics because, again, I don't have them either. But from my memory, I've never seen a situation where it took us 9 rounds to get CCTV.
I like that you said world first, because it reminds me of, I think it's the Game Awards. Whenever they show a brand new game or a new premiere, they'll go world first.
Every time.
Every single time.
I mean, if you want to get into the nitty-gritty, there's a world first a lot of things, but if you want to be like, you know, more like top-down level.
I mean, 2 bar stocks from a team in a grand finals could be a world first. Nice shot from Dan, by the way.
And getting opening kill, that might be a world first in Clubhouse.
Dan wearing the skin of his enemies against Evil Geniuses. This is the map upon which Empire, and in Dan's very first international event, the team won their first international tournament, if you recall, all the way back in 2019. They would then go on to win the Raleigh Major over some insignificant team that they beat, some chumps.
Very true.
In the finals, if you'll recall.
Very true.
Dan is the EG skin on the MP5 and will continue to roam downstairs as the best statistical performer from TSM today. Achieved no more. That's a Sledge who doesn't have access to nades. That's tricky on a bomb site like Cache CCTV, especially with the way that teams like TSM like to throw those nades through the floor and get picks on the unsuspecting defenders.
Yeah, if you're TSM right now, I'd heavily advise or suggest that you go to master bedroom now and do a double clear, because you only have 2 grenades, and if this grenade can get a kill, nope, it cannot. Now you gotta clear 2 catwalk players with a single grenade to your name. Actually, Shepard jumps down 1 catwalk player of always, but only 1 grenade to your name. It's really limited utility.
Always just saw the legs of the Maverick, by the way, so he knows that there's somebody out there. There's also a shadow that gets cast from the position that the Maverick is in. They knew he was there, but they can't capitalize. Merc is in the middle of the bomb site, by the way. TSM love to do this. Will he see one of the defenders? Catwalk, clear. They know that. There goes Dan to take out Merc, still roaming. Merc's attention was in the wrong spot. Empire with the upper hand at the moment in a 4v3. Still plenty of time for both of these teams to work it out. But Joystick has reassumed his position down below inside of Garage. And this could be the difference maker in the round. If TSM don't have intel, there you go. Joystick can do some damage. He does it on a bolo, trade it out. And they're swinging back and forth. Peek or be peeked, swing or be swung. Leaving Chala upstairs on the roof to last the remaining 35 seconds. We don't know how long it's going to be, but Empire need to watch a single doorway, a single breach, and a single window. Guess what? There's 3 of them. They can do that. This round is over for TSM, barring a miracle from Charles.
Unless? Oh, they're running away. There's no fight.
They don't want to take the engagement. Why bother? You have the bomb site working for you, especially that they know he's in there. Chala suspects that there's somebody holding a default spot, and he gets pokeballed. You gotta catch them all. Start with Chala, why not? 150 more to go. Empire pick up their 4th round. We got ourselves a ball game, as these 2 teams are so close in action.
Yeah, Empire looking a lot better on their defensive side. Actually, that round in particular, they played so much more together. 2 players inside of Catwalk itself, 2 people swinging the breach, trying to find isolated targets from the side of TSM. Dan got the opening pick and another one to follow as well. So looking a lot better for him. He's now arguably in the game, activated and everything else. You saw it here, Dan won the opening. Always, he did not hold the Catwalk. He actually ended up falling. Then Merc was inside the bomb site. TSM could not follow up, and Dan found an absolute freebie on top of him as well. Then Joystick retook Garage from the first floor, got one, traded back instantly here by Dan as well. And then, well, then it's difficult. Then you just got Chala left all alone, but very little health to his name, no grenades, and he gets, yeah, pokeballed, if you will. And look, the lack of smiles on their faces, they are ice cold.
They're never happy, though.
They're never happy.
If you are working for the best law enforcement agency in the world, and you are looking at any of the 5 players on Team Empire and trying to get them to crack, to learn something about their posture and their body language, impossible. You can't do it. It's simply not doable. So, Empire, as we've talked about time and time again, they have ice in their veins.
Yep.
They never give up. They never break. And even if they do, they come back in the next map just as formidable and ferocious as they were before. TSM are a team who aren't really known to have mental struggles of their own. They've got a pretty affable behavior, you know, the affable set of players. They're quite nice and genuine.
Quite
and
nice.
They are. They like to joke around.
Yeah,
so
quite nice.
They can easily look.
Looking.
I mean, if you got nice teammates, you can keep it in. We're all talking about vibes.
Having a good
teams
time.
love to talk about vibes.
The vibes are high with TSM, looking pretty good with that as well. And Dan actually bringing out a staple 6th pick from the side of Empire, pocket pick if you will, the Capcan. Something that in this particular matchup might bode well because it is a basement roam game and the time was quite low from the side of TSM last time. You saw Merc out there just taking left and right from the door frame, making sure that there are no Capcan traps indeed. So they know about this pick, they know it's on the board, they've confirmed it. It might still gain some value in this. Oh, Merc creeps down the main stairs, doesn't see it, and then he hears him this time, doesn't take the gunfight. While last time he lost Joystick, doing his best impression of standing still like a statue, and Bolo, he falls for it, doesn't see him. Easy pickings again for Joystick.
I'd like to once again reference that conversion stat that we talked about at the tail end of the first half, because now 4 rounds into the second half, it has not changed. The team that gets the first pick has gone on to win the round 100% of the time. For Team Empire, this means a tie game unless things go really sideways for you.
And you see Empire, they're actually all falling back to the bomb side. They recognize the same thing as we have. They have the advantage. They didn't burn so much time. There's 4 drones left for TSM. Half the round, shotgun bottom main. Doesn't find the drone with the first shot, but doesn't the second. Now, you just wait. Shepard, you might want to fall back here, have somebody else help you. Dan did hold the angle as well with the refrag, and that's really good because once you have the advantage, you really gotta hold on. TSM, they have 3 Selmas and 2 exothermic charges. They even have the Maverick Torch. They can open up any wall and any hatch. But they got a minute to do so. Vertical Blade in kitchen, we need a Chief to rotate over. He's quite far away right now. And Gio needs the hammer before we can start opening up the hatch because there's a Kite Claw. So that grenade is now required. Break open the floor, deny the angles. 1 impact from Shepard who can try and contest this breach as well if they try and open up the hatch.
In position to do just that, as you talked about. Scyther being the one with that single impact and won't use it, it looks like. No, it'll be the hatch opened up now for TSM.
Prepared to C4 on the ground actually, so if they read the situation correctly, Chief could be in for a bad time.
Oh, I was actually wrong. That was the other hatch that went off. The one inside a kitchen still there, and there's the Nitro Cell tossed out so well. Geo blows up sky high, scattered into thousands of pieces inside of the kitchen, just as it seems like the hopes of TSM in this round. Could it be the dawn of another flawless round for Empire? They had one earlier in round 5. They're looking for another, choking out Merc and achieved. In goes Merc. Both players on TSM softened up. Merc down for the count, leaving it all to achieved, and he's just gonna sit and wait miles away. It's technically a flawless round, but they only killed 4 of them. Empire tie it up, 5 rounds apiece.
Empire looking alive on their defensive side, and TSM are the exact same position as Empire were, struggling on the entries, struggling on clearing the map quick enough to have time to do the execute. And not even that, but once it looked quite good for TSM, well, that pre-play C4 that was put there 30 seconds earlier, it actually ended up getting a kill. Here we see Joystick getting that easy early pick, always with the prep C4 into Geo. That's the thermite off the board. Always another easy one because Chala had a grenade in his hand, could not fight back, and always had to triple kill that round. I will argue that was a flawless round as well, because they played it as it would be and achieved. I mean, sure, he could have found the pick, but he surely couldn't have found the round. And I think that might just be our first team out.
I feel like you're making fun of me for that one, but
no, I like it.
I was
just taking it and using it.
It is a team out. It looks like on your screen it says the replay powered by Predator, but that's not the case. We are currently looking at the clock being stopped in the server, which means 1 of 2 things: technical timeout or tactical pause, and there it is. TSM deciding, let's settle things down a little bit here and talk through this. There's still 2 more rounds to go. One of these teams will go on a match point at the end of round number 11. That's what we're looking at the moment. It does appear to be a defender-sided clubhouse. Your worry if you're TSM is that you need to win 1 more round to go to overtime. TSM are not approaching it like that. TSM are approaching it like, let's get 2 rounds and win before we need OT, because then an OT, it's a coin toss like so many times before, especially given that it's unlimited overtime. So you gotta be keeping count. That said, what do you think the key focus for TSM is? What's their main struggle that you've witnessed so far through these 4 executes that have come up short 3 of the times?
So there were the 2 things, right? The entry alone, they just haven't found them. Since the side swap, TSM have only gotten the opening pick 1 time. That was on round 8. That was the last time they attacked on the Germ side like they are just now. And the other one is simply just down to execution, right? Because the time is so low. I like the 6th pick from Bolo going from Sophia onto the Flourish. You get 4 more drone, the Retero drones, and they explode, which means verticality, early, clear positions, destroy utility, etc. And on the side of Empire, well, they were struggling with information, right? And they were actually hovering the Maestro from Shepard, who then 6-picked onto a Yokai. So both teams have done the adaptive work here. They've said we had an issue, and now this is how we're gonna try and fix it. And I really like the approach from both teams. Now it comes down to, well, how does the opening kill, that first kill, how does that play out? Because it's played such a pivotal role so far. It's Stan and Joystick on the side of Empire doing that early round shenanigans, and it's Merc and Bolo from the side of TSM so far. Achieved has been in opening kills, but mostly, or the one time at least, he didn't find any success. And Joystick doing the same things before, roaming one floor below or one floor over from the bomb site, trying to find drones, trying to slow down TSM, and most importantly, trying to get into a gunfight.
All right, well, 30 seconds off of the clock. Upstairs, now this defense, as we talked about. Back over on Jim. Set the scene for us. Roam from Empire, but not over on Cash side, it appears.
Nope, just one floor below his Joystick. It's a pretty passive approach, so there is a roam, but it's not the typical one. It's not an extension, if you will.
Teams like to play from down below. Hatch has opened up as well. Empire are going to play for time here. They're not going to play for much else.
Vertical here, nice.
That's a nice play from Dan. He's downstairs next to the pool table. You can look up through the doorway, and if anybody walks right in, it's easy for TSM to get a plant down. This was the main struggle on this bomb site last time. TSM opened up Jacuzzi Wall and walked into weight room. Nobody from Empire was looking in that direction. That was a major problem. Empire have fixed that now. They've changed up their strategy. But will this potential roam down below open up other blind spots for TSM?
Comes down to the gunfights, right? Because right now, TSM are mostly on the Cash CC side with just Merc here on Jacuzzi all alone. So that's an isolated target Empire could abuse if they so choose to. And these one might this will catch one summon charge, but not the second. I don't think there's a jam on the wall because an impact comes out trying to deny it, and it did so successfully. But Merc, well, he has more to go. Actually, that was the last one. I take it back. He has no more to go.
That was well played. And now TSM are not going to be able to get into that bathroom wall as we discussed. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Take a deep breath with us. So, Joystick with 1.5. Sight was looking for a kill hold down in dirt. He misses an opportunity to take out Merc. Now TSM are in a bit of a struggle. They don't know where to go, but Scyther, felled by Achieved. Again, this conversion rate, we will talk about it before. You get the first pick, you get the round. That's the way it's gone. It's Empire now to try and make sure that doesn't happen. But Bolo has that blind spot to exploit, as we talked about. 30 seconds to go. Gio was able to get the diffuser down on Jim before. He looks set to do it again. All of a sudden, we see Merc walking backwards, but Bolo picks up kill number 2 as the diffuser gets planted. Chaos in the midst of the bomb site, leaving Joystick in a 1v4. He's got pings. They know whereabouts they might be, but can he find all of them? Almost falls through the hatch, but he does that deliberately. Now vaults out, but Achieved shuts him down, and it's TSM on match point on Empire's map.
So the one thing that's really confusing to me is that Empire, they had this Yokai with information. They knew pretty much every single location of TSM, then used the impacts earlier on in the round, then ran away from the bar, meaning nobody was down below to actually watch those vertical holes. And more importantly, well, if you had saved the impacts or a C4 and played inside a bar, which you had full control of, by the way, TSM did not contest it, well, you can deny the plan for free. The Yokai drones were giving yellow ping information, Scyther here swung unnecessarily, then Bolo hears the fact that Always is running away, gets the timing advantage, and Shepard, the only kill they found for his team was via that Yokai drone. That's not enough. So Empire, it looked really good in the beginning for the setup, but the execution of their strategy really fell short, and TSM will win their second attack, both having been on Jim. And Team Empire, they're gonna try and bring it to OT on CCTV. No bar from them. I'm gonna keep going, but first you gotta see them fist bombs. Woo! There it is. Note that these holes in the wall that we see, it's for the Maverick. It makes it more difficult to torch out the wall, and then you want to put like a jammer on it, and then they gotta try and, you know, deal with that. It's gonna slow them down about 10 seconds maybe. Not a huge deal breaker, but every second does count, so it's just about an efficiency value, if you will.
One thing that we do want to talk about to those of you that watch is that, especially at an Invitational, when we have the most eyes on this esport of the entire year, is that many of you might be new to the game. For those of you that aren't new to the game, we're not trying to be patronizing, we promise. But you will see things that you kind of go, well, I don't really understand that. Who better to talk about that than a two-time back-to-back world champion, and I know that you don't need to be a 2-time world champion. You don't even need to be a back-to-back world champion in order to know how to do some of these things, but it's nice wisdom to impart. If you're playing in a ranked match, a casual match, and you want to get real sweaty, we're talking moving your computer into a sauna. We're talking multiple towels around you to absorb all that sweat. Like when John Cena wears like 19 armbands. Shoot some holes in the wall, reinforce it. It makes Maverick's job a lot harder, and it makes you safer as a defender, because then you can shoot through it if a Maverick tries to cut through the wall.
It's very true. And there are some things that even I, or even anybody for that matter, really knows. Like, sometimes you're just going, huh? What happened? And, well, they dealt with it differently. It was an upside-down rappel. They cleared out the jammer, breached the wall. That's going to do the same job as doing it on a regular breach, because the thermite exothermite charge just does such a big hole in the breach, and they can make use of that. And TSM looking to be set up the exact same way, wanting to attack directly from that CC breach. Nobody's garage door, nobody's on the roof. They want to open up all the angles that they can as possible, but there's a jammer on this catwalk raft as well, so the breach does not go through. I don't think they can just run in the breach here. That's a little bit of wishful thinking if you're TSM, so you gotta start making the next move. That should be Garage looking at the situation here, the time and whatnot, but Joystick has so much confidence, just peeks the Garage door. How can you do this, Joystick?
And he gets traded back immediately, but still that first blow goes in favor of Empire. Garage control's not been wrestled away from them. They've got the Kaid up top. Always will sit there, govern over the doorways that lead in and the explosion that opened up the breach below him. Always could be prime fodder for a grenade if it gets tossed up. But he's sitting on some ADSs near the telltale sign, and there's also magnets there as well. He was successful in this duel on the doorway before. His second time a charm. This is a reflex test, and Merc has got to have some of the finest reflexes. Geo's down below. You got to bait him out.
Yep. They're waiting for the nades. Achieve it now here. So flashbangs on Geo, nades on Achieve. They're gonna have to make it work together.
Oh, what a shot from Always. A second as well. They're not quick enough. He gets blown up, but it's so worth it for Always up top on those Raptors.
He comes out on top for sure. Getting 2 picks in that position is so vital. This nade is so vital as well, because if it can find something, it cannot. That's going to make it so much harder for TSM to finish up this round.
And look at Empire. They vacated the bomb site. They might decide now with 20 seconds to go, we got to get back in there. But you've got the luxury of time. These 2 remaining members of TSM have 10 seconds to pull this off. Geo with the plant down. It means Achieved will have to watch the cross, taking some damage. He's been phenomenal today. There's Geo to frag out, but they lose it. Geo with 2 big kills. There's only 1 left, and he's going to be immobile. They swing him, and Empire plays the clock masterfully. We're going to potentially unlimited overtime here on map number 1.
I just want to point out, if that single wall into construction was soft or not reinforced, that's over. Somehow TSM would have likely won that round with that wall bang, but the wall was reinforced. The last player of Empire was outside the building, jumped back in, he was spotted out. What a nice try for TSM, finding that opening. Geo walking in through the breach, that's the smoke off the board. It allows the clutch potential, but here on early on, where it really defined the round was this trade back and forth, but then the Always on the catwalk rafters, really good pick onto Merc. The second one here is just a butter on top, because he should not get away with 2 kills, and yes, the nade comes out, good flashbang coordination there from TSM, but the damage has already been done, and well, you just can't really find any footing to plant with.
Honestly, how different is that round if Geo holds the plant and Achieve just simply wins his gunfight? How different does that round end up turning out? Either way, no matter who prevails here on map 1, we wanted a show. We asked for a show.
We did.
We didn't get it in TSM versus FaZe, unless you're a TSM fan, and then that was one hell of a show. But here, we wanted it, and we're getting it. I'd like to remind you, unlimited overtime. You need to win by 2 rounds. That is the number. So the teams will continue to go back and forth on sides. TSM on defense starting off. They'll defend twice, and that could be the knockout blow.
Yep. That's how it works. And I'm really glad we're not on Coastline. This is Clubhouse. It's a different ball game if we do get to see this craziness of infinite OT. TSM will do the thing they started off with when they're on the defense, the basement roam game, right? That's the castle, that's the poles. They get information that the kite close to slow down the attackers if they make it close to the building. And now, same story as always. Empire, they have to roam clear. They're doing it so much faster this time around than TSM themselves, playing a little bit more passive. This is the factor of overtime. There is more pressure on these teams now than there were last round. Sure, match point for one team, that's a huge deal, but overtime usually means no mistakes are allowed. However, in Infinite OT, you are allowed one mistake as long as you can close up the prior or the next round, because you can just go forever. Whoever finds the momentum for 2 rounds in a row, well, they'll get the map. It's been a back and forth so far. The attacking side has not done so good, and Joystick doesn't get the opening pick. In fact, no one even takes damage. It's Merc inside a bar, doing the same thing he did the first time around, holding down the ground with Geo inside a strip room, but Merc is now falling off, leaving Geo all alone. And Empire, they've dealt with this twice. Do they leave him there? Do they just trade out one player and hold him stock, make that a 4 versus 4? Do you leave a flank drone, or do you just say, you know what, let's attack strip, let's clear out Geo and play the 5v4? 3 options from Team Empire. We'll have to make a decision soon because time is ticking down.
Nades primed and ready as we hit the halfway mark, and there it goes, down another one as well. I don't know if it got it, but yeah, there they got it. Finally got it. It took 2 nades all the way down into Moto to get that bulletproof, but they finally do it. Job well done. But still, that's quite a bit of utility expended on a single bulletproof. You could have saved yourself the trouble and got it on the very first nade. Conversion rate still holds as we're now in overtime. This is round number 13. You get the first pick, you win the round, still at 100%.
So Cypher's actually holding Geo stuck in strip, but Chala gets the opening pick. That's Stursik off the board with no follow-up. He's all alone inside that blue push, trying to get really quickly into side, trying to open up the round, but they get shut down in their face by Chala. That now means with that flanker of Geo up above, it's not going to be easy because you're getting people all around you if you're Empire.
Geo under fire again in Strip Club, but he's lasted so much longer. His flank was unsuccessful last time. Are we going to see something different? No. Scyther says that's quite enough. No more games for you.
Some damage though. Half health onto Cypher, a little bit off always. That's okay, but with 20 seconds left, you need more than just damage, you need kills.
And on top of that, you've got 2 toxic canisters to soften up the remainder of these players. Now it's Shepard to take quite a bit of damage. Merc down below. It's the upper hand in favor of Empire, but Merc swings. Shepard now as well. It's Merc coming through on the flank. Nobody's watching. Nobody's watching for Merc. What a monstrous clutch from Merc. TSM on match point.
Merc reads the situation perfectly. Understands that Empire are pushing on through into bomb side. They're not going to be watching their flank. Their drones are scattered all across the map if they are even alive. There was one drone inside a moto door. Merc himself looked at it, but it wasn't active. Team Empire had no idea this was coming. And even though Empire cleared out blue and made their way to the bomb side, that's not enough. You need to secure the diffuser if you want to win these rounds. And that doesn't happen. TSM, they take the first round in OT, and the side swap is coming through. Can they do the same thing on attack? Can Empire do the same thing as TSM and hold on? Chala, beautiful opening kill. Really swayed things in their favor. Geo got shot down on the flank on that roam, but Merc here, he even got the kill bottom main. Empire should actually have had a decent idea that this was happening. And with 6 seconds left, you can argue, do you plant? You have 6 more seconds to figure out if the gun should be up. And you went for the easy choice.
The thing that gets me is that they knew that Merc was coming. Merc goes through the area where every single pulse is going to play on this map. Every pulse. I see that pulse in gold, for crying out loud. You know there's going to be a pulse there. Teams call it pulse spot, for God's sake. They know that Merc is coming. Was it bad comms? Was it simply somebody not doing their job? What was the issue that prevented Empire from knowing that the flank was coming in?
I think it's just the chaos, right? There's so much happening, and I think it's the same reason why they're planting with 6 seconds left. There's just so much going on that you're just defaulting to the simple solution. Plant and pray that your teammate will cover you properly. But in a 2 versus 1, you cannot cover both angles, and TSM, they swung together. Either Merc gets the opening, or the cover has to turn all the way around and leave his back exposed. It's well played from them. Well, we'll never know what happened if they didn't plant. We cannot go back in time. What happened, happened. Now the side swap is through. TSM holding angles here early on, not risking that opening kill. They wanted to go in their favor, droning out the top floor right now while Joystick's in the basement, holding that catwalk walk up. So if TSM want to try and clear via the catwalk itself, they'll get shut down. But TSM, joke's on you. They're going in from Jacuzzi side instead.
Conversion rate still remains the same. I feel like now I'm going to keep saying it. Every single time it shows up, I apologize if you're playing a drinking game of water. Water.
Water?
Water, respectively. Say water respectfully, as I said. You only drink that.
Hydrate. It's important.
You gotta hydrate.
Good for you.
We drink tea.
Look at this. Oh,
wait, hold on.
Hold on.
Oh, there we go. Bolo runs right in. They don't know that on a basement defense, that Joystick is holding map control in Garage. Empire get the first pick.
The thing is, I think he climbed the ladder while we're spectating Merc because he was in the basement earlier. He waited for the drone to go past, climbed the ladder, was going to go for a flying top floor, but at the same time, Bolo got off the drone. Of course, Joystick heard that, turned around and found the pick, and that's going to feel really bad if it's TSM because you're like, oh, we droned it. It was clear what happened. Joystick happened. Well read from him. That now gives us that opening kill. Can they convert it into the round, or will TSM break the curse?
Yep, that is going to be a number that we continue to reference, at least on this map. Things might change on Cafe. TSM's map up next, no matter what happens here. How nice it would be for the North American fans to see the team that made it in through the qualifiers, by the way, succeed. Yes, that's correct. You heard this. If it wasn't for the qualifiers, TSM wouldn't be in the grand final right now. They made it to the upper bracket grand final, and now they're here as well. Nitro Cell goes off, but it misses. Chala taking a portion of damage, but not really all that much. Empire scrambling to keep this church wall closed.
This is really good, by the way. Achieved, in the meantime, has made vertical play inside of Kitchen, denying that back B position, allowing Chala and Merc to work off this breach. But this is not too good because Always has the angle on lockdown. Last Toxic Babe has come out with 30 seconds left. TSM, they can actually stall and wait.
And Chala takes some damage, but down goes Always. These are tight rat angles being held by Empire. Very advantageous spots to be in. They're going to come to blows very quickly. Not a lot of time for Geo to go in. They still don't know that Shepard's in here. Wait a minute, they do! They have control of Church, and on a prayer, TSM need 2 more, make that 1. Joystick, he does Joystick things. Is he going to do it? Diffuser down. This is dire straits for the Russian team, knowing that the match could be over, or the map could be over if Joystick doesn't pull out ahead. He has a single bit of HP, and Chala says, no you don't! TSM steal Empire's map away, and they take Clubhouse.
That's Geo right there, vaulting through the breach, finding the kill of Shepard, who was hiding, waiting, lurking with the shotgun SMG-11. He could have killed all members of TSM, but Geo hits the craziest shot mid-vault and quite literally puts TSM in his backpack and plants the diffuser, and they play a disciplined post-plant.
Geo might have only got 6 kills to his name, Nick, but those are all incredibly high impactful kills. He wasted a ton of time in that strip roam, as you saw, for so long. On attack, he was able to get 3 diffusers planted over the 7 rounds that TSM had, all while he relied on the rest of his team to make space. And while he might have only gotten half the kills that the top 2 performers on TSM got, it is hard to argue that Geo was not one of the most impactful players in that matchup. There's no advantage. TSM now take Empire's map away from them, and we have an unbelievable showing ahead of us. Now TSM are going to go onto their map to try and send this one away, Nick.
That they are. I mean, I want to point out, Geo before this matchup was -45. Statistically, one of the worst performances of a member of a team at Invitationals. And he's in the grand finals and doing a really good job at showing up. And now Cafe, TSM's next map, that's where they look very comfortable. They had a really good win streak up until Furia ended that. Let's see if Empire can do the same.
When I say send it away, I mean send it away to a 3rd map with them up 2-0, because this is a best of 5. We didn't need unlimited overtime in map number 1. For TSM fans, you're probably pretty happy about that. But we've got a lot more to go, and we don't want to waste your time, so we got a quick break ready before we come back with more of the SI 2022 Grand Finals.
Welcome back, friends, to the Command Center. And what a commanding start to this matchup. North America for TSM, they take their opponent's map. And that sets up the story for the rest of our best of 5 grand final at Invitational 2022. Welcome back. Again, I'm Elster Medic, your host for the show. With me on the desk are my beautiful experts, Jack, Jess, and James, the Triple J, on here. And you know what? Ace up their sleeves. That's TSM, James.
Honestly, that was really surprising. In theory, Team Empire should have been very favored on Clubhouse. Fortunately, we got to see an absolute treat. It was overtime, Joystick and Bolo firing on all cylinders.
I mean, some of the biggest players we'd already highlighted in the pre-desk coming in strong. We wanted that. It took Team Empire a little bit to warm up into the matchup, but we finally had a series on our hands. And once we did, I think we saw who was really going to be putting, sort of everything against the wall, because that was Empire's map pick in the advantage map pick, mind you.
And it's a strange scenario we saw it a few times, and I'm referencing specifically EU here. The EU qualifiers where Kavana played M&M. Kavana picked first in this same format, lost that map. We've seen anecdotally a lot of teams, they've picked that map in the best of 5 with their veto advantage and then gone on to lost it. That's exactly what happened here.
Yep. It's always tough to kind of look back at a best of 5, especially when you have the option to pick how that pick ban is going to go. That's the major thing. That's the point you're driving through.
Yeah, that's really the storyline for this desk, I think, moving forward is Empire, they had a leg up. In fact, they had an entire box up, the same way as I'm standing on a box here right now for you all. This is Empire standing up on the box going, I've got Clubhouse under my sleeve, pulls it out, and the card rips the moment they pull it out of their sleeve, and they go, uh-oh, this is not what I intended in any way, shape, or form.
And that's why I love this system, because if you go back to old systems, they would have had an automatic one map.
They would have, yeah.
They've got the full advantage. They can choose any map. What's the best map we can possibly go and win in this final? But they still have to fight for it. And fight for it is what TSM did.
Here are our top performers. The scoreboard that will come up on the screen for you in just a second. And at 8-6, it's Achieved and Merc really leading the way. But I'm trying to look here at beyond the numbers. What got us to this point, James?
Honestly, it was a really, really strong game from both teams, particularly on their defenses. Both teams really showed up on a variety of bomb sites. I know, Jack, you've got a couple things you want to talk about for some of the unusual bomb sites that TSM picked, but for me, I was just impressed by the overall level of play from both teams. A lot of good individual plays. I know Nick Pengu on the cast talking a lot about the solo roams from Joystick, a lot about Merc's playmaking ability, and Achieve just the pure consistency as well.
Yeah, I mean, we speak about the fact that it sort of takes a team effort from Empire. They've actually been rated 0.12 together throughout this entire tournament. If Empire doesn't show up together, and you can look on the scoreboard right now, outside of Dan, the rest of the team were trying to step up. But from TSM, it's their top 3 rated players that outshine most of the team.
And that's been the case throughout this Invitational so far. It's been those big 3, and I know Gio and Charla, they've not necessarily stepped up at the time. And that's what's made Empire so good, is that they have stepped up as a collective. The same story coming out here, and I actually want to... The win condition, I think, for TSM of this whole map is actually their site selection, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I talked about it. I actually posted about it on Twitter, and I said, I think they should play bar and stage as opposed to CCTV, which is exactly what they did. They ran through the rotation. They went church, gym, bar, church, gym, bar. And the reason for that is Empire have traditionally struggled to attack the quote-unquote off-sites. We've seen it with Living Library on Villa. We've seen it with Bar Stage inside of a UL throughout the past 3 months. TSM, they did their homework. They got those 2 wins on the Bar site, and that's what at least pushed it to overtime. I know they came through in overtime. However, I think if they went CCTV, they probably lose this map because Empire is so good at attacking that particular site.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that Empire also defended CCTV, and while they were successful, the other bomb site that I thought was of a special interest was Church Arsenal. It is the default bomb site. Everyone loves going to that. It's the most defender-sided. We absolutely saw that. We saw 5 successful Church and Arsenal defenses between the 2 teams, and then when we hit overtime, and it was Empire's turn to defend it, TSM broke that trend, broke that momentum. First team to win Church and Arsenal on the attack in this map. Also the first team to win despite losing the opening pick on this map so far. So TSM, I've got to say, they really turned it up in that final round, and that single round meant the death of Empire on their own map pick.
I love it as well because if you look at Empire, I mean, TSM look to be holistically more rounded than Empire. On Empire is one of their best maps. Don't take a Russian team to Clubhouse. You know what TSM said? They said, well, you say that, I say this, we play every site, Empire doesn't. I have 0 written here next to bar and stage for this particular team. If you were going to take a team to an area they don't understand, it's going to be that one pocket of the map that Team Empire doesn't really know, and we've really highlighted that.
And I'll come back to this time and time again, is TSM's strength is their flexibility. The flexibility in their map pool, the flexibility in their operator pool, and the flexibility in their site selection. It's exactly what won them this map, in my opinion, and it's exactly why they will continue to be a threat throughout this full best-of-5 final.
Well, that was our first map in this best-of-5, and it still went to overtime. It shows how effective TSM have been, despite the fact that they already played 1 game today, 2 maps. They're coming in warmed up and ready for this matchup against the Europeans of Team Empire. Before we toss, Cafe Dostoyevsky is our second map. Expectation for that as TSM start off on the attacking side for this. What is it, James?
Well, I've got to say, we saw these two teams play Cafe yesterday. It was Empire's map pick, right? And TSM, they went 7-2. Empire only won a single attacking round that whole time. I think that TSM should definitely be favored here. If I'm Empire, I want to ban the Echo. They lost so many rounds because of that Echo, and I'm curious to see whether that will happen
And
again.
it was a true win condition yesterday of Team Empire. They were, of TSM, they were really pushing the time that they could spend out on the roam to really delay that time. They actually won two of their 3 attacks to get over the line. They're starting on the attack today, so if they could really start snowballing these rounds up on the attack and really put Empire under the pump.
I think Empire's really struggling on their attacks. We actually call Clubhouse an attacking-sided map for them. We're going on to Cafe now. They lost several rounds based off of time alone. We're in the grand finals of the World Championship. You can't be losing rounds based off of time alone. Imagine they do that on a big map like Cafe. Boys, I'm telling you, that spells disaster.
They really struggled to take Bolo out of Pixel Spot. That's what I want to see from Empire. If they're going to adapt and they need to win their attacks when they get onto attacks, they need to deal with Bolo.
Well, friends, thank you very much, James, Jess, and Jack. It's time for us then to kick the theory out of the room and get directly into game. Cafe Dostoyevsky between Empire and TSM. Can Empire fight back and take us beyond? Or will TSM take the 2-0 advantage in Taro and Pengu? Enjoy.
Well, thank you very much. What an exciting first map we got to witness, Nick, between these two teams. Empire's only advantage coming into this best-of-3 was getting to pick the map first.
Yep.
And it was all for naught.
It's gone. So basically the whole upper bracket situation, it doesn't matter any longer. It's just pew.
See, I'm making a poof noise. I don't know what noise you made.
I went for like a Star Wars lights, like pew pew.
That is not what a lightsaber sounds
like.
But you know what? We'll work on it. We'll talk in the background about possible onomatopoeias if we want. But let's get underway with Cafe Dostoyevsky. TSM will be starting on attack. They won map number 1, Empire. They did not win map number 1, even though they chose it. They're going to be starting on defense. They take the Ying out of action right away.
Interesting. Let's see if they actually end up banning the Echo like the analyst that spoke about just recently. And TSM first, of course. They will have to choose the Wamai, so something that we've been seeing kind of creeping up in the ban rate here at the 6 Invitationals of 2022. It's something that teams just don't want to deal with because you can come out with the Jaeger and their Rooney, and it's hard to clear out certain positions. The Mira gets banned out. That means that the Echo is left up on the board, and not just the Echo, but so is the Valkyrie. So information is readily available for both teams when they're on the defensive side. And looking back at Clubhouse, there was a massive amount of intel missing when Empire was on the defense, and they can now rectify that and change that situation. Whereas with TSM, you're looking good before. If you can add information into that game where they played the pulse before on Merc, well, you're probably going to be looking as hot as you did previously. And the final interesting point was what Fresh brought up was, well, Team Empire aren't necessarily very good at attacking those tertiary bomb sites, those like pocket strat bomb sites. And TSM, when they get to the defense, let's see if they actually end up playing mining a lot, because that's not something that we see very often across domestic play.
Round number 1. First defense, Nick, upstairs, Cocktail. This bomb site doesn't give you a lot of wiggle room with map control. There was a brief period of time where you saw teams foregoing Cocktail, instead going down to Kitchen first, or even onto Reading first, because this top floor acts as a bit of a buffer. When you're attacking the two middle floor bomb sites, as you talked about mining, and the other bomb site Reading, you almost always want to have one of the attackers upstairs. On the defensive side, you want 2 to 3 defenders upstairs. When you look at a Cocktail execute from teams, they're going to clear top down, but that is effectively just the skylight. The defenders are not often going to peek the skylight unless they're really feeling it. Outside of that, the attackers are going to want to take red, they're going to want to take piano, and then they'll take that middle floor. Try and grab control of pillars, try and grab control of white stairs, punish the defender sitting in that spot, and leave the defenders sitting in the back bar and Cocktail portions of the map before the execute can happen. That's if things go well, of course, for the attackers.
Yeah, and things might not always go well. Well, one thing is the clock. We gotta keep an eye on that because half a minute has already been burnt. We saw Valkyrie camera from Cypher outside the building. They will stay alive the entire round. The change for the disable after 5 seconds is not in the game yet, but will be very soon in year 7, as we saw earlier on that reveal. Sorry if I spoiled that for you, but that is coming in the near future. One Valkyrie camera from Merc has been shut out, and that's very nice. And we have to see how they're going to be dealing with this stages ahead of them. The thing about Team Empire's setup right now is that they're not holding Pixel, they're not holding Piano, so TSM actually have a very straightforward first half of the round in front of them because there is no obstacles. They're playing far back and they're playing below on that second floor, so that means that, well, vertical, C4s, etc., vertical damage from Team Empire, that's what they want to play around, and TSM have to now figure out, well, do they challenge the situation or do they not? We see Merc in the basement. It's usually going to signify that, yes, TSM have read the situation, they want to challenge, gain ground. Yellow Ping comes out, and Bolo can now comfortably walk on in as they have information.
This is going to be a duel to the death, and Joystick is being the one called into action. They know he's there, and he can capitalize off of this, but Bolo gets away. That's Merc, actually, not Bolo. Joystick might have missed his golden opportunity, and if Merc has a good set of in-ears, could he have heard at the bottom of Brown Stairs the one roamer from Empire?
That's really an unfortunate situation if you're a Joystick, but it happens, and now we see TSM, they have taken piano control. That's the one thing that normally is an obstacle, but right now that's Joystick who gets away with half HP.
Curious where that bullet hit. Must have been a shoulder peg onto him as Joystick gets away from that. Weaker, as you talked about. A nice line being drawn into the bathroom. Is there somebody there to watch it? No. Empire fallen off of that position at the top of white. That's where Dan went, but he doesn't want to potentially engage. ADS is getting burned out now. As Achieved is on rappel, still looking towards white, nades in hand. Scyther heading back up top, he takes some damage, and now there's the Finca of Bolo still on this Scyther hunt, but they're on a different part of the map now. Down goes Achieved, Scyther with the kill and the MPX in hand. Bolo tossed out a nade to heat the last ADS. He'll go fishing inside of the bathroom. Could have flushed TSM's chances down the toilet if Bolo screws up. Well, there's a nice kill from Dan on the run out. He'll head from home. This leaves a 3v3 on the bomb site, by the way. That becomes a 2v3, but now always punished. Merc has control of Cocktail. Gio's got the diffuser in hand, but he gets taken out by Joystick. Blind spots from TSM. Unaware of where these Empire players are. Merc with 4 seconds left. On a wing and a prayer, as they would say. And the first round of map 2 goes to Empire.
What an absolutely messy round. So it starts off with both teams fighting in the basement and nothing really happens from it. And then while TSM, they go back upstairs, they clear out utility, they set up the execute, so to speak. Achieved then goes back downstairs into the garage to try and stop the vertical play from Empire and those C4s. Well, it didn't go out that way. Achieved gets shot down from Shepard, and then front 4 from that. Well, it's just TSM getting really unfortunate, right? We saw a player on the white stairs, started sprinting, and the same moment he started sprinting, Cypher actually in the basement, not Shepard. Well, he died. Dan jumped down, punished Tala on the rappel, and with that timing, well, TSM, they push forward. They know there's one player off the bomb side, but Shepard, inside of Freezer, just held down the fort, and that means that TSM could not find their way in. Gio started sprinting, Joystick got a free kill, and that's that. First round for Team Empire. That's top floor successfully defended, and Reading is now up next.
So again, we're going to see TSM's focal point be that top floor. Even though there's no bomb site present on it, you know how crucial that is. Because if you're looking at a Reading take, you want to sledge or a buck over in Cocktail, which is where you see the right side of your screen. Take out some of those floor panels, drop grenades down in the default plant spot, which is by the bookcase in B-Bomb. You as a sledge want to hold that line, so that if a defender goes to swing, you can pick them off ahead of time, because the default spot for a lot of these players is on that second floor, if you can show, down inside of Laundry. Instead, we're going to look as to where these Valkyrie cameras are going. Scyther still has one left. Bear no mind to the player cam, by the way. That's not Scyther.
It's changed his visuals. It happens sometimes. We've seen some.
It's an imposter. He's on the wrong team, Nick.
They are colluding. Is that the word? Colluding? Colliding?
That is correct.
Yeah, there it is. They're colluding, trying to figure out, how can we get the favor here? Maybe we swap one player from TSM to Empire, we share the strats, and now it gets really exciting because we all know each other's approaches to the map. But right now it's going to be TSM once again working their way through the top and down, not having any presence really in the basement besides Bolo just droning out right now. Merc on this balcony, opening up the window and applying pressure. Really keeping Empire guessing where TSM are going to be entering from. And Empire, once again, they have no focus on piano. So when Chala opens up this window, he'll see it's all clear. There's no shield, there's no ADS, there's nothing really. Empire playing a, I would say, different approach to the defensive rounds than most teams typically do, whether you will sit inside a pixel. And it might be because that Omai has been banned. While Empire might not be comfortable without the Omai to sit in those corners because they don't feel safe. As TSM, they keep bringing those grenades. 6 this round.
And lots of demolition that can be done with those, getting dropped on the heads of the defenders or blown up from below. First contest is Scyther and Merc. Scyther got the very first kill back in round 1, and Nitrocell goes out and Bolo dances around that one, so a second bit of action too. Immediately, a bit of a proactive, a reactive adrenal surge goes out. Merc with 2 kills to his name. He was the lone survivor in that previous round. And, well, he'll sit and wait for now. TSM need to not stall out here. They picked this map. They cannot get outfoxed, but there's a run out from Dan down below. They know they've got another player from Empire isolated. Dan was a slow starter back in map 1, but he's taken a lot of gambles this time. I like that. I like that moxie.
Yeah, with a minute left to go, Empire now falling off that top floor hold. They don't care about that anymore, but they have Valkyrie cameras still, I believe. So that means some bit of information available. And you spoke about the Sledge doing that vertical play on the floorboards of Cocktail. That's exactly what TSM will do. They will start setting up the bomb site in preparation for that default plant. Have to drone out pillars, take control, then walk onto the bomb site. Then the vertical play that you see right now becomes extremely vital, because if you can hold down the angle successfully, it should be an easy plant. Meanwhile, down the basement, here goes Gio, out of pace, just starts planting, Bolo tosses it in and will cover from now on.
And I don't know if Gio's gonna make it through. Yes, he is, with a hair, and he gets away. First kill goes to Bolo. Merc finds one as well. Shepard, ratter, tat, tat, pitter patter of the MPX. Good enough for 1 kill. Joystick is on pillars as well. TSM still have the advantage. It's Scyther with 1 HP to be finished off from Merc, and Joystick to clutch. He's sitting on top of the diffuser, but he needs to be wary, because guess who's up top on that top floor? It's the Sledge of Achieved. We talked about this in the preamble of the round. You need to hold that top floor if you're a Sledge. Achieved does it just like that. And this game now tied up at 1 apiece.
And that's the thing, even if there's only 1 minute left, if you fall off the top floor without getting any sort of advantage, well, you will just start doing the vertical play and walk into side. TSM only needed 25 seconds of setup to just say, we're doing it right now. They did it off pace. And what I mean by that is that typically you can read very easily when someone is going to plant. They want to get all the right angles, get all the right rotations, drone out the right areas, then they go. Normally that would have been like 10 to 15 seconds later in the round than what TSM just did. But because they did it at an unexpected situation, there was no response from Team Empire. The only thing that could stop them was that toxic bait. It was tossed out far too late, and then we saw Bolo push on in, get a kill, trade it back and forth. But as long as TSM holds up top with that vertically playing control, well, the post-plant is so easy for them. And that's why that round looked way easier than it should have been, because TSM only needed 20 seconds to do everything for the setup. Good read by Gio, who's been taking control of these plans and really bringing TSM forward in this last minute of the round.
Well, you cannot lose your footing on your own map. That is the big issue for TSM at this point, as they struggled on round number 1, but picked it up on round number 2. Look at what has presented itself for round number 3. It's a kitchen defense for Empire, and the Lord will grace our screens.
The Lord is in play, combined with the smoke and the yokai, so this is arguably a very bomb deny or plant deny setup for basements. That means that whenever TSM will be attacking, well, if there's not a lot of time left on the clock, you have 3 different ways to deal with Gio trying to get the plant down. So TSM, Obviously, they will not know that this exact situation is happening, but you will need to work a little bit faster or be very convincing throughout this second part of the round. That lasts like, 1 minute 32, about 30 seconds left, right before you start planting. If you can gain a lot of control, and I mean, that Terradrome right there just gained control. It cleared the shield, it cleared the ADSs, we're already off to a good start, and then has that FMG playing smoke inside our VIP, and already one Toxic Babe has been prepped and prepared, but not popped just yet.
Well, they want to clear out the outside portion around the bomb site. I guess they might have started with Get Joystick. Goodbye to the Russian Cyborg. Shepard will now get aggressive, maybe to answer that. Over by Whiskey at the bottom of Brown Stairs, but Empire already finds themselves in a 5v4. There's 2 minutes left for TSM to hold that advantage before they execute.
And note that TSM haven't actually done anything this round. They're holding angles from the exterior, and now the angles come out. The Toxic Babe got grenaded out, so it won't be popping out. The flashbang hits perfectly. It's an easy entry for Merc.
And there could be another as well, but always with that LMG, guns down Merc. It's one of the few LMGs on defense. A nice Tachanka kill for you to see. You don't have a smoke present. That was the Dan who died earlier. The best surrogate on this team at the moment is gonna be that Tachanka with the Shumika launcher, and 11 Molotovs still remaining, make that 10. There are Yokais in play for Shepard too. So plenty of plans now, but oh, there goes Shepard. Where did he die from? And now it's always down for the count. Scyther in a 1v3. It's an adrenal surge that got popped by Bolo before he got finished off, and Scyther is in a hopeless position. Upstairs, Nitro Cell to potentially distract, but it does actually work to scare Geo off this plant. He was so close to getting it down. On White Stairs, Scyther's re-entry to the bomb site will be from over inside a freezer. He can't outduel Achieved. Second round in a row, Achieved gets the very final kill. TSM looking in mighty form through these last 2 rounds, and they've now got the lead on their map.
And that momentum, right? The early pick going favor of TSM. They were Terradrome doing all the damage it needed, clearing out all the ADSs and the shield. That later paid off because one single little flashbang boy bounced off the door frame, completely blinded Dan inside our VIP. And look right here, you just run on in, he cannot fight back, it's super easy, no trade inside, always does find one, but it's just not enough. The yellow ping, the shoulder peeks out, another freebie for TSM. Empire, they're playing the angles a little bit incorrectly here and getting picked apart early, and especially the gunfights. Well, the Russian team of Team Empire has been known to be one of the most fierce teams, especially on LAN, but TSM are looking so good in their individual gunfights, not just today, not just against Empire, not just against FaZe, but throughout the entire tournament. All 5 players, even though Geo and Chala both statistically negative in terms of stats, they are really winning their ones.
There was a growing sentiment of the remaining teams that were here, many of whom have now left. Once teams are eliminated, they get on a plane and they go within 48 hours. The Sonics just lost. What is it, 36 hours ago? They left on a plane this morning to go back to North America. So you lose, you quite literally go home. They put you on a plane as fast as is humanly possible. But I asked a lot of the teams, when we saw the final 6, who is the scariest team here? A lot of teams said Liquid, but the scariest team that I heard was FaZe. Team after team said FaZe when they got knocked down to the lower bracket. This is a team that is going to make a tear, and they're going to clean up the lower bracket and make it to the finals. Guess who beat them?
TSM.
And guess who beat them 14-4?
TSM.
Earlier today, TSM not just going into a grueling 3-map contest against FaZe Clan, but they pummel FaZe Clan.
They did.
So here you are. Team Empire got the upper hand. The very first time these two teams met, the rematches almost always seem to favor the team that lost, and TSM today are playing on probably the highest level we've seen since they got to the 6 Invitational.
Yeah, this iteration, this roster with these exact roles that TSM have been brewing in the offseason, putting Geo back on hard support, moving Merc up into the front line on an IGL vocal role. I didn't think it was gonna work, I'll be honest. Like, Geo and hard support makes sense, but I think a lot of people, myself included, were doubting Merc on the IGL entry. But I think this is Merc's best performance in his entire career as an individual, statistically. And then you gotta add on top the fact that he's also providing in-game leadership to his team at the same time. Very few players can do both. He is.
Again, the map control that's being held right now is just off-site. This is another attempt from Team Empire. Upstairs on Cocktail. Half of the round has expired.
Nobody's dead just yet. Adrenal surges have gone out, and I'm going to give you another statistic.
Okay.
With the exception of the very final round of Clubhouse, the team that gets the first pick goes on to win it all the time.
Yep.
So that stat, that conversion is proving its value and proving its worth right now. Chala's the first one to take some damage on the side of TSM. It looks like maybe Merc, as he might have lost a little bit of it. But other than that, Empire are sitting quite pretty.
That they are, but there's still not much ground for Empire to have. I mean, they have the bomb site, sure, but no piano presence, no cigar presence. TSM, they own that area of the map. With a minute to left, all they gotta do is break through this next wall. They have Merc on the Maverick. He can use the torch, open up the angles. Nate comes out. It's gonna force Empire back inside a bathroom. And this area right here, well, if Empire can swing and get something for their money, that's going to be good. But otherwise, this wall will get open right up.
Oh, and Dan doesn't hear it amidst the chaos and confusion, giving a 30-second window now for TSM to continue to push into the bomb site with the advantage they have. They lose it, though. Bolo taken down by Scyther, and now always gets one with Geo 2. So Empire, they gave a lead. Nade goes out. Damage done to Always, but the guns from Empire are hitting their marks. It's a desperate throw in by Achieved. He's been so good in 2 rounds. Can he do more? No, Always says that's quite enough for that one. We're going to take a round of our own. Cocktail proving to be a little bit too impregnable for TSM. Empire will now take both of their defenses on this bomb site. And with the game tied, they're going to need to win on another site for the first time if they want to win this first half.
Nobody on Clubhouse could break the basement attack until OT, and of course, so far, well, TSM have not been able to break that top floor defense either from Team Empire. It looked quite good once they got the opening pick with the Maverick torch that we see right here. Easy pick for Bolo. Dan couldn't even fight back, but you see Bolo sprint into 90, gets shot down, also did not shot onto Cigar player, and then Merc has to vault through a rotate. Diffuser left in Cigar, by the way, for TSM, so even if they got the map control, they were not in a position to plant at all. And Achieved, nice try, but it's not enough. Back to reading we go. Similar start for Empire. They're playing it rather passive, not giving TSM anything, really, or rather giving them everything, because they give them piano, they give them cigar. They don't want to risk dying early on in the round, because Empire, they want to play that 5v5 or 4v4, and so far, well, 50% success rate, right? 2 rounds have gone to either team, so there's not a clear-cut situation of like what's working out in whose favor, but right now we're seeing a change. Empire setting up ADSs in Pixel, setting up a Runegate for the double door in Cigar. This signifies a very clear change in their approach to the round. They will now contest TSM on those piano rappels as they're entering into Cigar, and they have the stock shield to follow up as well. So now we gotta see TSM, with the MI being banned from them, can they pick this apart rather easily? They got 3 flashbangs and 6 grenades. All there's gonna be in their path are going to be those 3 ADSs and maybe a single Runegate.
These outside Valk cams have been oh so choice, if I can say that.
Sure.
And it's been giving a lot of information to Empire, necessitating this IQ pick to try and figure out where is Empire getting this information from. Info has been the name of the game for Empire in this matchup. Think about it, the amount of bulletproof cameras, the yokais that we've seen from Echo, the Valk cams being just a non-stop presence from Empire. They're tripling up, essentially, on intel, rightfully so. Yeah. And it's really helping them through the mid-round. Even if TSM were simply better on the entry those 2 rounds, it was Empire at least knowing where it was coming from, even if they couldn't handle it.
Yeah, we saw the strength of IQ just there. Chala basically looked through the entire, well, floor, I guess he's on the roof. He looked through the roof, down into the 3rd floor, and saw where the ADSs were, and he can now say, guys, they're holding Pixel, they got 3 ADSs, we gotta clear it out, or we need to avoid it. Good 1 flashbang spent from Skylight, and that's the thing with the IQ can bring. You know exactly how many ADSs will be in each position, so the call is 1 ADS on that stock shield, 1 flashbang goes out. Next call out now comes, there's 2 ADSs inside a Pixel, Geo throws 2 flashbangs and 1 nade will follow, and then it's perfect utilization. There it is, 1 gone 6 in fact. So you spend 3 flashbangs and 1 grenade, you've cleared out the entire map that Empire set up through the prep phase.
Well, we don't often talk about value from utility. It seems like with Flores, that's when we really start to get into how much utility is gained, or rather, how much utility is burned from a single gadget on your end. Obviously, Flores not in play at the moment from TSM. They've been favoring this same static lineup. There's a run out from Dan, by the way. Look at the confidence of Empire. Dan has gone for a run out in 3 of these 5 rounds and has been successful in 2 of them. On the biggest stage in the game, you're doing this to TSM.
He wants it, feeling confident despite a messy clubhouse being it off, and Charlie takes a ton of damage. Cypher as well, but they both survive. 45 seconds, reading attack by the way, so vertical play from TSM is coming along nicely. And what can they answer with right now? There are 3 toxic babes in the pocket of Shepard. That's the key player. Dan is now off the board, but as long as Shepard's alive, they can't deny the plant.
Scyther will retake from red stairs. He's only got a tiny bit of HP. First toxic canister goes out. 30 seconds left for the next 2, and another will be burned immediately. Empire trying to blanket the bomb site so that TSM have no way in to get that diffuser planted. It's Geo again. Shepard dodges around an explosion. They've got one inside a laundry. Shotgun out, and a pump could get another, but he misses. Turned on by Chala. Scyther from above, but still on a tiny bit of HP. Bomb site control now in favor of TSM. It's always to try and stop it, and he sees it. Damage done. He gets back to pillars. It's a reset for these teams. A bit of calmness will go over the bomb site, but Merc decides no, to hell with calm. I want violence, and he finds it. The little that was left of Scyther, gone. Always now with the diffuser. 1/3 of the way gone. He'll wait. The rest of the team will give him intel, playing off of these 2 players of TSM, one of whom still sits in the bomb site, the other above. This top floor control for TSM is so critical, always gives his position away. Diffuser still going down, an almost unwinnable situation, and all it takes is a couple bullets, but TSM don't want to give it to them. They get the clock, they don't know where he is.
Been played.
Merc gets it like a damn fiddle. TSM up 3-2.
The discipline in the 1 versus 2 always had no idea where TSM were. He was so convinced as a player inside a laundry, but no, he got played indeed, and TSM 3-2. They are now in the lead for the first time on Cafe as we're entering round 6. Dan, really good jump out early on. 2 nades off the board, Bolo gone, LMG gone. That nade though from Merc does so much damage, and this kill onto Dan as well. It was such poor timing for Empire once again because, well, when TSM were planting in this corner, always he peeked it 1 second too late. He could not deny the plant, and always could not win the 1 versus 2 because TSM played it so well.
I would just like to say, even though we are on a delay, we use tablets to keep track of what's going on in the rounds, and I get now time and time again whenever somebody ats me on Twitter, there's something that'll pop up that'll say, and I'll just see a brief window it. And I just got this right now, and I want to read it out to all of you. Okay. Intero, stop talking about the team getting first pick winning. It feels like every time you do that, the team that gets it loses. There have only been 2 times, now 3 times in this entire match where that's happened, and I have brought it up a lot. So no, I will not apologize, and I will not stop doing it. I will keep referencing it. If the team you want is losing, I say to them, simply play better.
Wow. The arrogance, right? Oh, you're tired of losing? Stop winning.
You have no right to accuse me of arrogance when you have to correct me, because calling you a 2-time world champ is simply
It's factually incorrect.
You then need me to say, I'm sorry, not just 2-time world champ, back-to-back world champ.
Because technically
it is correct.
Yeah.
Which is the best kind of correct, Nick. I am technically correct when I call you a 2-time world champ. I am just omitting another part of it.
But you know what, Parker? What's beautiful about the whole champion and back-to-back and 2-time? We will see a new champion at this event. Neither of these teams have ever won a grand finals at 6 invitationals. TSM has never seen or been in an invitational grand finals. Team Empire, though, they've been there, back against the wall, having a hard time. It was Scyther, Shepard, and Joystick. There was no Always, there was no Dan back then. So even for those 2 players, off Dan and Always, this is a first for them. We got rookies here.
Oh, there we go. Okay, cool.
You made it.
There you go.
It fits nice and tight.
We've seen this a couple times. One big change to Echo, if you haven't played recently, is the Yokais are no longer invisible. They're always able to be spotted. So if you want to put them in nifty spots, guess what? you're far more susceptible to being spotted, especially with the fact that there's an operator designed directly to counter that.
Which operator is that?
I believe it's an operator which is used to describe the sheer amount of numbers that I possess, which is IQ.
Okay. How tall is that number? Look at this nade. That's a high IQ grenade right there from Merc.
And it's an anvil dropped on the head of Scyther. Empire losing out on that first pick again. TSM, this is their map. They want to end the first half up 4-2.
They're showing it as well. Oh, Achieve, one more time. There it is. They're showing it again as well because they're looking very comfortable here. I would say a lot more comfortable on these attacks than that of Clubhouse. Always looks to get a kill. He finds it. Even back 4-4. That's the vertical gone from TSM as Achieve is no longer available to break that floor apart.
No sledge for a minute left with an execute to happen. If TSM want to go, they're likely going to go for a freezer drop, in which case, where are you going to put that soft destruction and where is the coverage going to come out?
Oh, they've barely broken the floor as well. Like, losing Sledge here is actually way bigger than I thought it was. And then there's 2 more Toxic Babes as well. You got the Yokai drones. Team Empire, you gotta hold on tight. If the gunfight goes in favor of TSM, it's bad.
And there's the drop. The flashes go in as well. Adrenal Surge to try and give a bit more staying power to TSM. Merc is unaware that there's one behind Whiskey, and Merc wins the fight. Shepard a bit of a sloppy aim. Nade hits onto Dan, and TSM have blown their way into the bomb site. All it's going to take is Geo to get the diffuser down, but Joystick fires back onto Bolo. 20 seconds left. It's a 2v2 with Geo getting the diffuser down. There goes Joystick. Always finds one, pivots, and Chala, 500 IQ, gets that final pick for his team.
Empire had everything, right? On paper, Empire wins that round, done and dusted, we go next. But TSM finds one pick with a gunplay into a grenade. That's Merc walking down the brown stairs and somehow just beats Shepard that was on the Echo. Shepard had a rough time whiffing a lot of bullets there, and then Bolo had a grenade really hit home. And that opens up the round for TSM. They make their way to the bottom side. Geo, I think, proning through, trying to avoid those holes in the floor. And while he does fall to Joystick eventually, it buys enough time for TSM to push on up and take control of the bomb side. That's the first half done. 4-2 side. TSM gained momentum. We see the replay on your screen right now. The grenade counters Scyther, always trades it back on the vertical. It's very nice. And this gunfight right here, so pivotal. Yokai's off the board. The nade as well for VIP. Look at how Bolo supports Chala on that push. And that's it. The 2v4. It's way too hard for Empire to win.
All right, we got to do the post-mortem on the first half. Nick, we do it all the time.
Do it.
A half recap, by the way. You can see at the top of your score when it comes up, instead of TSM fist bumping each other. I would like to remind you, by the way, you saw Achieved's face. He tweeted that if his team wins the event, he will shave all of the hair off.
Both the beard and...
Yeah, but I think he's going to leave his eyebrows.
I think so.
As somebody who said they would shave the hair off of their head, I was also targeted, and I will take no eyebrowless slander here, okay? The only caster who can shave off their eyebrows is Dez. It's the only one that I will accept. If you are a fan of Overwatch or Valor, maybe Sideshow. That's about it. Those are the 2 casters. It's a British thing. I don't really get it. Anyway, first half in the books, TSM takes it 4-2 in terms of opening picks. It's also 4-2, but not evenly split by rounds 1. 2 diffusers planted while by TSM back in round number 2 and round number 5. Almost planted for round number 4. I can't remember if they got the kill before the diffuser got planted. Same with, I think it was round number 3, the diffuser was almost down. So it was 2 successful objectives, almost 4. You have to go back and see if the diffuser got planted right as the kill happened.
Yeah, it was like very, very close. I noted down as 3 plants because they basically had it, but you are correct. On that final second, it might have changed out the outcome there. 2 Hibana pellets on each hatch, that's all you need to open up these hatches. In fact, you only need 1, but the minimum you can shoot is 2. That's max value for Hibana's X-Cairo pellets, and that's going to mean that now Empire, they can make their approach through this attack. And we actually see TSM with the castle barricades inside of Freezer, not holding Pixel in a similar fashion that of Empire. I think this Wamai ban is really forcing these teams to not play Pixel because it's not going to work. And this adaptation from TSM is very evidently prepared with the Wamai ban in mind because it was TSM that banned it out. So they've studied this, they've talked about it, and now they're doing it.
This has been such a one-sided matchup to this point, and I don't think either you or I really saw that coming. The first map went real tight into overtime because Empire started to find their footing and claw their way back. But now on Cafe, even on the rounds that they've won, I don't think Empire have looked anywhere near as strong as they can. And that part is what I think needs to be highlighted. Their ability. Nobody doubts Empire's ability, but we have seen time and time again, and was referenced by Ace and Dez in their cast earlier against FaZe versus TSM, that teams have just failed to show up for some of the matches here at SI. Empire are coming in against a very hot TSM team. At what point do we start to question if Empire is having these same struggles? I think we give it a round or two, see what the landscape looks like, because this is Empire's first attack, and there's only 40 seconds left.
That there is an Empire seems to be gotten stuck, but now the flashbang and Grenade comes out. That's the execute as well. They want to go deep because they cannot just plant. Kills does not go in favor of them though, because Bolo finds always as an opening pick for TSM, and Bolo on that FMG does good damage.
And he's still got the lineup as well. Shepard flashing in, going for a plant on the wall, but Bolo looks the wrong way. He gets stopped by a Nitro cell. If Bolo can't do it, then a Sheeved can. Scyther on a nice angle. All of a sudden, Empire finds 2 kills, looking for more. Scyther is the hero of the round right now. Joystick at the halfway mark. Geo dropping. Can they stop him? There's Scyther down for the count. Achieved can almost get it. No. Joystick has 1 HP. Geo, you have to clutch, and you're gonna get it done on the diffuser. A heartbreaking round for Team Empire. 5-2 for TSM.
Put Geo off the support onto the Jaeger and show him, or let him show rather, what he can do. He closes out the round in a crucial 1 versus 1, and he keeps TSM's momentum alive. Speaking of 1vx's, when this series first started, and I don't think it's changed, the only player in this entire lobby who has yet to win a 1 versus X at this event is actually always from Team Empire. So Geo, he adds another one to the board arguably, but always have yet to find a clutch of his own yet in this series, and I'm really keeping my eyes on if the quote-unquote rookie of Team Empire can find something to really show for.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but are we getting a timeout?
I think we are.
It certainly looks like Team Empire, they've hit the brakes. Empire didn't take a timeout in map number 1, Nick, but they're not making that mistake here. They see the light at the end of the tunnel getting farther and farther away. They want to settle things down.
Geo, look at that. Easy kill for Geo. Tactical timeout coming out from Team Empire. They're going to hit the brakes, as you mentioned. They want to slow down TSM, try and regain some of that momentum because they've lost it. Empire won the first round. Then it was tied up 2-2 because TSM, they came back. And then, well, ever since round 4, Empire has not been in the lead because TSM has been getting the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th round back to back to back. And Team Empire, in the round that we just saw, they didn't really seem to know exactly what they wanted to do. They saw the setup inside of Freezer when they got into Piano. They didn't have a Maverick. They couldn't break apart the wall because those kite claws were down below, so they couldn't clear them out. And then they just said, you know what, let's just try and go for side. They walked on in, Bolo got the opening pick, then they tried planting, and TC4 took care of that. And then after they've lost the first 2 members, then they flood the bomb side. But arguably, if you're Empire, you gotta flood the bomb side to begin with because you cannot just walk in and expect TSM to not have an answer to your plan. You know, go basement, come up the white stairs as you're pushing through the dining fireplace and really collapse on that player on bottom white that was Bolo on the smoke. That's your best bet.
A heartbreaking round, as I said, for Empire, and you really got to feel for them after that one. Just TSM's gumption, man. They just never give up. They're always in it. We saw that from Empire when they were on defense. Yeah, Empire only got 2 rounds on that first half defending. But Dan had the cojones to hop out on 3 separate occasions, and it never hurt Empire. That's the craziest thing. He got kills on 2 or 3 of them, and was able to get back in without being punished on all 3, as far as I remember.
Yeah.
That's remarkably good stuff, playing off of that Valkyrie. I do find it very interesting that TSM have not been as reactive. Valkyrie is available. You're not running her. TSM don't want to do that. And that speaks to me that because it was TSM banning the Wamai, they might have been expecting a Valkyrie ban from Empire. because that's the case, they're just sticking to their own game plan. They don't want to change things up. They're going to go with what they think works. And after that first round, it worked. Plenty of time for them to pick up 2 more rounds and send us to map 3 with TSM up 2-0.
Really interesting here, when Bolo got flashed off Pixel, he actually pushed forward instead of falling back off like you normally would see. And now he's found himself very deep inside Piano on this ticket booth area. And Team Empire, well, they know about this position. The south side window is barricaded with a castle, but Bolo has to try and see if he can stay alive.
Oh, this is such a bad spot for him to be in, especially on Repel. But he's waiting for an open up on the top of that reinforcement. He's under fire from multiple angles, and there you go. Just too many to look at. 90 seconds off of the clock, but Empire finally crack open some of that defense from TSM up in Piano.
Yeah, they've cleared Pixel, they've cleared the utility, they've even killed out Bolo himself. So when you look at it, Team Empire, they successfully did what they had to do, but they got even more value out of it because Bolo chose to aggress. I like that, playing a little bit different, a little bit off pace again, as TSM have been doing so far in this series, but this time around, it punishes them, leaving them in a 5 versus 4, and there's now no C4 either from the side of Bolo, and well, there we go. Merc on the ground now from that grenade. Once again, the numbers are falling from TSM.
He can get back behind the shield, but I don't know if he can be retrieved unless Chala decides, hey, I'll go on in. Nobody swings in his direction. Down goes Merc, and the gunfire pushes him out of his position. Swinging for the fences is achieved. That's kill number 1 for his team. There's 2 more inside of Piano, but could he be giving his life away? Drone spots him. He sees one. A nice shot from Joystick. 3 kills from Joystick, in fact. And oh, Dan with a nice one as well. Chala in a 1v4. The timeout paying dividends as Empire backs up the timeout with a round win and prevents TSM from going to match point.
That's exactly what you want with your timeout, right? If you can take the timeout, hit the brakes, slow down the momentum, and then gain it yourself as well, that's the best case outcome from Empire. But that was also arguably the easiest one, really. You got the opening pick, you cleared off Pixel, and Bolo walked in towards you. They did a really good job capitalizing, making sure Bolo would not slip away for free. 2 players on that window repel, 1 person on the hatch, and it just snowballed from there. They injure onto Merc, then the kill onto Merc. A Chief takes spot, gets a kill, but then gets straight out right after, you see right here. Really well played from Team Empire. Joyce with a nice triple kill, and then with a nice shot as well. Now we're getting up to 5-3. As Team Empire slowly getting up on that board. And TSM, they have room for error, right? They can go on different bomb sites, try out different strategies, and see what will stick eventually. And, well, Empire needs 2 more rounds to tie back to a 5-5.
I think when you look at the state of this half, TSM are in very comfortable position. I don't ever count Empire out.
Never.
TSM could be up 6-1. And I'm still not sure that the match is about to be over. Empire are just so strong and so clutch, especially if they can settle themselves down. Now, our expectations coming into this map is that TSM would prevail. That's why they chose it. And if you look at the map pool that we have, it should be TSM equalizing. But it's not. TSM took Clubhouse in a desperate and stunning fashion in 14 rounds and are now better positioned to take map 2. That would force Empire into a spot where they must win their map of Oregon next. Then the hard part, win Villa.
Yeah.
TSM's best, one of their better maps, one of their best maps. A good map for Empire too. But then you pull off the reverse sweep by winning Bank. It's not even about map pools at that time. It's really just about how are you going to win 7 rounds, 7 rounds, and 7 rounds? That's an awful lot of siege where your mental might be shot out. Empire are a team that can do it, though.
They are, and I think the one thing that speaks to that is the score around 7-6-6-5-4. They're always so neatly together because it really is a full team effort. And sure, there are some moments like in Clubhouse with Dan, he took a while to really get on that scoreboard, but this time around, it's pretty equal out, whereas in TSM, you got 10-2, 5-9-4. So it's again about that holy trio, if you like, aggressive trio, but Cypher gets aggressive. That's Bolo off the board. Speaking of holy trios, now they're down to a duo because just Merc and Achieved standing.
Empire have gotten the opening pick in all 3 of these rounds, and now Chala wants to equalize. You had a read potentially on an outside Valk cam. I'm not sure, but Dan might know that something is coming. Chala very aggressive on that Echo is not ideal, because if you don't win that 50-50, if you don't win that gunfight, you're gone. Your Yokais are going to be spotted eventually, and now your team is in an even more perilous position, down into a 3v5.
Yeah, and you got so much time to work with, a minute and 20 seconds. It's even faster than what TSM could do themselves, and this floor is really taking a lot of damage. If Merc is up above, could get a nasty flank, just like it did previously on Bank in an earlier series. I can't believe he's getting away with this again.
And there it is! You talked about it, you willed it into existence, and there's another, but Dan manages to do that without losing a single bit of HP. Merc gone, but at least taking out Always. How crucial that sledge is on a kitchen execute, and Empire will be without one now for the final minute.
It is an important kill, but most of that vertical damage has been done, so now Empire, they just have to act off it and play together. They have the numbers advantage, they got the verticality, they still got a 1 flashbang and 4 grenades to go, or 3 grenades to go now actually, so they can make it happen.
And they need to get this smoke off of this spot, but they will walk now into Freezer in a drop. The moment that one of the moves, Joystick will be there to greet them at the bottom of White Stairs, but achieved with the shotgun out, prevails. This is all the while that Empire are almost in the bomb site, inside a Freezer. An aid goes out. It does not connect. Chala quarterbacking from behind. TSM have seeded most of this bomb site.
The Yokai.
But there goes the nade onto Achieved. The Yokai can move into position. All they need to do is get it into the right spot. Shepard is almost completing it, knocked away, 2 seconds to go. And Gio can stop it! What a good bit of teamwork by TSM. They're on match point on map 2.
They coordinated that perfectly, right? The Yokai comes in, slows down the plant, and at the right moment, once again, I believe it's Gio who vaults over and finds the one kill that matters. We talk about impactless kills and impactful, and Gio, almost each and every single one of these kills in this series has been impactful kills. That's a support player doing a phenomenal job on that supportive role.
We cannot highlight it enough. The way that TSM played that deliberately together. The first one is achieved on the bottom of White Stairs. If Joystick does not die, then Joystick can stop Gio from going in because there's another set of eyes watching the post plant. It's almost impossible for Gio to get in at that point and shut down Shepard before the diffuser can get planted.
It's so true.
Joystick going, first domino, then the Yokai, then the castle, a thing of beauty from TSM, and a deflating end of the round where Team Empire are now watching match point.
It almost seems like TSM are reading one step ahead, having a plan, and then capitalizing. Whereas Team Empire, they're being more reactive. They see a guy, they shoot a guy, they don't really think about the possible consequences, right? Joystick walking up close, getting shotgun from the VIP player of Achieved should never happen, because if your teammates drop the hatch successfully and then walk into the bomb side, you don't have to care about pushing the VIP guy. You can sit all the way back on Garage door. If you breach the garage wall, sit all the way outside garage wall itself, hold the angle and wait for the next step. But instead, bit of a desync, miscommunication, a lack of trust as Joystick walks up too far and gets punished. And Gio, we spoke briefly about his impactful kills. On that final attack on Basement on Clubhouse, Gio found a kill that saved the round. Gio had a 1 versus 1 earlier, and he won that round as well. And what we just saw in Basement was a joint effort of Chala and Gio, the support duo. The Yokai and the Castle, but now it's Merc's turn to get the opening kill once again. Always on this sledge off the board so early.
And that was, again, another sledge pick early on a bomb site that is not on the top floor. That sledge is so critical to pull off and execute on reading, and that's exactly what Empire will not have. Out it goes, and down always goes. Empire, though, they don't want to be too slow on this execute, so they drop Red Hatch. They've droned out most of the top floor, and they know that TSM have fallen off. But TSM are cool as a cucumber at the moment. They just need to wait, let Empire come to them. And if they can do that well, they're in good spot. Hold on a second here. TSM hasn't actually fallen off the entirety. They're still holding on to the portion of the map over by White.
Holding bathroom and stock, but it's just Bolo all alone. And this time he progressed backwards instead of going forward into the guns of Empire. He went back, and this nade, it barely misses. It keeps Bolo alive, and he cannot fall back or stake his ground. But either way, he has no help. Whatever he does, he's all alone. But when you got the opening man advantage, you can risk playing those risky bodies because, well, you still got the 4v4, but Achieved on a nice C4. That's gonna punish Empire, and Achieved as well from down below. Despite having information, Empire cannot react react, but then finds Bolo's head, and now they want to aggress further up, but Cypher, well, what can he get?
Oh, hold on a second here. We need a temperature check on this TSM team. Merc might be able to get one, and there you go! What a performance from Merc! 14 damn kills and 7 damn rounds. TSM take map number 2. They're 1 map away from being SI champions.
Pretty sure TSM has some sort of invincibility cloak because they are in position that seem to be obvious. And Team Empire, they have no idea. I mean, that was a breaching charge going down on the floor, expecting no one to be up there with no drones. You cannot assume that to be clear. And if it was droned out, that's miscommunication. That's Cafe off the board. It's 2-0. It's series point for TSM. We're headed to Oregon. Empire's map choice.
But TSM are no slouches on this.
They aren't.
That's the thing. The map pool, especially the later that we go into this series, tilts in favor of TSM. When you look at Oregon, Villa, and Bank, it is so hard for you to find how Empire comes back on even 2 of those, let alone all 3. So this is not where you want to be for the Russian squad. They've been in the finals before, and the last time they were in the SI Grand Finals, they won 0 maps. This is the 2nd time that Empire have been in this spot, and they still have not won a single map in the 6 Invitational Grand Finals. Is Oregon going to be that map? That's what we have to see. That's the question that's going to be answered, because if it's not, it's over. TSM, they're the world champs. That's how it works.
And even if Empire, they managed to get that Oregon map, well, you gotta go all 5 at this point. You gotta make a comeback 3 maps in a row if you're favoring Empire to win, or want them to win rather. And TSM, they can now choose, quote-unquote choose, to close it out very soon.
At this point, I don't know what you can do to slow down TSM. FaZe had no idea what to do earlier today, and now Empire, especially the looks on their faces, as they walked past us at that map ending, they don't look like they know what to do either. Is Oregon going to be the turning point for this series? We'll find out in just a couple minutes. We got a break ready, and then we'll be back with more of the SI Grand Finals.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and MBs, to the show, to the command center, where you'll see a machine right under this desk, hooked up directly to my veins with pure copium. Europe is not faring too well. TSM are up 2-0, and what a way to finish up map 2. You thought overtime, you know what, we got a good chance, Empire coming back, but no, not them, the second one. What's going on? We're back here. We're going to talk about things in detail. Least biased death coast, by the way. It's fun. We're having fun here. Jack, Jess, and of course James to talk about our second map and how things went down, because TSM looked dominant. Here's the scoreboard, just in case you forgot what happened there. There's one team that's really showing up here.
TSM have got Empire's number. It's as simple as that. And what I actually want to talk about is not necessarily on the scoreboard, but is the round rotation. So yesterday we saw these two teams play on this map, and Empire, they could defend Cocktail as their first site rotation. They couldn't defend Reading as their second site, and then they couldn't defend Kitchen as their third site. TSM walked away with a 4-2 split because the same thing happened again today. Empire could only defend one site, which was Cocktail. Reading, they lost it, they lost plants. Kitchen, they lost it, they lost plants. TSM just have Empire's number when they are attacking this map.
I mean, I hate to point out the obvious here, but we just keep calling Merc the tip of the spear.
Mercurial.
And it is so sharp that Empire has no armor to deflect this.
Yep.
Merc just keeps coming at them in waves, and it's not the same kind of wave of unpredictability we oftentimes see those entry players come in as. It's not sort of the crouch walking sort of entry Ashmain that sometimes we will reference throughout the years of entries. Merc plays it smart. Oftentimes you will see 2 drones in front of him. In fact, Pixel had 2 drones in front of him time after time. He's working off the intel. The players at the bottom of the leaderboard there aren't really, in my mind, at the bottom of the leaderboard. They're the ones droning. You don't have stats for drones like that, and all the kills that Merc is getting on the entry is based off that team play that we can't quantify.
I mean, you got to admit, Merc has just transcended to another level this tournament. When the pressure is there and when the stage is as large as a 6 Invitational, he steps it up. And if you watch back the highlights, it's just Merc after Merc. He was tapping heads. I was just sitting there doing my best Jesse Pinkman impression. He can't keep getting away with it. The number of times he would come around for that flank and win the round single-handedly was just ridiculous.
Absolutely incredible. But we talk about our spearheads all the time, and it's very easy to highlight it, because how do you highlight players that you can't always see purely on the scoreboard? That's the difficulty. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring up our 2 supports. We got Shepard and Geometrics from their respective teams of Empire and TSM. And here's the stats that we're picking up. Plants, survival, entry death, and cost. Jess?
Oh, go to the 3rd row down. Glance right at the glaring obvious discrepancy between Geo and Shepard on your screen. When we talk about objective-based teams, Team Empire has been one that is known to want to idealize the objective play time and time again. But I tell you what, Geo, remember we used to talk about Goga, CCI Plant? Well, Geo's going to have to come up with his own catch line here, because he is the one that is getting in round after round, plant after plant. Wow, that is something that we didn't see Team Empire achieve throughout this map at all. TSM always had a counter for Shepard. That must be so frustrating to be him.
And I've got to admit, like, there was one round on the first map where Shepard was planting the diffuser when the round was won, but most of the rounds when Empire were attacking, they ran out of time. They were too slow. They lost the man advantage. They didn't have enough players on the board to execute. We looked at Cafe. There was a round when they were attacking Reading. They were trying to plant in Fireplace, in Dining. 5 versus 5. 25 seconds left. There's a C4, there's smoke, and there's 5 TSM players ready to deny plant. Like, imagine being Shepard in that scenario. He's like, yeah, I'm just cannon fodder.
And you know what? I think that shepherds it perfectly into the moment where Jess walked on over to Telestration, because you pulled it perfectly. That's what she's going to break
Did you know
down.
that was my Telestration?
I actually had no idea.
Yeah, no idea.
There we go.
That is incredible.
I know exactly what's going on.
Wow.
Jess, you can go ahead. Telestrator,
Thank
it's all
you.
yours. Break it down.
I'm so
Thank
sorry.
you. That's great. What a segue. The man didn't
Honestly.
even know. All right, I'll step down off the box. Come over here with me. Have a look at this screen. James has already spoiled it just a little bit for you guys, so I'm going to kind of go through the nitty-gritties just real quickly quickly for you guys. This is something that Pengu stated on the cast. He said TSM is one step ahead of Empire every time. Looking at that graphic we saw before, let me tell you why. And we were talking about before, James said it was a 5v5, always goes down in the last 25 seconds. So there's only 25 seconds left on this round, and they're going for the plant. What you don't see off this screen, to give you a little bit of context, there is a player holding the red long hallway here so that no one can peek when Shepard goes for the plant. So don't worry, that's not left out there. Empire have that covered. What they don't realize is that below, let's try and get a little zoom on the man. Right below, Achieved has already placed a C4. And you're probably wondering, where has he placed the C4? On the direct plant spot that Empire want. Why have they done this? Because they already know the default plan of Empire. They've played them before. They know what Empire does. This is just yet another set strat from Empire that they know is going to go down. They've already prepared the counter. What they don't also realize from Empire's point of view, they believe that the only player that they have to deal with, and oh my goodness, guys, I can't even get my arrow to point the right way. Let me clear it, let me use a line. There we go. We're getting there eventually. They believe that the only player they need to deal with is this player. They would be right, usually, but there was a redundancy layer here from TSM underneath. So I'm going to play it out. I'm going to show you the absolutely crippling moment. Team Empire realizes that their strat has already been countered before it's begun. It plays out here. There's a player holding the red hallway, and Shepard goes, "No one can stop me." You kind of misread it, buddy. They can stop you. They're below. And I'm also going to highlight the fact that Dan had a drone in pocket. He also had a drone out. Imagine they put a drone in the bottom floor just to know whether there's a C4 there. They know that there's multiple C4 players over on this lineup. They've got Charla, who still has a C4 in pocket. It hasn't been expended. They should know that this is a possibility, and Empire hasn't accounted for it. We'll let this play out just a little bit more, because at this point they know they still need to get the plant down, and they have about 10 seconds to deal with it. They move in, get the player behind knocked over bookcase, and when they go for the plant deep, what they don't have here is a drone on the flank. Let's go have a look at our little man over here. There we go, and we can always assume it's either going to be Achieved, Merc, or one of the support players who's last alive to come in for the flank, because TSM love the flank. They have no drones there to work this out. As a result, the flank comes in easy as can be. No one has any idea. Goes down to a 1v1. Joystick is so lit, he has no opportunity to live. And that's round over. And I tell you what, in a normal round, where Empire has that strat going for them, they know their C4's below, they should win it. But TSM is 3 steps ahead at all times. Wanted to point that out. Well done, James, for reading.
I actually feel really bad. I had no idea that was your segment.
Nice segue.
I mean, his preparation leading you on, this is like literally TSM and Empire in that round. He just had you ready for it.
He had my number. He's 2 steps ahead.
Nitro is just ready. You know what? We still have just a bit of time, so just enough to talk about our third map. We go to Oregon. Empire are on the attacking side. It is their final shot at this. Please tell me there's a way for Empire to come back, Jack.
I've been racking my brains trying to find anything to say about how Empire could come back. And they've already lost 2 of their big 3 maps in Clubhouse and Cafe. Oregon's a map they don't particularly like, but they've done okay on it in this event. So they're going to have to use what they've done well on this event. And I really don't know. I'm feeling like it's all TSM right now.
I said to Jack before we got on the desk, they either pull like the historic reverse, sweep.
Happened before.
Like I'm thinking of like my very first time on the grand finals with SSG, and I'm just emblazed by the fact that SSG is coming back like that. Do I have the same feeling I have back then about SSG for Empire? I actually don't, because I actually think they're making so many mistakes that there's so much they need to band-aid and patch up. I actually think that there's too much, unless they just flip the strat book on its head.
Look, the last time Empire played Oregon, it was a lovely 7-0. Like, that was against Sandbox. When they played against M&M, they really struggled on attack. And they only won 1 out of 6 rounds. It was only on a tertiary side. That's where they need to step it up. We need to see Empire pull their head in.
Empire, this is your last shot. If you fail, it's over. TSM, they're so close to making it a 3-0 victory, holding it down for NA. We've seen an EU comeback versus NA at SI before. Remember, SI 2018, we talked about all of this earlier on, but TSM, they look so good. All the work now, all the pressure is on the Europeans. Though, friends, thank you very much. It's time. Who wins it on Oregon. Will we have more maps, or will it just end here for TSM? Let's toss it back to our casters. It's Intero and Pangu. Have fun.
Well, if you're just tuning in, you might be a little surprised, my friends, at the scoreline that you see between TSM and Empire. Empire defeated TSM the first time they met in the upper bracket. Yep. Now, the revenge match, the grudge match, it's TSM up 2-0 despite starting on Empire's map. And now we go back to another map for Team Empire, Oregon, a map that is actually quite good for both teams. The desk set the expectations, the bans are coming in. Nick, what are your expectations for this brawl?
Do you hear that? It's the copium, Parker. EU, when they were down 0-2 last time around, what happened? Tell me right now.
You came back.
Reverse sweep, correct? 3-2.
Right.
EU is down 0-2 once again.
Right.
Is it possible?
Is it possible?
It's always possible. So what's on the menu is copium. Milosh said it first. I'll just reiterate it. I think it's possible. The bans right now are the Ying banned from TSM, which is interesting because they played themselves as well, but they want to ensure that when it comes to that basement defense, that Team Empire cannot crutch onto that Ying operator and make their lives easier for themselves. So the Ying's off the table. So was the Mira, so was the Valkyrie, and so is the Thatcher. So quite standard operator bans here from both teams. The Ying and Oregon is a team that most the Ying and Oregon is something that most teams play these days, but it was kind of started by SSG from North America, so TSM, they're very well versed in what this operator can do.
A lot of the top NA teams like this Ying on Oregon because A, you can bring the hard breach gadget, the secondary hard breach gadget, but you also have the ability to chew through Aruni gates, chew through ADSs, Wamai discs, which by the way, will be present. Wamai, despite being banned in the previous map, will be back again and expect to see a decently high pick rate from this operator. He was seen quite often back in map number 1 on Clubhouse. Between these three maps, Oregon and Clubhouse tend to share more similarities than either do with Cafe. So you're going to see, potentially, a lot of Wamai in action. Hilariously, in our very first round, there's no Wamai on the board.
I was going to point that out.
It's just the Jaeger with his ADSs. But there's also no Aruni. Teams like to bring Aruni, they like to bring Jaeger, they like to bring Wamai when they defend downstairs, then bring a shotgun and one more flex operator. That's okay for a good lineup. TSM, they're bringing a castle. And are they going to play off-site? The answer immediately, yes.
We know what they like to do because they did the exact same thing against FaZe. Not necessarily this particular setup on Oregon, but they want to get active on the map. They want to challenge their attackers. They want to make it difficult for them to get any footing in the map, and they want to basically make sure that Team Empire has to fight for every area to even peek, to get information, etc. Dan has used his Gone 6 on the barricade on that double door to blue, and Joystick has sneaked up inside the dining kitchen area. On TSM, well, they're creeping up above. It's no other than Merc leading his team once again from the aggressive front line, and he's about to fight the entry of Joystick. Nade in hand, and this nade might just read the situation, but it does no damage because the ground that Merc sits upon is non-penetrable, it is non-destroyable, so he survives at full health.
Immediately, the Adrenal Surge hit. It doesn't get Joystick back to full HP, but at least a little bit more health in that department. Merc still from above. He watches one angle, down goes Dan, and now Merc gets away with his life intact. A successful roam, and the first pick goes to TSM. Again, Dan was cannon fodder all the way back on Clubhouse. The first round of Oregon, it's the same story, and Joystick as well. TSM having free range of this roam.
And let me just take one more hit real quick. All right, we're back up into it. So Empire is a 3 versus 5. They can still come back. They can still do it. They can still win the round because it's not over.
Hello, production. Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you get the copium vape off of the table, please? Yeah. He just keeps hitting over.
Come on.
Over. Oh my God.
It's Parker.
I wasn't holding
there are more rounds to go.
I was not holding the button down.
We need the machine back because there are so many more rounds to go.
You've got the Russian machine. That's the one that's representing Europe at the moment. But guess what? Machine might not be broken, but she's not in good shape at this moment. That's still about half of the round to go, closing it on the 1-minute mark. A Flores is so impactful on this map. Expect to see Empire bringing it quite often, especially when you're going to try to pull off any execute that involves blue. But the problem is that you've lost too many bodies. The attackers being at a disadvantage is already bad because you lose another player when that diffuser goes down for 7 seconds. And Shepard has been one of the most consistent players on the team. So you don't want him out of action if you can avoid it.
Yeah, I mean, Empire, they have no ground here. I'm not sure what that thermite charge is about, if they just want to hold an angle with it, because they can't do much other than that. And Cypher's on that freezer hatch, Shepard on the freezer stairs, and always on the laundry. This is going to be a desperate attempt of an attack. We're going to walk on through, take the gunfights, and see what we can do. Empire, 20 seconds.
And there's Geo taking a lot of damage, Merc as well. A couple bullets can swing this completely in their favor, but they're at risk of stalling out. There goes Bolo. TSM need to hang on. They might actually be in worse spot right now, and it gets better for Empire. They're now in a 2v3, still dwindling, but TSM waiting. A big kill from Shepard. Into the bomb site he goes, but he's swatted away, and it's simply a way for TSM to stay alive. Round 1 on defense of Oregon. Breaks in TSM's favor.
That was so close. The one massive problem that Team Empire ran into was that, well, the diffuser's on Shepard, who was on Maverick inside a freezer, and he could not get to the laundry side. There was no rotate on the freezer wall, as there typically isn't. So they had to go deep for kills. The time ran out, and of course, when you're sprinting into side in desperation, you will be met with a gun from TSM that shuts them down dead in their tracks. What a nice try from Empire on the back of that 3 versus 5. We see double kill here from Achieved. Nice shot onto Dan. He hit it into the building, and Bolo with a really, really tight angle onto that freezer hole really gets another one onto Joystick. Then it's a trade, it's a brawl back and forth, always a Shepard trying to make it work, but without the rotate here and not having time to use the torch slide for the canister, well, you just can't make a way through. TSM, they hold the line, Child with the shotgun in hand, takes out the only member that mattered. It was a Shepard with the diffuser. And with that being said, we have a situation on our hands. We are going to get all that bad voodoo out of the server once again. Just doing a quick restart before we get back into the following round. It's not a tactical timeout. This is indeed a rehost. We'll get back very shortly, I'm sure.
Scaring all the ghosts out of the servers, out of the cables, out of the cords, whatever you want to call them. I would like to remind all of you here of the last time that we saw Empire facing defeat on Oregon. And if you are an NA fan, I'm about to say the scariest things that you've heard in quite a long period of time. I apologize in advance. But the last time that Empire mounted a comeback at an international event to win the whole thing began in the deep depths of Oregon when evil geniuses in Milan choked. Empire starts picking it up, and they come back for the reverse sweep. Now, that was only 3 maps. So you had less room that, your opponents can come back on. Empire now, in order to win the entire hammer, need to win Oregon, Villa, and Bank. But if there's a map that has a bit of magic behind it, if there's a map that Team Empire can look at and put a distinct mark on, that will always, in my mind, be compared to them and the success they've had. And every single time we see them play, I always think of this map. It's Oregon. That's just really what it boils down to. The 3 most important maps for this team are Clubhouse, Coastline, and Oregon. I think they are tied uniquely to the team's history. Now, they lost Clubhouse and Coastline got banned, but if there's a comeback that's going to start, it has to start on Oregon, and how poetic would it be if that's exactly what happens?
No, you're right. And, I mean, there's also the argument that backs against the wall if you're Team Empire, right? There's no more room to lose a map and to make massive mistakes. And the first round of Oregon isn't what Team Empire wanted it to be. And if you're TSM, you're going to be feeling a lot of pressure, right? You can see the hammer right behind their monitors. They can see it every single round if they glance off the monitor itself. And you have to wonder, will TSM fall under the pressure and maybe even their expectations that they've set for themselves? Because I don't think TSM came into this thinking, we've made the grand finals. That's amazing. They came into this grand final thinking, we want to win and we are going to win the grand finals. And that's the goal. That's the bare minimum that they will allow for themselves to want to achieve, because victory is the only option for them. An Empire backs against the wall. They have no reason to fear anything anymore. That's the argument that I have. When you back an animal into a corner, it will start lashing out because it can no longer fall away, it can no longer escape, it is trapped. So Empire gain momentum, shut down TSM's aggression, make them question the comfortability of their own gameplay. That's how you get them. But that's so much easier said than done because TSM have been so consistent in how they play the game.
We've talked in the past when extended breaks between rounds or maps like this happen, which, by the way, we are currently on a tech issue that has now been resolved. We're getting the teams into the lobby and then starting the lobby. We'll make sure that everything is good to go, and then we'll actually have the match on your screen. We know that you don't want to, as nice as the stage is, that's not why you're here. As nice as our voices are, that's not why you're here. You're here to see this. This is the goods. But Nick,
yeah,
knowing what we know about these two teams, their ability to approach the game from a mental perspective, and the fact that Empire is currently staring down the barrel of elimination at SI, the 19th team to go home, that leaves TSM as the winner. That extended break, does it help Empire at all? Or do you think they just want to get into the server and just start going?
I don't think the break's gonna help Empire because you don't have much to work with, right? You lost the opening pick, and then you lost the second, and then like that was basically the round. It was a nice try, but realistically the round ended at like the 1 minute mark. If you're Empire, the best case scenario for you is if you gain a little bit of momentum and you make TSM feel like the hammer is slipping away, because with each and every single round that they can accumulate now in Oregon, TSM can literally feel that hammer closing in. So Empire, if you can cut that right there and make them feel like it's slipping instead, that's how you get them, right? The mental game. If you win a round, like a crazy clutch that TSM should have locked and loaded, that's how you get the mental back into the game. But you have a very long path ahead of you with your Empire, because winning Oregon's just the beginning. It's not the end. So buckle up, get some popcorn, grab a drink or something, because Empire, they gotta bring it all the way, all 5 maps to have a chance to win. If not, TSM walks away with it. We are on it once again. This map roam from TSM. It's a Kid Storm defense. We've gone down below. We're using the castle each and every single time. And you could argue, maybe Empire should have considered banning the castle because it's being brought so well from TSM. And it's Geo on that operator as well, who had like 3 clutches so far throughout this series. We're only on map 3. But the castle lives on. It is not banned out. It is the Valkyrie and the Mira. And Dan, once again, using that Gun 6 early on, is now alone inside a double blue door.
I feel like we can make copium jokes all day, but I'm going to say, and I can go on here, I don't care which either of these teams win. I don't care who wins. It doesn't trouble me at all. And I go into almost every single match thinking, okay, what's the better storyline? How is that going to make the cast any better? And what does the narrative look like moving forward? But I just want a competitive match. And so far, Empire have been asleep at the wheel. They need to wake up and gain control, because they are getting dangerously close to where they cannot course correct. Hey, okay, Dan, not a bad start at all. 2 picks. If there's anybody who needs to wake up in this match.
That's the first time, I think, where Empire looked at that a 3-step plan, right? Get Dan down below, then breach the wall, force him to fall away, and then cut off their rotation. That is what they need to be doing, and it's what TSM has been so good at so far. Good job, Dan.
Well, he's going to continue to roll on with the rest of the team up to the top of White Stairs. This is a danger zone for North America, by the way. The scariest part of this map for NA fans is the top of White Stairs, and Empire knows that all too well. Joystick on a reconnaissance mission. And whether that Gemini will last much longer is anybody's guess. TSM waits now with a minute to go. This bomb site really does work for you. If Empire can get another pick, it's very easy for the defenders to get overrun. But right now, even in a 3v5, it's a very winnable prospect. Geo narrows those numbers down, taking out Dan. Scyther's outside on the balcony, being watched by a bulletproof camera. This might necessitate a need, but nice shot as Geo peeks and Scyther through the soft wall. Gives Team Empire that same advantage. Down goes Chala. And this pause, apparently, helping them an awful lot. Merc steps into action, diffuser going down, smokes from the attackers, but it's Merc now to get into the bomb site amidst the smoke. He has no idea, a single kill to his name, but it's impactless at the moment. Trapped inside of dorms, diffuser by the window. You have to kill all 3 of the opponents. There's no way you're going to be able to get to that diffuser in time. You also see from Empire, they've gone down below. So Merc will buy time. He's the IGL of the team. He can't really spend it talking with the rest of them, but he knows how impossible this is. A Herculean task, trying to carry an entire team, just trying to fill time. Nice shot onto Always, but they're playing keep away as he baits it out, and then will get promptly swung on the window. He knows exactly where they are. He gets stunned in the run out. A nice kill, but he's out of time. Valiant effort for Merc. Majorly impactless kills. And finally, Empire put him out of his misery.
And while those kills, they are completely impactless and like they shouldn't even be counted on the scoreboard in a sense, they actually speak to the strength of TSM and Merc as a team and as a player, right? Because the fact that you find 3 kills there with 1 HP and make that 1 versus 3 a 1 versus 2, well, Empire, they played it disciplined, but there were still gaps. Like, sure, one person was down below, that was Sophia, then they had one guy on that upside down window rappel, and the third guy just all the way out next to small tower window. There wasn't a trade. So while it didn't matter, it does speak to how TSM are taking advantage of the gaps in the attacking lineup of Team Empire. Real nice wallbang there from Cypher, opened up the round for them. Then we see Merc just doing Merc things, finding the most ridiculous kills. That's 1-1 as Empire takes Kid Storm defense.
Really in
really
in commanding fashion, right? The entry from Dan completely threw TSM off. You could see that how they had no real way to pivot after that. The first pick from Dan becomes a second pick from Dan. You've taken out 2 incredibly strong players in both Achieved and Bolo who are incredibly fluid on the roam.
And it also speaks to them because TSM are doing the exact same setup, so clearly they also think that's a fluke, right? That shouldn't be happening, that's a blunder. So we go again, and this time, well, either we'll have a player down below, that's Achieved right now, to deny that injury point, or we will simply just not fall back through the hatch, we'll go in a different avenue. So TSM believed that the bomb site and the strategy wasn't the problem, but more so that Empire got quote-unquote lucky. And I will agree with them. You know, Dan is not supposed to find that double kill, but that's because Empire played that specific isolated round extremely well. Now the question comes, can Empire adapt to TSM's adaptation and close out the second round in a row?
Empire desperately need to find their footing, Nick, as we've talked about, and they seem to have done that in round number 2. That was a good start.
It was a good start.
You need more of those. Empire on map number 2 of Cafe had a strong round, immediately answered back by 2 strong rounds from TSM. 3 strong rounds, actually, after their second as well. So TSM just never relented. And that's actually been one of the big stories, is how these teams that we've seen so far, they just keep going. That was the main focal point for FaZe Clan whenever people casted them, was how FaZe just never gave up.
Oh. It's true. And TSM, I mean, they've had the momentum the entire series. Even when they're not, like, leading in rounds, the rounds they are playing themselves, they've been controlling the pace. And you see it here again, Merc instantly retakes big tower, shoots both drones, and now Empire. You've gained nothing with this.
I mean, you've opened up some of it, and you've got Merc's attention, but that's about it. Could Empire pull something off? Oh, Merc!
Never mind.
Oh, no, you were praising him.
I was going to say it gets a free kill, but he became the free kill.
Things that we said about Merc. And what a blunder we witness.
But Empire needs this, right? Because that's their way back into this momentum-wise. That's the opening, that's the snowball. It's small right now, but it grows in size, and Joystick inside of Kitchen finds another one.
On to Bolo, who's roaming. Down goes Achieved. Empire putting on a clinic at the moment, showing why this is their map. An Adrenal Surge from Dan can come out and pick up Joystick, but it's Geo to finish it off and head back to White Stairs. Geo and White Stairs is not a mix that you want to be hearing all that regularly. He was on that EG team, and now he's on the TSM team, who just got crushed on dorms 2 rounds in a row. After round 3, Empire take the lead.
Look at that confidence from Empire. They flooded the bomb site instantaneously. The moment Merc got taken out, that was a complete game changer. It looked like Empire was completely stuck. They had gained no ground. They went big tower, opened up the wall, and then they just left it. And, well, it may be someone was on a drone saying, oh, Merc's inside a big tower, Merc's inside a big tower, but I don't think that's the case. I just think Dan was in the right place at the right time and managed to save his teammate. And, of course, you can also argue that, at the very least, Merc should have gotten that 1 kill, then got traded. But sometimes, I guess Gods can bleed and Gods can miss, because he whiffed every single bullet, which never happens.
How different does that round go, by the way, if Merc gets that kill? Merc gets the kill on to Shepard. That's basically, that's your full execute. That's one player that can't open up the wall. Now you don't have that same level of confidence that Empire has. You don't have the same ability to then maneuver back over into Master, open up closet wall, and try to get a plant down. I mean, hell, Empire didn't even need to get the plant down in that round. They were just so strong in their engagements on their own. And again, the roam is what falls apart 2 rounds in a row. And not even just falling apart, because Empire actually read into the roam quite effectively. So you have to wag your finger at TSM while giving a tip of the cap to Team Empire.
That you did. The only argument I would make for why that round might have just continued up succeeding is because Joystick, while that happened, had snuck into dining kitchen area and found Bolo as well. And he wasn't alone, because he was acting from a yellow ping from a teammate, supposedly on a drone of some sort of information. So even if Merc had traded 1-for-1, Bolo will still go down from Joystick, making that a 4 versus 3. And while it slows down the attack from Empire because the Maverick Torch won't be available, I don't think it's a game breaker. Bolo this time around plays it a bit more safe as Joystick will contest. Now falling back this staircase. TSM not roaming on this basement round. They will play it safe and sound on the bomb side. And Empire, well, got a ton of utility. 6 grenades, 3 flashbangs, 2 smokes, and 4 Retero drones. They're so prepared for this.
They absolutely are. Just chock full of goodies, as you want to say. Stacked to the gills, I guess you could as well. The big story so far through these 3 rounds has been Dan's emergence as a threat. He was not effective on Clubhouse, not the way that he needed, and actually costed his team a couple rounds, dying haplessly and needlessly. But he has shown that he can now be droned in effectively and is playing with more confidence. Out of all the players on Empire, Dan is the one player who does tend to show the most emotions. So if he can keep a level head, the whole team is going to be in good position. Halfway point here of round number 4. It's a basement defense from TSM down below. Hatches are getting opened up, and as you talked about, there's still lots of utility from the attackers to clear out the goods.
There's no kite on the board from TSM, so these hatches will get opened up rather quickly from those exothermic charges. The kite will slow things down, force the Maverick to use the torch, but, well, that's not going to be the case this time. 1 minute and 15 seconds left in Empire. They have a ton of things to work with, and they're clearly wanting to put their eyes in that backside area. Blue and big tower stairs with that meeting hatch drop, and this Retero drone will clear out some utility inside of blue.
Oh, and it goes off yet again. Another. There's still at least one more for Scyther. It looks like 2, actually.
Or keep sending them in.
And he's just going to continue the battalion of drones. Nitro Cell goes off on a Dan. Adrenal Surge is down. Grenades also potentially down. One more tossed in from Joystick as smoke obscures the hatch. I don't know if that was properly timed, but it might actually stop Empire from going in as much as they want. Tons of nades sailing into the bomb site, and one does connect onto Geo, but that's about it. Team damage done to always. Joystick picking off Achieve. That's all that he's going to get. Bolo almost gets the spray transfer, and now it's Empire falling apart. In the midst of the toxic canister, Shepard has to retreat. Diffuser's down as well. They need to pick it up. Look at Always' HP. He can't really cover. If there's a single bit of damage done to him, he's as good as dead. Both players from Empire will walk in the same direction. TSM showing great restraint. Always gives himself away. They want to bait out any nitro cells or toxic canisters. There's none to be found. Only bullets. And the bullets from TSM, they're good. Merc with the final 2 kills. And these teams far more even on Oregon through 4 rounds.
Team Empire tried to bait out the plant there at the end of that 2 versus 3, but Charla stayed inside of blue elbow, and that means that there's a possible flank to come through if Empire goes to the plant. That means if you're Empire, you have to just find the picks, but TSM, they play disciplined, proning, waiting, setting up that crossfire. They know how to play those 2v3 situations, how to abuse the fact that Empire are working against the clock, and this C4, the opening kill, really swayed this round in favor of TSM.
It absolutely did. A nice nade tossed out as we got to see. Joystick and back tower stairs was so strong for Empire, and it ends up being a very critical part of the map. Time and time again, if a team cannot wrestle control of Pillar, you are not going to be able to get in and get a default plant down, even if you have that hatch control and box control as well. So TSM unrelenting, getting the pick on the Joystick, not surrendering Pillar control, allowing Merc while the other 2 teammates to stand pat and have Merc go through the hallway to flank Pillar is exactly what enables that style of play. And time again, we bring him up. What a glow up it's been from Merc. Absolutely. There were rumors floating around the time of the Mexico Major of dropping Merc from this squad. Issues with potentially attitude, consistency. We don't really know why. But what a mistake it would have been. Look at where this team is right now. Even if Empire 3-2 TSM, you have to look at Merc's contributions through those first 2 maps and all the other maps to get here and realize that he is the reason for this success of this team right now. And he deserves that praise, and he deserves it quite loud.
I fully agree. And I mean, I myself, I've had doubts about Merc earlier. I was kind of vocal on Twitter about how I was unsure about TSM's success at Invitationals, like I was of North America as a region. And I'm eating my words right now because North America, while as a region, might not have been the best. TSM definitely are.
I have 2 questions for you. First question, how dare you?
I'm sorry.
Second question, how do they taste? How do those words taste?
Bitter, sour, not sweet, that's for sure. But I will say it, TSM has been looking like the top 2 team in the world at this event. I think them and Liquid have been my 2 favorites so far. Empire definitely a 3rd location, but in this series, they're outmatched by TSM so far.
Hold on a second. Empire here is setting a very fast tempo. And I think with the sound of the LMG, they know that they need to get out of there. Nade cooked. Attic opened up. Dan wary of a Nitro cell getting dropped on him through that opening. And I think that's very wise to do that. Bolo has one in his pocket. That's the player inside of Attic for TSM. This is a meeting defense, the tertiary bomb site for these teams. And again, dorms will be a big focal point.
That it will. We see now Empire getting a little bit stuck, but then finds an opening, goes to Bolo. That's the Goyo off the board. No big losses, but Merc is so low and health down as well on the smoke.
Needs to try to ride this one out as the toxic canisters continue to go. I think at this point you don't want to die with any of them in your pocket. They are not a persistent gadget. Merc has expended all of them now. Dan and Bolo have been the story. We talked about Dan already, but what about Bolo? Bolo has been ineffective on the roam so far. He hasn't even been able to hold map control because Dan is just this machine that continues to chew up land and push forward. Picks up a 2nd kill.
And
all of TSM are gone. Dan picks up 3. But look at Merc.
Oh, not again.
They don't know he's here. Merc fires a little bit too early. He's not going to get anything for it, but now they know where he is. Merc, you didn't believe in the shotgun enough. It's the nade to now sail in. Merc flushed out. Chala in a 1v5, and he has to get out of the bomb site. He won't do that, by the way. It's a 4K from Dan, and a flawless round gives Empire the lead.
It's been confirmed. Merc is in possession of the invisibility cloak because once again, whether it's him flanking or staying in a corner, not moving a muscle, he will always somehow manage to not get droned out or found. Unfortunately for him, the highlight reel stops right there. The previous round, when they were on the defense on Kid Storms, he had the whiff on antenna window. And that round, I wouldn't say it was a blunder. The shotgun does shotgun things sometimes if you don't believe in it hard enough. But that could have been 2 massive kills that barely did any damage. Not his fault, I will say one more time. The shotgun can just be inconsistent sometimes. You gotta believe a lot in it, and they'll believe in you as well. But Team Empire, they're finally starting to find some ground, and their celebrations are looking a lot happier as well. They understand the position that they're in, and if anything, I think they're just enjoying the fact that they're on this grand final stage, and now they're playing a bit more loose and a bit more, or having a bit more fun, and then 8-2 in 5 rounds. That's the big name right now, finding so many openings for Team Empire.
All right, well, back up to dorms TSM will go because laundry is locked. That was the only bomb site that TSM was able to hang their hat on so far. Look at what is unfolding in front of us. Empire successful on both executes onto this bomb site, Nick. 2 attempts on dorms, and Empire are perfect on it. Even on meeting, where Empire had to deal with most of the defense in that exact same spot. Empire win that one too. They very clearly like and are comfortable with the top floor of Oregon. Another thing to note, if you'd like to reference the Oregon stats, is that it is a defender-sided map. TSM are not winning on the more favorable side traditionally, and that is a problem.
Yeah, it's the same story as the first map of Clubhouse, where it's like 54% favored on one side. Oregon is defender favored, launcher supply being the most at 62% overall. But honestly, the stats don't matter in this case. These are the best teams in the world. What happens, or what matters the most, is how they choose to play out these rounds, and more importantly, the adaptation. When you see a bomb for the first time, that's your immediate impression of how a team plays around it. Then, well, how does the defending team adapt on their second time? And then more importantly, how does Empire on their attacks now change their situation? So far, it's been Dan. Every round Empire has won, he had a big hand in it. Whether it's getting 2 opening kills or a single opening kill or just being in the right position at the right time to help his teammates, it's Dan. So if Empire, they need to find a different avenue to open up these rounds than a single player. And right now, actually, with only half the round to go, they've done good progress so far. Cleared out the jammer, breached open the wall, done a little bit of verticality. Dan was sneaking around Big Tower, but nobody from TSM was all there.
Yeah, absolutely. A good tempo being set by Empire at the moment as they've opened up that wall leading into games. That's the old generator wall, if you hear people refer to it as Gen still. It's just a holdover from before. Dan on 8 kills through 5 rounds of action. He's really made this half his own. And he's got his team to back him up. Gone 6 goes, but that's a miss. You gotta be a little bit more accurate with that ADS because that shield is so critical. There it goes, and it sounds like the fire will spread from the Goyo behind it, and yes, indeed. Oh no, Chala worried about the play at the top of the stairs, but Bolo on the flank. Chala thought that Bolo would be there faster. You lose access to your smoke because of that, and again, it's another mistake from TSM that is capitalized upon by Empire.
It is, and they don't have any tools now, but now Empire going deep on Ascendant. They cannot plant that nade, opens up the round. Cypher inside of Kid Storms.
I just can't believe this. They've just barreled on in. The brazenness, a double kill from Dan, but it's achieved to slow it down. Dan is on 1 HP, 10 kills, but 1 HP. Scyther is the one that you have to worry about. And there he is, say the man's name. What do they say? Speak of the devil and the devil shall appear. The first half goes to Empire. They desperately needed something to shake them out of the funk that they were in through those 2 maps. They get it on Oregon, and to the second half, they go with the wind at their back.
And now is Empire once again reading out the situation because Joystick found the opening kill onto Smoke of Chala inside of Kid Storms from the white stairs. Then he got shut down by Bolo below and Goyo. You can very safely assume that Goyo is playing a C4, so instead of planting in that default position, Empire, they push on through, they toss out the grenade, they push with that grenade, and despite the crossfire being there from TSM, they managed to find kill after kill after kill, and yes, Achieve did get a C4 kill eventually, but it wasn't on the planter, and that's important to note.
Dan is so nasty, man. Dan has just been, Dan, you're nasty. That's it. It's my official...
That's your slogan?
That's my official proclamation about you. No real need for me to go too in-depth. As you see the fist bumps go out, let's go through the first half yet again. Through those 6 rounds, it's yet another 4-2 scoreline. This has been through all 3 maps, 4-2 scorelines to start off each half. The thing is that TSM have led both times. This is the first time that Empire have the lead after the first split. Empire getting 4 opening picks. Guess which rounds those were?
The ones they won.
TSM getting 2 opening picks. Guess which rounds those were?
The rounds they won.
Again, the conversion rate for these teams on their first pick has been incredible. And throughout the entire stretch of matches we've seen today, if you get the first pick, you've got an over 80% win rate of going on to win the rest of the round. And I will, once again, I will keep talking to you. I'll beat that information into your head so that you don't ever forget it. Only 1 diffuser was successfully planted outside of that very final round, as I believe the diffuser went down at the last second by Dan. Again, it's very close. Other than that, 1 flawless round for Empire. They look in mighty good form going into the second half. Both teams still have their timeouts, and Empire want to put this one away and send us to map number 4.
That to do, and I mean, this first round is quite important for TSM because if you can find back the momentum on this attack inside, you're off to a great start. But if Empire wins this round, make that a 5-2 scoreline, I have to wonder, well, TSM, is it time for a timeout, right? Talk about the game going forward because you have really a lot of room for TSM to make mistakes. You can throw Oregon out the window and say, we don't care, bring us to Villa. We don't care, bring us to Bank. But Empire, complete opposite story. Every round matters so much. They're on this basement defense in the first round. They're playing extremely passive, inviting TSM to the bomb side, allowing them to take map control extremely quickly. And with the Hibana on the board and no Kaid from Team Empire, they're getting a lot of value out of this utility so far. You got 8 grenades and 3 flashbangs, 8 drones to your name. TSM, they got it all.
Well, what did I say about this defender lineup that some teams favor? On the right side of your screen, Scyther, Dan, and Always all running anti-gadget operators. That's an Aruni and a Wamai and a Jaeger on the board. And that's going to be a lot to cut through. So even with 8 nades and 3 flashbangs, 11 of those. You think about the Wamai discs, you think about the fact that the ADSs can eat a projectile apiece, you think about the Aruni gates. Once you clear those out, you're going to have to be quick before they reset. And a minute to go, that's the pace that TSM is going to have to play off of.
That it is, and this nade is going to define the moment. If this can find something, that's going to be an opening, but it does not, so TSM have to hold still, wait for Empire to make the first move, because you don't want to walk into this crazy amount of gunfire that Team Empire has, and if you're Empire on the side, you can wait quite comfortably. You got 3 more Toxic Babes, but no C4s, and Joystick has to fight against
I don't know how he lived through that second nade, and he might not either. There's the first one to go down. It's Scyther. TSM get their opening pick. 40 seconds left. Nobody moving a muscle through the hallway, but there's a possible play as it's Bolo and Achieve to break in. 30 seconds to go. They've got the smoke in the hallway. Shepard caught in the crossfire, always in a 1v4, and that's it. There's nobody down from TSM. They've got control of the bomb site. It's always isolated over by Elbow, and Bolo doesn't let him get a single thing. No re-entry to the bomb site, it's denied. TSM pick up their very first round, and we are looking at the moment at an attacker side at Oregon.
That way, and that's why stats, they are sometimes not the easiest thing to go off of, because it obviously impacts other teams and their matchups. That round, TSM, it looked a little bit rough, right? The 5v5 on the bomb side, but what really did it for them was that Achieved dropped that electric hatch at the exact right moment. Huge flank from him. It created so much chaos on the side of Empire that they didn't even know what was happening. And of course, Seer, the first 2 gunfights, I mean, they just been in favor.
Just 52 bullets used on that one, by the way. 48 bullets, I think, after that.
Yeah, that is LMGs can be hard to fight against sometimes, and I also think that's why.
There's no way you just said LMGs are hard to fight against sometimes.
Okay, they're always.
As if there's almost always an opportunity where you don't want to fight LMGs. Like, come on.
All right, so if you have an equal weapon, okay, 31 bullet weapon, which like some defenders have, like Jaeger or Doc, Rook, Thunderbird, etc., it's not that bad. But the Roni, the SMG-11, it's bad.
Yeah, I'm in danger.
Yeah, I'm in chuckles, yeah.
Yeah, it's, oh no, hold on a second. There's a Zofia at the breach with 150 bullets. I have the Roni with 16.
Take a guess on who wins that gunfight.
What could possibly go wrong?
I'm a little bit confused about Empire because, like, I think the way TSM plays their basement defenses on both Clubhouse and now on Oregon, the way they extend up and roam and challenge their opponents, I think that's the exact right approach to the game. And Empire, they're doing it really passive with this Wamai, Aruni, Jaeger situation, and I think it's really outdated, and I don't think it's particularly difficult to attack against. I mean, sure, if Joystick can get aggressive and get a kill, that's something, but that's not a strategy. That's a Hail Mary. That's you praying that something works out in your favor.
Absolutely it is. So 30 seconds off the board, and it's a discovery phase for TSM. The bomb site for Empire remains the same as it was before. A second chance down at Laundry, and what can Empire fix about these mistakes? They like this lineup, by the way.
Yeah, they do, and they're sitting in the exact same corner. So, like, look, all 5 players of Empire, they're sitting on a corner within like a 5-meter radius. They're not slowing, again, no Kaid, you're not slowing down this Hibana, tons of value being brought out, no one's killing drones, there's 8 left from TSM. A minute into the round, almost every hatch is blown right open. You have the same situation with the 8 grenades, the 3 flashbangs, whatever. And Empire like, well, we'll adjust and adapt. What are you gonna do differently? Win your gunfight? That's not reliable. Strategically speaking, they haven't changed anything really on the paper.
There are times when you hear casters and analysts talk about things like, oh, you just need to win your ones.
Yeah.
The thing is that it really sometimes just does boil down to that. There is no strategic depth. You are in a position where you will play to die and you want to engage, and if you lose that one, the whole round goes kaput.
But that's just tough, right? Because, I mean, you can argue that every FPS game, every FPS round, it comes down to that 50-50 gunfight. But if you can, you know, also have a strategical way out of that, if it doesn't work out, that to me is a good play. This right here will come down to those 50-50s we just mentioned. Who can play the positions better, TSM or Team Empire?
Well, Shepard is completely blinded over by Elbow. He's got his back to the area where he needs to be. Merc will walk right in, but he gets down. That's the real deal. And Shepard gets the very first kill. There's backup to go in as well. Nade gets tossed out. Scyther softened up, but he scoots away from that one. Shepard on low HP too. So Empire will take their lumps, but they walk away fabulously. Still alive. TSM in bad shape. There's one onto the magnet. Chala, the very first kill, gets swung on, but the kill feed is both a mix of blue and orange. Both teams sitting in a 3v3. Pillar's control, not quite there. Bolo taking damage, now it's Geo, but he gets traded out with Bolo falling to Scyther, Elbow being watched. The attack from TSM will come from the back of the bomb site. Dan is inside a freezer. He's gonna be the kingmaker for this round. If TSM prevail, they tie things up. Breaking the Aruni gate, but Geo still takes some damage. There's a bulletproof in there. Nice shot from Dan. Leaves Achieved in a 1v2, but Empire know this. They'll play keep away. Achieved tries as he best. He won't even find one of the two, and Empire go back to a 2-round lead.
Well done from Empire in that 2 versus 2 to really play it tight. It was again down to that 50-50 gunfight of who injures who. And it was a complete trade fiesta back and forth. Sure, Empire got the opening pick. It was traded back and forth, 3v3, 2v2, etc. And it came down to this final gunfight when TSM pushed on through Electric Box. And we spoke about if TSM loses a round, will they keep on going or will they call a timeout? And so far, yeah, it looks like TSM will say, we will keep on pushing. We don't want to slow down the pace of this game, keep it up right here. Really good trades from Empire, understanding that when they lost the smoke inside of Elbow, they were kind of doomed, right? No one could retake that position necessarily, so it was always who swung out from E-Box, traded his life 1-for-1, which actually was so worth it. When you're playing in that deep pillar area, it can be so difficult to get any kind of value. And well, while Always did indeed die, he guaranteed himself to bring someone else with him, and that is a really good play in this particular situation. That then means the basement has been won once by TSM on the attack, it's been won once by Team Empire on the defense, and now we're going to Kid Storm instead. Neither team on this side half has shown their cards on this particular situation. That means that, well, TSM to scout out exactly what's going on, or Empire playing it aggressive or passive, and of course Team Empire are going to have no idea what TSM is going to do either.
One of the things I will say is that this is proving how closely matched these two teams are. Cafe looks like the outlier at the moment.
Yep.
Go back to Clubhouse. Yes, it was Empire's pick. Yes, TSM looked like the better team in the first half. Then the side swap came in, and guess what? Empire started to become the better team. And in overtime, TSM win 2 phenomenal rounds back-to-back. Cafe comes out, and it being TSM's map, it really does expose that there are some inadequacies when it comes to the map pool of Team Empire. Oregon, though, you're back on familiar ground. And both of these teams look strong, but TSM gave up a lot of rounds because of bad roams, and Empire capitalized every single time. Your opponents are going to make mistakes no matter what level you're playing at. Even the best teams to play this game have made mistakes, but your opponents need to punish you for them. If they don't, it doesn't matter if you're making those mistakes or not. Empire punish them, they get the commendation for that, and because of that, they've got the lead solely because TSM had some deficiencies on their own roam.
It's a really good point, and I fully agree with it. And I think a lot of people expected Empire to take the first map, then TSM wins Cafe, and then like Oregon is when this like best of 5 truly starts. Because Villa and Bank are not Empire's maps in terms of how good they play on it, and now
I really wanted to talk about what we just saw because once again, SI always brings the most viewership that we see, and it brings a lot of newer players. How did that thermite charge not blow up the wall? Well, there's a little light fixture in the classroom below. You shoot out some of the floor and throw an impact grenade down. The radius from the impact grenade will go through the floor on the other side of closet and take off the exothermic charge. That is something that doesn't get shown up on the scoreboard. But that is a sexy, sexy thing, my friends, and that can win you the round just by itself.
Yeah, we call that impact triggering or impact deny. Any sort of explosive can do that, you know, above a reinforcement, below a reinforcement. And that's a very cheeky trick you can do. Cypher finds Merc, he's off the board now on this Iana. 6 and 6 to his name, and Dan finds another at Empire's momentum.
This has to be a timeout for TSM if they don't win this round. Maybe even if they do, because things are not going well. But oh, excuse me, where is Achieved to get this 3K? And suddenly TSM have a big lead. It forces Always to get back to the bomb site. Scyther's the only one to hold it down for now, but Always has been droned out. This is even better intel. Always spotted, it's a quad from Achieved. Nade goes in, he'll vault on in, but Geo steals the ace. It doesn't matter who gets the last kill because TSM gets the round.
Achieved got 3 kills, make that 4 from the big window. You'd think that when the first player from Empire falls, no one else would dare peek their head.
You know what we call those?
What?
Freebies.
Throwables, thrown rounds, mistakes, blunders. Okay, I will say this. Maybe off camera, what we didn't see was that Team Empire recognized the Chief was alone, an isolated target, right? And they said, let's swing this player together and eliminate him off the board.
He didn't even peek that, by the way. Like, he didn't lean peek it.
You see it here. He finds one, that's free. Oh, they did try. Oh, that's...
Okay, so...
If the guy jumps out...
Hold on, I'm calling in. That's I'm looking up the price on that one. I'm looking it says here...
You are nasty.
Well, is it a nursery? There's a lot of babies being thrown out there, but you know what that was? I looked up the cost of that, and it's free $99 was actually what it said on 2 of those picks. Still, I think Empire did actually play that correctly, and they peaked at almost the same time. We often talk about how you can't get a kill and then immediately turn and get the other kill. Well, Chief said, yeah, I can.
Well, the guy in the big window didn't jump out the window. I think that was the one mistake where if the guy impacts the window in small tower and jumps out, then the person near the big window should also jump out so that you're both outside the building, because you know the sort of whereabout, like left or right-hand side of where Chief will be. But if one person jumps out and the other one holds an angle, you're just once again kind of praying that the Chief makes a mistake. And that impact grenade is obviously going to take all of his attention because it's so loud. So while they tried to isolate a target, they didn't really do it correctly and they got punished. And that means that, well, TSM just won a round they should arguably never have gotten away with. It was oh so easy for them. You're clearing out the ADSs from the stronghold. You got in. It didn't really hit the mark. So that's utility wasted, if you will. Second nade will try and do the same job, see if you can get it successfully, and there it is.
It's both.
Yep. You get all the ADSs, the shields, etc., and that's how you want to do it.
I believe that also gets the default cam.
Yeah.
So you get the default cam, you get the shield, both of it at the same time. With the way that TSM are playing their nades, they've loved this 8-nade lineup. They've still got 6 left. It's not the end of the world, but it is misused gadgetry. That grenade could go somewhere else to flush somebody out of a particular spot or get used on another gadget. Those are small little mistakes that don't seem that big, but over the course of a round, they add up, and they add up quite quickly, especially when you need to push somebody out of a spot or you've got a prime nade kill lined up. There's 20 seconds left, and you botch that first nade.
Not just that, but you only have one more flashbang, which means you might need to use your grenades to actually clear the ADSs or magnets, then use another grenade to do the damage. So, yes, every single nade matters, so does every single flashbang, and Team Empire on this dining defense, not meeting, they'll try and hold on the forward. Look at Merc on the flank here, inside a green hallway, could make a huge play, but he will say, not just yet. I'm gonna wait a bit longer.
I don't know if he has any intel, that's the real thing. 4 drones in action for TSM, still 2 in their pocket.
Impact grenade?
Tossed out, and I think they might actually be able to get this if there was even put on the wall. I think that's the case. Have they drone joystick out of this position? Because if so, that's a big miss from TSM.
They have no more exothermic charges left. It's only down to the Mavericks, so Team Empire actually can sit tight inside of showers because they cannot breach the wall.
I like this angle from Always from above, watching the hatch.
Merc going in?
Moment, but Merc is in. He sees an opportunity. Snaps onto the head of Shepard, removes it from his body. Dan is next. Merc has all their attention. The rest of TSM have to follow up. A third from Merc. What are these individual heroics that we're seeing? Diffuser goes down, joystick boxed out, and Always is the only player to stop a tie game. TSM, they see the opening. They take the opening. And Always now in a position above, where the diffuser will continue to tick away. I said that if TSM don't win that round, they might need to take a timeout. They proved me wrong. Now, all of a sudden, we're going to go into round number 11 with this thing tied up because it's all on Achieve to take out the last player. It was a foregone conclusion that Always was as good as gone, and now it's 5-5. Empire need to find something. If they surrender these next 2 rounds, TSM win the whole thing.
I love the fact that we got to briefly speak about the fact that Merc was looking for that flank with the gun 6. It was a very readable position because we as observers, we have that information. But Merc somehow finds not just one, not just 2, he finds 3 kills on the entry. And you asked earlier, what's the purpose really of Merc doing that? And honestly, it's the chaos effect. The second you're inside the bomb site from a flank, that's gonna mean every single member of Empire within the perimeter, in the area, area, they will have to just 180-degree flick, turn around, and change their entire focus off that small dining attack. And then Gio immediately after, the moment Merc gets the kill, runs in and starts planting. Now Empire cannot stop the plant or lose every single member of their team, and it lied somewhere in the middle. They didn't stop the plant, and they also lost every single member of the team because Merc is just so much better. And when he got those first 2 kills, I'm pretty sure I could hear Gotcha from the crowd, if you will, scream. He's like, yes, yes, another one. And TSM, now back-to-back rounds, have absolutely stolen the show.
If Empire lose this, they have to call a timeout. It's that simple.
It's the last one, yeah.
It's your last round. If you do not call a timeout after this round, if you lose, if TSM goes up 6-5, that means they sit on championship point. If you do not call the timeout, and you lose that round, well, I don't need to tell you, I'm no mathematician, but you don't need to know that there's no more rounds for you to call a timeout on.
That's it.
Whereas if you're TSM, I think you can kind of let it go. Though I do think no matter what, the teams are going to want to settle down. The only thing is if the coaches have confidence in their players to play it out. If TSM say, we're ready for any bomb site, we don't need a timeout, then you don't want to give that slight advantage to Empire, who also can talk during the timeout, to possibly get back in the game or gain more strength or more knowledge or anything like that over you.
I agree, and we're seeing the same attack, the same defense. It's a third basement defense. The first time TSM won it, the second time Empire won it. Both were very close rounds and 2 versus 2s. Third time is the charm, but for which team? Whoever wins this will go on map point, and of course if TSM wins it, it is match championship point as well. So Empire, they really need this round to go in their favor, to regain back those rounds that TSM stole from them in the previous 2. And Joystick is out of freezer, has magnets, has beat boops, has utility, and TSM will have to clear it first before making any moves.
Drone will see him. They must know that he's playing in this spot. Again, this same lineup coming out.
No changes.
No changes from Empire, and in fact, playing in almost the same spots. This is vintage Empire, where you knew where they were coming from on attack, and they'd still kill you. You didn't even need to drone them out. But look at that. A nade lands on the head of Dan, the best performer for Empire on this map, removed from Merc, who's been one of the best performers from TSM at this whole event.
Playing very passive against 8 grenades is such a bad idea, and I will say it one more time before the chaos breaks out. This is outdated Rainbow Six Siege. You cannot do this, and TSM are punishing it so well.
And Joystick knows that there's one at the bottom of Laundry Stairs, but you need to be a little bit wary. Joystick, you just took a lot of damage on that peak. The smoke will keep the attackers at bay for now, but Joystick can't see through it to get the sight that he wants. Down goes Merc, that's on Scyther. Empire get one back. TSM might not want to be in the position that they're in. The Aruni gate is primed and ready in front of Gio. He can get activated again, but he's just sitting, waiting patiently. Diffuser will be escorted into the bomb site with Gio. Down goes Bolo. They know he's around the corner. A nice pre-fire. Chala is in, and he continues his surge forward. He gets 2 big kills. Diffuser needs to be planted, but they're just holding right now. Empire are holding. Passive, as you said. There's a big double play by Shepard, and they get it. They were holding until they weren't. And it's now Empire on map point.
We are now in a position where this is literally anyone's round, because what looks to be a certain team's round just doesn't go that way. On the dorms defense and the dining defense, Empire looked like they had it in the bag, but TSM stole the show. Now I was like, okay, Chala, he was an Ashman at one point. He's now on the support duty, makes a phenomenal entry, gets 2 players, and we're thinking TSM is gonna bring it to match point. But no, Shepard and Always, they funnel through, they find the picks. This grenade from Merc was really good, and Cypher now clawed his way back, and Joystick held his ground and frees a hallway. Chala with that 1, make that 2 entries into the bomb site as a support player, showing that support lives matter too. But then it was Always, and it was Shepard. 6-5 for the Russians.
And that really does also boil down to bad coverage from TSM. They had site control. It's a 2v2 with the diffuser being planted. Nobody's watching freezer. You've got control of supply room. Nobody's watching in that direction either. And I called this. I said, you want to take a timeout? It certainly looks like TSM have called their tactical timeout. It's been paused for quite a while. If that's the case, TSM are going to want to keep their team through it, and there's some celebratory fist bumps over on their bench, so I'm guessing that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I think this is like a good vibe situation. I also think if you are Pojo, if you're the coach who's standing behind TSM, it could be as simple as going, guys, don't get like frustrated, don't get bothered. Like, even if we don't win this round, even if we don't win Oregon, we got 2 more maps to go, and we're still so much in the driver's seat because, remember, as we spoke about earlier, when TSM can slowly start feeling that hammer slip away and their odds are getting a little bit lower, that's when I think there might be some frustration, maybe some tilt factor to it, even though they've looked really good in these last 3 rounds. So I think you should always use your timeout unless you're absolutely sure that there's no necessary need for it. Empire, they've been holding on Oregon, but TSM just used theirs.
Oh, it's a double dorms defense for Empire. For TSM, it's do or die. If you lose this round, Empire take their map of Oregon. Again, though, this bodes so well for TSM, and I feel like you might think that we're being biased towards this North American team, but go back to map number 1. Empire got a distinct advantage in the upper bracket. They pick Clubhouse and then ban out a map. But guess what? TSM wins Clubhouse. Now even here on Oregon, this is Empire's map. Yep. And TSM have still pushed them to round 12. On TSM's map, it was a shelling. 7-3 in favor of TSM. So if TSM can clobber on their own map, it might mean that Empire takes Oregon, but Villa's up next. We know that Empire's not a bad team on that map, but TSM picked it for a reason. If they're as comfortable as they were on Villa, or if they're as comfortable on Villa as they were on Cafe, you might be in significant trouble for Empire. So this would end up being a Pyrrhic victory for them to take Oregon. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, because the timeout from TSM might end up paying off. I suspect if we don't see an early pick, things will go south for TSM very quickly. Bear in mind that Empire defended this bomb site only once before, and it was Achieved's gigantic 4K on the window that ultimately gave them the round. And there you go, there's your early pick, Nick. A 5 and 10 joystick is frankly not good enough for Empire to win a world championship with, and TSM get the very first kill.
It's those grenades, those pesky, pesky grenades, time and time again finding so much damage and opening kills on the side of TSM. They've been running 8 grenades each and every single round with just 3 flashbangs to clear out utility with them, and it's been working so well in their favor. No corner is safe, no vertical floor is safe for you at all. Maybe next season with the new operator, but not right now.
There's drones being tossed in, still a bevy of them available. 7 for TSM, but those numbers are now dwindled by 2 on down. Achieve down below. Does he have any nades? Yeah, he does. He has 2. There's, again, this 8 nade
here they come.
that's available. And they're going to go out like a flock of doves, but with a very different result. There's no peace to be found here, only war. And in times of war, the people with the better artillery tend to win. In this case, it's TSM. Another nade will go in to bounce off, and Shepard gets away. Merc drops down. Empire continuously being moved out of these positions, but TSM are not finding kills from it yet.
They haven't, and we tried Geo, tried to breach that wall, but it was shut out by Always. Nade below from Achieved. Can also see that Electric Claw, perhaps no. Another nade comes out, he hears him above him, tries to take the angle, gets shut out a little bit, but this nade can just do a ton of damage, but no! Shepard finds the head somehow throughout the floorboards.
Really well played by Empire, keeping themselves in a position where Achieved cannot do maximum damage from down below. This is the tense moment, but look at Bolo's in this same spot, and they know he has to come up White Stairs. An angle being held, Bolo fakes it out. Nade back in hand. Where are you going, Bolo? Hit the Adrenal Surge first, get the mark, but now you're going to be fighting Shadows because he's as good as gone. Up the hatch, Bolo on the ground. There's a pick on to Shepard. TSM will need to run into the bomb site. Bolo doesn't see the player down below. Always with a Nitro Cell. This will be a desperate attempt, but it's TSM to box them out. If Always can't do this, then it's overtime on the menu, and it's a post plant, making things even harder for Always. Still down in security. But there's lots of avenues that the attackers can see him on. He sees one down below. That's a pick on the Merc. 2 more to be found. Always losing most of his HP in the process. Up White Stairs. Through this doorway. One of the most treacherous retakes on any site, on any map. And it's TSM with 2 players at full HP. They don't lose a single point of it. Overtime again on Empire's map.
Here we go. Tied up once more. Very convincing round from TSM. In certain parts of the round, there are some moments where we're thinking, what is going on? But the one thing that stayed consistent throughout were the vertical grenades. Bolo, I think, cooked and uncooked the same grenade about 5 times, waiting for solid information where the player of Empire was sitting, and it ended up really paying off. Always was down below inside of server, and he did not flank. Not sure if he was holding that double window jump in, or just fearing the fact that might be a player or Jonah waiting, but this right here, the opening kill is what started it all, and that was with a grenade. It was Joystick who got taken off the board, and Shepard who suffered the same fate moments later.
Good coordination by TSM. They seem to have lots of information as to where those remaining players from Empire and the bomb site were, and they picked them off methodically one by one. Pardon the curse words there, but obviously, TSM are actually celebrating less than they did on maps 1 and 2. It's got to be the weight of this moment finally dawning on them how close they are. They've got Empire on their back foot. TSM, we could have very easily written them off when it was a 5-3 in favor of Empire. But both of these teams, they really stick with one another, and TSM are finding success from it.
It is, and I think, you know, when you're in the first and second map, it's all about gaining ground, you know, winning the first series or winning the first map in the series, winning the second map, and that's why I think there's a lot of emotions, right? When you're on the third map, when you have a chance to actually make it the final map, it's about hyper focus. Sure, celebration is always important, but you know, it's so much more about this right here. Focusing on the task at hand, the current round 6-6, that's the only thing that matters to these players if you're TSM. Where Empire, we're looking long term. Joystick and Bolo, they get frisky together, but Bolo comes out on top. Joystick being shut down time and time again on this early roam.
My goodness. Joystick, again, as we talk about, he cannot underperform. He's one of your star players. He needs to be in the action, the cut and thrust of the round. And now he's absent. The good news is that at Malusi, your gadgets will be persistent. They're not passive, or they're not active gadgets, they're passive. They just sit there, they continue to be there. But Empire are running this same lineup again on the bottom floor. Now, the thing is that Empire's record on this bomb site is actually quite good. It's 2-1. And the only real issue they had was the very first time when they lost control of Freezer and then Pillar 2. Are they going to commit those same mistakes? Well, this gives TSM a ton of time to play with because now they've got just over 2 minutes, of which 30 seconds have gone, where they get to get map control and figure out how they want to approach the bomb site.
But going back 30 seconds, imagine if Empire had a roaming strategy to support Joystick and have more map presence and shut down TSM together. That could be a very different story than just letting Joystick be the hero alone. And now, as you said, we're in the basement, and TSM, they've brought out the Flores. They get 3 more flashbangs to clear out areas. They get their Terror drones, which right now on your screen, that's a lot of damage. That's the shield gun and elbow. That's a crucial, if not the most crucial position of Shepard on this backside hold. It is gone. It is not gonna come up again, and you're playing 5 versus 4 already.
I like that Shepard took that part of the map back, though. Taking elbow back, if they don't drone it out, they don't know that he's still in that same spot. A smoke will go out, and then a fleet of drones will also find their way through blue. Always with a nade, dances around it, but I don't know where he's gonna go. He's in this position trapped. You're gonna need somebody from Empire to swing onto this, because always will be as good as gone, and there you go. You don't win those gunfights. Achieved is leveled up on this map to a point where he is so good. Now it's Shepard to go as well, but look at that. Empire claiming the kill feed. They have something going for them. Diffuser is down as well, and it's a kill for Scyther to hunt on it. He'll be able to get Shepard back up. Hold on, hold on. Nice play by Scyther, and he might have just saved the round. Achieved is in a desperate position by Pillar. Things looked so good for TSM, but they've gone from bad to worse, and Empire with 10 seconds left just need to fall off. Play keep away. They know that Achieved doesn't have the diffuser, and they know that Achieved doesn't have a hope in hell of winning this round. Empire back on match point.
Scyther just saved Team Empire, not from the series just yet, but from the round. That is a huge moment, as they can now be really happy about gaining momentum in this OT. Remember, you need to win 2 rounds in a row. Otherwise, we keep going. Infinite OT. We cannot go 8-7. That is not a score that happens right now. Either we go 8-6 or we go 2 more rounds. We're swapping sides every single round as well. That means Empire is now on the attack, and this looked so bad for Team Empire. But Scyther, 16 bullets in a dream. Found kill after kill.
After kill after kill. And you said the words that I wanted to once again remind the audience on: unlimited overtime. Map number 1 already went to OT. I will remind you that that was Empire's map. They went to OT. TSM wins both the rounds. No unlimited OT required. Here, there is once again an opportunity for it. TSM need to win this round, obviously, to stave off defeats. Map number 3 is Oregon. Map number 4 is Villa. Map number 5 is Bank. In case you're not reading the top of the screen in regards to what map we are on, we were on map 3. And then once again, we have Villa up next, if we need it. Still not sure. We could be 6 minutes away from crowning a new world champion, or we could be significantly longer. It really depends, and it's honestly on the shoulders of TSM, especially in this round. TSM on defense, going downstairs to Laundry. Expect this to be the main bomb site for both of these teams if we go deep into overtime, but if you keep winning it, then you can't go to it for 2 more rounds. It has been by far and away the most successful bomb site for the defenders. TSM won a perfect 2-0 on their half.
That they did, so Team Empire, you can now break it apart, right? Joystick will be alive again. He's had a rough couple of early rounds the last previous 3, or at the very least 2 rounds, being the first person to fall for his team. And I know that, you know, every single Pro League player is like their own biggest critic, but when you are quote-unquote the star player as well, as Joystick is for Team Empire, he's going to be feeling really bad about that, and I hope for his sake he doesn't get desperate.
Neither of these teams have looked very confident when roaming on this bomb site, so I think playing closer to the bomb is going to be a smarter move, and it looks like that's exactly what TSM has on the menu.
It is, and they're holding down the fort with a little bit of a different lineup, right? They don't bring out the Aruni like Empire does. They're bringing out the Goyo on Merc. They're also bringing out the Mute on Geo. That's likely to stop the Reterror drones, and of course the Goyo shields themselves provide more cover. And Empire, while they run less grenades, they still have 6 of them. So plenty of shields to go around. Sophia, of course, has soft breach as well. The 2 smokes, I think, is the biggest impact here. That's the big key maker, where the smoke grenades will help you block lines of sight when you're going for that execute, whereas TSM were brute forcing with grenades. Well, you got the smokes to work with. No flashbangs, though.
One of the smokes seemingly got bungled on Empire's last Laundry execute.
Yep.
On the hatch inside a meeting. You've only got 2 of them, like you said. You misuse 1. That is particularly damning because you almost always want to use at minimum 1 of them to try and keep your execute unknown and hidden. You gasped at the fact that Merc almost lost his life at the very first gunfight. Not a great start for TSM, but with a minute to go, no players are dead yet. Nades getting tossed in on blue. You've opened up hatches in meeting and Laundry. Empire have made the clock work pretty well in their stead.
That they have, and that's just what's going to happen when you're sitting comfortably on side, just like Empire did themselves. Now the question comes, well, what's next? Bolo has now shot like 3 Geminis on the freezer side. Empire spread thin all across the map, but Bolo finds a nice shot onto Joystick. Once again, first to fall for his team. But Empire, here we go. 1 smoke's been tossed, second one comes out. That's going to be the execute.
And they'll go for the drop, but there's a nitro cell. Merc needs to ensure that it lands. Pulls it a little bit too soon. Polo now down. Is he retrievable? The answer is yes. 1 player from Empire inside a freezer. Empire's execute coming from Laundry, but they're pummeling them, always with 2 big kills, still in freezer. 20 seconds to go. Diffuser in Shepard's hands. He'll be escorting it in through the main Laundry doorway. Merc, you've got to win those. You cannot let that happen. Scyther walks away with 1 HP. Good coverage. That's Diffuser, almost down. Geo in a 1v3, but Empire, they want to send this to map number 4. They just need a tiny bit of Geo's HP, and they're going to get it. Empire not letting TSM sweep. You put those brooms away, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to need a 4th map.
Let's see how far we can go. I'm down for 4 maps. I'm down to see Villa, Empire.
I'm down for 5.
You're down for 5. I would love 5 maps, Parker. I will say that much.
I don't need to talk for a couple days. We'll be good. You don't need to talk for a couple days.
I can't believe it's a final day as well. This is the end. This is where we crown the champion.
It absolutely is. Team Empire first made it to the 6 Invitational Finals, Grand Finals, back in February 2019. Just over 3 years later, Empire have won their very first map at an SI Grand Final, and boy, oh boy, does it come in exhilarating fashion. Again, this might have been Empire's map. but TSM pushed them to the limit. The fact that TSM is so scrappy on maps that they might not be the strongest on, that does bode well for Villa. Before we get to Villa, we have a break for you. You hear the triumphant music in the background. We'll be back in just a couple minutes, and we'll find out what happens exactly on the 4th map between TSM and Empire.
Welcome to Rainbow Six Siege Rank Up by Game Plan. This strategic training video series was built for you to push your boundaries and breach into the next level. With some of the world's top players like Pengu, Jesgoat, and Zeronic guiding you, your next rank increase is only a victory away. Not sure what operator best fits your team? There's a lesson for that. Should you flank or be patient? There's a lesson for that too. Lessons are split into 5 tiers, so whether you're a seasoned veteran or brand new to the scene, you're guaranteed valuable tips fit for your rank.
Welcome back, friends. The ordeal continues. TSM so close. We got so close also to infinite overtime, and actually it coming down on this third map, but not just yet. Empire able to clinch out map 3 to make it deeper into this best of 5 grand final at the Invitational. Let's break it down before we talk about the rest. I'm Alex Domenic, your host for the show. With me on the analyst desk are Fresh, Jess, and Dev Marta. Friends, we have just a bit of time before we go into game, so we're going to crack on in with all the information, starting off with our scoreboard. What did it look like at the end of Oregon? Here it is.
I said in the pre-match, Milosh, we highlighted Dan as a player, and I said when his team needs him the most, he turns up. That's exactly what he did. You'll see Empire, they got 4 rounds on the attack through rounds 2, 3, 5, and 6. That was predominantly due to Dan getting in, getting the entry kills, and taking a few risks, being in some strange positions, but just taking those engagements, winning those engagements, and coming up with huge multi-kills.
It was... Oh, go ahead, James. I didn't mean to butt into your point.
Dan actually found 3 opening kills on that attacking side, and typically the attacking side is where Empire has really struggled in the past. They only got 1 out of 6 attacks on this map against M&M, and they converted a 4-2 on the lead in the first half here.
Let's jump back to that Dan point. He's playing a lot of Finker in the rounds upon which he is making massive impact. You see him there on your screen. Every time he could find the impact, he absolutely did. But most of it came down to his gun skill. Conversely, the Finker player for TSM in Bolo, his entire philosophy was, I need to use my grenades. I need to make as much utility impact as possible. And then secondary to that, I get to use my LMG. Whereas Dan, in Dan's mind, there were rounds where he ran the flash grenades. So for him, in his mind, his primary philosophy of moving around with Finker was, I have this many bullets. If you're in my way, I am melting you down. And it was just cool to see the 2 different Finker philosophies. What would you call it? Formidable Finker force or something like that. We named it something. We'll come back to you with the news.
I was thinking Finklosophy. Doesn't work.
We'll think about it another time. There you go. Well, friends, grenades versus LMG. I think that's the big story that we have. But I want to talk about specific raid plays. James, you got one. Bring it up.
Okay, I feel bad doing this, but I got to do it to him. Merc has been such a talking point, and he has been the king of playmaking. He made a fantastic play here where he flanked up through Attic and retook Big Tower. Shot 2 drones in doing so, and now he's in an unexpected position. He's got behind Empire. Problem is, what happens next? He goes outside, he goes for a peek, and unfortunately, he whiffs his entire magazine. And that is honestly, that is horrendous. And I was thinking Merc's got to be down bad after that. Maybe with Merc getting shut down like that, Empire can get back in the game.
We need a redemption. Because I've been on the Merc train. Stop. We need a redemption.
I feel bad. I had to
Production, give me a redemption story of some kind for Merc. Bring it up on the screen so I can highlight how good Merc is when he is activated. We're down in a post plant, and I'm not entirely sure that we are having the clip that we're looking for. But don't worry, because there was a round where Merc managed to go and 60's way into the kitchen door, and when he did, he managed to get a 3K. We don't have that round for you. We have a different one. This goes against my point, unfortunately. So you guys will just have to believe me and trust me that it did happen in round 10.
He was, in that particular round, he was lurking for so long. You saw him on the kitchen door, and he sat with the gun 6 out, and he's waiting for his teammates. Yeah. They call it, he hits it, he walks in sight, clears sight completely out, and that's what enables that plant.
They just don't want a redemption story for TSM. That's what they don't want Merc to have a redemption.
So you got to give it to him.
Do.
I felt bad because I watched that and I was like, this is surely the in for Empire. Yep. And then a couple rounds later, he just popped off.
Only a few minutes then until our next map. Villa and TSM start off on the attacking side with Empire on defense. We got just enough time to walk through it. Fresh, your thoughts?
I have TSM as attacking Villa pretty well, just over the 50% mark compared to Empire. So I'm expecting TSM to come out, put on a few rounds. They showed that they can attack offsites really well throughout the 3 maps that we've seen so far. So hopefully some more of that, and then they can put this game to bed if you're a North American fan.
For me, the big thing is the fact that TSM have already played this map this morning, and they 7-1 FaZe. That is quite a statement.
You know what's a bigger statement than a 7-1? What do you think's better than a 7-1, James?
What about a 7-0, Jess?
And who did the 7-0?
Is that Team Empire?
And who did they do it to?
Is that Sonics?
Yeah, so I think that's better than a 7-0, friendo. I'm just going to have to double down on that one.
We're saying both teams are good at Villa.
But one's one round better.
One round.
Well, that honestly, at this point, with
one round
overtimes that we have on 2 maps, 1 round can be all the difference, or it can be the difference between OT and unlimited OT.
We're going deep here. Whew. Okay.
We got a theory craft on this.
I want like a 20.
This is it. This is the
here we go.
redemption story. Hey, we got there.
It's
did
in
it.
there.
That's nuts. I mean,
see the play, see TSM and how they're performing, but there was something about it where every single round, despite a loss, TSM are always fist bumping. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
You're right, yes.
You see the frustration on Empire's faces. How do you recover from that?
I think the reason that Empire is quite tempered throughout this event is Dan spoke about the fact that he can become quite emotional at events. He's quite an emotional player. He has outbursts as a result. I like their tempered output throughout this event, and that's why they aren't as hyped up as TSM. They're trying to downplay it a little bit more.
I mean, you said Dan was a little bit tempered, right? And I think we saw that in the playstyle. We saw that of him. He lost a little bit of that kind of roboticness.
Yep.
He got loose. He got fraggy. It was a bit of a risk. It paid off. Maybe that's what he needs to do more going into map 4.
Honestly, I think that we've been really treated here so far, and I'm so glad that we've got not a 3-0, we've got a 3-1,
Yes.
a 2-1 scoreline at the minute, have the potential to go to 5 maps. My dream, I just want to see an unlimited overtime.
I mean, it looks like our map is as equal as it can get right now, which is the perfect way to decide between our 2 teams. Thank you guys so very much. TSM versus Empire continues, and we go to Villa. Can TSM close it out? Or will Empire be able to fight and take it to a map 5 here at the Invitational? Europe has done it before, but NA is looking out for blood. Let's toss it back to our casters. It's Intero, it's Pengu. Have fun.
Well, a reverse sweep is now a possibility and might even be a greater probability than it was before, but this is TSM on their map, and they're going to be looking for their knockout punch. Empire need to hang in this because we're going to Villa. This is a map that Empire have only played 1 time here at the 6 Invitational, Nick, and yes, it was a 7-0, but I think you're blind if you think that TSM doesn't have the advantage.
To be fair, TSM played earlier today, which Def just spoke about on Nana's desk, against FaZe. It was a 7-1 victory for TSM on Villa. That means, well, Empire most likely sat and watched that game very closely, knowing that it's likely going to be coming up in the grand finals. So if you're Empire, hopefully you've done your study work, and hopefully you can keep up with TSM on this map, because Empire are not known to play Villa that well.
I ask you as a former player, in all reality, how much can you counter-strat them in such a short window of time? Yeah, you're going to be watching them, but you don't have more than a couple hours to come up with strats to counter them. How much are you actually able to do, and how successful can that be?
So I don't think counter-stratting is the only thing you can take away from it. I think it's just about getting like familiarity, right, with the matchup. Okay, TSM, when they play AVG defense, they reinforce these walls, and they always have like a chief below with a C4. That's not you going counter-stratting like, okay, go down below, kill a chief first, and come above, and worry about the wall, whatever. It's just about now you know what to expect coming in, and then when you're playing the matchup, you can start picking up those patterns, right? Because your coach's job should be to point out those to you, and then all of a sudden in the middle of the game, in the back of your head, you'll hear like a clicking sound that goes tick, and you're like, oh wait, I've seen this before, I've heard about this, oh, that's what we studied earlier. Guys, this is what's gonna happen. And then as an IGL, as an in-game leader, as a captain, you can make the correct call to maneuver your team and yourself around the map in response to what the enemy is doing. So not so much about counter-stratting, but familiarity, whereas TSM, they got a lot less to really work off of because, well, the one game that they played here from the side of Team Empire was a 7-0 against Sonics. That doesn't give you much to work with, really. It's too one-sided, it's too easy, if you will.
No, you're right. This is the bomb site that is affectionately referred to as AVG. Aviator Games, for those of you that might not be the most familiarized with that shorthand. Yep. Empire bringing a lineup that actually looks eerily similar to what they were defending Basement of Oregon with. The only change is that instead of a Malusi, they're bringing a Mute, so you've got some information denial, and most critically, wall denial. Those Mute Jammers are going to go down on the panels to stop Heartbreach from being able to go off.
Yeah, the Mute Jammers are like wall denial in general, so the Bandit, the Kaid, the Mute is extremely important for Villa. If the walls can be kept safe as a defender, you can really bunker up on the bomb site. This is a situation where having like 3 or 4 people on the bomb site itself, it makes perfect sense. It's the expected situation. Whereas Oregon, you can roam. And sure, on Villa, you can roam, but you do want to extend out more often than not, because in a similar fashion as Oregon, slowing down your opponents is what you want to try and achieve. And that's why Joystick right now is getting active on the trophy side of things, where they've reinforced 2 of the walls. Merc might just get a freebie here, but no, you won't see him quite there. Just crosses that vault door, he'll be out of his way.
Neither of these teams roamed very effectively on Oregon, Nick, so it's something to keep an eye on for the remainder of this matchup. If we go past Villa, the next map up is Bank, and that is a very roam-heavy map. So if you can't roam successfully and play off each other, you are almost doomed on this Bank map, because so many of those bomb sites, with the exception of maybe the bottom floor bomb site, rely on you to roam effectively.
I would say that Villa, like the name of the game, is to play off each other. Like Dan on the main stage here has to get support, otherwise he will fade away very quickly. Flashbang comes out, Nate follows, and that's going to be TSM opening up the round explosively.
Oh, and there's an immediate trade back from Dan Merc, a second pick. His adrenal surges are gone as Bolo is down, so you don't have that same staying power. Dan has now assumed the position on main stairs, will be promptly droned out, and always is gone. Now it's a 2v4 for Empire, falling by the wayside. Leaving Joystick inside of the bomb site. I don't know if Dan will be able to get there, so it's time to get really aggro. When you find yourself in a 2v4 and the bomb site doesn't work in your favor, oftentimes you'll see teams try to react off of that. Get an immediate pick, stall them out, and if they can't trade you back, you now set yourself up better for the remainder of the round. All of this action from TSM happened very quickly. There's a minute to go still. So Empire have a lot of time to wait inside of the bomb site, which allows TSM to continue to take map control, open up more avenues in, and then try to get the diffuser down.
It's the same reason why we see a Chiefs and Child now rotating to that red stairs and trophy side to get that flank, get the pins, hammer and anvil. Both sides being pressured from TSM are going to make their odds even better for them.
Dan loves this flank, and he'll chew up some of the heals. America, nice shot. And just like that, it's a 2v2. Dan missed out on by Achieved, but he's been downed and now finished off. Joystick will be the last one left. He knows that there's a player over by 90. Air jabs are there. Joystick creeping up on it, but he's not going to be quick enough. There's some spam marks in, both spam marks. Joystick knows this, can play off this. Who's on flank watch? That's the real question. Diffuser needs to be retrieved. Can Joystick pull this off? The diffuser is so far down. TSM, what are you doing? Joystick is going to make you a laughing stock in this round. All he needs to do is live, and he gets the kill anyway. TSM in one of the worst rounds I've seen at a level like this, just pulling their brains out of their skull, and Empire capitalize.
So TSM's primary focus wasn't that study main stairs side. There were no drones from them on the 90 red stairs side of things. That meant that when Joystick went for that flank, they had no information. They had to play off the guessing game. The diffuser earlier was shot to the ground by Dan when he walked top main and got this nasty shot onto the study window player. We'll see it in just a moment. I'll point it out. Great nade. Dan tricks it back. That makes it a 4 versus 4. But there's so much chaos right here, and TSM really thrived off it. Merc got the nade kill, and he got the injure with the gun to follow it up afterwards. And then we slow down. We really start changing up the pace. TSM holding angles, and Team Empire now has to find a way back into the round, and they don't find it because always gets shot down as well. And then this shot right here defined the entire round. Diffuser was never picked up from TSM. And Joystick, he really showed up for his team. We talked about it. He had like a little bit of a slow Oregon, wasn't looking that impressive. Shot down on the roam game every single round by TSM when they were on the attack. But now Joystick, he's...
Look at that. Look at
emotion.
The exasperation. We were all in that same boat. Like, excuse me, how the hell does that happen? This is those kinds of rounds. They're not going to win you a 6 Invitational. Those kinds of rounds aren't going to win you a regional championship. Those type of rounds aren't going to win you the Meat Invitational. So you need to sort this out quickly. TSM have already had some mental struggles on Oregon. You can see it himself. Some confidence issues. Merc's botch, when he was inside a tower, I firmly believe a big part of that is because pressure does get to this TSM team.
And it's understandable, right? It's their first big event.
Completely. This is the biggest event. This is the biggest map. This is the biggest match that Merc and Bolo have ever played in. So of course there's going to be pressure that gets to them. But that last round was a disgrace.
I'd almost argue the first two maps are the easiest ones, but Merc says this one is easy as well. He does not slow down, finds the interest, able to trade back as the red and blue in our scoreboard top right. It's really showing.
This is really something else. All of a sudden, 45 seconds, 3 players cleared out of the server. Joystick and Always are the 2 to go down. Bolo again, sacrifice, blood to the blood god, as we always say. You love that saying, so we say it often because we know you like it. That's how it works. But Bolo going down, at least he got 1 kill. Adrenal Surge is off as well. They've boxed in this player inside of Billiards, and, well, Chala's trying to take him down by that billiard table in games. Dan will get flashed, and he's blind on the ground. An easy kill for Chala. Boy, what an embarrassing round that would have been for TSM if they failed. This is a trophy statuary defense, and I know that you wouldn't suspect that because Scyther and the rest of his team were all over by a study. I understand an extension of a couple people, but the whole team, maybe a little bit too much for Empire, and TSM now find themselves in the same position they were in before on the round they lost, which is a 4v2.
Yeah, and this is the exact opposite story of what happened in Oregon, right? Where we basically had nobody extending out and fighting together. This is a straight-up brawl halfway across the bomb side on that AVG side that we just saw what Chalice still is. And in similar fashion as the last 4 versus 2, TSM are slowing down, they're setting up, putting their drones to use. They have 6 more to go this round. 2 players, Achieved and Geo, on the master bedroom balcony. They want to try and breach open this wall right behind Cypher to once again create pressure from both sides. But there's a mute jammer on the wall. That just got cleared out by Merc. That means that Geo can now clear out. There's 1 more jammer further left on that wall that has now been grenaded out by Achieved. Geo and TSM, they will need to breach open this wall, then start walking statue and execute the plan. That's where they're joining right now with that Gemini clone from Iana, and that's where they look to set their aggression.
They just need to send somebody over to this connector area. That's all it is, but never mind. Merc can kill you long range. Scyther tip taps away. Diffuser going down from Chala. There's nothing they can do to stop it. No Nitro Cell from Scyther. They get some spam marks, but that's all she wrote for now. Scyther in a 1v3. Desperation will start to consume him. Loses out on a potential kill into Master. Hard angle being held. Ever closing in on that Diffuser is Scyther, but Achieved is there. Simply too many bodies, and they don't want to repeat the same mistakes of the previous round. A much more clean and technical finish to that round in what should be a 2-0, but is not. Both teams tied at 1 apiece.
TSM learned from their past mistakes in the first round. They did the 1-2-3 ABC, clear the jammer, breach the wall, recognize that now statue is theirs in control. Merc walked in, aggressive injury, found a kill, and then you had, I believe it was Chala on the plant right behind him. Even if Merc didn't find the kill and fell to that gunfight, TSM can still comfortably plant and play a very comfortable post plan from that master bedroom when that breach has been opened all up. And what do you know? TSM not slowing down. I think us, included as the fans at home, are expecting, okay, well, when Empire just won that previous round, that's going to hurt your confidence and hurt your mental game if you're TSM. But Merc is just plowing through the map, winning every single gunfight that he takes, and really being a key player once again for TSM. It's absolutely absurd how consistent Merc has been throughout this entire tournament.
Absolutely correct. Merc has been my MVP. I think you could make a pretty credible argument for Geo after that first or second round. Obviously, this is getting ahead of ourselves because there's still 2 more maps to be played. We got to get through Villa and potentially even Bank. And then if Merc falls off or if somebody on Empire steps up, then of course you're not going to give him the MVP. Though I will say, I actually don't disagree with giving MVP to the losing team. So I'm fine with that. If you've been the most valuable player and your team loses a nail biter, then you know what? Sometimes it's pretty good on that regard. But no, Merc, phenomenal stuff. And I think the big question that a lot of people had was after that botch, as we talked about on Oregon, does he get in his own head? We know that Merc has had some issues before with getting in his own head because he's talked about it on social media, but he looks much cooler and he's in a great spot. Empire, not so much. As we're now 30 seconds into round number 3, Joystick has barely survived his first interaction with TSM, and it could have been a 3rd round in a row where TSM gets that opening pick.
Yep, it was a player on that Pantry to repel, but that nade just went out. That's going to clear out the mute jammer passively so that Geo can breach the wall, but actually I don't know, Gio hasn't breached it yet. Either way, the nade came out, trying to take out the jammer. Whether they did or not, I cannot tell just yet. But basically what happened was that joystick got contested from that window repel player. And there we go. The wall has now been opened up successfully. So they cleared the jammer, they breached the wall. That's an angle deep into side that, well, Team Empire, they have to worry about. The only information they have is Shepard on the post. Dan 6-pick the Capkin, so keep an eye on those traps. Maybe they'll pay off, maybe they won't. Bolo in the basement, very much alone.
Joystick is just holding this angle. Might run head first into Bolo, depending on how Bolo takes this, but he just wants to stay down below. The basement of Villa does not have an objective in it. It is literally just for roaming and holding map control. You'll see Vigils down there. At lower levels, you'll see Caveras down there. You'll also see Pulses down there, and that is a very powerful operator to have. So with that said, we reach the halfway point of this mark, and Merc misses out on an opportunity on the Aruni. Always is going to lose those reinforcements as the X-Kairos go off. Bolo down. Again, a bad start to a map from Bolo. Not good for TSM. Scyther takes a single point of damage, and, well, Always is not moving and gets spotted by Chala. Down he goes. Scyther drops to the bomb site, 30 seconds now burned. Final minute. And both teams sit in an even 4-4, but in terms of HP, greatly benefits TSM.
I really thought Always was in a really good position there, but obviously shut down by Chala immediately means that, well, I was wrong. And now we see Dan and Shepard on the bomb site. Once C4 goes out, that's Dan's on Capcan. Poe still has his. Using other people's C4s first while you have that active information. TSM and Geo working that launcher side. The jammer has been cleared so they can breach the wall soon. There are still Hibana pillars to go, but TSM making sure they take every single second available to ensure the round goes smooth.
There's a really cheeky drone in over by the music box that likely sees the feet of Dan. So that's intel from TSM that one player from them is in there. I think Dan just spotted the drone, but not before it's given a ton of information out. 15 seconds and now Merc wants to walk in. Achieved picks off Dan. Could possibly get more kills for Merc as he watches, but he misses out. There's a nice kill from Achieved too. Scyther back to the bomb site. He takes out the Nomad, but you gotta hurry in a post plant. Scyther beautifully done, and he's in hot pursuit. They know he's there. Impact's going out. It's a 1v2, and he quads it so badly. He gets it, but now back into the bomb site. Scyther with 4 kills, watched from above, and it's a dizzying confrontation between him and Achieved. All Achieved needs to do is back away, fall back, wait for him to get onto the diffuser. You've got the kill line, and you've got the kill. Well played by Scyther, but Achieved and GSM had just built up such a lead that it was impossible for one man to come back.
A ridiculous effort from Cypher to bring that back, getting 4 kills, and what looked like an impossible round became possible, although very difficult. The post plant vertically in Rainbow Six Siege is one of the strongest positions to be in for multiple reasons. As you saw, Achieved can hold a very narrow angle with a zoom scope, and well, he has the information of where the diffuser is, whereas the opposing player, you have to guess, where will this player above me be? Does he have grenades? Will he floor bang me? Is there a drone? Am I getting yellow spotted? Like you saw there, Shala had a yellow ping onto Always. That's why the position got compromised, and that plays a huge factor in these rounds. And well, post-plants above is why we always keep one player up no matter what happens. Achieved is a very good player at this, one of the most renowned Bog and more specifically Sledge players in the world, who's played this role for many years, and experience in that post-plant, how he chose to play it really showed. And they secured the round for his team, 2-1 now in favor of TSM on these Villa attacks.
Well,
going back to AVG, Bogger.
Back to Aviator upstairs, which again, I would like to remind all of you, and I'm sorry for those of you that don't want to hear this, could have very easily and probably should have been a TSM round, but it wasn't. Lots of games will be defined by rounds that should have been something, and then they don't end up being it, right?
It's very true. I mean,
there was a particular round on Oregon where it should have been an EG win. And
oh, dude, that's like the most cursed round, I think, at a high level of play in Rainbow Six Siege. It has gotta.
The amount of things that go wrong.
Yeah.
And I just want to say for 1 second, people clown on Canadian for his play on White Stairs. There are about a dozen other things that go wrong after that that are equally as important, by the way. But anyway, I don't really want to get into that. But just because you almost won a round doesn't mean a damn thing. If you don't win the round, that doesn't matter. EG maybe should have won the round. Cool. They would have been champions. They aren't. The trophy is Empire's. So if TSM look back and reflect, that first round is definitely a tilter. They need to get their head on straight. It seems like they've done that because they've been so lethal the last 2 rounds. They have an opportunity to not make the same mistakes again.
That they do, and I think the important thing to take away from your conversation just there is that TSM, in theory, should be 3-0 up. They aren't, but they've looked extremely convincing on the side of Villa, which we expected of TSM, given that Empire, they don't play Villa a whole lot. They were banning it for the first 2 years of competitive play, and only recently started showing it, and it's not really very common for them to play it.
I mean, they did crush the Sonics, but the Sonics are still a team that are learning how to play on LAN, and they're going up against teams in different play styles. So when you go in a matchup against a team like Empire, you're learning on the job, and that is something that the Sonics have talked about a lot. TSM are a team who have been at this level before. They made top 4 at SI last year. They've competed at majors. They have experienced players. They know what to deal with.
That they do. TSM as an org has been top 4 at every SI they've attended, by the way, so a very good track record at this particular event. Not necessarily so much elsewhere, but in this round as well.
Ooh.
Fast roam clear.
I think that was a botched nade onto the model.
But there
it goes, and now Joystick has to immediately fall off. TSM could have been a little bit quicker and picked up a pretty free kill.
But good room clear. Good utility clear as well. There was a drone at the door there that got shot out by one of the members of Team Empire. And now TSM, well, they're gonna slowly make their way to the stage 2 of this round, which is the setup.
If there's anybody who can make this
Merc.
shot, it's Merc.
Don't do
He's
this.
just waiting for it, waiting for one of them to give him an opportunity, but the window is closed for now.
Nade below.
Nade from below connects on the Scyther. That's one of the default spots. Gone. TSM starting off this round on Aviator, looking to make up for past mistakes. The entire focus is going to come from away from Study, the other side of the map. That leaves Dan in a spot where he and Joystick together will need to retake, and they will go through that classical hallway. They're very wary of a potential flank, and that's where their attention is. Now it's achieved. On over to Study, dropping a nade down. Can't find anything, can't find anybody, but it's Merc to find one on his own. Shepard the lone kill for Empire. Again, a 4v2 for TSM. Diffuser in the hands of Chala. He's in a very common spot, the common spot. And Shepard is back by Bar, but where are they gonna go? Chala's gonna be able to get this down. Will it happen again? Air jab goes off. Joystick spotted. Shepard a second kill. Joystick down for the count. Shepard will need to clutch. In a post plan, the 2 players from TSM standing pat, not moving a muscle. They don't need to give up anything. Joystick might be trying to crawl to freedom, or he might just be bleeding out, but he at this point is unrecoverable. So Shepard will push up to the bomb, but it's Chala and Achieve to get those final 2 kills. TSM fixed those mistakes, and they're up 3-1.
The air jab arguably saved TSM. That's why you bring the Nomad, by the way, because it can save rounds when you're about to get flanked. TSM, in the midst of our conversation, had a beautiful stage 2 of their round. For the newer viewers at home, I want to explain really quickly what it is. So there's typically 3 stages to a Rainbow Six Siege round at competitive play. The stage 1 is to gain map control, right? That's when you go from the opposite side of the building and you clear out that area. In that case, if they were defending AVG, you're clearing out master bedroom, you come all the way to the bomb site. Once you got the map control, stage 2, that's the setup. Achieved from below, tossed a grenade, got the kill. The moment that happened, Merc and Achieved both went to the Study balcony. That's the setup, right? You got the verticality, you got Study, you got top red. Then stage 3 is the execute. That's when you jump in the Study window, you run into the bomb site, and you start planting. So it's a 1-2-3, beautifully done from TSM. Merc found the opening, Achieve found the opening. Empire, they almost shut it down, but the air jab, of all things, was the one to say no.
And how it works, it really is sometimes just a gadget. I mean, we don't see a lot of claymores these days anymore.
We actually don't.
We really don't see a lot of claymores. Why? Because they are useless in a meta that needs explosions.
Granadas.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to call them that. Right now, by the way, 2 sets of flashes, 3 pairs of nades available for the attackers. TSM don't need breach charges. TSM don't need hard breach gadgets. TSM don't need claymores. They don't even need smokes. What do they need? They want to flash you, and they want to blow you up. That's it. And when you couple it with those yellow pings, you find them so successful. Where was Merc so early in the round? Scyther gets kill number 1. Merc waltzes into Bicycle and gets punished for it. Bit of poor droning, I will say, on what is a trophy statuary defense. And Empire flipped the script. They're going to defend from down below.
That they are, and this is like one of the first time that Empire gets like a significant opening pick, because almost every single round so far, it's been really traded back and 4th. So when one team would get the opening kill, it would immediately be traded back because they're 4 versus 4. This time, Empire, for the first time, have a convincing opening kill. They can slow down and really appreciate the fact that they have a numbers advantage. Now, however, they got to hold on. More vulnerable 1v1s get taken. Challenge takes a bit of damage, but that will be the end of that. And of course, Dan is bringing out the Thunderbird, so healing stations, Kona stations as they're called. They are available if you're Team Empire. So if you take damage, run back to site and up your health will go.
Dan still looking for this engagement, still watching the window, hasn't peeled off fully just yet. Gets droned out and he baits in Bolo beautifully. They expect Dan to run for the hills, but Dan persists. Bolo is gone. TSM trail in a 3v5. This is the first round where Team Empire have actually had a bona fide lead in terms of kills, and it almost gets worse. Achieve takes a ton of damage from Dan, but capitalizes off of that. Gunfight wins the kill, wins the fight, and continues onwards.
That it does, but that's not going to stay for long because Cypher finds Chala. Even though he's low on health, he is still alive. That means it's a 4 versus 2, but Achieve down below.
Achieved has those grenades in his pocket. But he's going to rely on Geo to do an awful lot. Goodbye. Scyther gets blown up from below. That's another depth charge. Achieved with the nade in pocket. Putting in the work that needs to be done. He's going to wait for the Thunderbird to go up as well. Need I remind you that the Surya Gates have a brief second where they are still active, so if you flash them and then run in, that's a problem.
Yep, you still take damage. 30, in fact, damage on the clock, or on the health bar, rather. Destroy those with a drone, with utility, etc. Geometrics, I don't think he's read the situation.
He has no idea.
Oh, and the gate gets activated as well. That's your second last flash. But the timing for the weapon swap.
Caught with his pants down. Another grenade in hand for Achieved. Common spots, but he's being watched by a default cam. That means his only way up to the bomb site comes from an area where it's very easy to punish. On Astro Stairs, Team Empire look for their second round, and they will almost certainly get it. All they need to do is shoot Achieved once. Joystick says, gladly, I'll do just that. It's 2 rounds for Empire, 3 for TSM.
And Empire, they have a chance to get like a decent first half, right? Tied up 3-3, which honestly, I think both teams can be happy with, but especially Empire, seeing as TSM should have had that first round, but it was a Joystick clutch. The last defending round right now will go back to AVG, so Aviator Games Room, where there's been mixed success. 1 win for Empire, 1 win for TSM. Even though they just had a victorious downstairs hold, or trophy hold rather, you can't repeat the bomb site twice if you win it. That's just not fair. So a different bomb site will have to do. Fist bumps. Woo! There it is.
Yeah, I mean, you got to keep motivation high, right?
You need, absolutely.
We don't want to read too much into it, but I think trying to get into the heads and the mindset of the players is critical to do. Because if you look and you see nothing but long faces, and no, I'm not talking about genetics, then you know that the players aren't in a good groove. And sometimes, if you lose that confidence, sometimes if you lose that motivation, you can lose rounds, you can lose gunfights, you get down on yourself. It's really easy for you to think that the match is already over, and then you're out. Once you stop believing you can win, that's the moment that you start losing that drive to win. Both of these teams need to stay mentally in the game.
It is, and I think confidence is also one of the biggest factors. And I mean, we said earlier when Merc whiffed the shot on antenna window in Oregon, but then like a few rounds later, there storms into side and gets 3 kills. As long as you can stay in it and have your confidence intact, you're good to go. It really doesn't matter what happens. Even if you're losing rounds, you can always win the next one. That's what matters the most, and that's what both teams are fighting for right now. TSM, they want to end this side 4-2. And Empire, they want to tie it up 3-3. Dan on the main stairs, same scenario as the last time around. What happened was that a vertical grenade, well, it killed one player of Empire, and then TSM, they rushed up the main stairs. Mixed results, a brawl back and forth, and Dan will have to try and hold it one more time.
Yep. Down below is where they're going to start from. Again, trying to clear out these main stairs. As you talked about, Dan in this position. It was almost like a clown car for Empire as they put different players in. And you say, how many people are actually sitting on this particular part of the map? The question is an unlimited amount, because Empire just continues to move players into that area. Dan is a single Wamai magnet. It looks like that's about it. Outside of that, he's going to be gunning and continuously in motion. Easily tracks the drone, but is at least discovered on these stairs. Another magnet goes out as well. TSM will push. There goes nades and flashbangs. Dan gets out of there beautifully, and a smoke goes too. Great timing and a pick from Always, his first here, taking down a high-value target onto Merc.
TSM in serious trouble. They've lost Bolo, now they lose Chala. This is a full court press from Empire on an Aviator defense, and it's TSM now in a 2v5.
Empire really had a good response there, finding multiple picks off Dan on the main stairs, who still is full on health. And now, well, Savik gets picked off from down below as Achieved is flying down, but Gio has found himself injured in the process. That makes it a 1 versus 4. Achieved finds another onto Dan. Main stairs not secure just yet. There's a second play. That's that clown car factor that you spoke about, Parker. They keep showing up at the main stairs, and Gio is now pinging for help, and help will be coming to his rescue. With a minute to go and defusing the balcony, we'll be resetting the round and trying one more time.
Will Empire read into this and go for a swing? That's the real question. Because Gio is retrievable. He's still got plenty of HP, but you have to assess if somebody is in there, because look at Achieved's HP himself. If he reads this wrong, then Gio is dead, and so is Achieved, and there goes the round. But they're both back up. There's no toxic canisters left, 35 seconds for TSM to work this out. But can they clear that Aruni gate without a rising suspicion? Achieved back down below. Is Gio gonna walk in and die? We have so many questions about this round. They'll be answered very shortly. Joystick sees Sledge, there he goes. At such close range, the Roni is as deadly as ever. Achieved taking down the smoke, but there's still 2 more bodies to be found, and again, Empire will likely just exhibit that same patience. Play back, play keep away, do not allow him in, or just watch for his legs, and always will pick up 2 kills in that round, and very easily even this out. Look at, this is the first half that we don't have a team with a lead, and of course, it's on Villa.
As the series gets closer, so does the rounds. Almost every single round on Villa so far, by the way, has come down to like a 2v2, a 3v2, or a 1 versus 1. Really going the distance in these rounds. Even this one was a 5v3 that looked very convincing, came all the way down to a 2 versus 2 of Achieves. Really great effort finding multiple picks. Gio found the last one here, and that put him in that 1 versus 2, but that was all we saw, because then, Bingo was always here. Yep, got an easy kill. 3-3. And now we see the side swap TSM on the defense will start in Trophy Statue Room. They will not go to AVG like Empire did, so a little bit of a different rotation. And what do you know? You guys can see right now as you're watching Achieved, they're getting hyped up. And you can't see it either yet because we're seeing the state. Oh, you see it actually there. You see the operators. There's a castle being brought out, and that's the important factor. We spoke about the castle in Oregon. We spoke about the castle on Cafe. And what do you know? One more time, we get to see TSM and Gio specifically using the castle barricades to restructure the lines of sight onto the bomb site and how you can approach the map. It's very nice to see because Castle doesn't typically see a whole ton of play. I think TSM have played the most out of any team that I've seen here at Invite, at least.
Yeah, they absolutely love bringing castles into their setup, and any player on the team can play it, by the way. Right now, it's in the hands of Gio. One thing I do want to point out is we've been giving a lot of praise to Merc. Achieved is 11-3 right now, but the player that I am watching most intently is Bolo. Bolo's impact on the first 2 maps, quite high. His impact on Oregon, very low value. He was running on that Finca, so at least you're providing nades. You're also providing the Adrenal Surge, which are ways that you can help your teammates. But outside of that, Bolo's roams on defense of Oregon, quite poor. Kept getting picked apart. TSM were really faltering in that regard. Now, on these 6 rounds of attack, Bolo, again, not providing a ton of value for his teammates. And that is a huge problem, because we talk repeatedly about the triple threat trio, the Rage Brigade of Merc, Achieved, and Bolo. But guess what? There's only 2 right now. Achieved and Merc have been infinitely more consistent. If Bolo wakes up with how close this match has been, that can alone be a huge game changer.
We made the same argument about Team Empire in the first map of Clubhouse, right? Dan, he was really not showing up. And then once Dan really got into it, later on Clubhouse and especially on Oregon, what do you know? Team Empire, they all of a sudden start winning. So same story as you said, once the duo becomes a trio once again, that's when TSM is at full force. Right now, they're limping a little bit.
Absolutely are. Blood in the water, if you like sharks, is a good analogy to use as well. I think sharks are pretty cool animals. That's my opinion. You can have your own opinions. I don't care what you think. It's a 5v5 right now with 1:45 still to go, and TSM are very far spread out. As you said, they're playing this Trophy Statuary bomb site. I don't know if Empire need to cut through some of that utility in the top floor, but it seems like they're face checking down below. There's still plenty of drones, so I don't know exactly why
Empire are not droning out as effectively as they could be.
Empire seems to have been doing this, though, throughout. Joystick, very aggressive and arguably confident on the entries, and it had mixed results, right? On Oregon, it absolutely did not work, but look at that. That's a blind grenade on a default prediction because there was no yellow ping that I could see, and that's really going to pay off because that's Merc off the board. It's the one Midas being gone, and he also had the impact grenades, I believe, so that just means a ton of value is lost. Actually, I correct myself. He had the beat boops, no impacts. They are in Bolo. They're still there, but still, huge kill.
Yep, and I mean, you've opened up the wall. Nitro Cell goes out, but it's a miss from Achieved. Oh no, and he wants to try and not panic, taking Dan out in the action. There's a vault in the bathroom. I don't know if Achieved has heard this or not. He's holding this shrewd angle yet again. Joystick coming to his teammate's rescue up the top of Astro stairs. Have they droned out Chala? I don't think they've droned him out. If they haven't, he can swing. Down goes Bolo, and Chala pops up, but he pulls trigger a little bit too early, immediately smoking. There's two more hounds trying to hunt him down, but Chala prevails, at least in one gunfight, but not more than that. Shepard is the one to claim Chala. That's Astro Control now in favor of Empire. 3v3. A bit of a brief pause, but still 15 seconds left, meaning that Empire will have to break into the bomb site. Achieved does not get caught. He gets out of there in time. Bolo looks the wrong way. Gun down. Scyther, the next one in line of sight. Shepard with diffuser in his hands, almost planted. Nice shot from Scyther, and Geo needs to save it. He gets 2 big kills, but he's in a post plant. Does he have intel? He sees the shoulder, but he loses the fight to Shepard. Empire, they know where you are, and they just had such an advantage. And like that, Empire grabbed their lead.
That right there is arguably the most important round I think we've seen this entire series. Such a defining moment. We're tied 3-3. We get the side swap. The momentum is up to either team to take. And Geo, he made that look so possible. Ridiculous second kill in that flick. But he does not manage to end or close out the round. Always nice nade from below. Achieved had a beautiful shot here onto that master window as well. That's massive. 12 kills on his side. Chala, despite having a whiff in the beginning, found a kill before it got taken out. Then was Cypher on the entry, trying to make it work with the pistol. Full faith in his teammates as they're covering one another. And this flick right here through the deer itself. There it is. Yeah!
Sometimes I wish I spoke Russian, but I don't know what they said, but they were obviously very motivated by that one. The fact that Team Empire have hidden this map for so long. Hid it! They didn't want to play it. They didn't want to deal with it.
Saving strats?
They've been no, we're not. No. We're not starting that.
Sorry.
Cool it.
They've been hiding it then.
Cool your jets.
Hiding it.
Okay. They've been hiding.
It's the same thing, isn't it?
But look at this, the 7-0 that they put on, that clinic that they put on the Sonics. Not an abnormality. Not an outlier. This is, obviously, they are very well practiced here. Again, I would like to remind you that going all the way back to round number 1, TSM could have 4 rounds right now because of how close it was, but I think at some point you have to start looking past that, and that's where we are at this moment.
Yeah, we're past it.
It doesn't have an impact outside of score count.
Hold up. I'm very sorry, but Dan is playing Blackbeard. I just want to point that out. Why?
Is this the first Blackbeard?
No. We have seen it at Invite before. We've seen every single operator, I believe. Caveira, Doc, everything. But it's one of the few Blackbeards we've seen. But why?
I actually can't remember who played Blackbeard at this event.
I don't recall the exact moment, but I believe it was Elevate or an 8-pack team at least, because they're goofing
Of course.
I'm pretty confident.
Of course, as they do.
Pretty confident. Either way, so people don't know, Blackbeard used to be a very strong operator that Dan is playing right now, but in recent history, aka the last like 3 years, it's been like close to useless. Gadget is
he's a troll pick.
Yeah, he's a troll pick.
Most of the time.
So it's more like to tilt your opponents, but like your shield can block a single bullet, that's it. Bolo doesn't even care, gets the headshot regardless. He says nice shot. Joystick though. Does he know the whereabouts of this player of Geo inside a bathroom? As a knife flick comes up, but no kill. Goes for the default, carrying the gunfight. What are we doing?
Why did you change your focus? Geo knows you're in there. It's just a reflexive aim from Joystick, and he's gone. Still, Chala and Geo taking tons of damage, and the action comes so fast and so furious. A kill from Always, but it's also Scyther to fall. This 4v2 that TSM likes has emerged yet again. But the difference is that TSM are in bad shape. Chala and Geo still will remain on this HP. There's no way to get them back up. Though, I guess there's a way to get them down, and that's Shepard to take out Chala.
Yeah, but both Empire players are so isolated. Always is down below in Red Hallway on first floor, and Shepard is inside of study office with 3 different angles to worry about. They gotta get back together. If Always can get up this red stairs and go for a flank, that could be one of the openings, but Always actually now running back towards the main stairs, saying, Shepard, let's do it together. We got 18 Hibana X Kairos left. We have no nades, no flashbangs, so we duo up, we use our guns together, and try and trade it out.
They'll take out some utility and also announce their presence as they open up some of the study wall. This is just going to be a bait at this point. Always still has 40 bullets left in his LMG, tearing away that caliber-based destruction, giving less coverage for the defenders inside of the bomb site. But if you are TSM, you just hold on for the ride. Bolo might not be particularly effective in this map, at least not to this point, but he has a very strong position, and it gets even stronger. It could be for more, but it's Gio to swing, collecting kill 1 and 5. That's a nice bookend on the round. TSM have tied the game.
4-4. We're doing it. We're going back and forth. No one is really gaining a substantial lead right now. And Bolo, as you mentioned, actually kind of got activated. I believe he got 2 picks that round. The first opening kill onto Den, who was on that Blackbeard. I was explaining what the gadget does. It's like a bulletproof shield in front of your face that's on your gun. It blocks a single bullet. So Bolo does a 2-tap. The first bullet takes away the shield. The second bullet finds the kill. And that's why you don't really typically play Blackbeard, especially on land when, well, the heat drag and there's no peaks advantage. It makes the operator arguably less viable and less good. And then this time around, as you'll see in a moment, he actually 6-picked away from the Blackbeard onto the Buck, which I think is a much more wise play. And let's just not even talk about the fact that Blackbeard actually got picked in the grand finals of Invite, because I cannot get around it.
I wanted to see what the Blackbeard would do, by the way. Like, I really
He was on study window.
I know, but I mean,
he died.
Beyond that.
That's it. He was set there to hold an angle, and he died holding an angle, because that's not really what you can do online. Holding angles sucks, because they, you know, actually, it doesn't suck. It's just people, if you have fast reaction time and you swing into you, because the heat rate is so good, you just die really quickly. Holding angle is actually better on land than online because there's no peaks advantage at the same degree. Either way, it doesn't work out. Gio has come off the castle. I never thought we would see this. He's been allowed to have fun for the first time in his entire grand finals, and he chose Capcan as his operator. Interesting. That's going to slow you down as an attacker. He might do some damage, might do some explosive work as well. And he's going to put every single Capcan trap up here in the statue, trophy, Astro area, which is right above the bomb site as we are in that kitchen dining situation. This is often where we see the pulse being played. And what do you know? Merc is on the pulse, and you want to have C4s to follow up. That means Chala on the mute, the 2 players on the side, they have the C4s, they will play together, and you'll often see the pulse on the scanner actively, while Chala on the mute will have the C4 ready to throw first. Bolos and Vigil getting active, trying to get out on that map and create some chaos.
This is what I said. If Bolo wakes up, they're in good shape. And that's what Bolo needs to do. And he has not been very successful in his engagements. The way that he's played with the team has not been really strong. And if you're not holding map control, you're not using your utility, then you're in a bad spot. Bolo has been playing on operators where they don't really have a ton of utility, right? They're
just
playing,
a gun.
Yeah, in a lot of ways he's playing as a gun. He's playing as some gadgetry, secondary gadgetry, grenades and all that jazz. And right now, his job is to waste time over on a very crucial part of the map. It's TSM's very first defense of Kitchen down below. They want to hold on to Astronomy. They also want to hold on to Trophy and Statuary, especially the Statuary component, which is over top of Kitchen. Bolo, in that the engagement he took with Scyther, almost killed Scyther. That would have been a huge win for TSM.
Yeah, and seeing as Empire, they're in this stage 1 of that 3-stage process. They're trying to take map control. They'll win study office, and they're gonna clear out the entire map towards where you see Geo is right now instead of Statue, and then they can begin stage 2, which is the setup, right? They gotta clear out this area as a mini execute, because it's not easy to peel these TSM members off these very strong positions. And TSM, the second this timer hits 1 minute, I'm curious to stay around, but no, Always finds a pick. 5 versus 4.
And there he walks in. Gio could be the next one as well. Finished off by Dan. This roam for TSM, like on Oregon, not working out very effectively. Killed time, 1 minute to go. Did a lot of damage to Scyther. Didn't take Scyther down, though, and that is the problem. So, unfortunately, if you're a TSM fan, well, you're going to have to hope that your anchors can really keep you moored, because at the moment, Empire are looking to just flush into the bomb site and just flush you out.
30 seconds to go, and down goes Merc. Could it be a flawless round for Empire? They've already got a couple of those so far. Achieved on the flank? We'll say no, that's not it. One big kill. Diffuser's in the hands of Shepard. Scyther is still down as well. Achieved has been the best player in the server, but he can't outduel Shepard. Chala will need to clutch out. And this is where it gets impossible with a nade landing in your lap. It's gonna go back and forth, I feel it. If you want unlimited overtime, this has gotta be it, does it not? Because now these teams are trading blows back and forth, but with Empire back on top.
It'd be very fitting if this did go Infinite OTS. This back and forth has been a trend so far. I know we can't really say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. When Achieved went for that flank instead of white memo, I was really hoping to see some 200 IQ trigger discipline where he follows their Ana into the bomb side, almost like he gets escorted by his opponent. But of course, I mean, you're in the heat of the moment. You want to win the round. You're just going to take the freebie and then try and go for the second one. I fully understand and I respect it. And it's the right thing to do. But oh boy, there was a small part in the back of my head where I thought the Chief could make the biggest brain play ever and maybe just get a crazy amount of value of it. Right here, if he follows the Ana in, I am just curious what might have happened. Shebo shuts him down. Nate from always. Bing! Ends the round. 5-4 Empire as we're slowly making our way through Villa, and it's not as one-sided for TSM as we thought that it might be. So we really do have a series on our hands now.
Absolutely do.
This is not the end.
There's a timeout that's been taken, by the way, and I'm eager to know which team it is. I got to assume it's TSM who took it, and that is correct. TSM took the timeout, and now will settle themselves down. Hunker in for the long haul. This is your map. You did not expect Empire to be this close. The desk did not expect Empire to be this close because they felt especially fresh. I believe it was Fresh who tweeted, if Empire doesn't get it done in 3 maps, that's a problem, and it starts to benefit TSM. Well, that's certainly not what the script has been written here for Villa, because Empire are finding that they can compete with TSM quite effectively.
Yeah, and now we're in this stage where it's well, TSM, it's kind of slipping away again, and now you have to wonder, are TSM getting into their own heads a little bit? They've slowed down, I want to say a tiny bit. They're still on fire, they're still doing phenomenally, but I will say that, well, if Empire wins Villa, then you really have to start thinking, oh snap, we had the victory, we threw it away. And one key factor to look at right now is Dan. He went from the Blackbeard, of all things, onto the Buck, and then this time from the Buck 6-picked, that's very important, onto the Ying. For the people at home who don't know, when the operator reveal phase gets shown, both teams, they see all 5 operators in the lobby. Then each team has one 6-pick, so you can change one operator into another operator that the enemy does not see. So Dan's 6-pick in this Ying is massive because it's a very crucial element to how Empire want to use the attack as their utility. Basically flashbangs everybody within a pretty far proximity, pretty big range. And, well, TSM, they're not going to know. They cannot adapt until it happens. So keep an eye out for Dan on this year.
Dan legging that 6-pick, as you talked about.
He's a flex player for Team Empire.
Absolutely, and I mean, he's also had some struggles. Both Dan and Bolo have had their moments of glory today. Dan, in particular, was a phenomenal force on Oregon. Bolo was strong on Cafe. These players, the team needs them so badly, but depth is something that when you're at this level we talk about frequently. Empire being that team that were all positive, all quite strong. There was a much bigger difference, a gulf between the top and the bottom on TSM. So it's more noticeable when somebody like Bolo falls off because you succeed when he's so good and you lose when he's not.
Absolutely, and it speaks to it's much easier to have 5 reliable players that consistently put up numbers than having a trio. Although I will say, TSM's way of playing the game with 2 very, very support-based characters of Gio and Chala, it works so well, and 14 kills.
Really remarkable stuff. Not likely to break the kill record that was set here at the event by Onigiri, but still can potentially close in on those picks. Joystick, the first one gone. That bodes well for TSM for the remaining 90 seconds because Joystick plays such a critical operator to gain intel on Yana. Nade's gone. Gone 6 gone as well. And Nades will continue to reign in. There's still 1 nade left. That's it. A much more diverse line of secondary gadget. And now it's gone. You're absolutely correct.
But the Ying, Dan on the Ying, is the last tool that Empire has into this round. They have 2 smoke grenades, sure, but the Ying, the Candelas, the capabilities of blind people, that's really what's going to matter the most here. With a minute left and all Empire has is Master Bedroom in control. That's it. It'll be direct attack.
Yeah, I mean, they're in. Shepard is right in front of them inside of the bathroom, but he sees that saffron-colored, that marigold-colored smoke in front of his eyes. And now it's Dan to shrug off some of this damage with the Candelas. Goo Mine spotted. Wanting to take up space and push into the bomb site. Still has 3 Candelas remaining, but doesn't know where to go. 30 seconds left. Means you got to throw them out, but no, Bolo says you can't do that. We talked about both of them in this proverbial head-to-head in stats, but now Bolo engages in a gunfight that is a little bit puzzling. It allows Empire to win it before they also lose Shepard. That's Diffuser down. So Empire, in order to stay in this round, they need to engage in fisticuffs. Blow to blow. Keep in lockstep with TSM. A pick or two is all you need, but they're not even going to find one. Both of the two remaining players get taken out, formerly alive, now deceased, and the round goes to TSM again, back and forth. It's 5-5.
Oh, okay. Tied back up, as you said. A very close series on our hands. AVG is what we're eyeing up next. It's TSM still on the defense and Empire on the attack. Last time AVG was played, TSM came out victorious. They won the round, they got the opening kill, they had most things really going their way. Gonna be a very familiar lineup here. You guys can't see it just now, but Merc is 6-picking from the Mossy onto the Melusi. So more heart destruction, utility for the side of TSM is also bringing out the Goyo. He has 2 shields, Smoke has 1 as well. Mai and Diego to cover those shields to play safely on the strong positions. You guys will just see a highlight reel of Bolo's news montage on your screen in a moment.
I really don't know why he engaged with that gunfight with all.
He was feeling
I really yeah, but I get you're feeling it, but don't do that.
I do agree, it was unnecessary.
I don't really know why. Anyway. Timeout was taken by TSM. As we saw, it immediately nets them the round. They need to keep up that motivation and that level of confidence as they're tied up. One of these teams will move on to map point. I don't know which one it's going to be, Nick. It is up for debate. Empire on that continuous flex pick for Dan. They've now sent him into the depths on Finka. Outside of that, Empire liking this lineup of Zofia, Yana, Sledge, and Hibana. Not a huge change up there from Empire. We know that on attack, they like to keep things relatively simple, and they're going to do just that. What on the 4th operator in 4 rounds is Dan going to be able to accomplish? Because I don't know if the Buck was particularly critical. The Blackbeard and the Ying were both failures. What happens with this Finka?
I mean, the Finka is a more reliable pick because you get the gadget, the adrenal surge to help yourself and your teammates. And one thing to notice is that Dan is actually not playing the grenades. He's playing the flashbangs. So they have 2 sets of flashbangs, I assume, to clear out the Wamai magnets and the ADSs. And then that just means that Joystick on the Ana kind of has to stay alive. Joystick is your entry, but it's also your Iana, aka your grenade and Gone 6 player. So now you really need Joystick to use that utility because Dan has brought the flashbangs to help enable those operators. It'll be roam clear. Stage 1, map control, droning out master bedroom, opening up the windows and kind of saying, hello, we're here. Is anybody there to answer the door? No, TSM are nowhere to be seen. They're all the way across the map. And that means that Team Empire should make really quick work of this map clear because there's nothing really stopping them from doing so. And there we see, very aggressive into the basement even.
Well, they want to hunt down Achieved, who's down below.
Or not, they run up the stairs again. Maybe just...
What lies beneath? Well, Achieved lies beneath, actually.
He does, and Achieved has been roaming quite a lot on Villa. He has that C4, he's flying 2 times in a row with quite some success. He also has 14 kills, so the main gunner for his team. And when he's halfway off the bomb side, well, you can't really help your teammates just yet.
Look at all this utility, by the way.
That's a red stairs lock, essentially.
Yeah, and there's going to be a ton that you're going to need to cut through if you want to get control of it. Achieved is on the flank, as we talked about. He could possibly get Joystick, but he hears the wrong thing. His ears betray him. Joystick gets the pickup, and it's Geo to also get punished. TSM seemed like they had an advantage, but then it was gone. A fleeting moment, and Empire sees it.
Achieved had the advantage there, but slight hesitation. Joystick then hears the footsteps, turns around and finds the kill. Joystick really needed that because he's been shut down previous rounds on the attack inside, and now with a minute left. Well, top gunner solved the board of Achieved. That's 1 C4 gone, the flank is gone. And Team Empire, they gotta get comfortable. Always rotating down below to get some vertical damage with those nades.
That was their only C4, by the way.
Only C4.
Yeah, their only C4 is gone.
No nades, actually.
There goes Bolo now. So, no nades available. All the explosives have been expended. Empire have that advantage. They've also done some damage to Geo earlier on. This Finka of Dan seemingly quite strong. And now the smokes will go off, but the toxic canisters instead. 20 seconds remain. That's what Empire has to work with to get into the bomb site. Again, they're the ones who have to do it. There's an upside down rappel. Merc doesn't know this, always should be able to get an easy pick. And the diffuser from Scyther going down leaves Chala to try and clutch. He won't be able to do it. Empire refuse to die. They're on match point.
Empire not slowing down anytime soon, but if the script continues, we are going to see a 6-6 Parker. If the script lies, then Empire takes this map. We'll take us to Bang. We go all the way, right? All the way, all the marbles. The TSM, you've already used a timeout. Now it's you who's arguably backs against the wall. And unless TSM are so confident in their capabilities on Villa, they need to do, on Bank, they need to do more on Villa, because this cannot be the end for you. You're going back to AVG. You just played it, you just lost it. So I think the conversation is very simple. Achieve tried to go for that flank, it didn't work out. We saw this previously when TSM had on Oregon. Well, when one person would just fall or down would get a double kill, they didn't have an issue going back to that same bomb site because, well, it's just a slip-up, right? Achieved had an unfortunate timing. Joystick got the opening pick. We go again. This time around, Achieve doesn't flank. Therefore, he will not die in that same fashion. And we get the 5 versus 5 that we would like to have. And therefore, we'll be fine.
Oh, my.
Yes,
All right.
There
All right.
we go.
We're in game. And now it's a pivotal round for both these teams.
So yeah, back to AVG.
I just want to say for 1 second here, Achieve, the way Achieve holds his mouse is so cursed.
Yeah.
I'm sure you probably noticed.
He said he wanted to stop doing it, but then like he kept doing it for like 2 more years.
I mean, he's got 14 kills to his name. At that point,
you can't judge him for it.
Yeah, you absolutely cannot judge him.
But it's still really creepy.
Yep. I hate looking at it.
It's a cursed image as well.
I absolutely hate looking at it, but there you go. Either way, we say the words do or die a lot.
We do say it a lot.
But this really is do or die on this map. This is TSM's map. The only map that has been definitive so far was Cafe all the way back on map 2. That's it. Outside of that, it has needed the bitter end of every single map. 14 rounds needed, map number 1 on Clubhouse. 14 rounds needed on map number 3 of Oregon, and now 12 rounds needed. This has been a thrilling back and forth game. It is still entirely possible that we need Bank or not. That's not up to us. Again, it's up to the teams to provide that good show.
We don't get a say, unfortunately, but if it was up to us, I'd like to see a Bank. Merc now in this TK position on concrete doesn't get droned out, but again, with its backs against the walls, risks, right? They feel much more difficult to take because if you take a high risk and it doesn't pay out, you don't want to throw it around for your team. So Merc now falls back off. Gio, similar story. We're going to try and kill 1 drone each and see what we can do. And no, we're going to run away, but Gio gets, he gets flustered. There's too many angles, too many guns. Doesn't know exactly where Empire was. Cypher's on the door window and one gun there to repel, but Cypher finds another and TSM are falling apart.
Absolutely decimating TSM. Chala also on low HP. This looks like it might be it for Villa. This looks like it might be it for TSM's ability to lock this out, and it might set us up for a best-of-1 showdown. They had so much going for them. Do we have to go back to round number 1? Do we? Where TSM might just be letting their own mental issues outweigh them at this point, but I don't want to underscore, or I don't want to underwrite how good Empire has been, because they have looked mighty fine here on a map that they supposedly don't play. And they've been able to keep lockstep, as we said, with TSM.
Yeah, they've been drawn down below. TSM recognizes that, doesn't go for the 2v1, but always holding down this rotation. Chief is spotted down below in library. He does have a C4. He does have that 1.5x on the MP5K. But that means there's only 2 members of TSM on the bomb site itself. That's Bolo and Chala has so little health. 1 toxic babe to his name. Chala has to hold on and hold strong. It's going to be a very hard task.
And the last toxic babe goes out over towards that classical hallway. Bolo will be in a gunfight of his own against Shepard. The Hibana popping up, but Bolo looks the wrong way. This could be an easy pick for him. Flashes go in, but they sail over his head. He's immune to all of them. Read so well by Bolo, and he's got 2 of them with the diffuser down, a 3rd, but no, Dan walks away from that. Chala picks up 2 big kills. It's all up to Chala, but Dan can't get it. We're going to overtime again. Oh my God, these teams. I hope that you don't have anything in
your hands because I'm throwing them up in the air if it's up to me.
Bolo finally finding success that defines the round. It was inside study, sneaking past both players, one on study door, one on study window. No drones from the side of Empire. Shepard jumps in the window with those flashbangs towards top main. They do not blind Bolo, and he finds not just one, not just a diffuser, but 2 picks. While that happens, Shala finds a kill as well onto the bomb side, holding strong as he had to with only 1 HP, and Achieved was miles off the bomb side. I don't know if you got a C4 kill or not. We'll see in just a second, but Bolo here really saved TSM's chances on this Villa map. And no, there's no C4 from the side of Chief. There's just Chala holding the bomb side load. Chala just hit the... He's nasty.
He's nasty.
He's nasty.
He's nasty.
Ridiculous shot to save down as well.
Well, folks, buckle up, because this might be the unlimited overtime that we have been talking about. Of the 4 maps that we have seen today, 3 of them have now gone to overtime. It kind of looked like, after Cafe, that this was going to be a bit of a snooze fest. TSM was going to wrap it up and send us all off to the after party. TSM, obviously, to celebrate. Empire to maybe not.
I want a 5th map. I don't care about Villa. I want to go the distance, Parker. I'm not a biased. I'm not some EU shill. I would like Empire to win, not for that sake, but just to give us that 5th map. But I cannot get ahead of myself. We have more rounds to go. We could be here forever for all we know. Infinite OT. We can go 10, 20, 30, 50 rounds. How long these teams can really go for it before they get fatigued out?
No, please, no.
We could do it. You and I together with these 2 teams in front of us and everybody watching at home waiting desperately for that 50th round to come.
I mean, I will say, the last time that you and I were involved in an overtime, it really did go almost the distance. How does Achieved get out of there alive, by the way?
The aggression on this man, the confidence on OT. He knows that he can take a risk now because, well, all you gotta do is win 1 of the 2 rounds to keep going back to back to back again. These mirror windows, first time TSM has brought those out on the map of Villa. They have denied with that with the mute jammers. They got impacts on Merc. They got this set up on the bomb side very confidently. This is a trophy defense. It's not a bomb side extension. This is the site.
Well, what a comeback this has been for TSM. And now overtime between these 2 teams. Of course, this is how it could be settled. Oh, Dan getting softened up. Down below, it's another Pokeball. They've already caught one earlier. Are they going to get another? No, Dan evades it for now. He should be able to get picked back up with 20 HP to his name. If Empire assess that this is safe to do so. There he is. Dan is back up. Walking wounded, but still walking.
Look how many players Team Empire brought downstairs. That's merely because of that mirror window being played. You want to go down below to open up the canister, to break that window, shatter it open, then go back upstairs to master bedroom balcony, and it's costing so much time and also so much health if you're Dan. Still have a player creeping down below. Those vertical nades to do some damage. Right now, it's Achieved. TSM sitting quite comfortably on the bomb side for now.
Debris flying up beneath the feet of these TSM players as they lose some of the floor. There's the X-Kairos going off as well. Will Achieved swing on it? You said the confidence of this man. No, he'll hold the angle instead. Now it's Bolo to take some damage. Bolo's gotten a little bit better, started to improve, so has Dan. Both of them waking up in the second half of the map. Still, it's Empire down below, dealing with that mirror window as you talked about, but they need to not get bogged down. 40 seconds left, that's all they have.
It is now. The last breach of this wall comes out. Still 10x Cairo charges from the side of Shepard and Joystick, just holding this angle down, making sure that if anybody creeps out from TSM, he can shut them down. Always rotating for the flank as well and Boar window. Empire, this is it. 20 seconds, no utility left. Has to just go on that trigger right now.
They're just going to run right in, and Achieved is on the flank. He gets Dan. That's the running man. More for him as well. Watching this opening at Jiggle Peak. Down goes Shepard. Bolo, the only one down. But all of a sudden, Empire's guns are hitting their marks. There goes Merc. Geo will need to clutch in a 1v3. All he has to do is stop Joystick. 2 seconds left. There's multiple people looking, but always has the insurance policy, and it's Empire on match point.
If Geo had gotten past the doorway, that round ends. There's no cover from Empire besides that singular angle on the statue door. And we are now in overtime match point. Again, infinite OT is possible. If TSM wins this round, we go 2 more. But Empire, they really somehow managed to win that round despite the Chiefs swinging on that Master Door, getting 2 picks. Sure, Merc got the first one. It looked like a Chief got it, but he got the second. It was Always who rotated all the way around the map onto that board window for the flank onto the side. And that single rotation was a pivotal moment right here. Pivotal moment for Team Empire. Joystick win that gunfight on Achieved as well. Every single member of Empire won their ones. That's the 50-50s that you gotta win. Gio won one of his own, but it wasn't enough.
So well positioned on that window by Always. He had a slow start. I think he was 0-4. He has now come online as well. The depth of these two teams as we now go to round number 14.
And Always is the rookie of Empire, you can argue. The newest member, right? Because Dan joined previously. Cypher, Shepard, and Joystick, they were in the grand finals of Invite in 2019 themselves.
Dan was the only player before Always that got picked up that did not compete.
Yes.
So 3 players from Team Empire, 3 of them played in that remarkable and infamous matchup that involved that never-ending game of Coastline. And we might have another never-ending game of our own here on Villa with the way these teams have gone back and forth. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I would love to see this go deep into the double digits.
We love history, Rainbow Six Siege, and we've had some remarkable events in the past. This one has been the most competitive tournament we have ever seen in our history of Rainbow Six Siege. The most amount of OTs as well during the Stage 3 totaled up. And what looked like an anticlimactic ending in the Grand Finals has really turned on its head because this is as close as it gets.
It really, really does. And both of these teams obviously understand the weight of what's on the line. We don't expect any of them to go quietly into that good night, especially not a team like Empire, who frankly are pissed off that they didn't win that world championship. And they've talked about it before. Obviously, Empire frustrated with the result that happened in Mexico as well. They made it to the finals and got beat by T1.
And
you best know that they don't want to have that happen again. But Joystick is gone. First kill for TSM. 2 minutes still to go. Empire now need to head back to the bomb site. Hold that map. You lose one of your players. Again, it's Joystick, sacrificial lamb. And you get back into the bomb site and you hold on for dear hope. And hope that this isn't a very attacker-sided overtime on Villa.
Yeah, and Joystick seems to be the sacrificial lamb, not just this round, but a lot of rounds for Team Empire. Mixed results because sometimes it works out just fine and sometimes it does not. 3 ADSs on this door to AVG, a shield to block the pathway, and a bulletproof right behind that as well. We see the replay on the screen, that nade onto concrete door really hit the mark. It exploded basically mid-air before it hit the ground and took out Joystick. Had that been cooked a little bit worse, Joystick survives, taking no damage basically. So really good cooking grenades from Merc on the side of TSM, and they've now taken half the map. They've now taken that, top red trophy statue 19 control. Achieved is down below. He has, I believe, 1 nade in his pocket still, and that 1 nade is gonna have to do a lot of damage because last time they attacked AVG, it was a nade on Vault Door that got another kill for TSM. Once that happens, you see Merc and Achieved go to study balcony together with the last 3 members of TSM being top red, and then the execute comes through.
Well, trying to burn the ADSs in the back of Vault. There was a nade that went off as well. Some of that gadgetry is gone. Empire managed to get out of there with their lives still intact. But this is where things get tricky. If the hard breach works on the wall, you lose a very critical artery inside of the bomb site. For now, though, Empire seem to be ready to greet them. TSM's guns are finding their shots. Down goes Scyther. Shepard behind the bar. He will be critical at stopping this. But he's watching his numbers dwindle around him. Out goes one of those toxic canisters. TSM will double up on him, but a nice play by both Always and Shepard leaves Shepard in a 1v3, but Chala's the hero of that round. We're gonna go more than just 1 or 2 rounds in overtime here. Unlimited overtime showing up strong as these teams are now tied again and we moved to round 15.
So pretty much since round 7, it has been a back and forth effort. So to summarize Villa, the first round went in favor of Empire. TSM then won 3 rounds in a row. Then Empire got round 5, they got round 6. Then it's tied 3-3. Then we get the side swap after 6 rounds, and then it's Empire getting around, TSM getting around, Empire getting around, TSM getting around, and we're still doing that back and forth action as it's now 7-7. See the replays coming out. Chala, good shot here, side of the smoke. Could be hard to see through it sometimes, but you saw very clearly throughout it. Shepard had a tremendous 1v3 ahead of him to try and close out this round and bring Empire to that 5th and final map. But when you're stuck behind a bar desk and you have 3 players from TSM running at you, even Shepard will fall.
I mean, you heard that.
One more.
One more. Well, I mean, they need 2 more.
Well, I think, well, yes, they need 2 more, but I think obviously the mentality is that one more round, right? Because it's all, you cannot go further than the round you're in. But I do hope for his sake that he knows what OT, infinite OT means, because you do need 2 more, Merc.
I mean, we've been reminding you of it because you might not be accustomed to it. It's only present in the majors. So here we are.
I thought this was an Invitationals.
Well, this is technically a major.
That's weird because a major is a major, and Invite's a major, but Invite is also Invitationals. Explain it to me, Parker. How does that work?
Oh my goodness, don't.
We need a different term for it, if you know what I mean.
Well, no, because it is still considered an S-tier event. It is still a major, but it's not a major the same way.
Okay. So S-tier and A-tier then, yeah? This is an S-tier event. Oh, sorry.
We'll talk about this later.
I was too distracted. I'm very sorry about that, actually. Merc is bringing out the Clash. Merc is the 2nd highest gunner of TSM, 14 kills, 1 behind achieved on 15. And they're doing this red lock hold again with the Mamais, with the Jaeger ADSs, and the Clash to help assist this situation to slow down Team Empire. And the only real counter Empire has, besides grenades, is Scyther. With those concussion mines on Sophie, just straight through the wall.
Just
doesn't get slowed down by the gadget, so it's a copy. Copy. Geo's position here is vital for TSM. When he falls, the red lock that I call this strategy falls entirely. It's all on his shoulders, and of course, Merc to help him. They gotta play off each other. The Clash is a movable shield. That's how you gotta look at it. Somebody like Bolo, for example, can play behind Merc on the Clash, and they can work together in union to try and get some angles onto Empire.
I am just so fascinated to see the way that they're going to use Merc in this upcoming execute, but we've got lots of time to sit and wait and watch that. It's the halfway point. Empire found so much success on Dan, on this Finca, that they're going to try it yet again. And his main focus is going to be to possibly clear out red stairs. Oh, the Con 6 just got 8 up, but it at least breaks one of those Wamai discs. A second might have got broken as well. Geo's still on red stairs, and he's got a soft wall to worry about. The Clash will come in for an assist. At least Merc can see what's happening without him being directly impacted by it. Oh my god, you can't see anything. That's a lot of flashbangs going in. Dan now hits the adrenals.
How's Geo alive?
Down goes Geo. How is he alive? Well, he's not. Nick, he's gone. All of a sudden, TSM will trail. Though they've still managed to waste a lot of time and utility on those stairs.
That they have, but that's also the entire strat, right? Sure, it took a lot of resources, but likewise, all of TSM's resources went to that specific position. They have no shields without top main stairs and then this long hallway, and that's really it. These last 2 shields is all they have to work with. Bolo, I don't think he can get away with that sneaking inside of study one more time, because that would be illegal for Empire to happen.
Dan knows that there's somebody on the stairs. He was just droned out. There was another drone escort going in too, but he doesn't see it. He's on the ground now and might be able to get the Goyo, doing some damage. Achieved, though, wins the fight. Remarkable stuff. 16 kills to his name. And now they don't need to worry about Bolo's position as much unless Empire take control of Study. Still, it's a 4v4. Empire have plenty of time to work with, but they have to tackle these shields. Bolo in his position will creep up. There's still an upside-down repel. Scyther has the diffuser. It's a double kill from Achieved. What are we witnessing? Always upside down, and he's gonna bait it out because nothing will happen. TSM move to championship point.
Oh, the C4 really hit the mark, found the planter and the cover. The really smart play from Empire. One person on an upside down rappel on the study window. Shepard jumped in. The cover was good. The idea was okay, but you cannot just go, oh, let's run in and plant. I'm sure TSM have no way to respond. They do. Remember, even if that C4 didn't come from above the bar, it will just come from down below, because Empire didn't have the map control. The Clash on Merc might not have done that much damage, but the information, a walking camera, if you will, that can slow down the attackers, it paid off. And Merc, without a gun, played a vital role in his team's success. IGL duty, doing IGL things. And now we're gonna move on. 8-7. Roll swap once again, or side swap once again. TSM on the attacking side, Empire now on the defense. And this kill right here from Achieved as well, shutting down Dan.
Oh, it was a big double kill from Achieve. Not just one kill, Nick, but two, and he also stops the diffuser in its tracks. If they win the championship, Achieved is the man that they need to raise up just as much as the Hammer. And what a match this has been. Either way, we are going into the first round of Unlimited Overtime.
That we are. Oh boy, what a joy this is. Absolutely phenomenal, honestly. I'm so happy to be here to see this, to spend the last week and a half with the amazing talent, the spectators, the production crew. Everyone works super hard for these things to really come alive. And TSM, they are possibly on the very final round of the entire tournament. If they can close it out here, that'll be that. And if not, we just keep on going.
I mean, it's their map, and they just got Dan off the board. How has this happened already? TSM have found themselves with 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go in a 5v4, Nick.
Now we gotta compose ourselves, right? Deep breaths. We cannot let...
I don't think we need to be the ones to take a deep breath.
I'm gonna take one, and I hope that these teams take one with me, because this can be defined very quickly. If you're TSM, you don't want to overextend off the adrenaline that you're feeling. Once you get one kill, it can be so easy to keep on going in and then throw your life away. And if you're Team Empire, there's pressure, there's stress, it's building upon your shoulders. It's gonna be so heavy to lift this weight off your shoulders.
If there's anybody who's been here and knows what that feels like, it's you. And you know what? As much as that pressure's heavy, you know what's even heavier?
What?
The Hammer. So you want to hoist that. That's what you want to lift up. Down goes always. TSM are in such good shape. Scyther a desperation swing, and suddenly it's a 5v2. TSM are in full control of this series, and they've only got 2 more bodies to find. The smoke of Shepard is down below. Joystick, where does he sit? That's the question. Watching for a repel, potentially for one on the roof. He could engage, but he gets smoked by Achieved. It's a 5v1. If there's ever been the time for a flawless round, it's now. Everything on the line for TSM. What a year it's been from them. And it's all now Shepard to try and stop it. Empire have come so close before, but they've fallen short, and they'll do so again. TSM said, trust the process. The process just won you a world championship. TSM are your 6th Invitational 2022 world champs.
They come through the open qualifier. They had no chance at making here besides that last option, and against all odds, as one of the lowest seeds at this entire event, they've done it. North America on top.
The qualifier kings of NA and every single SI. This team has finished in the top 4. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, but today, it's a marriage between TSM and a certain Hammer on the stage. And like EG or Continuum, and like Space Station, and like Elevate on Xbox, NA gets another Hammer in their trophy case. We're gonna toss it to the stage and hear from TSM, your winners.
Thank you guys so much. What an incredible final match. I've got TSM up here, and they're still just catching their breath from that one. Such a dominating entry to this final, and then almost a chance to lose it. But here you are, victorious after a 3rd place finish at SI 2020, a 4th place finish at SI 2021. I present to you the champions of SI 2022.
So proud of you guys. Let's fucking go. You guys put in the work. You guys are world champs. Beat everybody.
Well, my question to you guys. You plowed through the lower bracket match this morning. You kept amazing momentum throughout the day. Achieved, Merc, Bolo, you had beautiful performances that we talked about earlier today. But Shala, Geometrics, you guys came to play later on, wrapped it all up for the team. Who wants to step forward and say a little something to the fans?
You got it, everybody. I don't know if I can, bro. I can't. Murray, let's go. You guys got it.
Hello, is this thing on?
It is.
Yeah, I mean, just shout out to all the fans who obviously supported us. You know, we had a really rough year. So, you know, the fact that we came in through an open qualifier and was able to qualify for SI, like a lot of people didn't even think we were going to be here. You know, a lot of people think like we fell off and stuff. So, I mean, yeah, we were just honestly really excited just to be here at the event. So, obviously, we knew we could win, and we just grinded it out and got to it. But once again, appreciate all the fans for the support over the years. Like I said, I know the last year has been rough. So, once again, I want to thank everyone.
You have achieved everything you needed. There is only one final step, gentlemen, so I will allow you to step forward and claim your hammer.
Congratulations to TSM. They are your 6th Invitational 2022 champions. NA lifts its 3rd hammer over the course of the Invitational. 6 events we've had, half of them belong to North America, and this one is for TSM. People doubted them the entire year. They've had a rough time. They showed up last SI, the last hope of North America at SI 21. Well, they came back the next year and they took it all home. Save it in, boys. Deserve every bit of it.
Wow. You have to savor a moment as sweet as this. Imagine playing all these years, always watching other players lift that trophy, lift that hammer high above their heads, and now it is deep in the hands of yours.
And what a year for TSM as well. Last 6 Invitational and the 6 Invitational before that, they were in the top 4. They have been so close, and yet ever the bridesmaids, never catching that bouquet and becoming the brides themselves, never raising that hammer. In Mexico, they had to play without Merc, and we saw now finally for the first time in a year playing with their full roster what this team is truly capable of.
They said it themselves. They were an open qualifier team. They had to come through. They were sitting in Sweden just hoping Rogue lost for automatic qualification. Rogue won. They had to do it the hard way, and they've been doing it the hard way ever since with a point to prove, and they've gone all of the way.
Well, we got 2 teams that went through the open qualifier, MIBR and TSM, and they came in as the 2 of the top 4 teams that are at the event. Incredible runs from these 2 squads, and incredible from TSM to take this whole thing home. That's the run that we're looking for, and you could see how fired up they were in the game itself. Empire are known as this very stoic team. They're not really ones that are gonna go all out, you know, fisting, having a lot of fun, you know, joking around, all of that. That's not Empire's modus operandi, no. But TSM carried it through with all their hype, all their momentum, and what a way. Even though we didn't go to map 5, we still got Infinite OT at least used up.
We got one round.
Just a little bit.
Which messed man and James' spreadsheets up royally, but it was
You should have heard these boys. They're like, my spreadsheet, it doesn't go beyond the overtime. I'm like, boys, you better start loading that up, because that is exactly the kind of game that TSM was going to give us. They were not ready to go down on Villa. They certainly weren't.
It's phenomenal to think that TSM not only have just won this best of 5 with the map veto disadvantage.
Yes.
That's after beating FaZe for a spot in that grand final this morning. It is now after midnight in Sweden. These guys have been playing for about 10 hours now.
Oh my God.
What a marathon they have managed to achieve.
Even before we jumped into Villa, they had already played almost 40 rounds of Siege, not including the FaZe game. This is just this best of 5 series. And then they go into unlimited overtime. To have the kind of stamina, the resilience, the composure, this is the kind of team that you want to call world champions. And now, well, we saw it before. They get to certainly have that title.
And do you know what I call champion teams, Jess? I say every time a champion team is a team that finds a way to win. And I want to just highlight one round.
Okay,
Merc
go ahead.
on the Clash. You know you're giving away entry picks to Dan. You know that your problem is dying and it's the late round. So what do? You put Merc on the Clash and he's just calling for the boys. He's calling for that huge C4 to come out, wins them the one round that they need to win on what ended up being quite an attacking-sided Villa. They won that one defense and that set the stage.
Let's talk about this last map and show kind of statistic that we're talking about.
Yeah.
What the numbers actually tell from that scoreboard. Put up on screen in just a moment. Here it is, 9-7 for TSM.
Oh my God.
Achieved, by the way.
19 and 8.
And he got a lot of them kills. He was on about 9 kills after about 4 rounds, and Des turned around to me and he said, how's the Chief got that many kills? And we can't stop highlighting it. He just gets these kills that he should get. He capitalizes off the entry, and he's just there picking up the free kills that his team set him up for. 19 in that whole series.
There were a lot of kills from Achieved that were utility-based. This is what I liked. A lot of the kills, whether they were grenades from below, of which he had a very high percentage on this map with the sledge. On defense, he played a lot of go-go. Double C4 kills coming out from him over an AVG. And when he's needed in a 1v1 situation, he's sledge above. He's got the vertical ready to go. He did everything his team needed him to do, and he was always in the right space, using the right utility. And I love that we all were talking about Merc for a lot of this series, but he was one of the smartest players on that roster.
Oh yeah, I mean, Achieved was monstrous during that final map. Merc was a demon throughout this entire series. Let's not forget Sharla and the impact that he had in that third last round.
Yeah, massive.
Pushing deep, 2 kills on the Nomad. Of course, you can't forget Gio, who stepped up massively on that support role. And who else other than Bolo, the most famous pro player content creator that this game has ever seen. And now he is also a world champion.
Don't let him hear that you just said that. You know, that's just personal stuff between them. But
we'll run the numbers. We'll compare it.
Yeah, we'll let you know.
Definitely so. Definitely so. Well, you know what? Bolo can now add to his track record as...
His resume is 5 pages long, just so you guys know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And now he can add on top of...
Cannot buy a round, though.
World...
He didn't need to buy a round.
Who's had the last laugh there, James?
World champion is what he can add. Well, look at where we've gotten. Now, who was our MVP for the series? Reminder, 4 maps.
Oh my God.
Out of 4 maps, we got 3 overtimes. You can literally pick anybody at this point. Show me the money. Who was it? Not only takes 1 hammer, but he takes a smaller hammer.
Oh,
of course.
Yeah.
And he deserves it so much.
Wow.
How come? Why is that the case, Jack?
Like I
Please
said,
tell me.
He just does so much for his team. He's not the flashy player, and that's what I love about it. I love these industrious players that just get the job done for their team. And he's playing Sledge, he's playing Mute. He's sometimes playing, Goyo. Goyo's not a fancy operator, right?
No.
But when you need him to, he's stepping up. He's making those big plays.
And I've got to say, Achieved is a player that has been hugely impacted by the recent role changes within TSM. With Merc taking that mantle of a more in-game leadership, a more vocal role, Achieved, it's been a weight lifted off his shoulders. He's been able to focus more on his gameplay, and he has certainly delivered on that promise. Almost a 2.8 OKD across 4 maps, including a bunch of overtimes in a grand final of 6 Invitational. It doesn't get much more impressive than that.
And look at all of these kills. These aren't entry kills. These are very smart kills. These are nades from below. These are sledge holes from above. These are holding of flanks. It's again, I love it because it's not the big flashy plays, but he totally deserves to be MVP of this series.
My God, if I watch yet another Achieved vertical grenade kill, I think I'm really just going to have to turn into a sledge main and just go absolutely ham there. The entire team had their positions, had their purpose, and I think that really played out in Villa from the get-go.
We got so much in terms of just metagame that we talked about through the past 2 weeks. Yes, it's been 2 weeks that we've been at this. It doesn't even feel like time has moved at all here at the 6th Invitational.
6th Invitational.
Come up with, you can hire me for, weddings or bar mitzvahs and all that. For the jokes, I don't know, man. But you know what? I am so happy that we had the team that, in my opinion, as someone who knows 2 things about Siege, that objectively played their best and better than their opponents, if you ask me.
Yeah.
TSM, we're on fire the whole time. Everybody's hitting their shots. And I just want to take a moment to talk about their opponents, Empire. Because Empire also had a terrible year in a lot of ways, but they're able to bring it back and go to this grand final. Well, much like a few years ago, they played against G2.
Yeah.
They still lost it, but it gave us a good showing.
Imagine going through it again, though.
Yeah.
Imagine knowing you are
They'll
just...
do it again.
I was just thinking, is it
You know
is it
they'll
better
do it
to
again.
lose earlier in the tournament than lose the final for Empire? 'Cause
This
that's
is not the
second
last time we will see Team Empire in a Six Invitational Grand Final. You can
Sure.
quote me on that.
Okay, well, regardless, they're still the bridesmaid. We keep bringing up this analogy of being a bridesmaid. Empire is a fantastic team, especially offline. We say this at every event we go to. I saw one of the best matches I've ever seen of BDS Team Empire at the Mexico Major in the semifinals. I genuinely believe we saw some of the highest quality of Siege. When they came into this finals, I don't know if maybe they didn't sort of weigh up what they were really getting themselves into against TSM that was well-rounded from the get-go. But once they finally felt their pace and we thought that reverse sweep was coming in, I think it was too little too late for Empire. They hadn't put their foot on the accelerator early enough in the series. And had we have gone, to 8 maps, maybe it would have been a different ordeal.
I just want to remind everybody of something that was said earlier in, I think, the playoffs with TSM. Our wonderful interviewer, Rachel, was here, and she was having a chat with Achieved from TSM. What did he say, Chad? He said, if we win the Invitational, I will shave my hair off.
Everything.
Everything.
Did he say everything?
He said his head and his beard. I remember that distinctly. Anything that we can't see is up to him.
Achieved. I'm not one to put you on the spot, but
I mean,
where's the razor? Let's
holding
go.
him to account to the Twitch chat, so you are putting him on the spot a little bit there, Milosh.
Twitch chat is where I get all the best information in the world. And this is the police effort that I'm always looking for. So thank you very much, Jack, for reminding me of that. Out of mind.
I hope we get a nice little photo on his Twitter in the next 24 to 48 hours.
Holding the hammer.
I would like to see him holding the hammer as they essentially shave his head and then his beard. I know he's very proud of his beard and it looks majestic, much like yours, Milosh. But what I will say is that I think when you not only win $1 million at one of the most prestigious events you can attend as a professional Rainbow Six Siege player, but to finally be able to call yourself a world champion, a lot of players don't care about the prize pool. It is a lovely bonus to have, don't get me wrong. Love to walk away with $1 million. Absolutely. But to have that title that so few players in the world in any game get to have, that is the creme de la creme.
You can't buy it. And there were only...
Bolo couldn't buy it with all of his sub money. Couldn't do it.
That's what I mean. You can be the biggest content creator. You can do whatever you want in the game.
Yep.
But there are so few world champions. There will only ever be so few world champions.
Wow.
That is what you work every single day of your life as a professional player for.
Professional analysts here on the desk talking about the championship victory, focusing on the players and explaining to us why we should care about the best players in the world in Rainbow Six. Yeah, I think you got the story. To close it all off, I just want to ask you guys, how are you feeling after all of this?
Exhausted. Am I allowed to say exhausted? It's not nearly as exhausted as TSM would be right now. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I think we have to applaud everything that went into this event. From all of the production, the people behind the scenes and everything. I just felt like this event was incredibly overwhelming from the get-go, knowing full well that we were going to have the best teams in the best format with the best meta I've ever played in and seen in my entire career, which has been years now. I got the best of the best. We've got the best of the champions. I really will remember the Sixth Invitational as being some of the most awesome Siege I have seen.
I don't know how I can say anything other than what Jess just said.
You're not just numbers.
This is your first Invitational, and I'm so proud of what you've been able to do.
You.
So finish us off.
What I will say is the quality of Siege here was exceptional. There is so much that goes into this, from the back room, everybody here. It's just been absolutely unbelievable. I'm thankful to have been a part of it, and obviously, congratulations to the world champions, TSM.
Congratulations to TSM. Congratulations to you guys on being on here. Your first time, your second time, and your 7,000th time. I don't know, you've been here a few times. We've shared a few deaths. Anyways, since we're ready to close things out, I think the biggest thing here for us in Siege is that we are a big family, right? It's a big community in Rainbow Six. There's hundreds of thousands and millions of us that play Siege every single day. And that is something we're all grateful for. We get to watch the best players and see them lifting the biggest trophies out there in esports, not just in Rainbow Six. and we have an incredible crew to make it all happen. So I'd like to ask my wonderful colleagues to listen to me for one more time, please.
They don't usually like listening to you.
No, they don't. I don't know. Here
Make
they
an exception.
are.
They're all just
guys.
coming.
Come on.
They're all just coming.
You see how many people are working over here just to make it so this tournament actually functions the way that it does.
Jump in.
Penga's got
Very soft, I have to say.
Come on, guys. Observers too. You guys have done an excellent job. Thank you.
We got everybody on here, so let's start by, well, one side to the other. Sayano, one of our observers. We got Easy and Medics, of course, are two very tall. If you haven't seen James and Jackie and Jess and Emmy and Nick and Jack and Derry and Jesse and Rachel and Harry, our game show host.
He's back there. Look at him.
There you go. And Ollie and Jacob and Sam and Tim. Here you are, my beautiful. And Parker Mackay. It's been a pleasure. We've shared a few invitationals, haven't we? Friends, I'm so happy to have you with me here. Every time we're at the invitational, it's always a celebration of the best, and you guys are the best at what you do. Please, I hope that you enjoyed the invitational. It's been an awesome 2 weeks, exhausting for everybody, but it gave us the best matches, the best team, and of course, TSM victorious. $1 million that now they can take home with our trophy. So, it's time to wrap it up. From all of us here, from Ubisoft, the talent team, and ESL, thank you so very much for watching. We hope to see you on the next one. Until then, take care, stay healthy, say hello to the ones you love from me, and we love you so very much. Good night.
Welcome to Rainbow Six Siege Rank Up by Game Plan. This strategic training video series was built for you to push your boundaries and breach into the next level. With some of the world's top players, like Pangu, Jesgoat, and Zeronic guiding you, your next rank increase is only a victory away. Not sure what operator best fits your team? There's a lesson for that. Should you flank or be patient? There's a lesson for that too. Lessons are split into 5 tiers, so whether you're a seasoned veteran or brand new to the scene, you're guaranteed valuable tips fit for your rank.